Emperor Wu Su slowly stood up. He adjusted his sleeves casually and said, "She says she didn't do it, and Prince Yong also denies any relationship between them." Did Princess Yongwang hear that clearly? His tone seemed casual, but his eyebrows were slightly lowered, and his eyelids half closed, like a hawk in a cold night, with a coldness in the corners of his eyes that seemed to see through everything. Qingyun glanced at him, shivered, and immediately sat up straight, afraid of being frozen by his chill. Ji Qingwu had been paying close attention to the emperor's every move. She suddenly realized that the previous Wu City was not fierce, but now he was showing his true coldness. She quickly picked up the hot tea on the table and took a sip. Tao Wanyin knelt on the ground. Seeing the emperor's expression, she felt that the coldness in his eyes was even colder than the stones on the ground. She nervously said, "Your Majesty, I was truly deceived by her." Wu Sudi only slightly raised his hand. Li Yuzong immediately bowed and stepped forward quickly, waiting silently for the emperor's command. "I see that the princess seems to be unwell. She doesn't even understand what I say." Wu Sudi's voice was deep and commanding. Fortunately, there are many capable people in the palace who can treat her condition. From today, Princess Yong will be moved to Annal Hall to stay until she gives birth to the child in her belly. Everyone in the hall, except Ji Qingwu, changed their expressions drastically. Yong was stunned and said, "Brother, Wanyin made a mistake, but she can be confined in the prince's residence. There's no need for her to stay in the palace at Annal Hall." The Empress Dowager hesitated for a moment and also pleaded, "Your Majesty, Wanyin is still the princess. It's probably not appropriate for her to stay in the palace." Qingyun, needless to say, trembled slightly and involuntarily leaned toward Ji Qingwu, seeking protection. Tao Wanyin's kneeling posture had turned into her collapsing on the ground. She was completely speechless, her eyes full of despair. What exactly is Annal Hall? Ji Qingwu guessed from the name that it sounded like a peaceful palace room, but everyone's reactions indicated that it was not a good place. "Take her away." Wu Sudi left only these 3 words before turning and leaving. The farce finally ended. Xiangxiang quietly approached Yong but was scolded aside by Zhao Minghong with a grim face. His gaze was fixed on Tao Wanyin's retreating figure. All the grace was gone from him, as if his soul had been taken away, leaving him very lonely. The Empress Dowager tiredly waved her purple-red sleeve, signaling everyone to leave. Ji Qingwu stepped out of the main hall. Before she could go far, someone called her, "Miss Ji." She turned around in surprise and saw it was Li Yuzong, the chief steward of the inner court. "Master Li," Li Yuzong whispered, "please follow me, young lady." Ji Qingwu felt nervous and asked, "May I ask, Master Li, is there something urgent? I've been out all day, and my family might be worried." Li Yuzong replied, "I have already sent someone to inform the Ji residents. The Empress Dowager has asked Miss Ji to rest in the palace for 1 night, and she will return home tomorrow." When did the Empress Dowager keep her? Someone else was responsible for that. She looked around and softly refused, "Master Li, I think that might not be appropriate." Seeing her hesitation, Li Yuzong gently persuaded, "Miss Ji, don't waste time here." The emperor looks quite angry. When the emperor learned that the Empress Dowager was upset and summoned Ji Qingwu, his expression turned frightening after understanding the reason behind it. He then ordered Prince Yong to come to the palace.
Qingwu frowned.
As expected, her feeling earlier was correct. He deliberately ignored her because he was angry. But Emperor Wu was displeased inside, and she kept approaching. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Ji Qingwu's feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. She was about to cry and just wanted to go home quickly. "If others see us, it wouldn't be good." "Please come with me quickly," Li Yuzong said anxiously, his face full of wrinkles, looking much older in an instant. The emperor was already displeased, and if he didn't take her away now, he wouldn't be able to report back. Just as he finished speaking, a clear shout was heard. "Fifth cousin!" Qingyun ran up from behind her. When she saw who was in front of Ji Qingwu, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. It was Li Yuzong, the chief steward of the inner court, who was usually inseparable from the emperor. She looked around but didn't see her brother. Turning her head, she saw Li Yuzong bowing humbly in front of her fifth cousin. Even at her mother's place, Li Yuzong had never shown such a submissive attitude. Ji Qinggu turned to look at her, and her eyes lit up. "Your Highness, do you need something from me?" Princess Qingyan stood about a meter away from Ji Qinggu, looking at Li Yuzong with a smile that resembled a fierce tiger. She said bitterly, "Fifth cousin, I will leave now, so I won't see you off." After saying that, her pink figure quickly ran away, looking nothing like someone just recovered from a serious illness. Li Yuzong saw this and urged, "Miss Ji, please go." Jikingwa followed behind Lord Li, expecting to go to the Palace of Diligent Governance or the Bright Sun Palace. However, she walked quite a long way. The path was winding, and the southern corner of the Imperial Garden gradually came into view, painted in soft ink tones. They passed by the lotus pond where the deer call banquet was held last time, and arrived at a pavilion by the pond. Jikingwa gazed at the pavilion's door, feeling it was very familiar. Last time, Ji Chonglin and the Crown Prince had fought here. She looked up and saw a rectangular black plaque, painted in dull gray with a black border. The red lacquered characters were decorated with cloud dragon patterns outlined in gold dust, looking vivid. In the center, there was a carved relief with the words Handan Pavilion in elegant script. The weathered surface made it look old and refined. Li Yuzong hurriedly said, "Miss Ji, the Emperor is inside. Please go in quickly." Jikingwa took a deep breath and stepped lightly into the pavilion. Because it stored ancient books and treasures, it used light-blocking paper on the windows and no lamps, so it was quite dark inside. Jikingwa slowed her steps, widened her eyes, and looked around, trying to find the Emperor. On the right side, there was a large antique shelf with a fragrant incense burner on top, filled with a calming scent of lotus. The smoke curled up, making it hard to see what was ahead. She moved toward the shelf. When she got closer, she saw behind the shelf a large bloodwood desk, about the size of a bed. The Wu Sudi Emperor was sitting quietly at the desk, eyes closed, resting. Jikingwu quietly approached, only a desk's distance away. The lighting was dim, but his face was still clear, sharp features, a cold aura. She listened to his steady breathing and couldn't help but lean forward, closing the gap between them. She looked carefully at him. The man had long eyelashes and slightly tilted, delicate eyes. Even with his eyes closed, he looked proud and aloof. Thinking of how he had ignored her coldly in Sinang Palace, Jikingwu pouted silently, showing her displeasure. The Wu Sudi Emperor seemed to sense her boldness and suddenly opened his eyes. When he looked at her suddenly, Jikingwa's heart skipped a beat. She immediately stood straight, changed her expression, and smiled flatteringly. In a gentle tone, she said, "Your Majesty, you are awake." Emperor Wu Su's voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of subtle exhaustion. "Why did it take so long for you to come? Are you unwilling to come?" Ji Qinggu trembled slightly at his words. Then, she softly replied, "Your Majesty, I dare not disobey your orders. It's just that this place is quite far from Sinang Palace, and my feet are slow. I made you wait long. Please forgive me." Emperor Wu Su's tone carried a teasing and scrutinizing edge. "I see you dare to do anything. Your courage is quite big." Ji Qingwu fell silent, feeling guilty, lowering her head and looking at her toes, obedient and well-behaved. Seeing her like this, Emperor Wu Su picked up a teacup, poured himself a cup from a teapot on the side stove, and cleared his throat. "First, tell me what you've done." Ji Qingwu had nothing to hide. Her conflict with Prince Yong was something that had built up that night on the dragon boat, and the Emperor knew about it. She honestly said, "I gave the Princess Yong a prescription." Emperor Wu Su looked up and asked, "What kind of prescription?" Be clear, for some reason Ji Qingwu felt a bit shy to speak in front of the Emperor. Her cheeks reddened as she carefully chose her words. "It's a prescription that would make Prince Yong spend the rest of his life as a... For men, this could be considered a harsh punishment." Earlier, when the Emperor was informed, he was surprised she would do such a thing. The environment was dim, making the spacious lotus pavilion feel cramped. "Ji Qinggu, waiting for her punishment, was so nervous she could hear her own heartbeat. Emperor Wusu said, "You and Prince Yong have some grudge, and you resorted to this method. Ming Hong has shown interest in you, but he hasn't taken any real action." Ji Qingwu explained, "Prince Yong has ill intentions toward me. Your Majesty knows this. If there was any real problem, it would be too late now. I just wanted to prevent worse trouble, acting recklessly and bringing greater danger to yourself. That's your way of preventing trouble." His words carried a hint of reproach. Others' questions and scolding didn't bother Ji Qingwu much, but his words, just a little criticism, made her feel hard to bear. She opened her mouth again, her expression showing stubbornness, no longer the gentle and obedient look from before. "Your Majesty, what do you mean? Just because Prince Yong is from a noble family, he didn't really bully me that night. Should I just swallow my anger and let things go?" Her voice was full of questioning, as if she wanted to pour out her feelings of unfairness. Emperor Wu Su looked at her eyes filled with resentment and slowly said, "I have already punished Ming Hong, making him guard the prison as a warning." During the punishment, Prince Yong was so frightened that he fainted. He was sick for a while before recovering. Ji Qingwu stubbornly stared at him, not backing down at all. "But that was your doing, Your Majesty. I also want to do something with my own strength. I can't just sit and wait. If later someone like Ji Changyan notices Prince Yong's feelings for me and tries to send me to his bed, what should I do then?" Emperor Wu Su put down his teacup, looked at her seriously, and said in a deep voice, "There are many unknown dangers, and more that you cannot predict. Since you have taken action, I want to hear why you think you can come out unscathed." Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and smiled calmly. "By luck." The word luck made the emperor chuckle softly. "Relying only on luck won't keep you alive long in the palace." Seeing his sarcastic smile, Ji Qingwu firmly said, "I never thought about retreat. I act according to my heart. Besides, today's matter is already resolved. I wasn't punished, so why should I restrict myself because of this?" Seeing she didn't want to talk more about it, Emperor Wu Su's eyes darkened, and his tone carried an undeniable authority. "You haven't thought about retreat. The reason you dare to attack Prince Yong is because you don't see him as a threat." Her body trembled involuntarily, as if struck by his words. His words were like sharp arrows, merciless. "Moreover, you're not afraid of the Empress Dowager's punishment."
Why?
"Because you are from the Qiao family, or because you are the Empress Dowager's niece." Ji Qingwu looked at him in surprise. Emperor Wu Su coldly said, "Neither." His gaze suddenly became as sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce her heart and touch her hidden secrets. "Prince Yong and the Empress Dowager are noble, not people you can provoke. And you, not being afraid of death, act boldly, without regard for the consequences. What is the real reason behind this? What are you truly convinced of in your heart?" Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered with hesitation. She wanted to speak and argue, but her lips seemed glued shut, unable to open at all. Did she secretly hold such thoughts in her heart? What was she truly certain about? Her heart trembled, and gradually she realized that her certainty was that someone would come to save her from danger, just like every time before. Who was that person? Across the table, Emperor Wu Su's presence pressed forward fiercely, bringing a strong sense of pressure. Ji Qingwu's legs began to weaken uncontrollably, and a feeling of helplessness spread quietly. She pressed her hand on the table, trying to support herself, her fingertips turning pale from the force. Seeing her struggle so intensely, Emperor Wu Su sighed, calming his imposing aura, and poured her a cup of tea, placing it beside her. He took a step back and said, "This tea is made from unopened lotus flowers.
Drink it to warm yourself."
Let's not talk about this for now." But Ji Qingwu stared at the clear yellow tea, silent and dazed. The room fell into silence, only the sound of the breeze brushing past the lotus leaves outside. After a while, the tea had cooled completely, and Ji Qingwu finally regained her composure. She immediately looked up at the person across the table, only to see Emperor Wu Su still sitting there, not having left. Her gaze was fixed on him, afraid he might suddenly disappear. Seeing this, Emperor Wu Su said slowly, "It's no wonder you don't pay much attention to Prince Yong." Originally, he said this with a stern face. Just then, Ji Qingwu's black eyes flicked mischievously, her small, clever expression lively and vivid. Without words, he understood what she was thinking. She dared to challenge even him, the emperor, so a mere Prince Yong was naturally no problem. Emperor Wu Su couldn't help but smile. Seeing his relaxed expression, Ji Qingwu gently pressed her lips together, her lips turning a bright red, and her voice was soft like a whisper. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving me today," Ji Qingwu said softly. She paused slightly and added, "Not just today." He looked displeased and said, "What I want to hear is not just thanks." Ji Qingwu understood what he was after. "I have never served anyone before. But today my mood is really turbulent, and I need some time to sort out. I cannot give the answer he wants right now." Emperor Wu Su knows he shouldn't rush, so he just casually mentions it, not expecting her to understand immediately. He calls her, "A Wu, come here." Ji Qingwu gently moves her lotus-like steps and slowly walks around the table. But just as she reaches him, he suddenly reaches out and pulls her close. She loses her balance and sits on his lap, being embraced in a strong hug. The movement is smooth and natural, but it shows impatience. He lowers his head, his gentle gaze passing over her lips. "Why aren't you better yet?" Ji Qingwu's lips still have the marks from her biting, and when looked at closely, they look like small cracks on a tender peach petal. He uses his free hand to pick up the hot tea nearby, refills a cup, and offers it to her. Ji Qingwu is surprised and tries to take it, but the porcelain cup is directly brought to her mouth. She can only drink a sip, and the tea is sweet and refreshing, leaving a faint fragrance on her tongue. The jade cup, with its soft red lips, is held by Emperor Wu Su, who looks at her with unclear eyes, watching her long neck exposed as she tilts her head back and swallows. She tastes the tea again, takes another small sip, and suddenly remembers that this cup was just used by him. Immediately, the tea flowing down her throat feels hot. Seeing her suddenly stop, her ears turn pink like white jade, and he smirks playfully. He holds the cup in his palm and continues to feed her water. But this time, the tea doesn't go into her mouth. It flows directly along her delicate chin, down her neck, and into her collar. Ji Qingwu realizes this too late. She exclaims, "It's flowing in." In her panic, she tries to find something to wipe it off, but can't find anything suitable. Her dress is made of plain, thin cotton satin, very absorbent. Before long, the water soaks through the fabric on her chest. The soft cotton satin becomes slightly transparent when wet, faintly revealing the outline of her inner clothing. Emperor Wu Su's gaze follows the water trail, lingering on her, while Ji Qingwu glares at the culprit who wet her clothes, feeling both surprised and shy. He, however, smiles even more and innocently explains, "I've never served anyone drinking water. It's my fault." This is true. He never fed her water. Not even Yuan Heng received his gentle care. Even the emperor himself admitted his mistake, so Ji Qingwu naturally wouldn't dwell on such a small error. She has a good temper, but in the next moment, someone started to hold onto her tightly. Ji Qingwu looked down in surprise at the large hand pulling at her clothes and nervously called out, "Your Majesty, my clothes are wet and uncomfortable when they stick to my skin," Emperor Wu Su said confidently. Ji Qingwu quickly replied, "It will dry soon. No need to take them off." "No need to take them off, just let them air out," he said calmly, carefully unbuttoning her side. Ji Qingwu covered her chest and stepped back until her waist touched the edge of the desk. She shook her head and said, "It's not a big deal, just a little wet." He had already unfastened one of the hidden buttons on her side. Emperor Wu Su paused slightly and softly asked, "Is it the blue plum branch?" Her face turned bright red. Ji Qingwu's small dress was a matching color, without embroidery, but delicate lace embroidered with elegant blue plum branches. Even these small details he could see clearly. Emperor Wu Su proudly said, "See, whether you take it off or not, it's visible. Besides, the most tempting thing is whether to show or hide." Do you want to walk around with your front wet like this? Her cheeks blushed as if they were dyed by a fiery sunset, almost bleeding with redness. She loosened her hand that was covering her face. He noticed her hesitation, and in an instant, his fingers skillfully unbuttoned her clothes. She looked down nervously, only to see the loose collar, and felt relieved that the room was dim, so she couldn't see inside clearly. The open neckline revealed snow-white skin, glowing even in the dark, as if it could absorb the surrounding light. The gentle fragrance of a woman's body filled the air, and Emperor Wu Su's eyes darkened dangerously. Ji Qingwu felt his scorching gaze, her breathing quickened, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. He slowly pressed forward, and she hurriedly placed her hands on his chest. Her soft palm pressed against the embroidered dragon pattern on his silk robe. She suggested nervously, Your Majesty, maybe we should talk first. Talk first? Emperor Wu Su looked at her with a sharp gaze. All right, what do you want to say? His eyes looked like he was hunting a struggling prey, full of a predatory excitement, showing he wasn't in a rush. Ji Qingwu steadied herself and said, There are many strange things about today. I hope Your Majesty can help me understand. Emperor Wu Su, with just a small arm, easily held her slim waist and gently pulled her back. He asked, Go ahead and tell me. Ji Qingwu said, Before Your Majesty arrived, Prince Yong said he didn't see me that night. Surely, that was something Your Majesty told him in advance. The emperor nodded. Ji Qingwu had experienced happiness in her past life and had been with Prince Yong. If this news got out, even though they hadn't done anything inappropriate, rumors could be dangerous. It was better to deny they had met than to explain. How did Your Majesty persuade Prince Yong? She wondered. She guessed it was probably through a threat. The emperor replied easily, Ming Hong is a smart person. He doesn't want to get involved in Ji Chongyan's case. Seeing you is the same as seeing Ji Chongyan. With a few hints from me, he will know how to answer the Empress Dowager. So, that was how it was. But there was one more thing she really wanted to know. Ji Qingwu continued, Prince Yong said that the divine Dr. Lu she can cure his illness. Is that true? The medicine formula she obtained from the system was very powerful. Since Prince Yong had taken it, it wouldn't be so easily cured after just a month. The emperor said, What he said is true. Ji Qingwu was filled with doubt. The medicine formula created by the system was so effective that someone could actually cure it? Dr. Lu Shi was truly impressive. The emperor patted her back and said, Your medicine formula is fine. When Lu Shi saw it, he even admired it. Ji Qingwu was surprised. If my formula is fine, then why does Your Majesty say Dr. Lu Shi can cure Prince Yong's illness? She stopped speaking, recalling the strange feelings she sensed in Sinang Palace. She took a deep breath and said, Actually, the queen consort didn't succeed in poisoning him. Because of the incense, she is loyal to Prince Yong. Seeing that she had discovered this secret just by observing, the emperor replied, Mrs. Tao thought she had succeeded, but that medicine formula had already been replaced by Ming Hong. Ji Qingwu continued to analyze. Recently, Prince Yong has been pretending to be impotent, fooling the queen consort, but the queen consort being pregnant was real. To get pregnant in such a short time wasn't just her arrogance. With Tao Wanin's physique, only her formula could work. She wondered, but in the end, Princess Yong was pregnant. This should be because of my medicine. Yet King Yong didn't take any. Why is that? She looked up at his face, waiting for him to speak again. Emperor Wu Su saw her serious look of asking for advice. He gently tapped her cheek with his finger. She didn't dodge or avoid it, still focusing on him. He felt a soft feeling inside and said that medicine was only slightly adjusted. It won't completely ruin his chance of having children, but it also won't affect other effects. Ming Hong isn't pretending, and Lu Shi checked his pulse for him. He is indeed very weak and can't recover quickly. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered. Yin Xiang told him about the medicine, knowing it was dangerous, but he still took the risk. Later, Tao Waning got pregnant smoothly. She was influenced by Yin Xiang and went to tell the Empress Dowager about it. She frowned and asked, Why did King Yong cause so much trouble? What is he really after? Throughout this whole matter, She and Tao Wanin thought they were the ones being used, but now they realized the real mastermind was King Yong. But Emperor Wu Su remained silent at this moment. Ji Qingwu waited quietly for a while. She really wanted to know the reason. Feeling impatient, she looked at the emperor and couldn't help but lean closer, softly reminding him, "Your Majesty." He looked at her. Her eyes shone in the dim light, full of curiosity. He spoke in a deep voice, "Come a little closer." Eager to learn, Ji Qingwu obeyed and moved closer. She didn't realize she was already leaning into his arms, their bodies very close. If he lowered his head a little, he could kiss her cheek. If he looked down slightly, he would see a beautiful scene hidden beneath the blue plum branches. When Ji Qingwu realized her position was wrong, she couldn't move away. His arm held her tightly. She decided not to care and reached out to touch his broad shoulder. She whispered in his ear, "Your Majesty, why is that?" Her soft voice reached his ear. Emperor Wu Su seemed to pause for a moment, no longer teasing her. His voice was deep and steady because of Tao. Hearing the answer, Ji Qingwu felt both surprised and confused. King Yong went to great lengths, even risking his health, all for Tao Wanin. However, Princess Yong had already become a joke in the capital because of her husband's behavior of favoring concubines and neglecting his wife. This shows that King Yong didn't truly care for her. A normal man would be furious if he found out his wife had been drugged, especially with something as dangerous as wolf poison. But King Yong, being a flirt, took advantage of the situation. She thought for a moment and then shared her guess. Does King Yong want to dismiss the princess? Make her make a big mistake and punish her? Emperor Wu Su held a fragrant, soft jade in his arms. Since she had come closer to him again, he looked relaxed and happy. He shook his head. No, Ji Qingwu really thought King Yong's mind was not right. Either he was crazy or had been kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, why would he do such things? Her curiosity reached its peak. She reached out and held his arm, resting her chin on his shoulder, with a look full of hope. The person looking at her couldn't bear to disappoint her. Not satisfied, she sweetly said, "Your Majesty, I really want to know. Can you give me a hint?" Her intimate gesture and gentle voice made the emperor feel very pleased. He pressed his hand to his mouth and coughed softly. "Talking too much makes me thirsty." Ji Qingwu immediately understood his meaning. She turned around, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and respectfully held it out to the emperor. Seeing her delicate hand, he didn't take the tea. Instead, he looked displeased and said, "How did I serve you just now?" Ji Qingwu smiled shyly, raised both arms, and brought the tea to his lips. As a mother experienced in caring for children, she was thoughtful and attentive when feeding water or food. After the emperor finished the tea, she gently wiped the water stains from his lips with the back of her hand. Then, without feeling that she had done anything particularly touching, Ji Qingwu continued to look at him with her bright, watery eyes. Softly she said, "Your Majesty, are you still thirsty? Would you like another cup?" Emperor Wu Su only felt his throat grow drier. This lotus tea was supposed to clear heat and calm the mind, but the more he drank, the more his fire seemed to grow. It was as if dry wood was burning beneath him, and the water he drank turned into steam. His expression became very focused, as if he could only see the woman in front of him. His intense gaze was like molten lava rolling. He slowly said, "Completely the opposite of your guess just now." Jikingwa froze. The meaning of these words was that Prince Yong did not want to dismiss the concubine, so why was he going to so much trouble? Was he trying to? She blinked in shock and said, "How could that be? Prince Yong wants to protect Tao Wanin, so why is he making such a big fuss? Why does he want to make the princess cause so much trouble and even push her to the Empress Dowager?" Jikingwa simply couldn't understand. This was beyond her comprehension. "Want to know?" Jikingwa nodded quickly. This time, she was very cooperative and said proactively, "Your Majesty, are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage." After saying that, her hand immediately started working on his shoulder, forming a fist with just the right amount of pressure. Emperor Wusu's eyes were full of a warm smile. He raised his hand to hold her small fist, stopping her movement, and shook his head, saying, That's not enough. Jikingwu asked, what else should I do? This matter is a secret of Ming Hong. I will tell you, but you need to give me something in return. Emperor Wusu gently stroked her fingers. Then, what in return? I can't think of anything right now, Jikingwu said, touching her neck and promising. How about this? Your Majesty, I'll owe you for now. Next time we meet, I'll make it up to you. Just tell me now, okay? Emperor Wusu was quite reasonable this time. His gaze fell on her lips, and he said casually, owing is fine, but you should pay a deposit first. Jikingwu felt like little claws were scratching inside her heart. If she couldn't figure out what was really going on, she would definitely have trouble sleeping tonight. Her mind made up, she moved. Jikingwu wrapped her arms around him, leaned forward, and pressed her soft chest against his knee. She closed her eyes and leaned in, her eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, trembling. At that moment, Emperor Wusu moved slightly. After a while, Jikingwu pulled back and opened her eyes in surprise. She felt she had touched the same soft warmth, but it wasn't her cheek. Was her sense of direction so bad? Could she really mistake the position at such close range? Emperor Wusu chuckled softly. Oh, you're surprisingly proactive, more than I expected. Jikingwu's face turned red, and her palms were sweaty. She endured her embarrassment and asked, Your Majesty, can I say it now? Emperor Wusu took her hand again, smiling happily as he spoke. The reason Ji Changyan assassinated Yen Zongrong was indeed at the behest of King Yong. If you hadn't appeared that night, I wouldn't have acted so quickly. Sometimes you need to set a trap to catch the big fish. Ji Qingwu was surprised when he mentioned this and said, the big fish isn't actually King Yong. Emperor Wu Suo smiled and said, Ah Wu, you're very clever. Feeling that his praise wasn't enough, he took her hand to his lips and gently kissed her fingers. A gentle, delicate kiss made her unable to resist curling her fingers. Ji Qingwu's palms had just been sweaty, and she felt embarrassed that he didn't mind. She shyly withdrew her hand. Emperor Wu Suo looked at the incense burner with rising smoke and didn't mind sharing the details of court affairs with her. Yen Zongrong was targeted because he found out the list of officials involved in the disaster relief corruption case. Now guess, who is the biggest greedy person on that list? Ji Qingwu responded quickly. She lowered her eyes slightly, then looked up with the answer. It's Tao Gelao, her father, Tao Wanin. She had heard that the emperor had dismissed over 20 local officials for corruption related to flood relief funds, but they were all minor players in the chain of interests. The real big fish hadn't been caught yet. Who would have thought that this big fish was actually a high-ranking court official under the emperor's nose? But to take down such a deeply rooted official, solid evidence was necessary. Since Emperor Wu Suo wouldn't act without proof, once he did, he would root out the problem entirely. Soon, the Tao family would likely be completely destroyed. Although Tao Wanin was married, she was not favored in the palace and had no children. She might also be implicated. Having a royal child could be her best chance to survive, and King Yong was carefully planning this. Ji Qingwu asked, since King Yong knows that Tao's family will eventually fall, why does he still risk offending the emperor and do such reckless things?
She was full of doubts.
King Yong's order for Ji Changyan to assassinate Yen Yushi was like walking into a trap. Knowing her remedy was dangerous, she still insisted on taking it. Emperor Wu Suo chuckled softly. Ah Wu, you understand everything clearly, except when it comes to love. You're quite slow there. He sighed thoughtfully and said, when people fall in love, everyone gets caught up in it. Even the clever and sharp can be deceived, losing their reason and doing foolish things. Hearing him comment on her dullness, Ji Qingwu stared in surprise. But she was not convinced about the matter of Prince Yong. She muttered, Prince Yong has feelings? He's gone overboard with his emotions. Saying he's overly passionate is more accurate. The concubines in Prince Yong's residence were almost crowded out, and everyone in the Qin Tower and Chu Pavilion knew Prince Yong's reputation. Emperor Wu Su recalled some old stories and said slowly, sometimes, you can't judge things just by their surface. Ming Hong was not always so indulgent before his marriage. In fact, he was quite devoted. Tao's wife is 2 years older than him. The Tao family wanted to marry their second daughter, who was of suitable age, but it was he who knelt before me and begged for this marriage. So, was this marriage arranged by Prince Yong? But he doesn't seem to cherish it. Ji Qingwu still remembered the first time she saw Tao Wanin. She looked pale and clearly miserable in the palace. However, if the emperor described him as devoted, it seemed that was true before. But just thinking about Prince Yong's mischievous eyes made her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't imagine this young man as innocent and pure. She didn't know what had happened between them to cause such a situation. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and said, "They say a gentleman judges by actions, not by heart. Prince Yong judges by heart, not by actions. Even if a man secretly has someone he loves, it doesn't stop him from enjoying himself in the pleasure halls." Seeing her face full of clear anger, even though Tao's wife had spoken against her in front of the Empress Dowager, she still felt unfair for her. Emperor Wu Su nodded and smiled. "That's a good summary." Now, Ji Qingwu understood the whole story. When she looked into his intense gaze, her heart started pounding uncontrollably. She sat up straight, wanting to move away from him to keep a safe distance. But sensing her intention, he suddenly pressed his arm firmly against her back, like a steel clamp, holding her tightly in his arms. Finished and ready to run? So greedy, he teased. What had she done to him? Ji Qingwu felt her face burning with embarrassment. Emperor Wu Su said, "I've already helped you understand. Now, Ao should also help me understand." Confused, Ji Qingwu muttered, "Is there anything I know that your majesty doesn't?" The emperor looked her up and down, finally resting his gaze on her slender, fair collarbones. "There are many things I don't know. For example, what is your relationship with Li Shuming? Do you want to marry him? What's so good about him?" "Li what? Who is this person?" After a brief moment of confusion, Ji Qingwu understood who the emperor was talking about. She hurriedly explained, "I have no relation to him." Emperor Wu Su lowered his eyes, shadows cast by his eyelashes hiding his true feelings. "When did he start to like you?" Ji Qingwu felt wronged and explained, "I only found out a few days ago. We haven't met before, and there's no personal connection." The emperor's hand slipped to her waist, but she wasn't sure if he listened to her words. Ji Qingwu looked around, thinking this might be a good chance to ask the emperor to cancel the marriage proposal, so her grandmother wouldn't pressure her further. She softly said, "Your Majesty, this is just my grandmother's wish. I don't want to marry him." Seeing no reaction, her voice carried a hint of sadness. That day, she argued with her grandmother. She wanted to refuse the marriage, but her grandmother only wanted to find a strong supporter for the Ji family, ignoring her feelings, even the emperor's. As she reached this point, she suddenly hesitated. He asked, "Even I?" She had wanted to say that even the emperor had never forced her in marriage. But the words got stuck in her throat and couldn't be spoken, because the emperor, who held great power above all others, had never pressured her about marriage. So, she felt confident in refusing the marriage arranged by her grandmother. Ji Qingwu looked up at the man in front of her, her eyes shining with many emotions, reflecting her stunned expression. She softly said, "Even the emperor has allowed me to marry freely." Actually, she meant to say that the emperor had always let her do as she pleased in marriage, but her words sounded like a refusal to him. When Wu Su heard her mention, "marry freely," his smile froze. That phrase became a source of inner pain for him. Suddenly, he lowered his head. Ji Qingwu let out a sharp cry of pain. He bit her collarbone. At first, it hurt, but then it turned into a tingling, numbing sensation. On her small embroidered dress, a real red plum blossom appeared. But it wasn't blooming alone in the cold winter. It was burning fiercely, blooming more than one flower. Eventually, it spread into a whole patch, growing all the way to the edge of a steep mountain cliff. A beautiful scene that captivated those who came to enjoy the snow. People who enjoy sightseeing are not satisfied just standing at the foot of the mountain looking up. They rush to the place they like, grabbing and climbing the steep cliffs. Ji Qingwu looked down and saw the bright red marks. They were shocking. She nervously twisted a few times. When she felt something strange, She dared not move anymore. A cool breeze blew in from outside, slowly entering the Handan pavilion. But when the wind touched Ji Qingwu, she still felt hot. She was gradually melting inside and out. Her eyes lost their shine, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ji Qingwu's clothes had been mostly taken off, hanging around her waist. Her matching-colored small dress was about to fall apart. Suddenly, there was talking at the door. Someone wanted to see the emperor. Grandly was at the door, trying to stop them patiently. Outside, people were being stopped, and it seemed they were arguing. Inside, the atmosphere was very intense, like a blazing fire. On the Jade Mountain, green branches crossed and slanted, secretly stealing fragrance and treasures, about to happen. The noise at the door grew louder. A woman's angry voice was heard. Li Yuzong, don't stop me. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters and need to see you. The words Your Majesty made Ji Qingwu suddenly realize something. Her disheveled clothes made her very worried if someone saw her like this. She pushed him hard, but her voice was soft. Your Majesty, someone is here. Her strength was like tickling Emperor Wu Su. He didn't loosen his grip, but instead took a deep breath again. Ji Qingwu trembled, almost making a sound. She could only tightly cover her lips. The shouts outside became more urgent. Your Majesty, please see me. I have important matters. Ji Qingwu recognized that the person outside was Consort Wei. In her nervous state, her body became more sensitive. Under his teasing, her waist tightened involuntarily, and she couldn't lift her hands. She stammered a few words. Your Majesty, it's Consort Wei. He finally turned his attention back to her and said, she's coming. He looked like a traveler suffering from cold and hunger, seeking warmth from her. Ji Qingwu never thought Emperor Wu Su was a foolish ruler. Now she felt he was very tricky, almost like a different person. Suddenly, she heard the door being pushed open. She used all her strength to push him away, finally forcing the emperor, who had no suspicion of her, to step back. Emperor Wu Su's thin lips gradually turned a deep red, and his handsome face showed intense desire. Ji Qingwu had no time to pay attention to his expression. She was too busy herself. There was no time to fix her clothes or fasten her buttons. She looked around but couldn't find a good hiding spot, feeling anxious and desperate. When Wei Liru pushed the door open and entered, the dim light made it hard to see where the emperor was. She thought she heard a soft cry, but the voice was faint and unclear, so she couldn't be sure. She moved toward the antique shelf and finally saw a corner of Emperor Wu Su's bright yellow robe. He was alone. She tried to go around the shelf, but the man stopped her with a cold voice. Concubine Wei, such boldness. Entering without permission, the emperor didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed on the desk in front of him. But his voice was different from usual, hoarse, deep, and carrying a strange emotion. Wei Liru's eyes were red. She dared not move forward and stayed where she was, kneeling down and saying, Your Majesty, I come to pay my respects. Seeing that Wu Su didn't speak and sat with a dark face at the desk, his chest rising and falling, Wei Liru thought he was angry at her intrusion. She lowered her head and apologized. Your Majesty, I was in a hurry and didn't mean to offend. Please forgive me. Concubine Wei was usually sensible. Besides her mistake at Hongxing Pavilion, where she had overstepped by entering the emperor's resting place, this was her first time doing something like this.
Wu Su remained silent.
His gaze shifted to the area under the large desk, where a woman curled up like a young animal. As Wei Liru moved closer, Ji Qingwu had nowhere to hide. She could only hide under the desk, which had a storage cabinet, but the space was tight. In front of her was the emperor's brand-new dragon robe and his strong, powerful legs. Her face was directly facing his groin. Seeing Ji Qingwu blinking with clear, bright eyes and staring intently at his legs, Wu Su reached out with his black boots and gently nudged her calf. Ji Qingwu immediately widened her eyes and looked up at him, like a frightened little animal. The emperor said nothing. Wei Liru said, I was worried about my brother, so I acted impulsively, Hearing Wei Fei mention Wei Ting, Ji Qingwu's expression froze. What had happened to make Wei Fei so worried?
Gu sufroned.
Wei Liru saw his expression and felt nervous. Since she had already come in, she decided to speak about the matter she was asked to discuss. She said, I just received the news and am very worried. General Yuchi was sent to the Northern Army because my brother was attacked by an assassin from Shijin and was badly hurt. Wei Liru looked up and asked the Emperor Wu Su, Is this true, Your Majesty? Ji Qingwu, who was under the table, also looked at him nervously. She really wanted to know about Wei Ting's condition. The Emperor Wu Su replied calmly, This is military information. Wei Liru choked and said, Please, just tell me how my brother is doing. I am so scared. The Emperor Wu Su lowered his eyes and looked at Ji Qingwu. Seeing her worried about Wei Ting, he leaned his head out slightly, and his face accidentally brushed past her leg. His black hair was like clouds, and his fair, delicate face was visible. His robes were neatly arranged. From his perspective, he could see everything clearly. Suddenly, the Emperor Wu Su moved. He grabbed Ji Qingwu's arm from his lap and pulled her hand upward. Ji Qingwu didn't dare struggle, worried that the nearby Princess Wei might see. Her hand pressed directly under his robe, which was embroidered with golden threads in the shape of a coiled dragon. The dragon was not asleep but looked at her intently. She was completely surprised by his action and looked at him with embarrassment and anger. Her mind was now a mess. All thoughts of Wei Ting, Li Ting, Zhang Ting, and others had vanished from her mind. When Ji Qingwu regained her composure and tried to pull away, she heard the emperor speak sternly. Such secret military information is not something you should ask about. Wei Liru's face showed sadness and disappointment as she begged, Your Majesty. The Emperor Wu Su paused for a moment, then said, But I feel sorry for your anxious heart. Let me think. As he said this, he gently patted Ji Qingwu's face. Ji Qingwu knew what he was thinking. She trembled and tightly held his hand. Suddenly, the Emperor Wu Su let out a quick breath. Wei Liru, looking dejected, immediately looked up and hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, have you made your decision? The Emperor Wu Su still looked at Ji Qingwu with lowered eyes. She bit her lip, her face flushed, and sweat appeared at her nose. Her hands started to move nervously. After a moment, the emperor finally spoke in a dull voice, saying 4 words, Guard, no trouble. Empress Wei Li had already sensed the emperor's bad mood. She stayed here under pressure, waiting for reassurance. As soon as she felt safe, she quickly withdrew. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave. After the empress left, Ji Qingwu was about to crawl out from under the table, but he roughly pulled her out. In a spinning motion, he lifted her waist and pressed her against the blood-colored sandalwood desk. She didn't even get a clear look at the ceiling of the room. Suddenly, a hot, intense kiss fell upon her. The night breeze was refreshing, but the room grew hotter and hotter. The heat wasn't just from him. Her mind was overwhelmed by strong feelings, making her feel uncomfortable. Actually, her body didn't reject his closeness. In fact, she even wanted to stick close to him shamelessly. When his hand reached under her skirt, Ji Qingwu's eyes suddenly cleared. She quickly reached out and grabbed his hand. Her and his dark eyes seemed to swallow everything, stubbornly staring at each other. Emperor Wu Su used a very low voice to call her name. His tone was full of tenderness, almost like a prayer. But Ji Qingwu didn't hesitate. She pressed her forehead against his chest, moved her waist away from his touch, and silently and clearly refused, ending the moment. Before she could think clearly, a fleeting moment of pleasure and long-lasting freedom, she understood which was more important. She couldn't let her physical feelings affect her judgment of their relationship. Moreover, a part of her still held fear from that night, the feeling of being cut open like by a sharp blade. She clenched her fists. It hurt too much, unlike anything she had experienced before. With the help of the childbirth system, she had never felt this pain when giving birth. Ji Qingwu's small face tightened as she looked at him between her legs. Her body, which had been tempted by his charm earlier, was now completely calm.
No, No.
Her attitude became even more firm because of this. When he looked at her with dark, hungry eyes, she pushed him away and ran away as if escaping. The emperor's hoarse voice sounded. Li Yuzong, who had been guarding at the door, quickly led the palace servants in to serve. 12 palace lanterns with jade hooks and cloud patterns slowly lit up. Inside the room, 2 people sat on opposite sides of a desk, each with different expressions. Emperor Wu Su's brows were tightly furrowed, with a dark cloud of gloom covering his face, showing his displeasure. Li Yuzong had come in happily, but when he saw his master's expression, he quickly lowered his head. He retracted his smile and felt puzzled. Having served the emperor for over 10 years, Li Yuzong had never seen such strange expressions on his face.
It was
A look of dissatisfaction. Just now, at the door, he heard sounds from inside, gentle moans and sobs, and it made his heart tremble. Although he was a without roots, he was not born castrated. He had been a man before and knew what those sounds meant.
Li Yuzong siga inuarli.
The emperor truly was extraordinary, able to endure things that ordinary people could not, and even in this situation, he could still stop himself. Because of this, he admired Miss Ji Woo even more. Her actions had angered the emperor, which was a skill in itself. But she also managed to keep the emperor from losing his temper. This person's strength was not to be underestimated. Li Yuzong then lifted his face, adopting a look of deep worry, with eyes full of concern as he looked at his master, who was struggling with desire. Emperor Wu Su remained calm and stern. Ji Qingwu accidentally made eye contact with Li Dezongwen, the chief steward, and saw various emotions in his eyes: confusion, surprise, admiration. There was even silent reproach. It was as if she had bullied his noble majesty. The one being bullied was her, right? Ji Qingwu silently turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. After the room's lights became very bright, Ji Qingwu finally saw what was inside. The antique shelves were filled with exquisite gold and jade artifacts, precious and valuable. The walls were covered with calligraphy and paintings, each a masterpiece from famous artists, timeless treasures. On the wall opposite the desk, there were many portraits of ancient sages, painted vividly, showing their elegance and brilliance in their time. But as soon as Ji Qingwu thought about what they had just done in front of these portraits, she felt as if they were being watched by these great figures, and she couldn't help blushing. The heat that had just cooled down rose again, and her fair ears turned bright red. This was her first time entering this place, but the emperor was a frequent visitor. Still, he acted without hesitation. The culprit was calmly drinking tea. The heated tea stove had long since gone out, and the teapot had cooled. Li Yuzong stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the tea has cooled. Drinking cold tea isn't good for your health. I will bring you a new pot." The Emperor Wu Su was very angry, his voice hoarse. He said gloomily, "What's all the noise? Even if the tea cools, can it make my heart cold?" His heart felt cold, but his body was still hot. It was like being caught between fire and ice, just like that. His words clearly hinted at something, but who he was referring to. Li Yuzong quickly lowered his head and quietly moved to the side, planning to stay unnoticed. Ji Qingwu blinked and pretended not to understand the meaning behind the emperor's words. Then, lowering her eyes, she followed lordly to stand by the pillar. The two stood together. Li Yuzong took a deep breath. His slender, old eyes widened more than twice. He hurriedly whispered, "Miss Ji, why are you following? You should go and serve the emperor." Ji Qingwu covered her lips with her finger and whispered softly, "Lordly, the emperor doesn't need anyone to serve him. He's calming his mind. If I go over now, I would only disturb him." Li Yuzong moved closer, annoyed by the noise that irritated the emperor. Ji Qingwu was there to serve, which made the emperor feel a different kind of anger. The Wu Su emperor looked at the two standing in line, clenched his teacup tightly, and his eyes seemed to shoot sharp arrows. With Lordly beside her, Ji Qingwu no longer feared his cold face. She even managed to smile at the emperor. Seeing her gentle smile like summer lotus after rain, the emperor slightly raised his eyebrows, and his expression seemed a bit better. Li Yuzong, imitating her, also forced a wrinkled, flattering smile, hoping to please his master. The Wusu emperor's previously calm face suddenly darkened. He frowned and said, "What are you smiling at?" "A smile worse than tears. Don't smile in front of me again." Seeing Li Yuzong's smile stiffen, Ji Qingwu's smile grew even brighter. Above the Han Tan Pavilion, there was a second-floor loft. A carved jade screen with a Qilin dragon pattern divided the space into two parts, with all the necessary furnishings inside. Li Yuzong had already sent someone to inform Ji's family that Ji Qingwu would stay overnight in the palace. However, since she appeared at a different palace claiming to be the Empress Dowager, it became more complicated to explain. Staying at the Lotus Pavilion was also a good choice. Ji Qingwu stood in front of the green jade folding screen, examining the furnishings inside. Emperor Wu Su was standing at the door of the loft, simply watching her back. Seeing that he didn't plan to come in, Ji Qingwu turned around and asked, "Your Majesty, are you leaving?" Although she was asking, her tone revealed clear happiness, with no sign of reluctance. Emperor Wu Su hesitated and asked, "Do you want me to stay here?" Ji Qingwu parted her lips but then closed them again, holding back the words she almost blurted out. "I don't want to." She tilted her head and changed her words. "I think your Majesty is busy with many important affairs and doesn't want to take up too much of your time." This statement was generous and reasonable, but she preferred to act willfully. Emperor Wu Su looked at her deeply. He said, "I will give you a little more time, but not too long this time." His gaze was as real as if it could see through her, giving her a final warning. This time, Ji Qingwu didn't avoid the question but boldly met his eyes, calmly nodding and saying, "Your servant understands." But in her heart, she thought, "I will drag this out for as long as I can." "Hopefully you truly understand now." He left the sentence and strode away. Late at night, the Qingjing Hall was still brightly lit, as bright as daytime. Emperor Wu Su returned to his palace and continued reviewing documents. After most of the documents received his imperial seal, he finally put down his brush and relaxed, though his gaze never left the large purple sandalwood desk beneath him. He was lost in thought. The candle flickered with a crackling sound. Li Yuzong stood quietly at the door of the hall, looking exhausted. Emperor Wu Su was in good spirits. His fingers lightly tapped the desk. He didn't need to deliberately think. A scene suddenly flashed through his mind. It was daytime, and Ji Qingwu was curled up, hiding under another desk, looking delicate and pitiful. Vivid scenes flickered in his mind. He was not a person who indulged in, but once he touched her body or even got close to her, he couldn't help but want to touch her more, to sink deeper into her. Thinking back to the first time at the northern camp, inside his big tent, she sat gracefully on his lap. Emperor Wu Su took a deep breath, picked up the strong tea beside him, and forced himself to suppress his restless thoughts. He didn't have much patience left, but no matter how urgent, he could only endure. If he only wanted her body, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. He had ways to make her submit to him. But as in warfare, winning the heart is the top priority, attacking the city is secondary, mental battles are above and physical fights are below. From the beginning, his goal was her clear, bright heart, like shining glass inside and out. Recently, Ji Qingwu's little mind had been working quickly, and her behavior around him had changed a lot. Too much of anything is bad. Although she is gentle and soft, if pushed too far, she might bite without hesitation. Emperor Wu Su pinched his brow. A long sigh echoed in the hall. Hearing the sound, Li Yuzong, who was almost too tired to stand, quickly gathered himself and came in to serve tea and water to the emperor. Wu Su ordered a few words softly. Li Yuzong's eyes brightened. He wanted to praise the emperor for his wisdom with a playful smile, but remembering that the emperor once said his smile was ugly, he held back and respectfully responded, "Yes, your majesty," that same night. Princess Huachong finally caught up with the army heading to the northern border. But Yuqi Lianfeng's marching speed was far beyond what ordinary carts could match. To catch up, the cart was running almost wildly, and Princess Huachong got carsick on the way, vomiting several times, almost to the point of bile. She had never suffered like this before, looking exhausted and weak. The army's horses and carts were resting near a relay station. Suddenly, a carriage stopped in front of Yuqi Lianping. He squinted and looked at it. The decorations looked like they came from linen. He thought he was missing Huachong so much that he imagined the carriage and Princess looked somewhat alike. Because they were rushing so quickly, the silk curtains on the carriage were splattered with mud, and the gilded, jewel-inlaid windows were dusty. It looked so dirty. How could it look like her? Yuqi Lianping was in a bad mood and said, "Don't stop here, keep moving." But the carriage didn't move at all, still blocking his way. "Did I say something you don't understand?" he snapped. The curtain of the carriage moved slightly. The coachman, scolded by the stern general, looked scared but didn't move. Yuqi Lianping strode forward quickly, stepped onto the carriage, and lifted the curtain. His gaze swept inside and saw the elaborate decorations, indicating it was a woman's carriage. However, there was no candlelight inside, so he couldn't see the woman's face clearly. Suddenly, the woman moved. Her long sword drew from its sheath and rushed straight toward his throat. Yuqi Lianping remained calm and unafraid. The sword was far from reaching him. He skillfully sidestepped and struck her arm with his palm, causing her sword to fall to the ground. Then he cursed loudly. Who dares to try to kill me?" Hearing this, the soldiers quickly drew their weapons and surrounded the carriage. He grabbed her arm and forcefully pulled her out of the carriage. Under the bright moonlight, her face was revealed, and she seemed to outshine the moon itself. In front of the soldiers, the brave general froze for a moment, stunned. The beautiful woman, with a striking and pure appearance, slapped Yuqi Lianping hard. The slap sounded crisp and clear in the night. Some young soldiers, unfamiliar with Princess Huachong, rushed forward angrily and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you hit the general? How bold you are!" Yuqi Lianping snapped out of a shock and kicked one of them, shouting, "Get lost! None of your business." Princess Huachong touched her sore arm from the slap inside the carriage and said to the coachman, "Hand over the sword to me." Without waiting for the coachman to move, Yuqi Lianping eagerly picked up the snow-white sword from the ground. He carefully wiped the dust off the sword with his sleeve before handing it to her. His eyes shone brightly. Princess Huachong took the sword, turned her wrist, and held the snow sword against his neck. "Bold assassin! Let our general go. Who are you? Are you out of your mind?" A few loyal soldiers drew their swords, ready to rush over. Yuqi Lianping stared at Princess Huachong's face, which was so elegant and pure under the moonlight, like a fairy. He swallowed hard and turned to shout at the soldiers, "She's my wife. Get away from her." The young soldiers didn't believe it. "How can someone draw a sword on her own wife upon first meeting?" Yuqi Lianping said. "That's part of the fun. You little brats don't understand anything." Princess Huachong looked at him and, despite her arm pain, pressed the tip of her sword against his neck while still talking. Yuqi Lianping cooperatively tilted his head back, smiling happily, and said, "I'm really glad you came." It seemed as if she wasn't trying to hurt him but was instead flirting with him. Princess Huachong looked at him coldly and said, "I came here because you really deserve it." Yuqi Lianping knew he was in the wrong and didn't argue. He just smiled foolishly, like a fairy under the moon. In front of so many people, her cold face warmed a little because of his silly smile. Not wanting to be watched like a show, she angrily withdrew her sword and impatiently ordered, "Come in." Princess Huachong first returned to her carriage. Yuqi Lianping swaggered around, looking at the surprised soldiers around him. As soon as Yuqi Lianping got into the carriage, he quickly pulled Princess Huachong into his arms. Seeing him still smiling and reaching out to hold her, she felt anger rising inside her. Outside the carriage, the soldiers suddenly noticed the carriage shaking badly, along with the sounds of a woman's heavy breathing and the general's breathing. After exchanging looks, they all stepped back a few meters. For the first time, Princess Huachong lost her composure and, in her anger, turned to fight with him. Actually, it was more like her attacking him alone. No matter how she punched and kicked, Yuqi Lianping didn't fight back. He was strong and held her tightly, refusing to let go like a troublemaker. He even took several hits on his face, which made her palms sting painfully and her nails drew blood, though she didn't know where she had scratched him. When she was tired from hitting and her forehead was sweaty, she had to stop to catch her breath. Yuchi Lianping still held her and gently lifted her wrist to his face, looking concerned. Let me see if it's red and swollen. Does it hurt? Princess Huachong's palms were red, and her eyes were also red and teary. After venting her anger, she calmed down. She threw some papers from her and slapped them onto his face. She looked at him coldly and said, "Explain." The thin sheets of paper fell onto the seat. Yuchi Lianping picked them up and looked closer. They were the letters he had asked Ji Qingwu to deliver to Princess Huachong. The white paper was crumpled, showing how angry she had been when she read the letter. He paused for a moment before saying, "Didn't the princess see everything? How else should I explain?" This letter clearly explained the real reason he took the contraceptive potion, not the joking excuse he had given before. Princess Huachong looked at him with no particular expression and said, "I want you to say it yourself." He sighed and said, "You're pregnant, and I just leave without a word? Staying here at the princess's residence alone. Does that make sense? Besides, I don't know when I will be back after I leave." Yuchi Lianping frowned tightly and said, "What if I don't come back? Leaving you and the children alone." He couldn't finish his words. What if the worst happens? Yuchi Lianping's ancestors died bravely in battle. His older brother also died defending the city, leaving behind wives and children. The days they endured were filled with pain and hardship only they knew. He couldn't bear for her to experience the same suffering. Princess Huachong ignored his pain and struggle and said directly, "If I can't wait for you to return, I will remarry." So straightforward? He was angry and said, "No." Yuchi Lianping looked at the letter she threw at him carefully, but he didn't find what he was looking for. At that moment, Princess Huachong took out a piece of paper from her and waved it in front of him. "I received the divorce letter from the general. Although there is no precedent for the Northern Li to divorce the princess voluntarily, I don't mind being the first." He stared at her hand and hurriedly said, "I mean, if I can't come back, you should take the divorce letter and announce to the outside world that we separated long ago. You don't need to wait for me." If Yuchi Lianping died fighting for the country, he would be a hero. As a princess, Princess Huachong's words and actions would surely attract attention from the entire court. She might be pressured by outside opinions and refuse to remarry. Spending her life as a widow, lonely for the rest of her days, that's not worth it. He considered everything for her. But Princess Huachong didn't appreciate his concern. She looked at him coldly and said, "If you dare to die in the northern border, I won't mourn for you. I'll remarry the next day." Yuchi Lianping was angry and said, "Who do you want to marry? The young master from the Ji family, right? Is that your business?" She pinched the divorce letter with her fingertips, a slight smile on her lips, and said, "That's my freedom." Late at night, Yuchi Lianping's face darkened even more. He glared fiercely at the paper in her hand, angry at himself for writing that thing, and also at the princess's cold-hearted attitude. Whenever Yuchi Lianping thought about Huachong wanting to remarry Ji Chonglin, his heart raced wildly, as if it might break. "Princess, you came here just to make me angry and then remarry quickly." His arms suddenly tensed, causing her pain. Princess Huachong said, "You're right. I came to make you angry." She stared at his face and said slowly, "What you want, I refuse to give you." Whatever she planned to do, it wouldn't be according to his wishes. He frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Before Yuchi Lianping could react, Princess Huachong pushed him against the back of the carriage seat. With delicate, icy hands, she took the separation letter and slapped his right cheek. His sharp face showed the faint imprint of her fingers. Her voice remained calm and steady. "You want to go to the battlefield without worries? To die and be done with it?" She kept a cold expression, but was doing something completely opposite. Then, the veins on Yuchi Lianping's neck suddenly pulsed as her actions stirred him. Princess Huachong squinted her eyes, her gaze cold as water, and said hatefully, "Don't think you can get away with it." Soon, the carriage started to sway again, but this time less violently, and the curtain kept trembling. She tidied her clothes and glanced back lightly at the man still shaken inside. Her tone was sarcastic. This time, probably no time for the anti-pregnancy soup. Forget the soup, she didn't give him a moment to breathe. Yuqi Lianping's strong, broad chest still rose and fell unevenly. He was half lying on the carriage seat, watching the princess straighten her clothes and hair. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling. She was a benefactor, and he was just a servant waiting on her. His rough skin warmed up. He never expected her to come like this, to want his life. He would give it, but he didn't expect it to be in such a way, making him want to live and die at the same time. Princess Huacheng suddenly turned around, her fragrant body pressing down on him. Yuqi Lianping thought he might get a gentle kiss afterward. He thought a servant is just a servant, no big deal. He also prepared himself to close his eyes first. A sound of paper folding reached his ears. It was clear she was going to take that item. Just now, the farewell letter had fallen to the side of his face after completing its task of slapping him. Yuqi Lianping opened his eyes and reached out to hold her hand. Princess Huacheng quickly withdrew her hand, but he was faster and snatched the farewell letter away. She threatened, "What are you doing? Since you wrote the farewell letter to me, you should be brave enough to face the consequences." "This isn't the behavior of an honest gentleman," Yuqi Lianping said indifferently. "Gentlemen? Whoever wants to be one, can be one." "I changed my mind." At that moment, she was furious seeing how upset she was about the farewell letter, but he casually said he changed his mind. Princess Huacheng looked at his confident, shameless attitude, feeling very angry. But biting him would only hurt her own teeth. She said fiercely, "Give it back to me. Your sense of loyalty has gone to the dogs." As soon as she finished speaking, she was so shocked she couldn't speak. This man, right in front of her, destroyed the evidence and the body.
It was so smooth.
Yuqi Lianping rolled the farewell letter into a small ball and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it directly. He looked at her mischievously and said, "If Princess Huacheng wants to kill me now, she might still be able to take the farewell letter out of my stomach." Yuqi Lianping sat up straight and leaned close to her. "If you really can't bring yourself to do it, then there won't be a farewell letter at all." Ji Qingwu was lying alone on a large bed carved from fragrant wood, sleeping soundly. She didn't have the habit of forgetting her bed. Covered with a dark blue silk quilt, she slept until the sun was high. When Xiao Dongzi came to wake her at the door of the pavilion, she pulled the quilt over her face, confused and unaware of where she was. Her sense of smell woke up before her sight. Because the quilt was full of that person's scent, a cold, clear fragrance filled her nose. Ji Qingwu just woke up, her face flushed. Covered by such a warm quilt, it felt as if he was holding her while she slept. This also indicated that Emperor Wusu often came to Handan Pavilion and recently stayed overnight here. This place was likely the emperor's private space. But if the emperor didn't want his concubines to sleep with him, why would he leave the Zhaoyang Palace and come all the way to Handan Pavilion to sleep alone? 2 palace maids quietly entered to serve her. After Ji Qingwu finished tidying up, Xiao Dongzi waited for her at the door. Little Dongzi's face was full of smiles. He said, "Miss Ji, Master Li personally ordered me to you out of the palace. To make sure you don't get lost, just follow me." Ji Qingwu didn't refuse and nodded. Li Yuzong was quite thoughtful, but since she had visited the Lotus Pond for a banquet last time, she remembered the way out of the palace. Outside, the sky was clear and bright. A breeze blew, bringing the fresh scent of lotus flowers. As Ji Qingwu walked through the palace, she felt calm and peaceful for the first time, enjoying the scenery around her. But as she walked, she sensed something was wrong. Ji Qingwu asked, "Elder Gonggong, is this the right way? It doesn't seem like the way to the palace gate." Little Dongzi looked surprised. "Yes, Miss Ji, this is the way out of the palace." Ji Qingwu looked around carefully, sure she hadn't made a mistake. "But I remember last time we took a different route." Little Dongzi confidently smiled. "This is a shortcut. I've been in the palace for many years and know every part very well. I wouldn't get lost even if I closed my eyes. Trust me, this way is faster." Soon, they arrived at the gate of a grand hall. The large hall stood tall, with beautiful glazed tiles shining in the sunlight. Little Dongzi slowed his steps, giving Ji Qinggu time to look at the signboard of the hall. The name of the hall sounded familiar to Ji Qinggu, as if she had heard it before. Little Dongzi touched his head and suddenly realized, "Oh, isn't this the Qianyuan Hall where young Master Yuanheng lives?" Ji Qinggu saw through his clumsy act at once. She glanced sideways at him and said, "Elder Gonggong, you just said a moment ago that you are very familiar with the palace and wouldn't get lost even if you closed your eyes. How come you don't even know where Qianyuan Hall is?" Little Dongzi hesitated. I just know the way, but I'm not very familiar with the palace itself." He deliberately led her around, even passing by the Qianyuan Hall where Yuanheng lived. No matter his reason, Ji Qinggu couldn't move her feet anymore. They stopped at the grand gate, and their conversation was overheard by someone inside. The heavy black golden palace door was pushed open. Ji Qinggu looked over, but didn't see the small figure she expected, feeling a slight disappointment in her heart. The person who came out was a palace attendant, the same who had served Yuanheng last time, Xiao Shunzi. Little Shunzi recognized the woman in front of him as Miss Ji from the Ji family and saw Xiao Dongzi, who was serving in front of the emperor, following her. His attitude was much more respectful than last time. He asked, "Your servant has seen Miss Ji. Are you here to see the prince?" Ji Qinggu originally had no opinion about Yuanheng, but since she was brought here, her longing couldn't be suppressed. She was eager to know if the little boy had grown taller, or if there were any new changes in him. She asked, "Is the little prince here?" Xiao Shunzi replied, "Yes, he is. But at this time, the prince is practicing swordsmanship. Yuanheng, at such a young age, has to practice martial arts every morning. Ji Qinggu and Chiu both have the good habit of sleeping in. Will not getting enough sleep affect his growth?" Thinking of this, she frowned. Seeing her expression, Xiao Dongzi remembered what Li Yuzong had told him. He said, "The emperor said that practicing martial arts in the morning can strengthen the body's energy and prevent evil from invading. The little prince has been practicing for a year now. He is strong and healthy, and he hasn't fallen ill during this time." Ji Qinggu nodded. No wonder Yuanheng didn't have a fever after falling into the water last time. She had never heard of him being sick all this time. Emperor Wu Su was quite attentive in taking care of him in this regard. Xiao Shunzi led the two inside the palace. The palace servants were very polite. Although they didn't know her identity, they would come to bow when they saw her and wouldn't look at her curiously. Then they continued with their tasks. Xiao Dongzi said, "Miss Ji, these palace servants were personally chosen by Lord Li on the emperor's orders to serve the little prince. They are all trustworthy people with clean backgrounds." Ji Qinggu nodded. From the calm and steady way these palace servants behaved, it was clear they were reliable and careful. Although Emperor Wu Su was strict with Yuanheng, he wouldn't neglect him elsewhere. "Prince, take your time and be careful of the stone path," a sharp voice came from around the corner. Ji Qinggu immediately turned around to find the source of the sound. Soon, a small gem-colored figure ran over from not far away, carrying a bronze sword embedded with gems. But as he got closer, about 3 zhang away from her, his steps slowed. The little boy stood straight with a noble bearing, walking steadily, with a commanding presence. Yuanheng's face was still sweaty. When he stood in front of Ji Qinggu, he was still panting, showing he had come hurriedly. As soon as the palace maid reported that Miss Ji from the Ji family was coming to Qianyuan Hall, he ran over immediately, afraid she would get tired of waiting and leave. Ji Qinggu looked at him softly and said, "Greetings, little crown prince." Yuanheng twirled a fancy sword knot with his small bronze sword, then sheathed it and slanted it on his belt, secretly watching her reaction. Ji Qinggu watched his actions and let out a small, surprised gasp, full of admiration and joy. Yuanheng held his head high, with a look of indifference on his face. Ji Qinggu squatted down and took out a handkerchief from her sleeve. "Little crown prince, may I wipe your sweat?" Just as little Shunzi was about to say something, little Dongzi covered his mouth and dragged him aside. Yuanheng didn't speak but tilted his head even higher. His small face was shining with a clear glow, and his dark eyes fixed on her. Ji Qingwu held back her smile and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and nose. In the sunlight, her side profile was beautiful, her flowing hair like clouds and rosy clouds. As she gently wiped his sweat, Yuan Heng's eyes grew brighter, reluctant to look away from her. He wanted to get closer, but he couldn't move his feet. After finishing, Ji Qingwu found it strange that Yuan Heng's skin was turning red where she touched, but her silk handkerchief was soft and absorbent, so it shouldn't hurt his skin. Yuan Heng's small face was flushed with pink, even more than after practicing swordsmanship. He tried to act cold, but his proud expression was still visible, blending with his shy blush. Ji Qingwu smiled gently and softly asked, "May I hug the little crown prince?" Before she finished speaking, she had already embraced Yuan Heng. The warmth and closeness made the little boy forget his shyness and didn't push her away. Little Shunzi, who was trying to protect his master, panicked and shouted, "Let go of our crown prince." Then little Dongzi quickly took action, tying up Shunzi and signaling others with his eyes to leave quickly. The palace servants in Qianyuan Hall immediately retreated to the corridor to wait quietly. After finally having a private moment with Yuan Heng, Ji Qingwu wouldn't let it go easily. With no one around, she looked down at the little boy in her arms. He struggled only a little before giving up and stopping resistance. She even quietly rested her small face on her shoulder. Ji Qingwu sincerely praised, "Little Crown Prince, waking up so early every day to practice martial arts is hard, but you're very impressive." The little boy earnestly said in a childish voice, "It's what I should do. Father said that only by becoming stronger can I protect the people I want to protect." While talking, his hair brushed against Ji Qingwu's neck, making her feel a little ticklish. A part of her missing inside seemed to be filled by this warm little body in her arms. Both of them felt very new and strange. Yuan Heng was cared for by a nurse when he was young, but he never had the desire to get close on his own. But her embrace was soft and fragrant. He really wanted to bury his face in it. After thinking for a moment, he carefully tilted his head and leaned on her shoulder, his cheeks slightly chubby, adorable. Ji Qingwu felt that the touch in her arms was very different. Last time, because of a dangerous situation, she didn't realize that this was her precious one and didn't properly enjoy holding him. She found it strange that, although they are twins, the little girl's body was soft and squishy, no matter how she held her. But the little boy was very different. Yuan Heng was young, but his muscles were firm and his flesh was tight. Maybe this was the effect of practicing martial arts every morning? Ji Qingwu supported his little bottom and lifted him up, giving him a gentle shake. As expected. He was a solid little meatball. Yuan Heng didn't expect her to be so bold. His eyes, which were slightly raised at the corners, widened into round pupils. Ji Qingwu teased, "You've gained some weight since last time I held you." Hearing this, Yuan Heng looked at her slender arm, which was much thinner than his nurse's. He placed his hand on her shoulder and frowned, saying, "Put me down." Ji Qingwu carefully looked at his face. His small eyebrows were furrowed, but his eyes sparkled with a few bright spots. She knew he wasn't unhappy, but rather, he shared the same awkward personality as his father. The little guy was shy and worried about tiring her. She still had the strength to hold him. Just as Yuan Heng was about to speak, suddenly his vision started to spin. His little mouth opened in surprise, and he quickly wrapped his arms around her neck. Ji Qingwu was still holding him, and she spun around lightly. "Are you dizzy?" she asked with a smile. I'm not dizzy." Yuan Heng's voice carried an uncontrollable smile, and his excitement made him almost unable to hold back. Ji Qingwu spun around 3 times in place, her skirt flowing in layers like blooming flowers, both her and the little face full of joy. She slowly stopped and looked at the young prince dressed in a bright blue brocade robe. He looked like a delicious jade cake hanging on her. She asked without blinking, "Can I kiss you?" This is not allowed." Yuan Heng stammered in surprise, words stumbling out. At the same time, a clear smacking sound was heard. Ji Qingwu directly kissed his right cheek. Yuan Heng's pupils slightly dilated, and his eyes looked like a clear, calm lake reflecting Ji Qingwu's smiling face. Since the little prince says no, she stretched out her voice and gently kissed his left cheek. Then I'll kiss you twice. If one kiss isn't enough, then two. Yuan Heng quickly buried his face in her ear, as if trying to hide from her kisses. Ji Qingwu suddenly felt that this child's personality was not exactly like his father's. He seemed shy. Forcing a fruit to ripen isn't sweet, but it makes people want to twist and tease it. But soon, the little bundle of joy peeked out again, with a hint of restrained hope in his dark eyes. Ji Qingwu let him down at this moment, not noticing his changing expression. In the end, Ji Qingwu hummed a song, smiling happily as she left with little Dongzi. When the two of them exited the Qingjing Palace gates, Xiao Shunzi immediately ran over with a sad face, looking guilty at the little prince. It was all because that little Dongzi was strong and served the emperor. He didn't dare stop him. It was his fault for not protecting the pure and innocent young master, which led to that Miss Ji from the Ji family teasing him again. He drooped his head, waiting for the prince's scolding. Yuan Heng raised his sleeve, sniffed himself, then beckoned Xiao Shunzi closer. He frowned and asked, "Do you smell anything?" Xiao Shunzi sniffed a few times, catching a faint floral fruit scent. The smell was unique, definitely from Ji Qingwu, but he dared not say it. He played dumb. "Your Highness, I didn't smell anything." Hearing this, Yuan Heng's brows slightly relaxed, but he said unhappily, "Since I don't smell any sweat, why did she leave so quickly?" Then she whispered to herself, "Why did I only kiss her face and forget the forehead?" Little Shunzi felt uneasy inside. Ji Qingwu returned home and first went to Anju Court. Mrs. Qiao was sitting in the main hall, carefully flipping through a ledger. Several maidservants stood nearby, respectfully responding to her. Chunhua said, "Madam, Miss Fifth has returned." Mrs. Qiao looked up with a gentle expression and said, "Little Fifth, come and sit." Ji Qingwu looked at the maidservants' faces. Some seemed nervous, but they didn't look like they had done anything wrong. It was probably routine questioning. However, she faintly sensed that something was not quite right. Mrs. Qiao closed her ledger, her expression turning serious again. Mrs. Qiao said to the people in the hall, "Apart from Grandma's show and hall, all other purchases in the house should be cut by 20%. You all control your accounts carefully. If there are problems, ask Steward Liu first. If he can't solve them, come to me. Now, everyone go." The maidservants bowed and responded, then left the room in order. Ji Qingwu sat down across from the table, looking at the pile of ledgers. She asked in surprise, "Mother, why are you suddenly looking through the old account books?" Mrs. Qiao waved her hand, and Chunhua went to stand at the door. Ji Qingwu looked at her mother and quickly noticed the worry hidden in her eyes. Mrs. Qiao sighed and said, "Your father sent a letter. He said Western Jin has been provoking us repeatedly, and there are constant border conflicts. He has dealings with merchants who travel through the northern lands. Recently, they heard that General Wei was seriously injured. The emperor has sent General Yuqi to hold the border. This war could start at any time." In the Orchid Pavilion, Consort Wei also said the same after rushing in. But Emperor Wu Sudi said Wei Ting was safe. She believed him. Wei Ting wouldn't be harmed. However, she couldn't predict when or if this war would happen. Mrs. Qiao continued, "Our Ji family must start making plans early." At this time, they were organizing the accounts, settling the estate, and saving silver in the house. Ji Qingwu understood her mother's meaning. She rested her chin on her hands and said, "Mother, don't worry. I am good at escaping. If the war breaks out and Anghua City becomes unsafe, I will take you and Jiao to find a safe place to settle." She thought to herself that if a real emergency came, she would need to sneak into the palace and secretly rescue Yuan Heng, so the whole family could escape together. Mrs. Qiao was amused by her words and asked happily, "Little Five, do you have any clever plans to escape? Teach me." Ji Qingwu patted her chest and said, "Of course, it's because of my cleverness, and I can also change my appearance." She hesitated, feeling she might reveal too much, and stopped. Mrs. Qiao looked at her without showing any surprise. She looked at her warmly and said, "My little Five, You're so capable. That's wonderful. Her words sounded familiar. She had just said the same thing to Yuan Hung in the palace. Ji Qingwu felt her heart warm. Mrs. Chiao then took out something from under the box and said to her, "These shops are not the Ji family's property. They are my dowry, meant for you." Ji Qingwu wanted to refuse, but her eyes stayed fixed on the stack of paper. She wanted it, but felt shy about taking it. Mrs. Chiao directly handed her the business contract and said, "When your eldest sister got married, I also gave her one. This one is for you. I was planning to give it to you as a dowry when you got married, but her daughter's marriage needed careful planning." She sighed and said, "It seems there's no need to wait until then. Life is for living now. It's better for you to take over earlier." Mrs. Chiao then earnestly added, "Be good and stay close to me. Do whatever you want, don't hold back." Seeing Ji Qingwu's eyes turn red, Mrs. Chiao smiled and said, "We're both mothers now. Don't cry easily. If the servants see, they'll just laugh at you." Looking at the smile lines around Mrs. Chiao's eyes, Ji Qingwu rushed to hug her waist. She pouted and said, "I don't care. You're my mother." I'm moved to tears. Others won't laugh at me. They'll just envy how lucky I am. The little girl who had been lost since childhood was so easily satisfied, hugging her affectionately, just like when she was a child sticking to her. Mrs. Chiao felt both sweet and a little sad. She patted her head and said, "Little Five, you're so lucky. When I grow old, I will enjoy a good life because of you." Ji Qingwu no longer hesitated. She put away the business contract and sat up straight. Thinking about Mrs. Chiao's words earlier, she confidently said, "Mother, don't worry about the money. I will find ways to make these shops more profitable. Even if we are no longer in linen, we can still control them remotely." However, Mrs. Chiao asked confusedly, "Little Five, what are you talking about? Why did we leave linen?" Ji Qingwu looked at the thick account book in front of her and said, puzzled, "Mother, aren't you planning how the Ji family will escape and survive during the chaos of war?" Mrs. Chiao shook her head and replied, "If the city really falls, there is no safe place for anyone. The Ji family is the Empress Dowager's maternal family, so we can't escape." Ji Qingwu was still confused and asked, "Then why did my father tell you to organize the accounts, see how much money is left, and why does the whole family need to save and be frugal? What are the saved silver coins for?" Mrs. Chiao put the account book into a wooden box nearby and locked it. She looked at her and said, "Your father means that the front line needs silver, and although the treasury has some surplus, since it's a new dynasty, the foundation isn't strong enough. The Ji family should set an example early." Ji Qingwu understood. Her father, Jibo Lian, wanted to use all the remaining family money to donate silver to the Northern Army at the front. This kind of kindness made Ji Qingwu feel silent for a moment. She had been living here for a long time and noticed that the Ji family was not wasteful. From the longevity hall of the old lady, it was clear. Although they supported the new emperor's ascension, the family was disciplined and even somewhat simple. Compared to many luxurious noble families in linen, the Ji family could be described as poor, but they believed that poverty should not hinder virtue. Her father believed that poverty should help serve the world. Jibo Lian was honest and upright as an official. Most of the family's wealth came from legitimate businesses, while the second branch only spent money and did not earn much. The huge expenses of war could not be covered even by the tens of thousands of family savings. Mrs. Chiao continued, "Your father is very loyal and patriotic. If the emperor says they need soldiers at the front, and we don't have suitable sons, and your elder brother is on a diplomatic mission in South Chu, do you believe he would be willing to go to war at his age?" Her words were not exaggerated, and Ji Qingwu's expression grew even more gloomy. Not to mention her age, her father was a scholar who couldn't carry a sword or fight. He was no match for her two brothers who had the true spirit of patriotism. Ji Qingwu helplessly said, "If that day really comes, I can only follow the example of ancient Mulan and go to war in my father's place." Mrs. Chiao patted her head and said, "Child, it won't come to that." Ji Qingwu thought for a moment, but she wasn't so sure. As soon as Juju returned home, she rushed into the yard like a small firecracker. Ji Qingwu was sitting by the window, thinking about the purpose of those few shops. If there was a need for fighting, what kind of business would be better? Mother, the little girl's voice was loud and clear. Juju happily entered the door, carrying a light blue pouch that looked full. She eagerly took out the contents and spread them on the small table, fruit juice candies that Ji Qingwu had tasted last time. The candy merchant, Juju generously said, "Mother, eat some candy." Ji Qingwu immediately knew where these candies with the palace kitchen stamp came from. Someone was really working on multiple plans today, even sending someone to Yuanheng Palace. He was also busy. His thoughts were obvious to everyone. But the Emperor's plan really touched Ji Qingwu's core. If she only considered the Emperor's intentions, she wouldn't be moved to stay in the palace. But if it was for Yuanheng, Ji Qingwu looked at the little girl in front of her, blinking her big eyes happily, smiling sweeter than the candies. She imagined seeing two lively, adorable children every day. Feeling tempted, she decided it was best to secretly take Yuanheng out of the palace soon. Ji Qingwu was thinking about how feasible this plan was. Juju quickly climbed onto the bed, her fluffy little head burrowing into her arms, trying to get her attention. She took out a few more candies from her sleeve, speaking sweetly, "Mother, you have one, I have one." Ji Qingwu deliberately kept a serious face and said, "Juju, you can only eat 2 a day. If you eat more, you'll get cavities and have a toothache at night, tossing and turning in bed. Don't cry on me." Her parenting philosophy was to explain the dangers to the child rather than strict control. Juju nodded obediently and said, "I won't eat too much because these are Mother's candies." All these candies had the palace kitchen stamp on them, so how could they be hers? Ji Qingwu looked at her soft, white palm and asked, "My candies?" Juju thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, Mother's candies, or Mother's wedding candies." "My wedding candies?" Ji Qingwu couldn't help but laugh as she picked up one. She took off the outer wrapping of the candy, looked at it carefully, and confirmed that it was an imperial-made sweet from the palace. "Is something good going to happen to me?" At this moment, Juju started teasing, picked up the candy she had unwrapped, and said, "Mommy, you eat one first, then I'll tell you." Ji Qingwu was worried there might be a hidden trick in the candy and said, "You tell me first, then I'll eat." Juju put the candy into her small mouth and chewed it while saying, "The promise I made to Mommy last time was to find the best husband in the world for her. I found him, and this is his gift. Who gives a bag of candies as a gift?" Ji Qingwu's intuition was right. This candy was a little disguised explosive. The best husband in the world was just a little girl easily fooled by sweets, who was so dizzy from the candy that she wanted to offer her own mother. She didn't know how Juju explained it to her, but Ji Qingwu bit her lip, her eyes flickering. "Mommy, do you agree?" "If you agree, eat one." Ji Qingwu reached out and pinched Juju's little face. Juju squinted her eyes, trying to look serious but playful, and said, "All right, little Juju, just a few candies." "How dare you sell Mommy like this?" Seeing her mother's strange expression, Juju tried to run away, using her hands and feet. But her short legs couldn't run fast enough, and her mother grabbed her ankle. Mother and daughter laughed and played, collapsing onto the bed together. Ji Qingwu playfully pinched Juju's chubby bottom. Juju kept promising to always be the best daughter in the world, and once the gift was returned the next day, her plump little bottom was safe. But to prevent Juju from being completely swayed, Ji Qingwu decided to keep a close eye on her and maintain her status. She volunteered to take over half of Li Mama's duties and would personally pick Juju up from school in the afternoons. As for why she didn't go to see her off in the morning, first, she planned to handle her shop's affairs, and second, she simply couldn't get up early. Back home, she didn't visit Grandma Ji like Ji Qingyuan did. Instead, she went to Shoan Hall to pay her respects at dawn, especially since her relationship with the old lady was strained now, so there was no need for that. Xiao's family also spoiled her. Every morning, she woke up to a hot breakfast, and life was very comfortable. In the early morning, she entered the courtyard, with the first sunlight shining on the eaves. Ji Qingwu got up, but her eyes looked dark and tired. Last night, she went without sleep for the first time in a long while, and she didn't rest well in the attic of the Lotus Pavilion. As she lay down, her mind refused to quiet down. She kept thinking about everything that happened during the day and night in the palace. She felt she had made some mistakes in her actions regarding Prince Yong. If she could choose again, she would still do the same. She is not a prophet, so she couldn't have guessed that the seemingly lustful Prince Yong was once a passionate man, and that his true wife was the official Princess Yong. He secretly paid close attention to Tao Wanin's every move. But regardless, Prince Yong took that medicine to help the princess get pregnant sooner. It didn't completely end his line, but it was a lesson for him. His body was weakened, and it would take some time to recover to normal. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. No one in the palace was simple. She knew her own nature. In such a dangerous place as the palace, showing weakness and retreating would only make others bully her more. When she first entered the palace, she felt it was a dangerous place, full of people hiding behind masks, all fighting for power and family status. She was not a pure lotus that stays clean and untouched by the mud. After being in the palace for a long time, people's hearts change, and she would change too. She couldn't understand the complicated human hearts, so she could only protect her own. It didn't matter how special the emperor treated her. How long could that last? It's easy to fall in love, but hard to stay together. Aren't there many examples of beauty fading before love ends? Trusting that the emperor has true feelings is like tying your head to your waistband. It's dangerous. She wasn't that naive. Moreover, relying on others repeatedly made her feel weak and helpless. As Yuan Heng heard from Emperor Wu Su, only the strong can protect those they care about. All her worries came from her own fear. She wasn't strong enough yet. Thinking about the people she wanted to protect, her discouraged mood suddenly turned into determination. In the second half of the night, she felt as if she had been injected with adrenaline. She didn't want to think about love. Her mind became especially sharp. She had already come up with several ideas for the shop that Xiao Shi gave her. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. If the shops on the street weren't closed at night, she would have wanted to leave immediately. Later, she felt a little sleepy and drifted into a light sleep for over an hour. Yawned, she looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Her thick, black hair fell to her waist. Lan Ji held a wide-toothed boxwood comb to help her style her hair. Ji Qingwu said, "Don't make the hairstyle too complicated. I need to go out today." Lan Ji took a red butterfly hairpin with hanging beads from her jewelry box, measuring it to see if she could pin it on her head. "Miss, since you're going to the palace, you can't be too simple. If other noble ladies see it, they might laugh." Ji Qingwu casually chose a Nanma hairpin and wore it. She said, "No need. I will go to the market first and come back later. Wearing so many accessories is just a burden. You don't need to follow me." Ji Qingwu looked around the busiest part of linen, then went to the largest grain shop among the trading firms. It was a traditional rice shop. Xiao Shi handled everything well, having arranged everything in advance. The shopkeeper and workers were honest and straightforward, reporting the accounts and market situation to her one by one. After understanding the situation, Ji Qingwu made a bold decision. "Shopkeeper me, I plan to sell all these shops I have and buy the 3-story building on the street." Mi Zhenchuan put down the account book and said, "Miss Wu, our shops are already among the largest in the rice trade. Moving to a bigger place would be a waste. There isn't enough business." He knew the place she mentioned was the biggest restaurant in the city. "Who said I want to keep selling grain shops?" She raised an eyebrow. Mi Zhenchuan was surprised. "Miss Wu, what do you mean?" Ji Qingwu explained her plan. "Let's switch to a new business, opening a medical clinic. The first floor will be a pharmacy for preparing medicines, and the second floor will be a clinic for doctors to see patients." The largest medical clinic in Linen was Qingchun Hall, which charged high fees but was always busy, with long lines of patients. Opening another clinic, how could it compare to Qingchun Hall? Ji Qingwu continued, "This clinic will be different from others." Mi Zhenchuan asked, puzzled, "Miss Wu, how is it different?" "I'd like to hear more." Ji Qingwu's eyes shone as she said, "It will be a health clinic specifically for women of childbearing age. It can check health, treat infertility, and also provide childbirth and postpartum care." Mi Zhenchuan was silent for a moment. He was over 40 years old. His wife had died in childbirth along with their unborn baby. He had not remarried since. Based on his many years of business experience, he believes this profession is definitely profitable. Moreover, in Linen City, the women who manage household supplies are mostly wives, and their money is the easiest to earn. This could earn hundreds or even thousands of times more than selling grain. He sighed and said, "This is something I've never heard of before. If we could open such a clinic, it would be a blessing for the women in Linen City and a very profitable business for us. The problem is, where can we find such skilled people?" Ji Qingwu smiled slightly. Mi Zhenchuan thought for a moment and said, "The city's famous doctor, Le Shi, is very skilled, but he has a strange personality. He probably wouldn't want to work in a clinic." Ji Qingwu replied casually, "No need to worry. She was confident in her skills. When it came to childbirth, no one was better than her. She was already famous in South Chu. After returning to Linen, her eldest sister Ji Qingrong became pregnant after her treatment, and many wives knew about her abilities and wanted her to treat them. However, the Qiao family secretly stopped them. Now is a good time to open a clinic with many benefits. Those seeking medical help can come to her, making it easier to earn money. Plus, building good relationships with these wives of officials and wealthy families can help her establish a strong position in Linen." Mi Zhenchuan worried and said, "Without a famous doctor to support the clinic, it might not work." Ji Qingwu calmly replied, "Manager Mi, you don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me. Please help me gather information about well-known midwives and wet nurses who have experience caring for children in official families. Invite them over later, so I can meet them." Mi Zhenchuan saw that although she was young, she looked delicate and inexperienced at first glance. But after talking with her, he realized her face was very deceiving. She was bold in her ideas, meticulous in her plans, and capable of making things happen. Her gentle, slow tone of voice also made her surprisingly convincing. Mi Zhenchuan said, "Miss Wu, don't worry. We'll start working on this right away." Ji Qingwu stood up with a smile. "Thank you all. When the matter is done, there will be rewards. I'll go now to talk to the owner of the restaurant about exchanging the shop." Mi Zhenchuan said, "Miss Wu, the restaurant owner is no longer here." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu paused and then turned back. "He's no longer here? What does that mean?" The original owner was named Liu. He was a heavy gambler and lost everything at the gambling house. The restaurant has now been taken over by the people from the gambling house. Ji Qingwu said, "When I arrived, I saw a notice about selling the place. Yes, the restaurant was not doing well, so they decided to sell it." Mi Zhenchuan stepped forward quietly and said, "Miss Fifth, do you know who is managing the gambling house?" Ji Qingwu shook her head. She didn't know, but from Mi Zhenchuan's expression, she guessed that the people behind the gambling house were probably not easy to deal with. Mi Zhenchuan said, 2 years ago, the gambling house was caught cheating to steal money. Later, it changed management, and now it is under the control of officials from the Imperial City." He warned her, "Miss Fifth, you haven't been back long, so you might not know how ruthless the official from the Imperial City can be. They often cut off fingers and even use blood in strange ways." Ji Qingwu already knew who he was talking about. "Mi Zhenchuan, are you talking about Duan Mingfeng?" Mi Zhenchuan looked fearful and whispered, "Miss Fifth, you shouldn't say that official's name aloud." Duan Mingfo was not only gloomy in appearance, but also surrounded by many frightening rumors. Ji Qingwu smiled softly and said, "Yes, it's him." "That's perfect." Then she stood up and left, leaving behind a confident and graceful figure. Half an incense stick later, Ji Qingwu sat inside the restaurant, observing the layout. Since she sat down, no one came to serve her. The place was quiet, with only a few customers, and the young waiter was lazily leaning against the counter. When she called for service, the waiter slowly came over. "Guest, what would you like to eat?" It was noon, and Ji Qingwu's stomach was growling. She directly said, "Bring all the signature dishes." The waiter replied, "We don't have any." Ji Qingwu was unhappy. "No signature dishes? Why open a restaurant without them? Just close early and sell the place to me." The waiter explained, "The chef ran off with the previous owner's daughter. Only a few young workers are left, and they can't cook hot dishes. We still have drinks and cold food. Please look and see what you'd like." This reason sounded quite reasonable. Ji Qingwu said directly, Since there are no dishes and the chef has left, call your current boss here. The young second-in-command finally opened his eyes, thinking she was looking for trouble. He said, "You're risking your life. If our new boss comes, you'll be skinned and turned into a dish." Is Duan Mingfeng really that scary? Both of them say so, and his reputation is truly fierce and violent. A customer nearby suddenly stood up, slammed his sword on the table in front of Ji Qinggu, and loudly shouted, "Lord Duan is busy with official duties. You can't just call him over." Ji Qinggu was not frightened. She looked at his outfit and asked, "Are you also from the Imperial City office?" The man in the black robe stared at her for a moment, hesitating, and softly said, "Grilled meat girl?" "What grilled meat girl?" Ji Qinggu looked at him for a long time, but couldn't recognize who he was. The man in black quickly straightened up. He was the girl who, that night on the grassland, followed the emperor into the tent. He was so bold when slamming the sword on the table, but looked quite awkward when sheathing it. When Duan Mingfeng received news from his subordinate, he was at Wei Ruwei Pavilion in the city, helping his master with some affairs. When he learned that Ji Qinggu wanted to see him, he suppressed his surprise, carefully looked at the man's face in front of him. A calm, cloud-like voice sounded. By the time Duan Mingfeng arrived, there was a full table of dishes in front of Ji Qinggu, cooked personally by the restaurant's cook. The taste was so-so. Ji Qinggu took a few bites and then set down her chopsticks. Seeing Duan Mingfeng standing at the table, she smiled and greeted, "Lord Duan, long time no see. Why don't you sit down?" He didn't want small talk and asked directly, "Miss Ji, what's the matter?" Ji Qinggu didn't beat around the bush either. She straightforwardly said, "Today I happened to pass by here and saw this restaurant was looking for a buyer. I want to buy it and run a small business." Hearing this, Duan Mingfeng's heart sank and he immediately relaxed. His tense back also loosened a bit. On his way here, he thought a lot about why Miss Ji had asked him to come, but didn't expect it was for this. He said without hesitation, "The business contract for the restaurant is kept in the office. I will have someone bring it right away." Seeing his quick response, Ji Qinggu was surprised and said, "Aren't we going to discuss the price?" "Lord Duan, aren't you afraid I might get a good deal?" Duan Mingfeng replied, "The price doesn't need to be discussed. It depends on Miss Ji's heart." The restaurant's young waiter and the man in black standing nearby looked at each other with very interesting expressions. When did Lord Duan become so easy to talk to? This restaurant originally belonged to the government and should have been considered royal property. Did Lord Duan take it without reporting to his superiors? Ji Qinggu was also surprised by the phrase, "Just follow your heart," she slowly said. "Since Lord Duan is so sincere, I will sell it to you at market price. However, I don't have cash right now. I only have a few shop contracts. I need some time to sell them before I can buy the restaurant." Duan Mingfeng thought that even if Miss Ji wanted to buy all the shops on the street, the master would happily agree. He said, "That's fine." Ji Qinggu thought for a moment and then said, "Lord Duan, I can't just speak without proof. I have something here that I can temporarily use as a pledge." She took out a piece of jade from her and placed it on the table. Duan Mingfeng's gloomy eyes also fell on the jade, and a look of surprise crossed his face. This was the last time they met at the street corner. Miss Ji caused trouble at the tea house, making the master unhappy. Later, the master, feeling upset, spent a lot of money at Yutsue Tower to buy the shop's blue jade ring. Unexpectedly, this priceless jade ring ended up in her hands. Duan Mingfeng, knowing the emperor's temper, believed he understood her somewhat. The woman in front of him was someone the master could still coax and calm, even when furious. He frowned, his face turning unpleasant, and took a step back as if the jade was a hot potato. He said seriously, "Please keep this jade ring, Miss Ji." Ji Qinggu picked up the ring and placed it in her delicate white hand. She could feel the fine texture, the clear and moist appearance, and the exquisite craftsmanship. As an outsider, she thought the ring looked very good, but Lord Duan seemed to have no interest in looking at it again. Could it really be, as Emperor Wu City said, that it was bought casually from a street vendor? After Ji Qingwu stored the ring away, Duan Mingfeng stepped forward again. He said, "Miss Ji, if you're free, You can come with me to the ministry to pick up something. Seeing the ring, it was enough to guess her importance in the master's heart. Duan Mingfeng immediately changed his mind. It was better for him to handle the change of ownership of the restaurant himself to avoid any mistakes. Ji Qingwu looked at the sky outside. The sun was shining brightly, and it was still early. There was plenty of time to go pick up Jiao. It would be better to get the official contract directly. She nodded and said, "Then I will go with Lord Duan." They had just left the restaurant and walked a few dozen meters when Duan Mingfeng suddenly stopped. His gaze fixed on a corner tower at the end of the alley. Ji Qingwu also looked over. The top of the corner tower had a complex, intersecting roof with elegant eaves, resembling stars surrounding the moon. The tower had a graceful shape. She looked at it a few more times, but her smile faded slightly. The street was crowded with people, but the entrance to the tower was guarded by a few burly men, and townspeople were walking around it. She asked, "Lord Duan, what kind of place is this?" Duan Mingfeng knew exactly what it was. Usually, it was lively and bustling, but today it was unusually quiet. Something must have happened inside. Seeing that he didn't answer, Ji Qingwu tilted her head and noticed a flicker of worry in Duan Mingfeng's eyes.
Who was he worried about?
Today, Duan Mingfeng had helped her a lot, so she felt she should return the favor. She said, "Lord Duan, why don't we go inside and take a look?" The big man at the door initially blocked them, showing a fierce expression. But when he recognized Duan Mingfeng's identity, they no longer dared to stop them. As Ji Qingwu stepped closer, she saw the large sign written in Wei script characters. This was the famous Liangxiang Pavilion in linen. She had never been to such a place before and was very curious. Inside, no one came to greet them. The floor was made of white jade embedded with gold beads, and the hall was extremely luxurious. But no one was inside. It was eerily quiet, only the crystal jade lamp still lit, and the pearl curtains hung silently. Suddenly, they heard voices and crying from upstairs. Duan Mingfeng rushed up almost at a run. When Ji Qingwu reached the second floor, she saw a stage where a group of graceful women were trembling, apparently performing a play. But the suppressed crying came from a storage room at the back. The door had been broken open by Duan Mingfeng. Ji Qingwu quietly approached the door and overheard voices inside. The man's voice was Duan Mingfeng's, calm but restrained. "Please, Your Highness, show mercy." Ji Qingwu frowned. No wonder Liangxiang Pavilion was so quiet. Princess Qingyun was here. Thinking about what the princess is here for, she sighed. The sound inside the door was clearly heard. "Show mercy? Commander Duan, are you also involved with these women from Xiangga? She shamelessly flirts with my husband and is even pregnant. Do you think I should show mercy? Isn't that going too far?" Princess Qingyun said angrily. Before Duan Mingfeng could speak, Mo Lingling's voice sounded. Her sweet, melodious voice had become hoarse. "Princess, Lord Li and I are childhood sweethearts. It's just that my family fell on hard times, and now I am unworthy of him. If you weren't born into the royal family, he probably wouldn't look at you, a rude woman." Hearing her sarcastic words, Princess Qingyun was so angry she covered her chest, her eyebrows furrowing as she said, "You bold courtesan, how dare you challenge me? Take her away." The sound of splashing water and the clattering of hard objects followed. What exactly was that sound? Ji Qingwu looked through the door, feeling tense. Mo Lingling was tied inside a large bath bucket. She no longer looked like a beautiful young woman with a delicate face. Her face was pale, and her lips were bluish. Two rough maidservants were lifting a metal bucket. They were pouring ice-cold water into it. Ji Qingwu stood at the door, frowning. In brothels, there are many ways to induce abortion, such as using strong poisons or pounding the waist with a pestle. This ice water sitz bath was also one of them. Duan Mingfeng's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the child in her belly is Lord Li's. If you ignore this, aren't you risking damaging your relationship with Lord Li?" Princess Qingyun's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes flashing with disdain. "Lord Duan, Your good intentions to save her are admirable, but I'm afraid this brothel woman doesn't even have a place in your heart. Mo Lingling's screams grew louder. Duan Mingfeng no longer spoke and suddenly pushed aside a maidservant. Princess Qingyun pointed at him and angrily said, "It's my decision how I do things. Who are you to tell me what to do? Guards, take Commander Duan away." Several guards behind Princess Qingyun moved closer. Duan Mingfeng's hand was already on his waist sword. Ji Qingwu's gaze never left Mo Lingling, who seemed close to losing her strength. She pushed open the door and quickly walked to the bathtub. Everyone saw the woman suddenly burst in, like a breeze passing through, and they were all stunned. Ji Qingwu asked, "How are you? Can you still hold on?" Mo Lingling's consciousness was a bit fuzzy. Ji Qingwu patted her face gently. "Stay awake. Don't fall asleep," because she was anxious and used force. Her face turned red from the slap. Mo Lingling opened her eyes wide, in disbelief, and said, "Miss Wu, you've come." Seeing Ji Qingwu suddenly appear, Princess Qingyun's arrogant attitude softened a lot. But when she saw her run straight over, she first showed concern for the lowly maid. "Fifth cousin, come here." Ji Qingwu turned back and said, "Qingyun, let her go first. She's in very bad shape." They had their own grudges and conflicts, which Ji Qingwu didn't want to get involved in and couldn't. But she couldn't bear to see such a lively life being tortured to death right in front of her. Ji Qingwu fixed her gaze on Princess Qingyun. Her expression was no longer gentle. In her clear eyes, a dark glint flickered, showing a firm determination that couldn't be swayed. Princess Qingyun felt this look was very familiar. During the hunt, Fifth Cousin had risked everything, leaping onto her horse to save her, and her face had shown this same expression. Qingyun stubbornly pressed her lips together and said nothing, but she didn't try to stop her anymore. Ji Qingwu said to Duan Mingfeng, "Come here.
Don't just stand there.
Help out." His figure trembled slightly, as if awakened from a dream. The two quickly untied the ropes around Mo Lingling, preparing to pull her out of the water. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream sounded. Mo Lingling looked at the water in the tub, terrified, and slipped back into the water. In the light brown wooden tub, the originally clear water began to turn blood red. Because the water was very cold, the blood hadn't floated to the surface yet. Many clumps had settled at the bottom. The cold water dulled the pain, but after she stood up, she saw the red. Duan Mingfeng's hand, which was holding Mo Lingling's arm, started to tremble unnaturally, shaking more than she did from the cold water. Ji Qingwu looked at him calmly and said, "Carry her to the room and let her lie down." Then she told the maids nearby, "Prepare hot water, clean scissors, and a jar of strong liquor." The maids naturally didn't listen to her commands. Duan Mingfeng carried Mo Lingling away first, leaving a trail of blood on the path. Jikingwa looked at Princess Qingyun and urgently said, "Zhao Jiyun, send someone quickly." Princess Qingyun was frightened by her sharp gaze. The way her fifth cousin called her name was just as scary as her brother's. A complicated feeling rose in her heart. Reluctantly, she said, "Follow what my fifth cousin asked." Jikingwa took two maids into the room. Mo Lingling was lying on a wide agarwood bed, seeming to have no life left. Duan Mingfeng stood beside the silk curtain, blood on his hand, looking at the person on the bed. A gloomy aura filled the room. The room looked like a hellish palace. The maids were too afraid to come closer. Jikingwa stepped forward and pushed Duan Mingfeng, making him stumble and wake the person on the bed. "Don't just stand here foolishly. Take this prescription to get medicine. When it's ready, send it over immediately." Duan Mingfeng had never seen the delicate fifth Miss Jikingwa so fierce. He was handed a piece of paper. He looked down. Because of the urgency, the handwriting on the prescription was uneven, like a broken kite. Seeing him staring blankly at her prescription, Jikingwu was annoyed. The pharmacist will recognize it. In such a hurry, who cares if the writing looks good? She was not good at calligraphy, anyway. Then she directly drove Duan Mingfeng out. In an emergency, there was no time for him to hesitate. More than half an hour passed. Jikingwu opened the door again. The room still carried a faint smell of blood. As she pushed the door open, she saw Princess Qingyun and Duan Mingfeng glaring at each other like two angry crows. Seeing Jikingwu, Duan Mingfeng immediately asked, "Miss Jikingwu, how is she?" Jikingwu nodded. Her life is no longer in danger, but the baby was lost. Princess Qingyun let out a long breath. Jikingwu softened her tone again. "Sir Duan, give her the brewed medicine. No matter what method you use, make sure she drinks it." The feeling of being controlled by Miss Jikingwu still lingered. Duan Mingfeng thought quickly and nodded. Just then the medicine was ready. He took the bowl and went inside. Jikingwu said, "Now that the baby is gone, Princess, you should go back." Princess Qingyun asked, "Do you still want to stay here to take care of her?" Jing Qingwu looked up at Princess Qingyun with gentle, bright eyes. It seemed that the sternness she saw in Qingyun's eyes before was just her own misunderstanding. "Please, Princess, go back first." Fifth cousin. Princess Qingyun looked aggrieved and said, "That Imo Lingling is an outsider. You won't help me, but choose to help her. She was the one shamelessly trying to my fiancé first." Jing Qingwu found it amusing. When did she become allies with this stubborn little princess? "You are my fifth cousin. Last time, you risked your life to save me. I admit I made mistakes before. I have always been grateful to you, but you can't team up with outsiders to bully me." Qingyun looked more and more wronged, her eyes turning red as she stared at Jing Qingwu. It was as if Jing Qingwu was the one who betrayed her. Jing Qingwu was silent for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, you are of noble status. As long as your brother is here, no one can bully you. I don't want to interfere in your affairs. I am just doing my duty as a healer." Princess Qingyun said, "Fifth cousin, you are so biased. Is it because you still have feelings for Li Qingxuan and want to protect his child?" This ridiculous guess made Jing Qingwu furrow her brows. She replied, "You love Li Qingxuan desperately, but love shouldn't extend to his faults. Why do you want to abort his child?" Qingyun was speechless, unable to respond. Jing Qingwu pressed her lips and continued, "I will say this once. I already have someone I love. He is a star in the sky, while Li Qingxuan is just dust on the ground. Please don't tarnish the person I care about." "Who is he?" Qingyun asked insistently. Neither of them noticed a figure standing in the shadows on the second-floor corridor. Jing Qingwu raised her face, and under Princess Qingyun's expectant gaze, she calmly spoke a few words. "Why should I tell you?" Princess Qingyun examined her expression, suspicious. "If you don't tell me, is it because your heart is filled with many people? One on the left, one on the right, and that third son from the Li scholar family." That day in Sinang Palace, she was truly shocked by her fifth cousin's achievements. Jing Qingwu nodded confidently and said, "You're right. My heart is like a continuous mountain range, with peaks occupied by different people." After speaking, Ji Qingwu's gaze followed the slightly open door, unintentionally catching a glimpse of the scene inside. She saw how Duan Mingfeng was giving medicine to the woman lying unconscious on the bed. She took a deep breath and quickly looked away, awkwardly touching her ear. She didn't expect that Lord Duan was a person who valued friendship deeply, willing to go to great lengths for his hometown friends. This method of administering medicine was a bit bold, but it was effective. Ji Qingwu thought to herself that although Duan Mingfeng looked ruthless, he was actually a good person. Princess Qingyun noticed her strange reaction, surprised at first, then sighing, and curiously leaned in to see what was happening inside. Ji Qingwu reacted quickly, gently pushing her back with one hand, then swiftly closed the door to block her view. Afraid that Princess Qingyun might cause trouble again, she pulled her outside and earnestly advised, "You should release everyone from Liangxiang Pavilion and leave quickly." Princess Qingyun stood still, not wanting to leave. Ji Qingwu thought she was still upset about Imo Lingling. She said, "Are you still angry with her? She lost her child and is now lying unconscious in bed. She won't be a threat to you anymore. As a princess, you've been in the brothel for so long. If this gets out, it wouldn't look good." "I understand," Princess Qingyun replied. She looked at the carved pear blossom wooden door frame and Ji Qingwu standing protectively in front of it. With a sour tone, she said, "This woman is much smarter than me. She can make you feel sorry for her and keep defending her. Ji Qingwu found the princess very strange. Her bitter tone sounded like a child who had been robbed of candy. She loosened her grip and said, "I won't say more. I'm leaving now." But Princess Qingyun suddenly grabbed her hand back, displeased, and said, "Aunt Fifth, don't you find it strange? Why does she dare to shout at me, even though she's clearly at a disadvantage?" Ji Qingwu didn't do what she expected and simply replied, "Because she has a strong personality. People with strong personalities can't be a girl servant in a brothel. Even if they have sharp edges, they've been smoothed out here. Aunt Fifth, she's kind-hearted and thinks well of everyone." Ji Qingwu recalled what she heard at the door. Mo Lingling's words kept hitting Qingyun's heart. She was pregnant, and whether she was suffering quietly or begging for mercy, her first thought should be to protect her child, not to keep provoking others. Ji Qingwu frowned and asked, "Are you saying she deliberately angered you just to make you hurt the baby?" Princess Qingyun happily nodded and said, "Fifth cousin, you finally see this charming woman's true face." These words made Ji Qingwu feel like she was being deceived by a foolish ruler under a spell. Princess Qingyun, with pride in her voice, said, "Fifth cousin, whether you believe it or not, I came today to give her a warning. I want her to behave and not spread news about her pregnancy in the city." But she chose to suffer herself. "I won't hold back. Did she really not care about Mo Lingling's life?" Ji Qingwu asked suspiciously. "You don't mind her and the baby being here?" Princess Qingyun replied, "Why should I mind? Before I got married, I also sent maids to test the marriage. Having her here saves me that trouble." One of the pre-wedding rituals for the princess and the prince was to send a trusted maid to test the marriage, especially the intimacy in the room, to ensure the royal bloodline could continue. Ji Qingwu shook her head slightly. It was clear no one in this palace was simple-minded. Even the spoiled, headstrong little princess was no exception. She said, "All right, I understand. Can I go now?" Ji Qingwu had been delayed here for a long time. She thought it was about time to pick up Jojo from school. Princess Qingyun said, "Fifth cousin, don't associate with her anymore. Stay on my side and I can protect you." Ji Qingwu didn't want to bother. As long as she stayed away from palace affairs, she could take care of herself. She raised her foot to leave, but Princess Qingyun still held onto her arm tightly. Ji Qingwu looked down and asked, "Are you going to let go?" "No," the other firmly replied. Ji Qingwu's strength was not something an ordinary girl could match, especially not this delicate, pampered princess. She exerted a little force, and Princess Qingyun had to brace herself against the wall to stay steady, refusing to let go. She said through clenched teeth, "If you won't say it, I won't leave." Ji Qingwu was silent for a long time and asked, "What exactly do you want me to say?" "Say who your true love is." Qingyun still remembered that moment. Ji Qingwu said helplessly, "Do you think we are the kind of people who can talk about this kind of thing? Why should she tell her who she truly liked?" Princess Qingyun confidently said, "Of course we are. Just now, you called my name intimately. Only someone I trust can do that. Was that really calling her name intimately? Or was it just because of the situation out of necessity?" Ji Qingwu honestly said, "You can also call me by my name. That way, we are equal." Princess Qingyun pouted and glared. She took a step back and asked, "If you won't tell me who he is, then tell me what kind of person he is." The more her cousin refused to say, the more curious Ji Qingwu became. She wondered what kind of man could be hidden in her soft, clear heart. Princess Qingyun felt like her heart was being scratched by 100 claws. She started guessing, is he a gentle and handsome young noble? Ji Qingwu looked at her without much expression, glancing at her and showing no reaction. Princess Qingyun frowned slightly. Recently, she had overheard some eunuchs talking privately. After the archery and riding festival, many people admired Ji Qingwu's confident and graceful style and wanted to marry her from military families. Could it be that among these families, someone Princess Qingyun liked was only someone whose background matched the Ji family? At least, they should have an official position. Princess Qingyun continued guessing, "Cousin, do you like a brave general?" Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered, and her expression became a little unnatural. Princess Qingyun felt she had guessed her feelings and happily said, "The general is very good. I don't know which family she likes. I'll help you go and win him over." This really was the straightforward style of a princess. Ji Qingwu thought about that scene and realized she couldn't imagine who would dare to take that person away. Princess Qingyun changed her tone. "I can help you meet him first and check him out." Ji Qingwu refused firmly. "There's no need. I don't agree with your judgment." As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Qingyun suddenly turned her back, pressed against the wall, and hid her face. Ji Qingwu didn't notice any danger and smiled, saying, "You don't need to feel so shy." Footsteps grew clearer behind her. Jing Qingwu turned her head and saw who was walking toward her in the corridor against the light. Her smile froze instantly. Her eyes widened slightly. The emperor, who should be in the palace, suddenly appeared right in front of her. Just a moment ago, Qingyun was still fussing over her, trying to find out who her beloved was. Now, she saw the gentle and mighty Wu Sudi, and her feelings were hard to describe. After the surprise and shock faded, a small, uncontrollable joy seemed to rise in her heart. At first, Jing Qingwu intended to deal with this little princess and didn't want her to connect her with Li Qingxuan. She casually mentioned her beloved. But when Wu Sudi suddenly appeared and walked toward her, her heart seemed to tighten for a moment. His steady steps, big and confident, fell on the white jade tiles, but it felt like they were stepping on her heart. There was truly someone standing on her heart. It felt heavy and overwhelming. Seeing her dazed look, Wu Sudi first looked her over from head to toe, then asked in a cold, deep voice, "What are you doing here?" Princess Qingyun quietly tugged at Jing Qingwu's sleeve and made a gesture with her mouth, tilting her head. "Fifth cousin, save me." If she remembered correctly, just before Wu Sudi arrived, the princess had been saying she wanted to protect her. Now, in just a short time, she was seeking her help. Jing Qingwu saw that the emperor was dressed in plain clothes. Since the people in this place were mixed and she couldn't reveal his identity, she only bowed slightly. But she didn't answer, only pressed her lips and lowered her head. Wu Sudi looked at her lowered eyelashes and obedient appearance, and his tone softened a little. "I'm asking questions. Who will answer?" Jing Qingwu's sleeve trembled again. She glanced sideways and saw Princess Qingyun beside her, with a worried face, clutching her clothes and looking at her pitifully. She lifted her thick eyelashes, and her gaze fell right on the man's collar. Wu Sudi was wearing a robe with pearl embroidery and beast patterns, not as formal as official attire. There were a few bright threads at the collar. She looked up, and the lights of the two fragrant pavilions made his face look more handsome, less cold, and more gentle. The tight feeling in her heart returned. Her eyes brightened as she said, "I am just passing by." Princess Qingyun also whispered, I was just passing by." Emperor Wu Su's expression turned cold as he looked at Qingyun. "You were just passing by, and these two fragrant pavilions have been sealed. Do you know where you are? A courtesan house is not a place for a princess to step into. Why are you here?" He didn't speak harshly, but his calm authority made both of them feel a chill down their backs. Princess Qingyun had planned everything carefully, but never expected her brother to catch her. She still felt scared from her previous punishment, so she instinctively tried to hide behind Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu noticed her intention and quickly took a step aside. She didn't want to shield her. She was just as helpless. Seeing her move, Emperor Wu Su calmly stepped in front of her. His tall shadow cast over her. Ji Qingwu felt pressured and whispered, "I was just passing by chance. This has nothing to do with me." The emperor seemed to see something and raised an eyebrow. He pretended to be angry at the person next to Ji Qingwu, saying, "Go back to your princess's residence to reflect." No summons, no leaving. Princess Qingyun, who was restricted from leaving, seemed to be pardoned. She lowered her head and quickly slipped away. How could they let the troublemaker, Qingyun, escape first? Ji Qingwu secretly watched the emperor's expression. She felt very wronged, truly just an innocent passerby. Seeing her small face with a hint of grievance and her delicate features, the emperor's calmness and composure from before were gone. He softly asked, "Why are you following Qingyun?" "I was originally with Master Duan to get the business contract." Ji Qingwu paused and said, "Master Duan saw that these two fragrant pavilions were guarded and suspicious, so I followed him inside. We accidentally bumped into the princess." She didn't finish her words. The emperor wasn't concerned about what Qingyun had done but asked, "Where's Duan Mingfeng? Did he leave you here alone?" Ji Qingwu turned around and pointed to the closed door behind her. She explained softly, "That lady just lost her child, and she's weak. Master Duan is taking care of her and giving her medicine because they're from the same hometown." The emperor slightly frowned. Ji Qingwu asked, "Your Majesty, are you looking for Master Duan?" Thinking that Duan Mingfeng was outside and often called him Master Lord, Ji Qingwu also followed suit and called him that. This title made Emperor Wu Su slightly pause, then a smile appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "Master has something to find you about." This word, spoken from his mouth, seemed to carry a special meaning. "What's it about?" Ji Qingwu gently raised her eyebrows and saw his clear, cold eyes shining brighter than a glass lantern. Oh no. There was no excessive closeness, just eye contact. A shadow cast by him covered her, but inside, she was lit up by this strange glow. The contrast of dark and light made Ji Qingwu unable to resist. She unconsciously touched her sleeve, looking a bit confused. Emperor Wu Su's gaze gradually became intense. She quickly looked away, but couldn't help glancing back at his bright, flickering eyes, secretly watching him. After a few moments, he stared at her reddening ears and smiled, saying, "If you want to look, look enough." "I'm not afraid of being looked at." Seeing him staring directly at her chest, Ji Qingwu's cheeks turned red instantly. She hurriedly took a step back and softly said, "I'm afraid to look. Don't look anymore." Emperor Wu Su's smile grew deeper, teasing, "What do you think I'm looking at?" He leaned in close, his deep voice brushing her ear. "You've been wearing this jade ring all along." The jade ring, originally hidden in a small pocket inside her clothing, had been exposed slightly at the edge of her collar during her busy treatment of Mo Lingling earlier. Ji Qingwu took it out, nodded, and spoke without thinking. "Yes, I want to use it to trade with Master Duan for a restaurant." The man in front suddenly changed his expression. "You're going to trade it?" Seeing Emperor Wu Su's stern tone, her eyes darkened with a deep, shadowy glow. Ji Qingwu quickly explained while holding the jade ring, "I'm just pawning it temporarily. I will buy it back later." She liked this piece of jade. Right now, besides the red lotus bracelet, this was the only valuable thing she had. She remembered he said he bought it casually from a street vendor, and she thought it didn't look ordinary, so she wanted to use it as a temporary measure. She also had some other gold and silver jewelry, which her mother-in-law had added to her after she returned home. But if the jewelry she wore was discovered to be pawned, it would harm her and the Ji family's reputation. Ji Qingwu saw his silence, and his gaze grew sharper, showing he was unhappy with her actions. The emperor cared so much about a small jade ring. She nervously asked, "Is that not allowed?" What he gave her was hers. If the jade ring could only be kept at home, it might be valuable, but looking at it every day would get boring. It would be better to use it practically. Without him needing to say anything, Ji Qingwu felt the air around them grow colder. It seemed it was not allowed. Ji Qingwu shook the green jade in her hand and quickly said, "I don't have it pawned. It's still with me." Emperor Wu Sudi looked at her with cold eyes and said, "It's not that you don't want to, but Duan Mingfeng refused. He could guess this internal matter." Ji Qingwu admired him and said, "You are truly insightful." Seeing her innocent and half-flattering expression, Emperor Wu Sudi stepped closer. Ji Qingwu had nowhere to go and could only press her back against the wall. She looked up at him and gently said, "You have the whole world, with great wealth. You probably don't understand the struggles of ordinary people like us. I was just short of money and had no choice but to come up with this plan. It's only a temporary. I will buy it back." She spoke confidently, not pretending. Emperor Wu Sudi frowned and asked, "What do you want to do with it if you it?" Ji Qingwu straightforwardly replied, "Start a business." She briefly explained her plan. Then she asked eagerly, "What do you think of this idea?" This medical clinic business, created for women, was something only Ji Qingwu could manage. Other doctors wouldn't be able to do it. Just this point made the project very promising. She didn't know where she got such a creative idea. Emperor Wu Sudi nodded and looked at the green jade in her hand. If you want to do it, go ahead. But if you need money, why didn't you say so? His approval made Ji Qingwu feel more at ease, even if it was just a nod. I don't lack money, but I don't have cash on hand right now. I can't ask my family for it. Instead of asking her family for money, she thought of the jade ring he gave her. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu Sudi's expression cleared like a cloudy sky after rain, and he felt much happier inside. Ji Qingwu didn't know which words made His Majesty, the Emperor, happy. She thought for a moment and chose her words carefully to please him. I heard that the border is not peaceful. My father sent a letter asking us to strictly control expenses at home to raise funds for the army's supplies and grain. She continued softly, with clear, gentle eyes. Since the court is currently using silver and money, I shouldn't trouble you. Emperor Wu Su slightly smiled and said, You said I am rich and powerful. It's fine to share a little with you. Tell Master Ji that he doesn't need to worry about this. No one in the Ji household should cut back even a little on food, clothing, or daily needs. Compared to soldiers fighting bravely on the battlefield, they only need to make a few fewer new clothes and eat a little less expensive food. Ji Qingwu sincerely said, Ji family is willing to help the court, first worrying about your majesty's worries. She had said this many times before. Emperor Wu Su could tell who was truly sincere and who was pretending. He shook his head and said, My biggest worry isn't about military funds. There is something even more important, and only you can help me with it. Ji Qingwu's breath caught. He continued, But I don't want you to worry. I want you to enjoy yourself. I wish to share your happiness. Emperor Wu Su pressed her between the wall and his arm, speaking in a deep voice. I can find ways to solve other problems, but only you give me a terrible headache. Do you know why? Ji Qingwu's head buzzed loudly, as if 1,000 bees were buzzing inside her, making her feel dizzy. But after the buzzing, it felt sweet like honey. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu realized why he easily bought Chu Chu over with just a few pieces of candy. This man, Emperor Wu Su, to coax you, is like being stunned by honey, caught in a fine, sticky web spun from sugar, with nowhere to escape. You have to give your heart to him. It's no wonder the young girl lacked strong willpower. She also. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu remembered something. Her body trembled, and she pushed away the man leaning over her. She exclaimed nervously, Oh no. First, she wanted to the jade he gave her at the shop, and now, after he said words as sincere as revealing his heart, she boldly pushed him away. Emperor Wu Su's expression darkened with obvious danger. Ji Qingwu pressed her hand against his chest and said seriously, When it's time to pick up Chu Chu from school, I promised her I would go to the study to meet her. After saying this, she half-squatted and then skillfully slipped past his long arm. When she tried to run away again, he quickly grabbed her collar and gently pulled her back. Ji Qingwu looked up and said, If you can't see me, the little one will be unhappy. Chu Chu is hard to please, especially since she had confidently said last night she would come to see her. The little girl was so excited that she ate half a bowl more for dinner. Hearing her so eager to leave to pick up Chu Chu, not to hide from him, Emperor Wu Sudi's expression softened a little. Ji Qingwu heard his deep voice. You're running away like this, and I won't be happy. Do I need to have a sequence to comfort you? What sequence? Ji Qingwu asked. I'm easy to please. Emperor Wu Sudi's fingers, which were holding her collar, tightened and pulled her into his arms. He then wrapped his other arm around her slim waist and said slowly, So, first please me. How should she comfort him? No. Why does she need to comfort him? In this embrace from behind, she couldn't see his expression. She felt his warm breath brush over her tender neck, making her feel ticklish and warm. Ji Qingwu shrank uncomfortably as his arm tightened around her. She was pressed against his warm chest and couldn't move. He lowered his voice. Don't move. Just hold you for a moment. His tone wasn't gentle. Upon closer listening, it carried a hint of threat. Ji Qingwu's heart pounded. This time was different from usual, like a spring thunder in a sunny day, roaring loudly, filling her heart with brightness and clarity. After Princess Qingyun was scolded by the emperor and left, the girls and young servants from the too fragrant pavilion were released. Some of her friends wanted to come upstairs to see Mo Lingling. Today, I don't know which powerful person came. Lingling is usually clever, but this time she really provoked someone she shouldn't have. She's been causing trouble all over the city lately. I guess her lover's wife at home is teaching her a lesson. They whispered and discussed, and as they came upstairs, they saw two figures embracing each other. They joked, "Oh, look at that!" So eager to hold each other. Who are these wild lovers? When they saw the handsome man with a noble appearance, they couldn't help but gasp. This young man is really handsome. He's holding one of our girls? Who's so lucky? His clothes don't look like it. Our building doesn't have anyone dressed so plainly. As they spoke, they moved closer to examine something carefully. Ji Qingwu's ears felt hot. Seeing that the emperor didn't move and still held her waist without letting go, she didn't feel offended. She took the initiative to hold his large hand, clasping his slender fingers. "Let's go." Ji Qingwu suddenly thought of escaping. Without waiting to see if the emperor agreed, she pulled him and started running.
Ah!
The wild pair of lovebirds ran away. Laughter came from behind. Fortunately, there were stairs on both sides of the second floor of the Xianga Pavilion. Ji Qingwu pulled him and ran all the way outside. As soon as they stepped out, she quickly released his hand, as if it was burning her. Emperor Wusu looked at his hand sadly. Just moments ago, the gentle, smooth hand of the woman was still tightly clasped in his palm. He said, "Why are you panicking? Are you afraid they might see us?" Ji Qingwu ran lightly, her face shining like jade, like a new moon with a faint glow. She said, "If they misunderstand our relationship, we will have to explain, which is too troublesome." The emperor looked at her and said, "Our relationship doesn't need explaining to anyone. Just let them go." His words carried a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. He hadn't had enough of her embrace just now. Ji Qingwu suddenly realized that the emperor's actions didn't need to be explained to anyone. That was true freedom, acting according to one's own heart and wishes. Usually, others would avoid trouble, but he had no reason to. The sun was already setting in the west. Ji Qingwu looked at the sky and hurriedly said, "It's too late. I need to go pick up Jiao. I have to leave now," but he grabbed her hand again. Emperor Wusu smiled and said, "Let's go together." She almost forgot that they were not only traveling the same way. The place she was heading to was inside his Phoenix Palace. When Ji Qingwu reached the door of the official study, she saw it was still closed. Inside, there was the sound of reading aloud, and the teacher hadn't finished class. Looking at the time, she thought she was a bit late. Usually by this hour, Jiao would already be home. Not long after, old Master Qiao came out slowly, holding a copy of the 4 books with annotations. Ji Qingwu bowed with a smile. "Grandfather, are you well?" Qiao Minghan stroked his white beard and looked at her kindly. "Little 5, it's rare to see you come to pick up Jiao yourself." Ji Qingwu lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit shy. She had only visited a few times, mainly because this study room was too close to the emperor's busy hall where he handled government affairs. Every time she came, she was called over by the sharp-eyed Liu Yuzong, which left her with a growing psychological shadow. At first, she was worried about her identity being exposed. To avoid the Wusu emperor, she entrusted the task of picking up and dropping off Jiao to Madame Li. But now, there was nothing left to hide. Moreover, Jiao had already interacted with the emperor many times in private and even exchanged betrothal gifts. To prevent her daughter from being influenced or turned against her, she had to watch her closely. Old Master Qiao said, "Jiao just can't leave right now." Ji Qingwu asked in surprise, "Why? Did she do something wrong?" Jiao Minghan opened the book in his hand and said, "That's not the case. The emperor is paying close attention to the students' studies. These days, they are learning Confucian classics. Except for Prince Yuanheng, other students must pass a recitation test before they can go home. The coursework in this study room was really tough, and students had to memorize and be tested before they could leave." Ji Qingwu asked with concern, "Then why is Yuanheng exempted?" She worried that this special treatment might cause him to be bullied by his classmates. Jiao Minghan, the crown prince's tutor, proudly said, Prince Yuanheng has been able to recite for a year now. He's very familiar with it, so he doesn't need to be tested. Ji Qinggu relaxed, then turned her attention to another matter. But today Jiao Jiao was chosen to recite. This child, old Master Qiao frowned and sighed. She has bad luck. She always gets picked. Ji Qinggu secretly thought to herself, what are her chances of winning this way? She sensed there was something suspicious behind it. Grandfather, haven't you suspected there might be some trick? Why does Jiao Jiao always get chosen? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Jiao Minghan spoke slowly. Every day, the Li Gonggong, who serves in front of the emperor, personally supervises. But the slips for drawing lots are all picked by me. And every time, she happens to be the one. Ji Qinggu bit her lip, already guessing that Li Yuzong was secretly involved. Coincidence is also fate, he said. After all, you gave that girl such a name. What's wrong with this name? Ji Qinggu asked, puzzled. Jiao Minghan looked displeased and said, it's called Jiao Jiao. Every time they draw lots, she always gets picked. Ji Qinggu, that is it really just the name? Master Chao advised. Hurry up and give the child a proper big name. By the way, what is her father's surname? I can help you think of a few when I have free time. Ji Qinggu. Master Qiao asked, why are you not speaking? Ji Qinggu forced a small smile and said, Chu Chu already has a big name, so I don't want to trouble my grandfather. Why not use her big name now? Let the little girl use her big name in the future. Master Qiao, who was very talented and often asked others to give him names, but was refused by his granddaughter, turned serious and left with a flick of his sleeve. When Chu Chu came out happily from the study, Li Yuzong also hurried over from the Hall of Diligent Governance. They arrived at Ji Qingwu's side at the same time. Chu Chu stretched out her little arms, holding her hand, and happily called out, Mother. Li Yuzong smiled like a wrinkled walnut, his eyes crinkling with joy when he saw Ji Qinggu. Miss Ji, the emperor is in the hall. You two should go quickly. Ji Qinggu wanted to say she could wait here, but if Chu Chu was also with the emperor, her effort to come and pick her up would be wasted. In the Hall of Diligent Governance, the grand doors were wide open. It seemed as if they were welcoming the mother and daughter inside. Ji Qinggu stepped into the hall and saw the emperor, dressed in new robes, sitting upright at the desk, intently reading a scroll. She looked at him steadily. He was wearing a silver robe embroidered with golden dragons, with a green bamboo leaf belt around his waist, resembling a golden dragon winding and resting beneath green bamboos, giving off a pure and extraordinary aura. Ji Qinggu couldn't take her eyes away. Li Yuzong cleared his throat lightly, bringing her back to her senses. Ji Qinggu quickly bowed to greet him, and Chu Chu imitated her, doing the same. It was as if the emperor had just noticed their arrival, and he slowly lowered his scroll. There's no need to be formal. Sit down and talk. Li Yuzong brought over a small chair made of Wangwali wood with intricate bird and flower patterns, and Chu Chu, with her short legs, sat down skillfully. The size was perfect, like her personal seat. Ji Qinggu sat down somewhat nervously beside them. The emperor's voice came from the hall, clear and pleasant. Did you memorize today's lessons? Chu Chu confidently lifted her small head and replied, recited them backwards. Immediately after, Emperor Wu Su asked a few questions. The young girl answered clearly and confidently, without exaggeration. Ji Qinggu watched their back and forth, her expression softening, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Having such a smart and lovely daughter was truly her blessing. Unconsciously, her gaze shifted back to Emperor Wu Su, who was attentively listening to Jiao Jiao speak. He nodded now and then, responding kindly. He didn't seem like a distant, aloof emperor ruling the world, but more like a caring family head, finishing his work and returning home to check on his young children. This scene was full of warmth. Ji Qinggu suddenly had a thought. If she could have foreseen this scene, maybe after giving birth, she could have made a different choice. If her initial plan had gone right, and it had been him from the start, how wonderful that would have been. If he weren't an emperor.
Ji Qinggu sighed softly.
Sadly, fate was cruel. There were no what-ifs. He was an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, ruling the world. With his status, it was clear he wouldn't be her good match. Ji Qingwu had never dreamed of the emperor before, because she knew well that falling for such a man was like drinking poison, dangerous and unwise. She couldn't reach that height, not before and still not now. Not long after returning home, she could easily promise to marry Li Qingxuan because she knew she could protect herself. As long as the Ji family's power remained, she had a strong backing. Even without love, they could maintain a respectful appearance, and she could live safely and peacefully until old age. But now, she had developed feelings she shouldn't have. Ji Qingwu sighed, her eyes showing struggle, all of which Emperor Wu Su observed calmly. After the exam and review, Li Yuzong came forward with a glass box. Jiao happily transferred candies, cakes, and other sweets from the box into her pink and blue purse. The little girl looked up and saw her mother staring at her with a serious face. With a cute voice, Jiao said, "Mother, today's reward is for the exam." She quickly added, "It's not anything else." This reminded Ji Qingwu of yesterday. What was it again? The betrothal gift. The wedding candies. She deliberately shot a sharp look at the person above the throne. But to those present, it was clearly a cute, teasing glance, full of sparkle and gentle affection. Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems the mother of this student has strong opinions about me." Li Yuzong's eyes shifted as he responded, "Your Majesty, the study hall has been open to officials' families for some time, but we haven't yet discussed the teaching situation with the students' parents." A few days ago, old Master Qiao mentioned to this servant that it would be better if the student's family encouraged learning at home, so the effort would be more effective. Emperor Wu Su nodded and said, "Old Master Qiao makes a good point. I don't have any urgent matters right now." Li Yuzong smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared, facing Ji Qingwu. "Right now, there is someone here. I will take Miss Jiao to rest first. Your Majesty can ask Miss Ji about her family's situation after she returns from studying in the study hall." Before leaving, Jiao patted her round purse, encouraging Ji Qingwu. "Mother, answer the questions well, and the emperor will reward you." In just a few words, Ji Qingwu was suddenly the focus of an inspection. The change was so quick. She stood in the middle of the hall, looked up at Emperor Wu Su, unsure of what he was going to ask. His hand rested on the books on the large desk and said, "I have a question I want to ask you." His serious and formal expression, along with the words, "ask for advice," made Ji Qingwu feel nervous. She asked in doubt, "Is there something your Majesty doesn't know?" Emperor Wu Su replied, "Of course there is. What does your Majesty want to ask?" He said, "I want to ask the mother of this student, what is Jiao's full name?" This was the real question. Only by asking her could he learn the answer. Jiao was only 2.5 years old when she received her full name. It wasn't that Ji Qingwu was careless. She tried hard to think of a good name, but couldn't find one she liked. After much worry, the child grew older. Finally, when she was browsing books in the local library, she decided on the name. But during her years in Nanchu, she and Jiao didn't have household registration papers, so they never used the name officially. Ji Qingwu looked at him and said, "Jiao's full name is Ji Wenjing." Her voice was soft and clear. The hall fell silent for a moment. At first, Emperor Wu Su was stunned with disbelief. Then his eyebrows relaxed, and he smiled happily. This was the first time he had laughed so freely and joyfully. Ji Qingwu looked at him, confused. Juju, who shared her family name, Ji, was not upset. Instead, she seemed very happy. She asked curiously, "Your Majesty, why are you laughing?" Emperor Wu Su asked, "Is her name taken from Manhwa and Junjing?" Ji Qingwu nodded, confirming his guess. Juju was her precious gem, like a pearl or jade. Naming her with these two characters was very fitting. Emperor Wu Su stood up from his desk, his posture straight and elegant, like a bamboo, bright as a jade tree. Ji Qingwu looked at him, and his dark eyes sparkled with a little light. He said, "Your name is very good." He slightly raised his voice and said, "Gentlemen are like jade, shining brightly. Junjing is like a bright star. Wenhua is like a beautiful brocade." As he spoke these words, Ji Qinggu immediately caught a certain character, and her heart moved. Suddenly, she understood why the emperor was so happy. Ji Qinggu couldn't help but feel joyful too. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, are you praising your own good naming skills?" The phrase, "gentlemen are like jade," probably refers to how Emperor Wu Su named Yuan Heng. Ji Qinggu had just casually picked two meaningful, precious words from ancient books, but by coincidence, they matched the name Emperor Wu Su gave to Yuan Heng. The character, Heng, represents something precious and unique. "I never thought there was another treasure like it," Emperor Wu Su said leisurely. He stood in front of the throne on a few steps, smiling as he looked at her. Ji Qinggu couldn't help but step closer to him, moving nearer. She asked, "Your Majesty, do you also always see Yuan Heng as a treasure?" She wanted to ask if he, like her, was driven by love. However, the birth of these two children was not based on love. In fact, both sides were coerced. Ji Qinggu had never felt such regret about the system and the big mistake she made. Emperor Wu Su lowered his eyes, understanding her meaning. "During the days when Yuan Heng was first brought to me, he cried all night. During the day, I could only sleep after asking women from the camp to watch over him." Hearing him mention the past willingly, Ji Qinggu bit her lip. Her body trembled, wanting to step back, but she was curious about Yuan Heng during that time and wanted to know how he was doing. "Did Yuan Heng cry very loudly?" "Children are like that." Her voice grew softer and softer. She couldn't lie to herself because Chu-Chu was not like that. The little one slept peacefully almost all night beside her. Emperor Wu Su seemed to recall something embarrassing and frowned, saying, "In the first month, his crying was so loud it was like a wolf howling. Later, it gradually improved." Ji Qinggu softly asked, "Did you ask a wet nurse to take care of him?" Emperor Wu Su gave her a half-smile and said, "At that time, with chaos everywhere, it was difficult to find a proper wet nurse, let alone get enough milk. Yes, that was during a time of war. She was busy fleeing with her child, covered in dirt, trying to find a place to settle. Meanwhile, he was still the general of Dingbei of Liang, busy marching and fighting, while also caring for a hungry baby." Ji Qinggu asked, "Since you couldn't find a wet nurse, what did Yuan Heng eat to grow?" Emperor Wu Su's expression froze for a moment before replying, "Wolf milk." Yuan Heng was raised on wolf milk. Ji Qinggu was stunned and took a long time to recover. She had thought the situation was difficult, but she never imagined it would be this hard. Emperor Wu Su explained, "It's not what you think. I just said Yuan Heng's cry was deafening. One night, some wild wolves with their cubs came to the camp. I ordered them to be caught and fed him with wolf milk for half a month." Ji Qingwu's throat went dry, and she imagined the scene in her mind. He continued, "Yuan Heng drank wolf milk for half a month. After the mother wolves were released, they would sometimes bring prey to the camp entrance. These mother wolves are more caring than humans." Emperor Wu Su glanced at her and said, "At night, I often watch over him. Seeing his red, crying face feels like seeing someone else." Ji Qinggu was silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Your Majesty, do you resent me deep down?" He didn't answer but asked back, "What do you think?" Ji Qinggu nodded and said indifferently, "If I were in his place, I would also feel resentment and anger." But after saying this, a sharp pain struck her chest. Seeing her furrow her brows and her eyes filled with pain, Emperor Wu Su couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He still couldn't open his heart to her. He thought of something quickly and decided to give her a harsh truth. "Love can turn into hate. Ah, Wu. Do you understand?" When she met his gaze, her heart felt a burning sensation, making her shrink back. Love is hard to speak of, and so is hate. Both are filled with feelings that are hard to let go of. In the end, Ji Qinggu hurriedly left the palace of diligent governance in a panic, but she still kept some reason. She remembered to send Chu-Chu home. She couldn't leave her precious one in the palace. The tall parasol tree's crown already covered part of the sky. Its shiny green leaves gathered on the slender branches. Among the treetops, tiny green buds could be faintly seen. Ji Qinggu sat at a stone table under the tree, staring at the distant eaves. Lanji was carefully packing the dried herbs into a cloth bag and asked with concern, "Miss Wu, you've been in this position all morning, sighing over 100 times. Did something difficult happen yesterday?" Ji Qingwu nodded heavily. "Very difficult," Lanji said. "Master Duan has already sent over the business contract for the restaurant." "Why are you still worried?" The maid couldn't understand what was making the young lady so troubled. Hearing about the contract, Ji Qingwu thought of the jade ring and remembered Emperor Wusu's words, "You should find happiness in your happiness." But she wasn't happy now. No matter how many times she wanted to escape, she kept being caught by his flaws. Chu and Yuan Heng were her weak points. Ji Qingwu covered her face. Through her fingers she saw the branches swaying freely in the wind, so lively and free. She was repeatedly disturbed by him, feeling upset and restless. No, she couldn't let herself continue like this. "You must not be the only one acting recklessly." Ji Qingwu suddenly stood up and stared intently at Lanji. Lanji was frightened by the intense light in her eyes and asked, "Miss Fifth, why are you looking at me like that?" Ji Qingwu loudly commanded, "Lanji, prepare my makeup." Lanji was a bit confused. It was already late morning, and they had finished lunch. Usually, Miss Fifth didn't care much about dressing up, so she wondered why she suddenly wanted to do her makeup now. Ji Qingwu sat in front of the dressing table, which was filled with blush, powder, and various hairpins and ornaments. Lanji, who was excited, picked up the powder box. She was skilled at makeup, but Miss Fifth usually didn't like heavy makeup. Now was her chance to show her talent. Ji Qingwu held her hand and said, "Wait a moment." Lanji pouted and hurriedly said, "Miss Fifth, didn't we agree that I would do your makeup?" Ji Qingwu looked at herself in the mirror and found a reason. "I sat under the tree for too long and sweated. I want to take a bath and wash up first. Please prepare hot water." Lanji obeyed and went to prepare the hot water. She knew Miss Fifth's rules, so she put down the bath soap, fragrant oil, towel, and clean clothes before leaving. Ji Qingwu undressed and stepped into the bath. The clear water reflected her image. She stretched out her fair hand, stirred the water, and disturbed her reflection. After about half an hour, Lanji, outside the clean room, heard the sound of water and came in to serve. Ji Qingwu was facing away from her, holding her inner garment to put on. Lanji moved around to help tie the sash. But when she saw her face, Lanji froze in place, unable to move her arm. "Miss Fifth," Ji Qingwu tied her sash herself, smiling and asking, "What's wrong?" Her words were sweet and melodious, still the familiar voice Lanji knew well. She swallowed hard. Miss Fifth's appearance was like the picture in a painting, delicate, shy, charming, and graceful, like a divine maiden. Ji Qingwu pretended not to notice Lanji's strange expression. She calmly reached out and took down the clean dress hanging on the screen. It was a light green, embroidered with delicate bamboo patterns on a cloud brocade top, paired with a white embroidered skirt with a moon-shaped pattern of waves. At first glance, there is nothing special about it. Only upon closer inspection can one see the exquisite embroidery. This was a special dress that the Jiangnan embroidery artist made for Qiao shortly after she returned home. Compared to palace attire, it is not very fancy, but the craftsmanship in the embroidery is remarkable. Before, Ji Qingwu tried it on once and then put it away. Although the dress is simple in style, the embroidery is delicate. She was worried she might accidentally scratch or stain it while gathering herbs. While she was dressing, Lanji kept sneaking glances at her. Her face was still the same, but somehow, she seemed different. Ji Qingwu's skill in disguise is perfect because she only adjusts her bone structure. Her features look the same, so no one can tell she has changed. True beauty comes from the bones, not the skin. Ji Qingwu called her maid several times before she finally snapped out of her daze. She sat at her dressing table, holding a small powder box, feeling a bit puzzled. She thought to herself, "What should I do? Her face is perfect everywhere, but how should I apply the makeup?" Looking at her reflection, she saw a woman with a face as beautiful as a spring flower, yet she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Since leaving the military camp, She had been hiding and running around for so long that she almost forgot what she originally looked like. Over the years, her appearance seemed to have become more refined, with gentle eyes and a charming face. She curled her lips slightly, and the person in the mirror also smiled softly, calm and graceful, like a flower reflected in water. "Lanji, start the makeup," she ordered. She turned her head and instructed, "Just apply some powder and draw a distant mountain eyebrow." When Ji Qingwu left Wudong Garden, Lanji stood at the door, her face flushed as she watched her young lady's departing figure. Lanji didn't fully show her skills. Her young lady's face, with rouge and powder, looked even more delicate. But she didn't understand why the young lady only needed to go to school and why she had to bathe and dress up so carefully before leaving. Ji Qingwu passed by the door of Grandma Ji's courtyard and happened to meet someone coming from the opposite direction. The woman's voice carried a clear hint of doubt. Ji Qingwu, who had just finished serving her grandmother and taking her medicine, called out to the figure in pale green that was passing by. Ji Qingwu stopped and turned around, saying, "Fourth sister." Her tone was neither warm nor cold, considering the people around and the fact that they were standing at Grandma Ji's show and hall entrance. Ji Qingyuan looked at her face, feeling very surprised. She said, "You seem different from before." Ji Qingyuan was very beautiful. When she was young, she was known as a beautiful girl in Linen City. She was confident in her looks and, even compared to the stunning Princess Wei, she was not inferior. She often took health and beauty pills and knew a lot about skincare. So, when she saw Ji Qingwu's face, she immediately noticed it looked very different from before. Ji Qingwu replied calmly, "I changed my makeup today. Do you think it suits me, fourth sister?" Ji Qingyuan looked at her glowing, smooth face in the sunlight. The powder she used was very fine and made her skin look like jade. Her skin was not only smooth and shiny, but her features also looked more delicate and balanced. Could she have found a new beauty secret? It was something Ji Qingyuan hadn't discovered yet. Ji Qingwu saw her frown, lost in thought, and asked, "Fourth sister, is there something else?" "I need to go pick up Juju from school." Ji Qingyuan wanted to ask about her beauty secret, but saw she was in a hurry, so she didn't stop her. Her wrist, which had been hurt by a sudden man last time, still ached faintly on rainy days. She held her right wrist and moved aside. Ji Qingwu didn't delay and took a carriage to the palace gate. After showing her badge, she entered the grand, solemn gate. Suddenly, someone appeared and startled her. "Fifth cousin," Princess Qingyun said happily. "I've been watching you at the palace gate for a long time. I said this person's figure and walk looked just like yours, but I didn't dare to confirm." If they weren't at the palace entrance, Ji Qingwu almost thought an assassin had appeared. She calmed herself for a moment and asked, "Now you recognize me?" Princess Qingyun said, "Just now, the guards announced your name at the palace gate." Ji Qingwu was puzzled. "I thought you were still under house arrest. Why are you here?" Princess Qingyun couldn't help but smile. "Mother summoned me." Seeing her excited face and the smile she couldn't hide, Ji Qingwu guessed what was happening. She said, "Congratulations, Princess." Princess Qingyun asked, "Fifth cousin, do you know why Mother summoned me?" Ji Qingwu said, "Your face is full of happiness." The Empress Dowager summoned Princess Qingyun to discuss her upcoming wedding to Li Qingxuan. The imperial household and the Ministry of Rites had already prepared most of the arrangements. The Empress Dowager loved her very much and had prepared several sets of wedding dresses and hair accessories for her to choose from today. Princess Qingyun looked at Ji Qingwu and hesitated before saying, "My fifth cousin's face." She was dressed simply today and thought she wouldn't make any mistakes, with only a light layer of powder on her face. However, Ji Qingwu, thinking about where she would go later, gently touched her cheek and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Qingyun's eyes sparkled as she said, "You look very beautiful." Ji Qingwu suddenly felt a strange sense of being teased. Qingyun also felt a bit strange inside. She wondered if her gratitude for saving her life was so great that ever since she recovered from her serious illness, she found her cousin not only kind and gentle, but also more and more attractive. Yesterday, at Liangxiang Pavilion, she didn't notice it, but after a night, looking at Ji Qingwu again, She thought her face was not just pretty, like a flower or the moon. It was truly a rare beauty that made her want to stare at her nonstop. Her gaze was so intense that Ji Qingwu said, "Princess, you should go to the Empress Dowager's palace quickly, or Her Majesty will be waiting anxiously." Qingyun got back into her sedan chair but suddenly remembered something. She got out and walked over to Ji Qingwu. "Fifth cousin," Qingyun called softly, using a tone just like when she was coquettishly teasing the Empress Dowager. Ji Qingwu saw the hesitation and shyness on her face. But Qingyun's skill in acting cute was much better than hers, more than 10 levels higher. Ji Qingwu remained calm and looked at her without changing her expression. Qingyun said, "I have a small favor to ask." Ji Qingwu shook her head decisively. "If the princess knows it's a favor she shouldn't ask for, then don't ask." Qingyun said, "Fifth cousin, during my wedding ceremony, would you come to watch?" Fearing she might refuse immediately, she hurriedly added, "I will send the invitation to the Ji residence. I want you to come on my wedding day and help me draw the flower decoration." After saying this, Qingyun ran quickly back to her sedan, not giving her a chance to refuse. Ji Qingwu had never been married before, but she had seen others' wedding processes. It seemed there was a custom that the bride's flower decoration was to be painted by her sister-in-law, symbolizing harmony and happiness. However, I am unsure about Bailey. After she returns home, I will ask the Qiao family. The study room is located on the right front side of the palace gate along the central axis. Ji Qingwu was walking quickly, but as she approached, her pace slowed down. She steadied herself, kept her gaze straight ahead, and headed directly for the study room door. Her sleeves were wider than usual, fluttering in the wind, making her look lively and spirited. The window of the study room was open, and from the steps below, she could see inside clearly. Today, it was not old Master Qiao giving the lesson. Another old scholar was assigning homework. Although standing below the window, Ji Qingwu's eyes kept subtly glancing toward the main gate of the diligent hall. At this moment, the grand door was tightly closed, unlike the previous times when it was wide open, indicating that officials were inside discussing matters. A few lively young boys noticed the woman's figure outside the window. Their eyes brightened, and they whispered to each other. Jiao, sitting by the wall, also looked over. When she saw Ji Qingwu, her big, shiny black eyes instantly lit up. This was just like her mother in her dreams, an ethereal, fairy-like mother finally back. Jiao couldn't sit still, shifting her little bottom in excitement. The atmosphere inside the school grew restless because of the woman outside the window. Zhuan Heng, sitting in the front row, sat upright and focused on the front, unaffected by those around him. When the old scholar announced the end of class, the children all looked toward the window, like sunflowers chasing the sunlight. Jiao was already ready to dash out. She was the first to run over, hugging Ji Qingwu's leg and loudly shouting, "Mother, you came to pick me up." She was afraid the people inside wouldn't hear her. This call of mother caused many children to gasp in envy. Turns out, this beautiful woman was Jiao's mother. Ji Qingwu gently pinched Jiao's small face, showing disapproval of her boastful act. Jiao ran back into the study, enthusiastically introducing the person outside to several others, saying, "That person outside is my mother." Ji Qingwu touched her forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Emperor Wu Su wanted to turn Jiao against her, but she naturally had ways to strengthen her position. And indeed, her methods proved very effective. Moreover, she also needs to win over another little one, though she isn't sure if he will accept her approach. At this moment, Yuan Heng finished organizing his things and stood on the steps, looking straight at Ji Qingwu. His eyes showed some emotion, and even the small hand hanging beside him clenched tightly. Seeing his shy appearance, Ji Qingwu softly called out, "Little Prince Yuan Heng." Hearing her call, Yuan Heng's small head seemed to lose all thought and walked directly toward her. Ji Qingwu noticed his ears turning bright red, and she forced a gentle smile, trying to maintain her calm and graceful demeanor. Yuan Heng spoke awkwardly. "You called me over. Is there something you need?" While speaking, he sneakily glanced at her several times, his eyes full of affection that seemed ready to overflow. Ji Qingwu naturally replied, "It's nothing special. I just wanted to see the little prince, so I called him." This time, Yuan Heng's eyes also sparkled brightly. When he heard she wanted to see him, he took the initiative to hold her hand. His small fingers gripped her hand firmly. Ji Qingwu couldn't hold back her smile anymore and laughed. A charming smile appeared on her face, beautiful and radiant. Seeing her like this, Yuan Heng's face turned bright red. He turned his head away, at an angle she couldn't see, and secretly chuckled with pursed lips. Ji Qingwu's clear, water-like eyes flickered with emotion. She realized how effective this trick was and wished she had used it earlier. Build a good relationship first, then gradually work towards her goal. Now only one more remains. Chiu lifted her head proudly, like a victorious general returning from battle, and saw Ji Qingwu holding the little prince's hand. Her eyes widened in surprise. She never expected that in such a short time, her dear mother would be taken away. Chiu was about to march over angrily. Along with someone's voice, Yuan Heng reluctantly released her hand. Suddenly, a woman dressed in bright cherry-red robes appeared in front of Ji Qingwu. In the palace, only a charming and glamorous consort like Lady Wei could wear such a striking color. "Greetings, Consort Wei." Wei Liru, upon seeing Ji Qingwu, carefully examined her for a while. She noticed that after not seeing her for a long time, Miss Ji's appearance had become even more delicate and beautiful, as tender as if she could be squeezed like water. Today, Wei Liru was in a good mood because of happy news, and she didn't want to argue with Ji Qingwu. She praised, "Miss Ji looks more and more charming." The families of the military generals in Linen City might be eager to cross the threshold of the Ji residence. "I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry such a beautiful woman." Ji Qingwu simply smiled faintly and said nothing. Because of the previous archery contest, she and Consort Wei had a tense relationship. Now in the palace, she needed to avoid provoking her. Wei Liru's gaze shifted between her and Yuan Heng. Her bright red lips parted as she said, "His Highness Yuan Heng and Miss Ji are close, which makes me happy. When Yuan Heng was in my palace before, he was so small. Now he's grown so tall. Time really flies." If Yuan Heng hadn't fallen into the water, he would have continued growing up in Consort Wei's palace. And today, Consort Wei's status would be more than just a consort. Yuan Heng had already regained his usual cold expression, showing he was not close to Wei Liru. Ji Qingwu crouched down and winked at him, saying, "You still have a lot of lessons, Your Highness. Next time, we can talk more." Yuan Heng nodded and left with the waiting. "Miss Ji, is that little girl your daughter?" Wei Liru asked, looking at the girl standing on the steps. "You have such a lovely, pure child. I envy you. I wonder when I might have a son or daughter to comfort me in the palace," she added. Ji Qingwu could have said some polite words to comfort her, but she didn't. She knew Emperor Wu Su was destined to have no heirs, so Wei Liru's wish to have children was impossible. Whether out of fact or emotion, she kept silent. Wei Liru wanted to say more, but at that moment, Li Yuzong appeared behind them. "Empress Wei, Miss Ji," he said softly. Ji Qingwu and Wei Liru both turned to look. The experienced Grand Secretary of the Imperial Household Office showed a surprised expression. He immediately recognized that the person in front of him was Miss Ji Wu. But he could also clearly sense how unusual she looked at this moment. Her eyebrows like spring mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, delicate and charming, radiant with beauty. Li Yuzong silently compared in his mind. Ji Qingwu even outshone the stunning Consort Wei by 2 points, because her eyes held an indescribable charm that could captivate anyone. Li Yuzong hid his surprise and remembered his important mission. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, the Emperor requests your presence in the court of diligent governance," Li Yuzong said respectfully. Wei Liru smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you for the invitation. I will go right away." But she did not move. Li Yuzong advised, "The old servant still needs to serve in the palace. Please, Your Majesty, hurry over." After Li Yuzong left, Wei Liru moved closer to Ji Qinggu. She had a guess in her heart about why Yuan Heng was so close to this Ji family member. Most likely, the Ji family wanted to use the connection with the prince to gain favor in the palace. Wei Liru whispered, "Miss Ji, if you want to build a good relationship with a young prince and win the emperor's favor, this trick isn't very clever. The emperor wouldn't let someone with hidden intentions get close to the prince." Ji Qingwu looked back at her honestly. A smile appeared on her face, and her eyes seemed to shimmer with a gentle glow. She calmly replied, "Whether this trick is clever or not isn't up to the Empress Dowager to decide. It depends on whether the person being courted will accept the gesture." Seeing her calm and indifferent expression, Wei Liru couldn't help but sneer and curl her lips. She looked proud and said, "Miss Ji, just wait and see. The emperor has called me in. I won't chat with you anymore." Her pride in her words hurt Ji Qingwu's ears. When the beautiful figure in pink entered the court of diligent governance and the red door was closed again, Ji Qingwu looked at the door. To outsiders like the Empress Dowager, she and the Ji family might still seem connected, sharing joys and sorrows. But only she knew she didn't want to be manipulated by the Empress Dowager or a puppet sacrificing herself for the family, as old Master Ji often said. However, since she had returned to Linen City, it was hard for her to leave easily. As long as she was part of the Ji family, she was destined to be caught in the whirlpool of power. She had no desire to enter the palace, but as soon as she appeared there, her actions would be misunderstood as flattery. Even for Qiao's family and her children, she had to be careful and keep the secret that Yuan Heng was her child. Seeing Ji Qingwu staring at the distant palace gate with a furrowed brow, Chu-Chu jumped down from the steps and ran to her, breaking her concentration. The young girl looked up and asked, "Mother, are we going home?" Ji Qingwu replied, "Not checking homework today." Chu-Chu shook her head and said, "The teacher just said that His Majesty the Emperor is busy with important matters and doesn't have time for review. We'll do it another day." Another day. Ji Qingwu suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. She remembered that he once asked her when she would show her true face. But now that she was here, the doors of the diligent governance hall no longer opened for her. At first, she could still justify her absence by saying that there were big matters inside, that the emperor was busy with state affairs, and that she couldn't disturb him. Until Gong Gong Li invited Consort Wei inside, she realized she could no longer convince herself. Even though she made many excuses for herself, claiming it was for these little ones, deep down she still hoped to see him once. No one likes being turned away and still feel happy. Ji Qingwu thought to herself, "It's better if I don't see him." She also felt she had been a bit impulsive. It was all because recent actions by Emperor Wu Sudi had disturbed her mind, making her unable to think clearly. She held Chu-Chu's small hand, and the two of them were about to leave. Suddenly, a creaking sound was heard. The heavy palace door was slowly pushed open by an inner attendant, and a figure leisurely stepped out, stopping at the door. Ji Qingwu looked back. In just a glance, she froze, as if struck by lightning. The grand door of the diligent governance hall was open behind him. He wore a deep cloud-patterned robe, a black hat, with sharp, sword-like eyebrows that slanted into his temples. The red doors became his background. Because he was about to enter the hall to pay respects, he had removed his sword, and the scabbard at his waist was gleaming with cold light. When he first stepped out, he wore a relaxed, gentle smile, but as soon as his gaze met Ji Qingwu's, that smile vanished like mist, replaced by a gloomy look as if a storm was approaching. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, her heart filled with complicated feelings. Moreover, she was secretly returning to Linen. She hadn't heard that General Jinbei had already broken camp and set out to return. Now, the rumors outside were that Wei Ting had been attacked and seriously injured by assassins sent from Shijing Kingdom. Ji Qingwu carefully examined him, wanting to see if he had any injuries, but she couldn't tell. 5 years passed quickly. The border was cold and harsh. Wei Ting's appearance didn't change much, but his skin had darkened. He was tall and slender, not rugged, and his demeanor had become more calm and steady through experience. Wei Ting's narrow eyes seemed to hide sharp blades, and he was staring intently at her. "Mother, it hurts," came a soft, small voice from below. Ji Qingwu realized she had accidentally squeezed her daughter's hand too hard. She quickly looked away, gently rubbed her daughter's small hand, and apologized. "Let me rub it. Does it still hurt?" Ji Qingwu nodded wisely, sensing her mother's emotional tension, and said, "Mother, Li Mama has probably finished cooking the fragrant food. Let's go home to eat." "Okay, let's go home." Ji Qingwu took a deep breath and prepared to leave. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" Wei Liru smiled as she came out of the diligent government hall and appeared behind Wei Ting. Today, she learned that her brother had arrived in linen. She was so happy that she waited at the gate of the diligent government hall before the emperor summoned her. Seeing Wei Fei, Wei Ting's face no longer looked gloomy. When he looked up again, his expression was as calm as a peaceful lake. He said, "It's nothing." Wei Liru also noticed the mother and daughter ahead. They hadn't left yet. She said, "This is the fifth young lady from the Ji family I mentioned in my letter." Wei Ting quietly repeated, "She is Miss Jiwu." His words carried only a hint of surprise, and no other emotion was obvious, as if he and Ji Qingwu were strangers meeting for the first time. Seeing his gaze fall on the small girl beside her, Wei Liru continued, "That girl over there is her daughter." Wei Ting looked at the girl's appearance, then turned his gaze to the elegant figure dressed in light green. He slightly narrowed his left eye, his breath grew steady, but he still said nothing. Ji Qingwu, upon hearing Wei Fei's introduction, paused her steps, intending to leave. She had imagined meeting Wei Ting again, but never expected it to happen in such a situation. After a moment of surprise, she recovered as usual. Ji Qingwu and Wei Ting were not strangers. They had known each other for a long time. She knew his likes and dislikes well. Just like his calm, lowered head now, it showed he was holding back some strong impulse. She should walk forward confidently and exchange a few polite words, but with so many spies in the palace, this environment is really not suitable. A gust of wind blew, and Ji Qingwu brushed her hair that was scattered by the breeze. She bowed slightly to Wei Ting from afar. Her white dress, with intricate embroidery and sea wave patterns, fluttered in the wind. Her slim waist bent slightly, and her graceful posture moved like snow dancing in the wind. Such elegant manners should have been very charming. However, Wei Ting turned his face away directly, with emotions swirling in his eyes, like a brewing storm. Wei Liru looked at her brother's expression in surprise. His face showed some dislike, mixed with other feelings she couldn't understand. She rarely saw Wei Ting lose his composure. Seeing dislike on someone's face was common, but Wei Ting never showed it before. In her memory, Wei Ting was a talented young man, wise and strategic, always calm and gentle when facing problems. Only when she cried did he look anxious. And Wei Ting always behaved politely and humbly when dealing with women. For him to show such displeasure, Miss Ji Wu must really be something. Could it be because of her recent letter mentioning how Ji Qingwu deliberately shot her with an arrow and aimed at her target, making her lose face? Is Wei Ting defending her? Thinking of this, Wei Liru's face lit up with a bright smile. "Brother, don't worry about others' matters. Today is a good day. The emperor just mentioned that he wants to dine with us at Guanju Palace. I'll go prepare some food and wine in the small kitchen."
"Come with me."
She hadn't seen her brother in a long time. Now that he was back, she had many things she wanted to tell him. The children of the Wei family were many, but Wei Liru had been close to Wei Ting since she was young. She loved sticking close to him. Even after so many years apart, she didn't feel distant from her brother. Ji Qingwu paid no attention to their warm family reunion. She understood why the gates of the Zhu men in the diligent government hall were always closed, because Emperor Wu Sudi was discussing matters secretly with Wei Ting, who had returned from the shadows. Now, the emperor was hosting a banquet to reward the border troops for their achievements. According to Wei Fei, only a few of them would attend. Naturally, they wouldn't have time to care about her, nor would they have the chance to send Chiu Chiu to speak on her behalf. Ji Qingwu walked with Jiu Jiu for a while, then heard urgent calls behind her. "Miss Ji, please wait. Please stop. Li Yuzong, sweating heavily, hurried after her, followed by Xiao Dongzi. Ji Qingwu looked at the large beads of sweat on his face. She hadn't gone far, and she could still see the shadow of the Qingjing Hall behind her. The old officially wouldn't be running so hard for no reason. She asked, "Is the official feeling unwell?" Li Yuzong replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Ji. Please go inside the hall with me." Ji Qingwu was surprised. "I heard from Consort Wei that the emperor is having a feast with them. Would it be appropriate for me to go?" Li Yuzong explained, "The banquet is at Guanju Palace. The lady still needs some time to prepare, so there's no rush." Ji Qingwu said, "Li Gonggong, the emperor's banquet isn't urgent, but I am eager to go home for dinner." She wasn't sure why he wanted to keep her, but she didn't want to get involved in this situation. Li Yuzong looked anxious and hesitated. "Your Majesty," he exchanged glances with Xiao Dongzi behind him. When Li Yuzong turned aside, Ji Qingwu finally saw Xiao Dongzi's expression, pale face, lips without color, looking overwhelmed with fear. Li Yuzong pushed his disciple forward to speak. Xiao Dongzi looked like he was about to cry. "Miss Ji, please come with me to the Qingjing Hall. The emperor is very angry now. We think only you can go and help calm him down." Ji Qingwu asked, puzzled. "Why is the emperor angry?" When Consort Wei came out of the hall, her face was still smiling, and the emperor seemed to be in a good mood then. How did he suddenly become so furious, frightening the servants nearby? Li Yuzong begged, "Miss Ji, please help us. Just go and save Xiao Dongzi and the palace servants who serve in the Qingjing Hall." Earlier, when General Wei and Consort Wei left, the emperor's expression was still normal. But when the hall doors opened, Emperor Wu Su saw the two people outside and suddenly changed color. The secret military report on the table was thrown to the ground. The palace servants trying to serve tea were frozen by the emperor's cold, murderous gaze. The teacups shattered on the floor, and the tea spilled over the documents. In an instant, everyone in the hall knelt down, afraid to lift their heads or speak. Li Yuzong signaled with his eyes, and the palace servant who made a mistake was dragged out. The emperor then asked coldly, "Who closed the palace door today?" Little Dongzi trembled as he crawled forward a few steps. Emperor Wu Su looked at him silently, his gaze deep and long, fixed outside the hall. His aura of authority grew heavier, making it hard for others to breathe. The servants attending the emperor had never seen him so angry. His eyes seemed to want to punish everyone in the hall. Li Yuzong's sweat dripped down his face. Even when it got into his eyes, he dared not wipe it away. He was curious and restless, secretly glancing outside the hall. He saw a faint green figure in the distance bowing gracefully to General Wei and Princess Wei. It was a beautiful scene, like a flower brushing the ground. But seeing this, Emperor Wu Su's face darkened with anger. After leaving the hall, Li Yuzong hurried to catch up with Ji Qingwu. The two master and disciple looked at Ji Qingwu with eager eyes, as if she were a great savior. She hesitated to refuse. Seeing her wavering, Li Yuzong quickly said, "Little Dongzi will personally take Miss Jiu back to Ji's house. Please, Miss Ji, have mercy on those servants." Little Dongzi nodded quickly, tears in his eyes. "Miss Ji, please save the servants. I would happily serve you in my next life, or even this one." Ji Qingwu decided to ask clearly what had happened. "What did you do wrong? If it's a serious crime, I can try to plead for you, but it might not help." Little Dongzi looked sad. "I didn't do much, just close the hall door. I was following the rules for discussing affairs, not acting on my own." Ji Qingwu asked carefully. "Just closing the hall door?" They begged her, but it wasn't a big deal. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Qingwu agreed. On the way, she kept thinking that Emperor Wu Su was too unpredictable. When they nearly reached the main gate of the Qingjing Palace, she saw that the grand doors were wide open. The guards at the entrance had already left. Because of the lighting and position, even with the doors open, she couldn't see clearly inside the hall from outside. She stopped on the steps where Wei Ting had stood earlier, looking hesitant. Li Yuzong took a deep breath and lowered his voice to advise, "Miss Ji, you should go inside quickly." Jing Qingwu looked at the dark, empty hall before her. The more unknown something is, the more dangerous it feels. When the emperor got angry, even Li Yuzong, who was always by his side and knew his temper well, couldn't handle it. Jing Qingwu hesitated. Could she do this? Her foot was on the steps. She whispered, I can't do much if I go in. Maybe I should just. Fearing she might change her mind, Li Yuzong shouted loudly, Your Majesty, Miss Ji from the Ji family requests to see you. As expected of the old servant who served in front of the emperor, his quick reaction was beyond ordinary people. Jing Qingwu could only wait for the emperor to speak inside. But before there was any movement in the hall, Li Yuzong hurriedly said, Your Majesty has summoned you, Miss Ji. Please go in, Jing Qingwu. Why didn't she hear anything? The inside of the hall was quiet, as still as dead water. Suddenly, she heard 4 words. Close the hall door. The emperor's voice was deep and hoarse. Jing Qingwu's heart trembled. The anger in his tone was so intense that even standing at the door, she felt as if she might be ignited by his strong emotions. She finally understood why Li Gonggong and Xiao Dongzi were so afraid. Jing Qingwu was also scared. She quickly said, Li Gonggong, Your Majesty doesn't want to see me. I should go back first. After saying that, she tried to turn and run. Li Yuzong quickly stepped in front of her. If they really let Miss Ji go, these days, it would be hard for their servants to face the emperor, who looked like a fierce god. Jing Qingwu said, Li Gonggong, it's not that I won't help you, but Your Majesty is closing the hall door and refusing to see me. Li Yuzong scratched his head, finally deciding to tell the truth. He lowered his voice and said, Miss Ji, Your Majesty's anger is caused by you. It's up to you to calm him down. Me? Jing Qingwu pointed at herself, incredulous. I caused this. She thought about what she had done since entering the palace. She hadn't even seen Emperor Wu Su. How could she have angered him? Suddenly, a cough came from inside. Li Yuzong's eyes flickered. Miss Ji, I apologize. Without warning, he pushed her. His strength wasn't much, just enough to push her into the hall. Then, he quickly closed the doors of the Hall of Diligent Governance, and Ji Qingwu was also shut inside. The heavy door almost hit Ji Qingwu's nose, so she took a small step back. Does closing the door mean that? She hadn't turned around yet, but she felt more and more that someone was watching her from behind, making her afraid to move. Emperor Wu Su coldly said, You didn't come to see me, so why don't you look at me? Why do I have to look at your back? Ji Qingwu stiffly turned her head, gathered her courage, and looked up at the person in the hall. For some reason, all the palace lamps in the hall were off. Outside, the sun was already setting, and only the light coming through the window illuminated the room. Emperor Wu Su's face was shrouded in shadow. His eyes were dark, without a single glimmer of light. Even when he saw her face clearly, his expression was as dark as a black inkstone on a mountain landscape ink painting. Ji Qingwu didn't know where she went wrong. This scene was completely different from what she imagined while dressing up. She thought he would be happy, moved, and smile like the clear day reflecting snow at the star-picking tower. But he looked angrier. Could it be that Li Yuzong didn't deceive her, and the emperor's anger was truly because of her? Ji Qingwu gently frowned, puzzled why he was angry. Her changing expression didn't escape the emperor's eyes. Emperor Wu Su looked at her sternly and said, Why don't you bow when you see me? Ji Qingwu's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. It wasn't because the emperor asked her to bow. She realized that at some point, when she privately met Emperor Wu Su, she no longer bowed or called herself a subject. Recently, Emperor Wu Su hadn't shown his imperial authority in front of her. His attitude was strong but also gentle and comforting. He had always tolerated her recklessness. Now, reminded by the emperor's cold face, Ji Qingwu realized she had already crossed many lines. Looking into his black eyes, she also clearly understood that even if he showed her some affection, it wasn't enough for her to act recklessly in front of him. This affection, once the emperor wanted to take back, she could do nothing. Ji Qingwu was about to bow properly and pay her respects to the emperor, lifting her skirt and bending her knees. But he interrupted, Your posture is wrong. Emperor Wu Su said irritably. Ji Qingwu was startled by his sudden voice and fell with a thud, kneeling straight on the ground. She let out a sharp sound. The gold bricks on the ground were real and heavy, hurting her knees badly. She didn't kneel properly. She leaned forward, barely supporting herself with her hands, almost falling into a full prostrate position. In front of her, she saw a pair of black satin boots with cloud patterns, and the hem of his bright yellow court robe was still swaying in front of her, showing he was walking quickly. Ji Qingwu silently looked at the colorful clouds on the yellow silk. He wanted her to kneel, so she kneeled. What more could he want? Seeing her kneeling on the cold stones, Emperor Wu Su's anger grew worse. His chest heaved, and his voice carried clear disapproval. Is this how you bow? What else was there to do? She had chosen the most correct way to bow, more proper than the usual half-bow or clasped hands. Ji Qingwu started to feel wronged. It's your majesty who asked me to bow, but you keep picking at it. Seeing her still daring to argue, Emperor Wu Su tightened his jaw. Are you made of wood? Or stone? His constant rebukes made her knees hurt even more, and now her chest felt tight, like she couldn't breathe. Her eyes turned red. Sitting on the ground like a delicate little rabbit, she looked soft and fragile. The emperor, annoyed, said, "Get up first." She not only looked like a rabbit, but also had a stubborn personality. She was about to bite back. She stubbornly stared at him and said, "I won't get up. If the emperor wants to punish me, go ahead. I only have this one head. If you find me annoying, just cut it off." Emperor Wu Su was so angry at her fearless attitude that he took a long breath, feeling frustrated inside. He finally said, "Do you think I don't want to? Sometimes I really want to open you up and see what's inside." Though harsh, his tone was full of helplessness. Ji Qingwu stubbornly sat on the ground, tears not falling, her lips pressed so tightly they lost color. She looked away first, blinking her sore eyes from staring too long. Then she muttered quietly, "Your Majesty asks, what's inside my head? Anyway, it's not a person full of mood swings." This time, Emperor Wu Su was neither angry nor upset. The woman's eyes are bright and clear, and her cheeks are flushed with anger, making her look as lovely as a spring peach. It's so frustrating that I almost want to bite her to vent my anger. The hall has been silent for a long time. The scent of dragon saliva incense lingers in her nose, and the tall figure in front of her remains standing still. But Ji Qingwu is still kneeling. Her knees really hurt, and she feels a bit regretful. When the emperor told her to stand up earlier, why didn't she do so? Now she's caught in a difficult situation. Sweat beads have appeared on Ji Qingwu's forehead. She quietly lifts her eyes and sees Emperor Wu Su staring at her face. She immediately turns her face away, tilting her neck, not wanting him to look. Ji Qingwu clearly remembers that the first time she entered the hall, he looked at her with a dark face, without a hint of happiness. But Emperor Wu Su kneels down respectfully, using one knee, and gently pinches her chin. "Don't want me to see? Then who do you want to see?" His deep gaze sweeps over every soft part of her face. Ji Qingwu feels a strange sensation. Just being stared at by him makes her skin tingle, itchy and prickly. She lowers her dark eyelashes, still stubborn, refusing to look at him. The chin he pinched with his fingertips feels slightly sore. The smooth skin he glances over turns red, showing her delicate youth. If Ji Qingwu looked over now, she would be frightened by his expression. Because his eyes are full of obvious desire, as if he wants to break her apart and swallow her whole, still not satisfied. Today is also a coincidence. Ji Qingwu just finished removing her disguise when she happened to meet Wei Ting, who returned secretly. The two of them saw each other at the gate of the Hall of Government. In the emperor's eyes inside the hall, it was like two old lovers meeting, exchanging silent glances from a distance. Ji Qingwu even took the initiative to bow. Her light and lively posture, if not for the presence of others in the palace, seemed like she was about to rush forward. When it was his turn, he simply knelt down with a thud, reluctant and unwilling. Even the warmest heart of Emperor Wu Su cooled. He lifted her face, using his palm to hold her chin, so he could carefully examine her face. His long fingers gently stroked her soft earlobe, tracing its shape. People say those with soft ears are obedient and sensible. Why aren't you like that? Does the emperor also believe this? Ji Qingwu lifted her eyelashes, and when her gaze met his, she immediately looked away. His hand moved gently, as if she were a precious treasure in his palm, but his expression was full of a desire to destroy. There was both affection and a desire to control. Ji Qingwu's heart sounded a warning. This danger made her want to stay away, but it also held a strange attraction. The pain in her knees still reminded her that she couldn't be a moth drawn to the flame, burning herself for a moment of happiness. In the end, she was used by the Empress Dowager and others, confined in the palace. That was not the outcome she wanted. Emperor Wu Su saw her water-like eyes flicker with ripples, as if plotting something. He lowered his gaze, hiding the dark emotions he had just shown, until they could no longer be seen. He said, "You kept refusing to see me with your true face before, so why are you willing today? Why did you come to the Qingzheng Hall on your own?" Ji Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Could he have noticed her little thoughts? Emperor Wu Su looked down, his fingers casually touching her neck. They say women change their appearance to please those they like. What is your reason today? What was her reason? Listening to her pounding heart, Ji Qingwu began to understand her true feelings. It was for this moment. Everyone has flaws, and she was no exception. She didn't want to provoke him, but he used strong methods, like building a mountain and expanding land, to settle in her heart. Why was it always her who was confused by her feelings for him? That was unfair. She also wanted to see the proud emperor lose control and fall for her, to understand how much he truly liked her. But today, after seeing the empress consort way, Ji Qingwu calmed down completely. She knew that the more tangled her relationship with the emperor became, the more likely she was to fall into a deep abyss. The vast Phoenix Palace had many secrets she couldn't see through, and the person in front of her was even more mysterious and uncontrollable. Even if Ji Qingwu was confused, she couldn't ask the emperor, who held the country and the harem of 3,000 women, for a true heart. She had to find a way to hide her feelings. Ji Qingwu said, "Your Majesty, I am doing this for myself, not for anyone else." To please myself, hearing her answer, not for any other man, Emperor Wu Su's expression softened a little. He reached out his arm to hold her back, then quickly lifted her up by her knees, carrying her horizontally. Ji Qingwu let out a small cry. "Your Majesty, put me down. I can walk by myself." Hearing this, Emperor Wu Su suddenly loosened his hold on her back. Ji Qingwu felt herself falling downward and quickly grabbed his shoulder with her hands. Once she steadied herself, she realized she was now naturally hanging on to him. "Walking by yourself, Ji Qingwu." Li Yuzong. Emperor Wu Su's expression finally returned to his usual calm and indifferent look. A small gap opened in the door of the hall. The chief steward, with blue feathers, sneaked in cautiously, peeking inside to observe the situation. "I'm here, Your Majesty. Come in." Hearing the emperor's voice without anger, Li Yuzong immediately slipped inside. When he saw the emperor walking briskly toward the inner room while holding Ji Qingwu, his face relaxed into a smile, and he stepped forward happily. He thought to himself, as expected of Miss Ji, she can handle even the most intimidating scenes. "Go and fetch the Yurong ointment." Emperor Wu Su carried Ji Qingwu toward the right side of the hall, where there was a soft bed. Li Yuzong was momentarily stunned. Yurong ointment is a powerful medicine for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. The emperor actually used it to punish Miss Ji? Emperor Wu Su looked at him coldly. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go." Ji Qingwu also glared at him, her bright eyes full of anger. If it weren't for her duty, she wouldn't have tolerated this. This Li Gonggong at the door completely ignored her wishes and even pushed her. Li Yuzong felt guilty and lowered his head, replying, then hurried out to fetch the ointment. Ji Qingwu's fierce gaze hadn't yet retracted when Emperor Wu Su caught her expression. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, you haven't said why you came to see me?" Ji Qingwu, understanding the emperor's temper somewhat, knew she couldn't say it was to serve the officials in the diligent governance hall. She sat by the bed, her moon-white skirt draping over the golden tiles. Then she thought of something and said, "When I entered the palace, I met Princess Qingyun. She said that at her wedding ceremony, she wanted wait." Her voice trembled slightly. She stared intently at the emperor's hand, surprised, and asked, "Your Majesty?" He suddenly lifted her skirt. Emperor Wu Su sat beside her, rolling up her skirt to her waist, revealing the soft, beige-patterned silk trousers underneath. At this moment, Li Yuzhong brought in a white jade jar along with a female healer. Ji Qingwu appreciated his thoughtful and timely gesture, her eyes showing a hint of gratitude. Li Yuzhong, with a cheerful smile, faced her, while Emperor Wu Su looked at him impatiently. His smile quickly faded. "Old servant, I'll take my leave." Li Yuzhong hurried out, also taking the healer with him. Ji Qingwu suddenly felt itchy in her teeth, wanting to give the emperor a taste too, but she only dared to think about it. The heavy palace door was closed again, and the room returned to silence. Emperor Wu Su held the medicine jar, seemingly contemplating whether to remove or roll up her silk trousers. Ji Qingwu quickly tightened her waistband and leaned back. Her behavior looked like a fragile woman being forcibly taken by a villain. Especially when the emperor, expressionless, pressed down and grabbed her ankle, pulling her outward, it looked even more like that. When she moved slightly, a hot, swollen pain shot through her knee. She forced herself not to show pain and said, "Your Majesty, I'm fine," because she preferred not to have anything else happen rather than her knee being hurt. Emperor Wu Su's face looked like a proper, upright gentleman, not realizing he was acting rashly. Instead, he scolded Ji Qingwu for clutching her waistband tightly and daydreaming. "What are you thinking? Stay still, let me see if you have a bruise." The skin around her ankle was hot. Ji Qingwu shook her head, unable to believe he was serious. He continued, "From the sound of you kneeling just now, I can tell there's at least a bruise. If you don't massage it now, your knee will swell like a bun. If you go back like this, you won't be able to walk. You'll stumble every 10 steps, and palace maids will be watching, removing her trousers and walking around with her bare bottom, then falling and getting muddy like a dog. What's more embarrassing?" Ji Qingwu decisively made her choice. Now, even if she was embarrassed, she only had to face the emperor. The injury was on her, and the palace's secret medicine was definitely not ordinary. It was better to treat it early and quickly. She pointed at her silk trousers and said, "This pant leg is wide, so I can pull it up without taking it off." Emperor Wu Sua showed no reaction. Ji Qingwu carefully observed his expression and voluntarily rolled up her pants above her knees. She was afraid that if she waited too long, he might pull her pants away. Seeing her action, the emperor subtly smiled but quickly suppressed it. He looked at her smooth, slender legs stretched out in front of him. These legs were not as thin as willow branches, but were graceful, strong, and balanced. It made him think of her when she mounted her horse, her long legs crossing the stirrups in a beautiful arc. However, what was unfortunate was that her skin, originally as bright and smooth as jade, now showed many bruises and redness around her knees. Ji Qingwu wanted to reach out and take the ointment from his hand, but he raised his hand and stretched his arm higher. She looked up and realized she couldn't reach that height, because last time, the noble emperor had helped her wipe her face, and it felt like a strong wind had blown past. She was afraid he might hurt her again if he applied medicine himself. Ji Qingwu kindly suggested, "I am a healer. I can apply the medicine. Your Majesty, are you still worried?" But Emperor Wu Sua was determined to do it himself. He focused on her knee, pinching a piece of pinkish ointment and placing it in his palm. His body temperature was high, and the jade ointment melted quickly in his hand. The fresh, herbal, slightly bitter scent spread out first. Ji Qingwu sniffed the aroma. He asked, "What do you smell?" "Panax nodo ginseng, Sichuan wudo, ox knee, angelica, dried." Ji Qingwu said, her eyes brightening as she recognized the herbs. "Anything else?"
Emperor Wu Suo gently prompted.
Ji Qingwu thought she had guessed all the herbs already. She hesitated, leaning her nose closer to his palm, her delicate nose twitching slightly, and said, "There's also a sweet, cool, refreshing scent." Just as she finished speaking, without her noticing, his warm hand with the cool ointment suddenly covered her knee. The surprise attack was sudden. Ji Qingwu immediately cried out in pain, her features tightening. He used a lot of force, and her knee instantly felt burning hot, tears uncontrollably welling up in her eyes. She finally realized that the scent wasn't from the ointment, but from the fragrance of the pouch he carried, which was emitting that cool, refreshing smell. Emperor Wu Su was distracting her. His large hand covered her knee, and he spoke softly, "Just spare the pain." Ji Qingwu bit her lip, her eyes moist as she looked at him, enduring with great patience. Emperor Wu Su kept his gaze straight, his hand firm, pressing without easing up. This jade ointment worked very well, but it needed to be massaged deeply into the skin. At first, it caused noticeable pain, but after a while, it turned into a warm, soothing feeling. Ji Qingwu felt like she was coming back to life, and she let out a small breath. Honestly, Emperor Wu Su was very skilled at massage, knowing exactly which muscles and points to press for comfort. Being served so attentively by the emperor made Ji Qingwu feel a bit lightheaded. When a prey relaxes, it becomes easier for the cunning hunter to control it completely. Before she realized it, his hand was moving upward. She held his hand and quickly said, "It's enough, Your Majesty." "No need to trouble yourself further," he replied kindly. "It's not a big deal," but his hand was still moving upward. Ji Qingwu was pressed against his shoulder, unable to move as her back touched the side of the bed. Could he be more shameless? This was not just a little, he had gone from her knee to her thigh. Emperor Wu Su's hand lingered on her flesh, which was soft and smooth like tender tofu, hidden beneath silk trousers. Ji Qingwu sighed inwardly, knowing he wouldn't let her go easily. Just then, a faint sound came from the palace door. Li Yuzong peeked his head in again, saw their posture, and quickly lowered his head and turned away. He whispered, "Your Majesty, Consort Wei sent a palace maid to invite you to a banquet. The food and drinks are ready, and General Wei and others are waiting for you." Yes, the emperor still planned to dine with the Wei siblings. Consort Wei and Wei Ting were waiting for him to join the family dinner. Ji Qingwu's expression froze for a moment, then she pushed him away. She lowered her silk trousers, tidied her skirt, and hurriedly left the Zhongjing Hall. As she walked away, she thought to herself that the ointment was truly miraculous. It no longer hurt when she moved. But her chest felt a little sour. Chiu didn't sleep alone but came to Wudong Garden. The young girl had finished her bath. Her face was clean and white, lying quietly on the bed, muttering to herself as she played. Lan Ji sat nearby, fanning her gently. After Ji Qingwu entered the room, Lan Ji approached and immediately smelled a special scent on her. Recently, she had been helping the fifth miss with herbs and learned some medical knowledge, so she recognized the medicinal smell. Worried that Juju might overhear, Lan Ji quietly asked, "Fifth miss, are you hurt?" Ji Qingwu smiled and told her not to worry. It was nothing serious. Juju hadn't seen her fairy mother in a long time. As soon as she saw her, her eyes lit up and her pupils seemed glued to her. She looked like a brave hero. Curiously, she asked, "Mother, did you succeed in rescuing Lord Li and the others?" Ji Qingwu nodded helplessly. She had been roughly handled, and even the emperor's strength was used on her. That counted as a kind of success. Ji Qingwu took a plain-colored outfit to take a bath. Juju, with her short legs, followed her to the bathing room and peered over the screen. Being watched by the little girl, even her bath couldn't be private. Ji Qingwu's face showed embarrassment. Juju cupped her small face and smiled innocently, saying, "Even if mother is angry, she still looks good. Can you always be like this in the future?" After the bath, Ji Qingwu's skin was even whiter. She dressed in a simple white inner garment, picked up a cloth to dry her hair, with some water still in her eyes. She asked with a smile, "Was mother's old look not good?" Juju, small but wise, tilted her head and said, "I know you changed your appearance to protect Juju before, but now everyone likes you." We will protect you. Juju thought for a moment and earnestly promised. Mother can be herself. Now things were different. Even if she couldn't protect her, she could call for help. Being herself. Hearing these 3 words, Ji Qingwu's heart softened completely. She hugged the heavy little girl in her arms and kissed her soft, cute face again and again. Juju giggled happily in her mother's warm embrace. Seeing her daughter's adorable smile, Ji Qingwu felt her heart fill with happiness, and all other feelings disappeared. The next morning, early. After finishing breakfast, Ji Qingwu took the business contract sent by Duan Mingfeng and first went to the grain shop to find Mi Zhenchuan to discuss the preparations for opening the clinic. When Mi Zhenchuan saw the contract in her hand, he was pleasantly surprised and said, "Miss Wu, the hardest part is done. I will handle the rest." Ji Qingwu felt assured and asked, "Shopkeeper Mi, last time I asked you and your staff to find some wet nurses and experienced midwives. Is there any progress?" Mi Zhenchuan nodded. "I've already found a few reliable ones. If you're free today, I can invite them over and you can meet them this afternoon." Ji Qingwu didn't expect him to be so quick and said, "That's great. Shopkeeper Mi, come with me to the restaurant first." The two headed to the restaurant, planning to finalize the renovation plans so they could start work early. This street was the busiest and most lively in Linen. As they passed a tea house, they overheard the townspeople excitedly discussing something. Ji Qingwu listened in as she walked by. The townspeople were well informed. Even before the court session ended, they had already heard that General Wei Ting had returned to the court. They were talking about his great achievements at the border over the years. They kept praising General Wei for being clever and resourceful, faking an injury to deceive the Western Guard spies and catching them all in one go. Thinking about seeing Wei Ting again at the palace yesterday, Ji Qingwu paused slightly. Mi Zhenchuan smiled and said, "Miss Wu, are you interested in General Wei's affairs? I found a midwife with experience in assisting childbirth, and she has worked at the Wei family in the east of the city for over 10 years. Ji Qingwu remained calm and said, "General Wei has been guarding the border diligently. I just feel grateful for his efforts." Meanwhile, in the Golden Lotus Hall, today's court session was unusually long. Wei Ting's quiet return to court surprised many officials. Emperor Wu Su, sitting high on the golden dragon throne, looked down through the jade beads hanging from his crown, observing the expressions of the officials when Wei Ting appeared. Some were happy, others worried. Among them, Elder Tao and a certain minister looked visibly pale and gray. The waters in the court were starting to stir. Even the big fish could no longer hide. Emperor Wu Su's eyes flashed with sharpness as he said in a deep voice, "The General of the North has been working hard at the border and has also uncovered a secret spy organization of Western Guard. Do you have any rewards you desire?" Wei Ting stepped forward, dressed in official robes that made him look even more noble and clear-minded. He bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying, "Serving the country is my duty. I do not dare to boast or seek rewards. I listen to the Emperor's commands." Emperor Wu Su said, "General Wei has a strong spirit and is a loyal servant of North Li. Even if he is a bit proud, it doesn't matter." His gaze fell on the long red carpet leading to the palace door. He continued, "After last night's banquet, Consort Wei mentioned wanting to find a suitable person for General Wei. She even prepared a list of noble young ladies for me to see. I think they're quite good and very suitable for you. What do you think, General Wei? This matter indeed happened last night." In the past 2 years, Wei Li Ru had been paying attention to talented and beautiful women. Because Wei Ting had left home to serve at the border for 6 years, he had not married. Wei Li Ru had been worried about her brother's marriage. Finally, when he returned, she quickly made a list and sent it to the emperor. At first, Consort Wei was worried the emperor wouldn't like it, but she was pleasantly surprised when he praised it. Emperor Wu Su waved his hand. Li Yuzong took the paper from the emperor and handed it to Wei Ting, who was standing in the hall. When Wei Ting first heard that Wei Li Ru had chosen suitable marriage candidates for him, he frowned slightly, but once he took the paper, his expression returned to normal. He glanced at the names on the list. The handwriting was definitely written by Consort Wei. A faint smile still played on his lips. "The Emperor and Consort Wei are concerned about my marriage. I am very grateful. However, I haven't seen Consort Wei in many years, and she doesn't know that I already have someone in my heart. Hearing this, the powerful General Wei, who held military authority, openly declared in the court that he had someone he liked. Whispers began in the hall. Emperor Wu Su sat up straight, his expression changing from casual to serious. His eyes looked deeply at Wei Ting. Luo noticed the emperor's unusual expression and stepped forward. He said casually, "It's rare for General Wei to have a blooming flower. I wonder which young lady has caught your eye?" Wei Ting smiled at him. Lu Wan and Wei Ting had known each other since they were young. He understood that this seemingly gentle and polite man was actually quite sharp. Wei Ting's fake smile might cause trouble for someone. Wei Ting bowed to him and said, "I find it amusing because it's a coincidence. I am interested in Lord Lu's younger sister-in-law." When he said this, the hall became much noisier. Why would Wei Ting be interested in Ji's daughter? It was well known that Empress Wei and Empress Dowager Sinang Palace had long-standing disagreements. The Wei family and Ji family also did not get along. Lu Juan's expression froze. The only unmarried girl in Ji's family was Ji Qingyuan. He said, "Qingyuan is about the right age for General Wei." Wei Ting said, "Who said, I am interested in Ji Qingyuan?" Lu Juan's heart skipped a beat. "Are you talking about?" Wei Ting wiped the smile from his face, loosened his official robe, and knelt on the ground. He loudly said, "Your Majesty, since you wish to grant me a marriage, I would like to request to marry." Wei Ting looked up directly at the person on the throne. With a firm expression, he said, "I wish to marry Miss Ji Qingwu from the Ji family." The Emperor Wusu's eyes flashed with shock, but Wei Ting showed no sign of hesitation. As the sunlight outside grew stronger, the hall suddenly erupted in discussion and noise. Standing at the front, Prince Yong stiffened and turned his head to look at Wei Ting kneeling in the hall. Recently, Prince Yong had become much thinner, and his once mischievous gaze seemed to have disappeared. He had originally wanted to be a bystander, but when he heard that Wei Ting wanted to marry Ji Qingwu, he couldn't help but make a surprised sound. After what happened last time, Prince Yong had suffered a loss, both in reputation and in military strength. This fifth cousin, although not very skilled, was very lucky. Among the over 1,000 people in the prince's residence, she chose to target him, the prince who had been deliberately ignored. Ji Qingwu hit his weak spot perfectly, making him willing to be manipulated. Good luck, some might say, is also a skill. Unexpectedly, Ji Qingwu's abilities did not stop there. Even Wei Ting, who was far in the northern border, wanted to marry her. On his first day back to attend court, he publicly proposed this. Thinking back to the last time, when the emperor summoned him in the Hall of Diligent Governance, although he didn't reveal his feelings clearly, the emperor's elaborate efforts hinted at something unusual. Emperor Wusu's feelings for Ji Qingwu were not ordinary. Now, Tao Wanyin, who was pregnant, was still detained in the palace out on the hall. This was a good opportunity for him to show his intentions. King Yong thought for a few moments before stepping forward. He walked to the center of the hall and stood beside Wei Ting. "Brother Emperor, Miss Ji from the Ji family is my cousin. If Wei Ting wants to marry a girl from the Ji family, I believe he should first ask the Empress Dowager for her opinion." He thought to himself that the Empress Dowager would never agree to a Ji family girl marrying into the Wei family. Emperor Wu Su's eyes seemed to be covered with a dark blue flame. He kept a serious face and said nothing. Not long after King Yong finished speaking, Li Qingxuan, dressed in a red robe and a scholar, stepped forward from the group of officials on the left. "General Wei, why do you want to marry Miss Jiwu? The general has been in the northern border for a long time and may not know that this Miss Ji was married before and has a daughter." Wei Ting looked at them with a smile, his eyes full of meaning. Both King Yong and the scholar came forward one after another, mainly trying to stop him. They were both loyal to the Empress Dowager, so their actions were understandable. Wei Ting was fearless and said, "So what? I will personally go to the Empress Dowager to ask." The more people tried to stop him, the more determined he became. Suddenly, a black-clad warrior quickly stepped forward and loudly said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, please think carefully." Wei Ting turned around and recognized him. His brow furrowed slightly. This man used to be his subordinate, and they had a good relationship. Why was he now opposing him? To his surprise, the black-clad warrior knelt down behind Wei Ting. Emperor Wu Su's expression became hard to read. His voice was cold and sharp. "Wu Bo, what else do you want to say?" This young warrior boldly shouted. "I also want to ask to marry Miss Ji Wu." His mother was the woman who had grabbed Ji Qingwu's arm at the arena and refused to let go. Hearing this, Wei Ting's smile completely disappeared. The emperor's crown moved slightly, and the jade ornament made a crisp sound. Even more surprisingly, led by Wei Ting, many soldiers stepped forward and knelt behind him. They all expressed their desire to marry Ji Qingwu to the emperor. If one person asked, it was one thing. But since those who had feelings during the archery and riding contest all came forward, they formed a line to ask the emperor. Their mothers had been turned away at the Ji family gate, so these men decided to ask the emperor directly and lined up. Emperor Wu Su looked coldly at the people coming forward one after another. Soon, many officials were kneeling in the hall. This scene has never happened before, except during the last case when the emperor punished corruption. But last time, the hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was on edge. Now, the place is chaotic with people shouting and pushing. Emperor Wu Sual looked at each face with cold, sharp eyes. Good, there are 18 people in total. Some of the generals were still trying to stand tall and show off, but suddenly they felt their heavy official robes as if they were being blown by the wind. They felt a cold chill around their necks, and their backs were covered in sweat. They quietly looked up and saw that the emperor's gaze was even more intimidating than General Wei's. No one expected this scene. Even Wei Ting, who usually stays calm, didn't expect so many men eager for Ji Qingwu. He thought that asking for marriage approval was simple, just get the emperor's nod. But now, the situation was becoming more complicated. Wei Ting's lips no longer curled into a smile. This woman had tried everything to him in the northern border, but then she suddenly disappeared. Now, after being accepted back by the Ji family and returning to Linen just a few months ago, she had attracted so many men. She really was busy all the time. Finally, an old man in his 60s stepped forward. Wei Ting's normally normal expression started to. His eyes showed strong emotions, and his hand clenched into a fist. The white-haired old man smiled and said, "It's been many years since I saw General Wei." Wei Ting looked closely and recognized him as scholarly. He looked much older now. He spoke harshly. "I didn't hear that Madame Li had passed away. Are you also interested in marrying a new wife? Do you want to compete with this general?" Scholarly shook his head slowly and said, "General Wei, you flatter me. It's not me, but my son who likes Miss Ji Wu. I am here to ask for her hand for my third son, Li Shuming." Finally, the emperor on the throne spoke. The hall returned to silence. In the quiet environment, it was almost as if you could hear everyone's breathing. Emperor Wu Suo rubbed his forehead, looking annoyed, and said, "Miss Ji Wu, everyone wants to marry her, but whoever gets her will hurt their friendship. Let's not talk about this anymore." This meant no family could marry Miss Ji Wu. Wei Ting's narrow eyes flashed with light. He said, "Your Majesty, I am different from them." The emperor paused and asked, "How are you different?" Wei Ting straightened his posture and said, "The difference is that Miss Ji Wu has always liked me. Her husband should be me." Emperor Wu Su spoke calmly. "General Jinbei, you should think carefully before answering." Wei Ting sensed the emperor's threat, but since he had spoken, there was no turning back. "My words are true. 5 years ago, Miss Ji Wu, then wandering outside, used the name Ji Wu and worked as a military doctor in the northern camp. All the soldiers in my unit know her. The others kneeling didn't expect that Ji Qingwu had such a past. They thought she had always been wandering in the countryside." Emperor Wu Su's pupils shrank, and his eyes lost all warmth. Wei Ting looked like a victorious person, a smile returning to his lips. "At that time, Miss Ji Wu was deeply in love with me. Many witnesses can confirm this. By the way, she once wrote dozens of heartfelt letters to me. I still carry one of these letters with me, and I can show it to everyone." Wei Ting took out a yellowed, frayed piece of paper from his clearly kept for a long time. King Yong was the first to it. "General Whiting, are you joking? My cousin is not the kind of frivolous person." He could believe Ji Qingwu was ruthless and cunning, but not that she was flirtatious and loose. King Yong looked at it for a few moments, initially appearing normal. But then his eyes seemed to scan something, and the king, known for his indulgence in pleasure, shivered as if he saw something shocking. This small, 4-inch piece of paper, a handkerchief, was passed among the men who wanted to marry Ji Qingwu. After looking at it, everyone's expression was the same, strange and puzzled. For some reason, this letter also ended up in the hands of Lu Wan, who was standing nearby. He looked down and recognized that the writing was Ji Qingwu's. He had seen her write prescriptions for Qing Rong before. Her handwriting was hard to describe. In short, it was very memorable. He silently read in his mind, "The general rides into battle, wishing to be the moon beside you. The moon shines over 1,000 miles, sharing this life in dreams. Hand in hand to enjoy the flowers and the moon, do not waste youth and drunken breezes." This was a heartfelt love poem, but it was not enough to make everyone look surprised. Lu Wan's gaze moved upward, and his hand holding the handkerchief paused. At the top of the paper, there was a bright red, full-hearted peach-shaped mark. Although slightly faded, it is still clear that the pattern is made of overlapping lip prints of a woman. Such a romantic and clever idea from a woman is something I have never heard of or seen before. Finally, Li Qingxuan took over and, after reading, his hand holding the tablet unconsciously tightened. He was quick-witted and suddenly thought of something, frowning as he asked, "Miss Ji's child, is it General Wei's?" This time, Wei Ting's face showed a strange expression. He clenched his jaw and tried to keep his composure, smiling as he nodded. "Lord Li is right. The child is mine," Wei Ting added. "We have a long-standing friendship, but at that time, chaos was everywhere, and it wasn't a good time to marry." Behind him, Wu Bo frowned and asked, "Why does Miss Ji say her former husband is dead? If what General Wei says is true, and you have a deep relationship, why does she live in a small town in South Chu?" Wei Ting clenched his teeth and said, "This is a private matter between us. I don't want outsiders to know." Seeing everyone start arguing again, the black-clad Wu Sudi stood up directly. He walked down the high platform step by step, his pace slow and heavy, as if weighing on everyone's hearts. In an instant, the emperor's commanding presence silenced the crowd. Everyone stopped talking and lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Wu Sudi approached them and looked down at the 2 rows of people kneeling in the hall. His cold gaze was like dark clouds pressing down on these people. Lu Wan, standing on the left, subtly moved away, wanting to stay farther from the emperor to avoid being caught in the middle. But this time, Wu Sudi's anger was very strong, and his voice rose significantly. "What do you think the Golden Throne is?" The temple of the matchmaking god, faced with the emperor's fury. All the officials in the hall knelt down. They shouted, "Please, your majesty, calm your anger." Wu Sudi saw the letter held in Wei Ting's hand and seemed to sway for a moment. "All of you are asking to marry Miss Ji? Come and ask me directly." After saying this, the emperor looked furious, flicked his robe, and strode away. Li Yuzong hurried to follow behind, glancing back at Lu Wan as he passed him. Lu Wan slowly stood up, pretending not to see, knowing that self-preservation was the most important. Wei Ting couldn't persuade him, and he dared not provoke the emperor. "I need to quickly send a message to Fifth Sister." The court officials, who were watching nearby, waited until Emperor Wu Su's figure disappeared completely before cautiously standing up and patting their chests. They wondered why the emperor, who usually wouldn't get angry without reason, was so furious just now, more upset than General Wei, who had been interrupted. The morning court session had ended some time ago. Unaware of what was happening, Ji Qingwu was still sitting in a private room at the restaurant, watching several maids that Mi Zhenchuan had brought. One maid, surnamed Sun, pleased her very much. She was the same maid who had worked at the Wei family before. Ji Qingwu handed her a set of cards and said, "Madam Sun, according to the schedule, you can start working at the clinic next month. First, you should settle your family matters." As she finished speaking, she saw a young servant appear at the door, standing beside Mrs.
Ciao.
Miss Fifth, you need to come home quickly. Madam is looking for you. Mrs. Chow hurriedly called her back home. Why was she so urgent? Ji Qingwu didn't dare delay. She handed over the remaining tasks to Manager Mi and left with the servant. When Ji Qingwu reached the entrance of Unju Garden, Mrs. Chow was just about to come out. Seeing her, she pulled her inside. Miss Fifth, if you don't come back soon, I will come looking for you on the street, Mrs. Chow said anxiously. Ji Qingwu rarely saw Mrs. Chow so worried. She helped Mrs. Chow into the house and softly asked, "What's wrong?" "Mother, take your time and tell me. Don't be anxious. You child, really." After sitting down, Mrs. Chow frowned and said, "Why didn't you tell me the truth? How long have you been back home, and you still treat us like strangers?" Ji Qingwu was rarely scolded by Mrs. Chow. She tried to flatter her with a smile. But today, Mrs. Chow was not buying it. Looking at her radiant face, which was even more beautiful than before, Mrs. Chow said seriously, "You know about the disguise technique. When your elder brother first came home, he mentioned it to me. I thought you, when you first returned, were cautious. But after you finally removed the disguise these days, I thought you had truly relaxed." Ji Qingwu hesitated and said, "Mother, I don't have any secrets from you." Mrs. Chow pulled her arm away and said, "Who would have thought you're hiding such a big secret? A big secret."
Je kwingwes smille froze.
Could it be that Mrs. Chow already knew the truth? Mrs. Chow asked, "Who is Chuchu's father? Tell me." She looked at Chow with a look of blame and asked in a tight voice, "Mother, how did you find out?" "I found out because Wei Ting said it openly today." Ji Qingwu suddenly looked up. "Wei Ting knows?" Chow said, "He said you two are in love and even acknowledged Chu-Chu as his daughter." Ji Qingwu was silent for a long time, her eyes flickering constantly. This was very different from what she had expected. It wasn't that she was discovered to have a relationship with the emperor. Instead, Wei Ting was the one who spoke up first. At this moment, Ji Qingwu only had one thought. 5 years ago, he was like a bright moon in the sky. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make him open his heart and accept her. Moreover, what does this child have to do with him? Yet he was willing to acknowledge him. All of this was strange. Only someone not thinking clearly or with other motives could explain it. Ji Qingwu hurriedly asked, "Mother, do you know when and where Wei Ting said this?" Chow received the news from the attendant sent from the Marquis of Zhongwu's residence. This matter hadn't yet alarmed Ji Qingrong, who was pregnant. It was secretly reported to her by Lu Wan. Chow said, "It was during today's court session. Wei Ting asked the emperor for your hand in marriage himself." Ji Qingwu's surprise hadn't yet faded, and then it hit her like a bolt from the blue. Wei Ting actually asked the emperor for her hand in front of everyone in the hall. And it was in front of Emperor Wusu, acknowledging that the child was his. Ji Qingwu was deeply shocked. In front of the child's biological father, she was accused of something she didn't do. She had to wonder if Wei Ting had been through some trauma or was not in his right mind all these years. When she saw him in the palace, he still looked elegant and calm. But now, his style of doing things had changed dramatically, from steady and composed to fierce and reckless. Ji Qingwu was mostly surprised by Wei Ting's proposal to marry her. Actually, what Wei Ting said didn't matter much. What mattered was how the person in charge of the overall situation would decide. Wei Ting had returned to Linen, but he had been stationed at the border for many years, holding the military power of 200,000 troops in the northern region, with great military prestige. She wondered how Emperor Wusu would react to such a request from a powerful official. Would he agree? Ji Qingwu calmed down and asked, "Mother, how did the emperor react?" Mrs. Chow shook her head and said, "I heard the scene was chaotic, and the emperor was so annoyed that he left the court early. That means no final decision has been made yet." Ji Qingwu let out a small breath of relief. Mrs. Chow had been watching her reactions closely. She saw that Ji Qingwu didn't seem as eager to marry him as Wei Ting claimed. When she heard about his proposal, her face showed more shock than happiness. She asked, "What is really going on between you and Wei Ting?" "He says you've always liked him." Ji Qingwu didn't want to hide the truth from Mrs. Chow, but the story about having a child was too unbelievable to share. Once she told one lie, she would need many more to cover it up. Revealing the truth would also expose the backgrounds of Jiao Jiao and Yuan Heng. And if Mrs. Chiao found out the details, it wouldn't be good for her. Why not just go along with the mistake and let it pass? Ji Qingwu tried to cover up and said, "Mother, those are all in the past. Everyone has gone through a naive time of young love." Mrs. Chiao frowned and said, "You can't just say it's in the past. Wei Ting even kept the letter you once wrote to him. He still kept her proof." Thinking about the contents of those letters, Ji Qingwu felt awkward and touched her face. Honestly, she didn't have much experience in pursuing someone. To win Wei Ting's affection, she had bought some popular romance books and copied the pursuit methods from them. Someone once said that girls chasing boys is like a veil. But between her and him, it was more like sandpaper. She had tried to harden her skin, but still couldn't break through. Later, Ji Qingwu started to think about traditional methods, old-fashioned promises of eternal love and vows of forever. What she couldn't say out loud, she wrote on paper and sent as letters. But after Wei Ting received them, he didn't respond. When he opened them in front of her, he just smiled faintly.
Je kunt wo vrouwen.
One letter seemed special. Perhaps Wei Ting had just taken out that one. Could it be just a coincidence? That letter was given to her by someone else, and Ji Qingwu couldn't think of such a clever trick. In the military camp, besides military doctors, there was another group of women military courtesans. In this world, only a few women desire to taste the charm of 1,000 men, but most are helpless and fall into a life of hardship. One of them is a beautiful courtesan who was sold by her. She was seriously ill when she first joined the army, and Ji Qingwu once helped treat her. This courtesan has a bold and confident personality. She laughs at Ji Qingwu's clumsy way of pursuing men and tells her to be more daring if she wants to show love. She also explains that men are all the same, pretending to be serious but actually just looking for fun, and that they can be easily overwhelmed. She generously teaches Ji Qingwu many tricks, both for acting and fighting. The acting tricks are playful teasing. The fighting tricks involve blushing even more than a bonfire, and Ji Qingwu, who doesn't understand these things, firmly refuses. There are stories about beautiful women washing silk or sitting peacefully in meditation, but in the end, they are all used, except they never involved Wei Ting. For the romantic stories, one involves using red lipstick to stamp heart shapes on paper. Ji Qingwu can accept this with some difficulty, especially since the courtesan personally guided her. Later, she found her slow and still used the courtesan's lipstick stamps. Thinking of this, Ji Qingwu blinked and asked, "Mother, do you know which letter Wei Ting showed me?" Mrs. Chiao looked at her and said, "Little Five, did you really write him a letter?" Ji Qingwu honestly nodded. "Yes, I did. There's no way to deny it. The letter Wei Ting showed must have been written by her." Seeing her confirmation, Mrs. Chiao's eyes wrinkled with worry, and she sighed deeply. It seems Wei Ting was telling the truth. Ji Qingwu added, "It wasn't just one letter." Mrs. Chiao's sigh stopped, and her expression turned wistful. It turns out that Little Five and Wei Ting really had a past. When her younger daughter returned home, she was worried that she might remember her sad times away from home, so she didn't ask much and just thought Wei Ting's father was a small soldier. Mrs. Chiao even exaggerated her thoughts, believing that as long as Wei Ting wasn't a royal relative, the Ji and Chiao families could protect Little Five. But she forgot about Wei Ting, a powerful official favored by the emperor. If Little Five were to marry into the Wei family. The Wei family was large, with over 100 members, and the old lady Wei was not easy to deal with. Wei Ting was a talented young man in the city, and now with military power, he was even more formidable. No matter how she looked at it, Little Five, who was innocent and kind, wouldn't be able to control him. If she married him, she would surely suffer some hardships. Mrs. Chiao thought far ahead, and her brow furrowed even deeper. Feeling the emotional influence from her mother, Ji Qingwu also felt a bit worried. She wondered, but before he didn't agree to be with me, nor did he say he wanted to marry me. Why has his attitude suddenly changed now? Mrs. Chiao's eyes twitched, and she quickly turned her head away. Seeing Ji Qingwu's beautiful face and bright eyes, she pinched her forehead showing her frustration. You actively pursued him, wrote so many love letters, and still didn't win him over. Ji Qingwu nervously played with her clothes and said, I didn't succeed. Mrs. Qiao understood why Xiaowu ended up in a small town in Nanchu. It was because she ran away after being wronged, carrying her child. Suddenly, her impression of Wei Ting worsened. Ji Qingwu pressed her lips together, both mother and daughter lost in their own thoughts. She didn't have no feelings for Wei Ting. Her purpose for coming to the military camp wasn't just simple, it was to survive. She saw Wei Ting as a match arranged by the system, aiming to marry, have children, and live happily as a family. But unfortunately, Wei Ting's mental defenses were too high. Ji Qingwu's initial tricks were all seen through by Wei Ting. Later, she could only use her clumsy methods to slowly try to influence him. Finally, she made some progress and gained the right to freely enter and leave his tent, only to realize she had mistaken the person. Thinking about it, Wei Ting had just learned her identity that day from Consort Wei. The next day, he was so eager and openly announced their past, intimate relationship. Ji Qingwu didn't understand, but she could sense something was very wrong. Seeing Xiao Wu with a worried look between her brows, Mrs. Qiao gave up. All the mistakes were Wei Ting's fault. He didn't treat Xiao Wu well. Mrs. Qiao took Ji Qingwu's hand and gently asked, Xiao Wu, just tell your mother honestly, do you want to rekindle your relationship with Wei Ting? Ji Qingwu no longer felt the threat of a knife at her neck. She held Mrs. Qiao's hand and replied without hesitation. No, back then, she disappeared like a heartless person, and who knew Wei Ting might have wanted revenge. But she didn't want to marry him. Could she just refuse? If she didn't want to marry, there was only one impossible way left. Ji Qingwu silently compared two options in her mind, entering the palace or marrying Wei Ting. One was like an abyss, the other a bottomless pit. Both had their own hardships. Seeing Xiao Wu with her head bowed, her neck forming a graceful curve, Mrs. Qiao looked at her with pity. She reached out and gently stroked Ji Qingwu's back. A comforting scent of soap bark filled the air, and Ji Qingwu leaned slightly toward Mrs.
Qiao.
Her desire to marry was growing weaker, for one reason. Ji Qingwu, who was supposed to be a good daughter-in-law, felt ashamed just thinking about it. She had finally gained her mother's love and care, and she wanted to enjoy a few more happy years being close to Mrs. Qiao. Mrs. Qiao stroked her shiny black hair, her gaze warm and gentle. A loving mother's heart worries about the future. Xiao Wu, I know you are heartbroken and don't want to marry. But the Wei family is powerful, Wei Ting has real influence, and there's also a favored Wei consort in the palace. Hearing Mrs. Qiao calmly analyze the situation, Ji Qingwu's heart felt more at ease. Before the emperor makes a decision, I have a plan, but I need your agreement. When Ji Qingwu heard there was a third option, she immediately became excited. She sat up straight, her eyes shining. I'll listen to my mother. Princess Huachong had been back in Linen City for some days. After catching up with General Qi Lianping's army, she insisted on traveling with him for a few more days to ensure her heir. The rough journey was tough enough, but she had never experienced such hardship before. Of course, there was someone else who made things worse. Because the princess was afraid of mosquitoes at night, General Qi Lianping burned mugwort around the carriage. Like a wandering spirit, he held a fan and waved it near the carriage. Moreover, Princess Huachong loved cleanliness and wanted to find a place to bathe. But in this dusty, yellow land, where could she find such a place? General Qi Lianping even grew a few gray hairs from worry. During the day, she was picky and demanding. At night, he had to serve her like a servant. For the first time in his life, General Qi Lianping wished to be separated from his beloved princess for just a short while. When Princess Huachong returned to Linen, she looked tired and rested for a long time. She hadn't left her room for 2 days. If it weren't for the early morning wind reaching her ears, Princess Chong of Huachong would have planned to rest a little longer. In a pavilion at a corner of the imperial garden, Princess Chong of Huachong, dressed in a white silk shirt embroidered with orchids, sat in the pavilion. A maid stood behind her, fanning her gently. For some reason, she had become more sensitive to heat these days. Emperor Wusu stood in a corner of the pavilion, gazing at Tay Lake. His eyes focused on the rippling water surface stirred by the breeze. They enjoyed the shimmering lake view quietly, passing half a cup of tea without speaking. Princess Chong of Huachong grew tired of sitting and stood up, speaking coldly, "Your Majesty, I am going back." Emperor Wu Su only responded with a low without turning to look at her. It seemed this was now a normal part of their interactions. Princess Chong of Huachong took a few steps forward. Hearing someone call her in a deep voice behind her, she stopped and turned to look at him, waiting for the emperor to speak. Emperor Wu Su remained still, his back facing her, his gaze fixed on the lake. His tall, straight figure never bowed or showed weakness. Her eyes flickered slightly. His back exuded a heavy, gloomy aura, as if hiding a beast eager to break free from its cage, restrained only by remaining reason. She had never seen her younger brother before. Just from his back, she could sense this unbearable tension. Suddenly, she heard the emperor chuckle softly. She looked in the direction of his gaze. A delicate pink lotus flower was blooming amidst the lush lotus leaves, tender and fresh. At that moment, the water in the lake became restless. A golden carp suddenly leapt out of the water, breaking the surface to nibble at a lotus petal before diving back in, swimming happily away. The scene of the fish playing with the lotus was elegant and lively. Princess Chong of Huachong raised an eyebrow and said, "That's quite interesting." Emperor Wu Su's mood improved. He turned around, and his expression was no longer anxious. "Older sister, go back and rest early." Princess Chong of Huachong nodded and prepared to leave. At the corner, she unexpectedly bumped into Prince Yong. Prince Yong looked gloomy, even more so than the emperor. He hung his head dejectedly and said, "Greetings, older sister. What is going on with all of them?" Although she was curious, Princess Chong of Huachong didn't want to get involved. She responded softly and was about to leave. Prince Yong called out to her from behind again, "Older sister." The scene was somewhat similar to earlier. Her gaze fell on the palace building at the corner, which was likely the hall of comfort for handling wrongdoers. Although it is called happiness, it can only be found in dreams. During the day, there are endless chores to do. Prince Yong stepped forward a few steps and asked with a pleading voice, "Big sister, can you help me?" Princess Huachong rarely saw Prince Yong looking so carefree, almost fragile. What happened? She didn't know about the incident at the palace when she went after the prince consort, nor did she inquire afterward. She also didn't know that the Prince Yong's wife had been confined in Annal Hall. "Big sister, please help me talk to the emperor and ask him to release Wanin." She was confused. "Wanin?" Prince Yong sighed bitterly. "Big sister, I overheard the rough maid inside saying that Wanin isn't eating well or sleeping well. She's pregnant. If something happens, what should we do?" After hearing his story, Princess Huachong replied calmly, "Serves her right. Emperor Wusu always knew how to deal with Prince Yong. Nothing could hurt him more than confining his wife in the palace. It's because they dared to offend the wrong people." On the way back in the carriage, Princess Huachong thought about the emperor's childhood. The original wife of Marquis Yangon, Chui, died of illness shortly after giving birth to Mingyan. Her stepmother, Ji, entered the household and soon became pregnant, giving birth to Minghong. Women from the Ji family were famous for their beauty. Ji Fangmin, just by her good looks, made Marquis Yangon fall for her completely. Their sibling relationship in the Marquis Yangon household was awkward. The children left by the original wife naturally didn't hold the same status as the legitimate son born to the new wife, who received more attention and admiration. But they were never bullied because Ming Yan was a spoiled and domineering child. Anyone who bullied him would be met with double the retaliation. Even though Ming Yan knew his father doted on his younger brother excessively, if Ming Hong dared to provoke him or touch his belongings, Ming Yan would catch him and beat him severely. Ming Hong was also a mischievous and tough kid. After being beaten by his older brother, he dared to do it again next time. As Ming Yan grew older and joined the army, His personality changed greatly. He became more reserved, more indifferent to people and matters, as if nothing could excite him. As his elder sister who watched him grow up, Princess Huacheng knew very well that this coldness was only superficial. A person without desires would not repeatedly find themselves in dangerous situations or sit on the throne of a king. Everyone in that position is driven by strong desires. Desire for killing, desire for power, desire for love. Today, Wu Su's restrained emotions were very obvious, like about to burst, but a playful scene made him quickly calm down. Maybe this is the way of mutual creation and destruction. Princess Huacheng sat inside the carriage, lifted the curtain, looked around to see where they were going, and then turned a corner to reach the princess's residence. But she told the coachman, "Don't go back yet, take a different route to Ji's house." Ji Qingwu received news of the princess's visit and was still secretly planning with Mrs. Qiao. After hearing Mrs. Qiao's arrangements, she hesitated, unsure if she could do it. Mrs. Qiao stood up, lit a calming incense, and said, "Little Five, don't keep the princess waiting. You go ahead first. We will talk about this later." Ji Qingwu made up her mind and said, "Mother, I will do as you say. If there's anything I need to prepare in advance, just tell me." Mrs. Qiao replied softly, "Good, let's try this method. Hurry up." Ji Qingwu arrived at the front hall. When she looked at the door, she suddenly understood what it felt like to bring light into a humble place. Princess Huacheng sat on a beautiful elmwood chair with crescent-shaped armrests, looking relaxed, resting her head on her hand. A maidservant brought tea. The princess glanced lightly at her. The maid had never seen such an elegant and divine appearance before and was momentarily stunned. Just as the tea was about to spill, Ji Qingwu stepped forward and caught the maid's arm in time. She warned, "Be careful." The maid was a young girl recently assigned to serve in the front hall. She rarely saw Miss Wu, let alone someone who had just transformed her appearance. The young maid looked at the graceful princess, then back at the girl holding her, and took a deep breath. Someone with such stunning beauty seemed familiar somewhere. Caught between two women with different but equally beautiful looks, the little maid, Xiang'er, shook her head like a rattledrum, glancing from one to the other. Feeling the gentle fragrance and softness of the woman behind her, leaning half on Ji Qingwu's embrace, the young maid almost fainted from happiness. Li Mama, passing by, saw this scene and quickly stepped forward with a sigh. She softly scolded, "Xiang'er, you must not be rude to the Princess Chong and the 5th Mississippi." Then, Lady Li bent down and carefully took away the tea bucket beside her, respectfully saying, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. It was my fault for not training the girl properly, which caused her to lose her manners. I will bring new tea right away." Princess Huacheng's gaze stayed fixed on Ji Qingwu's face. She spoke coldly, "It's nothing. You may leave now." Lady Li frowned and led Xiang'er away, while Ji Qingwu sat down on a chair beside the princess. She asked, "If the princess has something to say, just call me to the princess's residence." "Why did you come here specially?" Princess Huacheng looked at her face, as if she had discovered something new and interesting. "Qingwu, come a little closer." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu obediently leaned forward. Princess Huacheng extended her slender, jade-like finger and suddenly pinched her chin. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The princess's fingertips brushed her cheek, cool and gentle. "Is this really your true face?" Ji Qingwu blinked her small, fan-shaped eyelashes. People who don't see her every day usually wouldn't notice the subtle changes in her bone structure. They would only think she looked more radiant. But Princess Huacheng saw it at a glance. Ji Qingwu nodded slightly, surprised. From such a close distance, the princess looked into her moist, shining eyes, which seemed like the purest, most flawless gem in the world. Just one look made her feel her heart soften and her mood brighten. Princess Huacheng couldn't help but look a few more times, feeling very pleased. "I feel so touched," she sighed softly and nodded. "No wonder." But she didn't finish her sentence. Ji Qingwu curiously asked, "No wonder what?" The princess withdrew her hand, stared at her face, but didn't answer. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment. The princess wasn't the type to be a guest or to build relationships with others. She probably knew about the big incident that happened today in the court. She asked, "Did the princess also hear about what happened at the morning court today?" Princess Huachong replied, "Yes. I just came out of the palace. I was planning to go straight back to the princess's residence, but suddenly I wanted to come see you." Her words were sincere. She simply had a sudden impulse. Princess Ji Qingwu smiled warmly and teased, "Long princess, you haven't seen me in a long time. Do you miss me?" Seeing her bright, charming smile, Princess Huachong also wanted to smile, but she held back her smile. She thought to herself, the more she saw Ji Qingwu, the more she found her pleasant and easy to look at. Only then did Princess Huachong realize that today she had even reached out to touch Ji Qingwu's face. Thinking about the scene they saw earlier by Tai Lake, she suddenly understood why the emperor's mood had suddenly improved. This little blue lotus truly has the power to make people feel happy. Princess Huachong sighed softly with a gentle smile, as if she was lamenting herself, but it also seemed like she was sighing for someone else. She replied, "It's not me who misses you." In her mind, she saw the image of her mischievous younger brother from childhood, overlapping with the current restrained emperor. She originally didn't want to interfere, but she still opened her mouth and said, "The emperor is unhappy because of you." Ji Qingwu's eyes curved like a crescent moon, suddenly turning into a full moon, filled with surprise. But it wasn't just surprise. Only she knew there was also a faint, sweet feeling rising from her heart. Afraid that Princess Huachong might notice something, Ji Qingwu hurriedly lowered her gaze. It turned out that Emperor Wu Su was also worried about this matter. Could it be that her position in his heart was so important that it was hard to choose between her and Wei Ting's military power, causing him to feel troubled? But this marriage, she had to refuse herself. For him, for herself, it was all the same. Ji Qingwu asked, "Is the Long Princess here because of Wei Ting's marriage proposal in the court?" Seeing her speak so frankly, as if the rumors outside about Miss Ji's deep feelings for Wei Ting weren't true, Princess Huachong shook her head and said straightforwardly, "Love is the hardest to understand. Even I can't see through myself, so I have no intention of meddling in your affairs." Princess Huachong looked at her with a steady gaze and slowed her speech a little. "I'm here for something else." Ji Qingwu, having recently felt something from her earlier words, nodded without hesitation. But when she heard that Princess Huachong was here for another matter to find her, she asked in confusion, "Long Princess, is there something I can do?" A pale, white hand reached out before me, with dark green veins like branches growing on smooth jade. Princess Huachong casually said, "Take a look for me. See if anything is wrong with my body." When Ji Qingwu entered, she first observed the princess's face, noticing her skin was even more rosy and bright than usual. She called a maid at the door to bring a handkerchief, then gently placed her hand on the princess's wrist. She examined carefully, her expression changing several times, first puzzled, then surprised. Ji Qingwu had previously checked the princess's pulse many times and was very familiar with her typical pulse. Usually, her pulse was steady, neither fast nor slow. But now, her fingers felt a lively, strong, swirling beat. Her blood was abundant, and her pregnancy seemed to be gradually strengthening. Princess Huachong's breathing became much lighter. Ji Qingwu looked up, meeting her bright, glass-like eyes, and pressed her lips lightly. If she remembered correctly, the prince had been taking contraceptive medicine. When the princess found out and was angry, she went after him, not knowing when he had returned. So, Ji Qingwu dared not show any happiness. She pretended to be calm and said, "Your Highness is pregnant." Hearing this, Princess Huachong remained calm, gracefully withdrawing her hand and replied evenly, "Is that so?" Ji Qingwu had treated many women seeking to conceive, several hundred, if not thousands. Their reactions upon learning they are pregnant usually ranged from extreme joy, tears of happiness, to confusion and shock, like her elder sister Ji Qingrong. All these reactions are normal, but Princess Huachong was so composed, as if she wasn't very hopeful about the child's arrival, which made Ji Qingwu feel uneasy. She tentatively asked, Shall I prescribe some calming and nourishing medicine for your highness? Princess Huacheng looked away, gazing at the pomegranate pattern vase on the shelf opposite. She nodded and said, that would be good. Although Ji Qingwu was 90% sure about this faint sign of pregnancy, the pregnancy was still very early. Your Highness's pregnancy is still young. Even I can't be certain. I will come back in a few days to check again. Princess Huacheng nodded quietly, speaking less and less. Ji Qingwu quickly ordered the maid outside to bring paper and pen and began writing a prescription. While she was busy writing, Princess Huacheng seemed to finally feel something. She slightly stiffened her smile and couldn't help but touch her belly. Ji Qingwu was thinking about a certain medicinal herb. She rested her chin on her brush handle and looked up, accidentally meeting the princess's gaze. Both of them remembered their previous pulse diagnoses at the same time. Now, their hopes were finally coming true. The other person's lips curled into a smile, and her eyes sparkled. Ji Qingwu was sure of the princess's feelings. She happily said, congratulations, Your Highness. She winked with a smile, and congratulations to the Marquis. Seeing her lively and charming expression, Princess Huacheng finally couldn't hold back and laughed. Not long after, Ji Qingwu personally saw the princess off to her carriage. She leaned on the window and seriously reminded her of many precautions. Ji Qingwu was very detailed in her advice. Your Highness, your pregnancy is still early, so you probably won't have morning sickness yet. You can eat what you want now, as long as it's not cold or raw. Princess Huacheng tried not to laugh and said, I understand. You should go back now. Suddenly, she felt that having a connection with someone was quite nice. Whether it was the person with blood ties inside her belly, or the one standing at the gate of Ji's house, looking at her sincerely. After seeing off Princess Huacheng, Ji Qingwu went to Anju Garden, but didn't find Mrs. Qiao. She asked the maid, Manhwa, who told her that Mrs. Qiao had gone to serve at the old lady's courtyard. Ji Qingwu returned to Wudong Garden first, planning to go there later. The willows swayed gently, and the woman's figure was slender, like a willow. She walked lightly along the stone path under the trees. Recently, old Lady Ji's health had improved, thanks to Mrs. Qiao's attentive care. Ji Qingwu realized she had underestimated how complicated marriage could be. She was eager to escape her cage and didn't want to be restricted by old Lady Ji and the Empress Dowager. But she forgot that married life was not easy at all. After marriage, she would have to serve her in-laws and take care of the whole family. She admitted she lacked Mrs. Qiao's skill and ability. Thinking of this, Ji Qingwu became more determined. The ideas Mrs. Qiao gave her, she would have to use well. She pushed open the door to Wudong Garden and headed down the main path toward her house. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, as if she saw someone standing under the parasol tree at the gate. She turned back. A man in a long, elegant robe with silver threads and a bright, sharp gaze was standing under the parasol tree. Dr. Wu was her old way of calling him. Ji Qingwu stood nearby and looked at him, saying, General Wei. The man under the tree, who looked her over with his eyes, was not Wei Ting. Who else could it be? Yesterday, she saw him at the gate of the Qingjin Hall, and she was able to stay calm. But a day later, Ji Qingwu felt she had to be more cautious. Even though Wei Ting used to be very noble and upright, his strange actions, like asking to marry her publicly and acknowledging their child, showed he was no longer the same person. Ji Qingwu looked around. Wei Ting suddenly appeared at Ji's house and entered the inner courtyard. Clearly, he came uninvited. Fortunately, it was daytime, and her yard was quiet with no one around. But Lan Ji and a few young maids were nowhere to be seen. Ji Qingwu spoke first, trying to keep her tone normal. General Wei, may I ask where my maids are? Wei Ting smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Dr. Wu, you're not concerned about why I came, but about where those maids are. Ji Qingwu asked again. Where are they? Wei Ting knew this woman was stubborn, sometimes more stubborn than a mule. He reached out and pointed inside the house, giving her an answer. Ji Qingwu looked back. The door was tightly shut, and no sound came out. She didn't know what method Wei Ting used, but she believed they were safe. She said, "It's not proper for you to break into my yard like this." Wei Ting asked back, "If I send a formal invitation, will you see me?" Ji Qingwu didn't answer. Her silence said everything. Wei Ting said, "There's nothing wrong with me coming here. I've been waiting for you, and I didn't delay your plans with the Princess Chong." Jing Qingwu knew she couldn't blame the guards because with Wei Ting's skills as a general from the north, sneaking into Jing's residence was an easy task for him. She was a bit annoyed and said, "This is the inner courtyard of the Jing family. General Wei, entering a woman's private quarters without permission, isn't that disrespectful to a gentleman's honor?" Wei Ting seemed to hear a joke and smiled broadly, but he didn't take it seriously. He shook his head and said, "Does the fifth doctor really think I am a noble and honest man?" Jing Qingwu didn't want to talk about the past anymore. Like she told Mrs. Chiao, "What's past is past. Let it go." She believed she hadn't wronged Wei Ting in their relationship, at most causing him some annoyance. Now, no matter why Wei Ting wanted to marry her, Jing Qingwu decided she needed to be clear. "General Wei, about what you asked for in the morning court today," her eyes sparkled as she said, "I won't agree." Although Wei Ting was prepared for her refusal, hearing her say she wouldn't marry him with such clarity still made his face darken. He sarcastically said, "5 years ago, the fifth doctor was chasing after me relentlessly. Why is she now avoiding me like a snake? Women's minds are really hard to understand. I just wanted to fulfill your feelings from 5 years ago. Why do you refuse me?" Jing Qingwu raised her eyebrows and said, "General Wei, you also said it was 5 years ago. People's hearts are most likely to change, especially after so many days and nights have passed." Wei Ting rarely saw her sharp-tongued side in front of him. Usually, she was gentle and obedient. Having served in the army for many years, he had developed a commanding presence that could intimidate enemies. He stepped forward, his aura unrestrained. Jing Qingwu felt a cold chill down her back, biting her lip lightly, but she didn't back down. Instead, she looked straight at him. Wei Ting reached her front and asked coldly, "The fifth doctor said people's hearts change easily. Have you changed your mind? Do you like someone else?" Jing Qingwu's eyes flickered slightly. "Nothing like that. Marriage should be based on the wishes of the person involved. I don't want to marry, so why make things difficult for the general?" Wei Ting sneered and moved a little closer to her. "Fifth doctor, you haven't changed much. You're still as easy to understand as ever." Jing Qingwu thought this wasn't a compliment and said bluntly, "General Wei, you've changed a lot. Your thoughts are still as hard to read as always." Wei Ting's voice grew colder. "You're lying. You kept saying you loved me, but you were lying." Ji Qingwu looked away first, realizing Wei Ting had always known she wasn't sincere. But after pretending so many times, who could tell if there was any real feeling inside? Wei Ting stared at her gentle side profile and said in a deep voice, "Now you say you have no one you like, but you're still lying." Ji Qingwu's eyelashes trembled. Just now, when he mentioned her changing feelings, she had thought of someone else. But the more she tried to hide her thoughts, the harder it was. Her eyes flickered even more intensely, brighter than the ripples on the small pond nearby. This time, Wei Ting really smiled. His tone was teasing, as if mocking someone. "You really haven't changed at all, except for your feelings." He lowered his head and moved closer, seeing her face more beautiful than before, like morning dew on flowers, clear, shining, and stunningly perfect. "Your face is still so charmingly confusing. At this distance, well beyond safe." Ji Qingwu instinctively took a step back, her voice tinged with a warning. "This is the Ji family. General Wei, you should consider the Empress Dowager's opinion when you act." But even if she mentioned the Empress Dowager, Wei Ting didn't care. "Why don't you speak louder? Shout out so everyone in the Ji family can see, so the whole city knows I'm in your yard." He paid no attention to the Ji family's or the Empress Dowager's reputation, nor whether she was willing to marry him. Ji Qingwu lowered her gaze, glancing at the flowers and grass inside the fence at her feet. The long, leafy plants had grown nearly to her waist and swayed gently. She repeated firmly, "General Wei, why are you here? If you're asking what I think, I've already made it clear. I don't want to marry." Wei Ting said, "I'm not here to ask your opinion. I came to confirm two things. First, that's already been confirmed. What did he confirm? Ji Qinggu looked slightly confused, but her left hand quietly turned away, clutching something tightly. Now, there's still the second thing. Wei Ting's voice sounded again. What is it? Suddenly, Wei Ting reached out to put his arm around her shoulder. Ji Qinggu sensed his intention and instead moved closer into his embrace. Although she spoke with rejection, her body moved closer to him. Wei Ting looked surprised and stared at her in a dazed way. For a moment, he was stunned and looked at her with a blank expression. Ji Qinggu tilted her head, as if to match his affectionate gesture. She even raised her fair left hand and gently reached toward his neck. He felt her cool fingertips touch his skin, with a slight tremor lightly pressing on his pulse point. Wei Ting's arm was originally relaxed, but now he instinctively wanted to hold her soft body in his arms. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the tall, shady parasol tree behind them. A man in black clothes, masked and strong-looking, jumped down from the tree. He quickly drew a short sword, blocking Wei Ting and Ji Qinggu from each other. Ji Qinggu only looked at him briefly and immediately recognized him as Sihai. Unlike San Chuan, Sihai's eyes shone with youthful energy, sharp like a freshly sharpened sword. When he appeared, Wei Ting couldn't help but step back 2 steps. This man in black was very skilled at hiding his presence. Even Wei Ting didn't notice where he was, but a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. Ji Qinggu didn't expect the Emperor's secret guard to attack at this moment. If they really fought, Sihai was still too inexperienced. She stepped beside him. Wei Ting's eyes had lost all emotion, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. At the court, there's already a long line of men wanting to marry you. So, do you also have someone at home? Ji Qinggu didn't argue but smiled softly, following his words. General Wei is right. He's my family's, and aren't you leaving yet? Sihai glared at her unhappily.
Who was she talking about?
Ji Qinggu curved her lips and said, Soon, someone will jump out from the flowers, another from the pond, and another from between the stones. Even if General Wei is skilled in martial arts, he can't handle being surrounded. While she spoke, Wei Ting's body tensed quietly under his clothes. In the end, his expression became complicated and hard to read. When he turned to leave, his smile disappeared instantly. He didn't believe Ji Qinggu's joke. He left so quickly because first, he had already confirmed what he wanted to know. Second, his body was feeling strange, with numbness spreading from his neck. Wei Ting's left arm was starting to lose feeling. He felt angry inside. She had secretly given herself anesthesia while he was distracted. The undercover agents didn't succeed, but she, a weak woman, managed to do it. It's more about his lack of caution in front of her than about anger at her. Ji Qinggu watched Wei Ting climb over the roof and quickly leave the yard. Finally, she saw this great master go away. Her palms were slightly sweaty, and her fingertips still had some green liquid. She saw Sihai standing still, eyes wide like bronze bells. Although he wore a mask, she could imagine his angry expression underneath. Ji Qinggu casually said, Sihai, why are you coming down? Have you been here all along? I remember you only show up when I am in danger. Sihai snorted coldly and kept silent, glaring at her. Ji Qinggu continued, Next time, don't appear so easily. It might scare others. I can handle things myself. Sihai clenched his fists, angry, and said, What can you do? I saw everything just now. You can't let the master down. From Sihai's point of view, Ji Qinggu was mostly hidden behind Wei Ting's figure. He could only see her leaning forward, slender fingers gently touching his neck. He jumped down, not to protect her, but to catch her in the act.
Je Quinvo.
She was too tired to explain to this angry young man. She went to the water jar in the yard to fetch water and washed the medicine stain off her fingertips. The flowers and plants in her yard looked ordinary, but each had special medicinal effects. Only she knew what they were. Others just thought they were common flowers. Earlier, when Wei Ting approached, Ji Qinggu turned her back and squeezed the juice from a leaf. This medicine could numb the nerves. Because she had been collecting herbs and making medicine for years, She wasn't sensitive to this kind of dosage. But if this anesthetic was applied to someone's arteries, especially to martial artists with fast internal energy flow, the effect would double. In her yard, Wei Ting acted so recklessly, so she had to give him a taste of her own. Thinking of something else, Ji Qingwu quickly pushed open the door. Sure enough, she saw the maids lying all over the ground. She crouched down first to check their pulses. Luckily, they only fainted, but most likely they won't wake up tonight. Ji Qingwu waved at Sihai, who was still standing outside as the gatekeeper, and called out loudly, "Sihai, come help. Take them to the servants' room." Sihai reluctantly stepped forward. Ji Qingwu first helped Lanji to sit up and then dragged her to a small bed in the next room. Sometimes Lanji would stay here to keep watch, so it was a good place for her to rest. She looked back and saw Sihai still standing there, looking confused. Ji Qingwu glared at him and urged, "Come quickly and help." Caught off guard by Ji Qingwu's sharp tone, Sihai hesitated. He was 16 and usually worked with young men in the secret guard, so he wasn't good at dealing with girls. His ears turned red as he helped the sleeping girl, who was sweeping the floor. After about half an hour, with their combined effort, Wudong Garden finally returned to normal, though it was very quiet. Ji Qingwu went out again, planning to find Mrs. Chiao to discuss a plan. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the tempting aroma of food and saw Jiu, who had been brought back by Grandma Li. On the carved wooden table, several dishes were already served, including steamed base, sweet and sour shrimp, and other home-cooked dishes. Chunhua carefully brought in a pot of braised lion's head, which looked delicious and fragrant. Everyone sat at the table to eat dinner. The little girl pouted her lips and said, "Mama said she wouldn't come today. She didn't pick me up." Ji Qingwu heard that the princess was coming and had already told Mrs. Chiao to send someone to pick up the children from school. She gently patted Jiu's head and asked softly, "Did Jiu get a punishment today?" Mrs. Chiao thought it was just a test from the teacher and added a bowl of soup for her granddaughter. Jiu was upset about this and said angrily, "The punishment was cancelled." Thinking there would be no reward to exchange, she looked very disappointed all afternoon. Jiu had planned to rush into her mother's arms for comfort right after school. But when she went out, she saw Grandma Li and almost burst into tears. Ji Qingwu asked, "Why was it cancelled?" Jiu used her short chopsticks to stuff 5 pieces of shrimp into her mouth. She was in a bad mood, but still hungry. The person spoke unclearly. The teacher said that earlier it was just to help us develop the habit of finishing our lessons today, so we wouldn't need to do it in the future. Ji Qingwu immediately thought of Princess Huachong saying that after the emperor finished his morning court, he seemed sad and gloomy. Could it be because of this? Maybe he didn't even want to see his daughter. Jiu thought about the candies and cakes she lost. She turned her disappointment into a strong appetite and ate 2 large meatballs that were bigger than her fist. After dinner, Mama Li took Jiu to play and digest her food. Mother and daughter sat by the Kong table, quietly chatting. As they talked, the sky outside darkened. When Ji Qingwu was about to go back, Mrs. Chiao asked, "Why didn't you let Lanji come with you?" "Lanji is helping me prepare herbs." Ji Qingwu smiled. "It's just a few steps home, and I can go back alone." Mrs. Chiao remembered the last time when Xiaowu was at home and was taken away by Ji Changyan after being fainted. She still felt worried. "Let Chunhua go with you." Ji Qingwu wanted to say something, but under Mrs. Chiao's disapproving look, she could only nod. The 2 courtyards were close. After walking a while, they reached the gate of Wudong Garden. Ji Qingwu stopped and said to the maid behind her, "Chunhua, go back first. Mother still needs you to serve her." "I'll go in with Miss Wu," Chunhua said. "That way, the madam can rest assured." Ji Qingwu stepped in front of her, looking serious. "If you're worried, I'm right at the door of my yard. I won't be kidnapped. I remember Mother drinks calming tea every night. You should go prepare it." After Chunhua left, Ji Qingwu looked at the dark yard. She thought she had made a mistake. She forgot to turn on the lights inside before leaving. She pushed open the door and stepped onto the stone path. She passed by the lush wudong tree again. The night was dark and windy, and the leaves rustled loudly. Ji Qingwu stopped, feeling something. She slowly turned her head to look. Under the bright moonlight, the thick shadows of the tree almost completely covered the man's figure. She couldn't see his face clearly, but she knew who he was. The cool wind moved her hair, and the figure in front of her stirred her heart. In the darkness, all senses become more sensitive. Ji Qingwu stands still, hearing the wind rustling the leaves and feeling her heart pounding inside her chest. She gazes steadily at him. The lonely crescent moon reflects alone in the dark night. He seems to blend into the night, standing silently, exuding a sense of loneliness. Perhaps it is her imagination, but she suddenly feels like he is a poor soul abandoned here. Ji Qingwu is startled by her own thoughts. Who in the world would think an emperor is pitiful? As night deepens, at a distance of a few steps, Ji Qingwu doesn't know if he is looking at her, nor what she will face later. Based on past experiences, Emperor Wusu is very dangerous at this moment. She reminds herself silently, don't go over, stay farther away from him, and maybe run away now. But her feet refuse to listen to her mind. They move on their own, walking toward him. When Ji Qingwu gets close, she looks up at Emperor Wusu's eyes, which are cooler than the moon hanging in the night sky. He has been standing here for a while, the cool night air clinging to him, and a fallen phoenix leaf on his shoulder. Ji Qingwu stares at the leaf on his dark blue robe for a moment, then takes a breath and asks carefully, Your Majesty, why don't you go inside? The last 2 times, he had barged into the house without courtesy. Today, he stays outside. There is no you inside. His gaze is deep as he looks at her, his voice hoarse. But his tone is unexpectedly gentle, unlike anything she has heard before.
No accusations, no angrigler.
Ji Qingwu feels like someone is fluffing cotton inside her heart, and the words not here float around her, almost suffocating her. His face is hidden in the shadows, and he says, Where have you been? Why did it take so long to return? Ji Qingwu quickly begins to explain her whereabouts, forgetting that there are guards nearby.
Of course he knows where she has been.
I had dinner with Jiu, then stayed in my mother's peaceful courtyard, chatting with her. Oh, yes, Jiu ate 2 braised lion's heads, half a steamed base, and 3 pieces of osmanthus rice cake. Her words are disorganized and lack logic. The explanation sounds like a dull list, dry and uninteresting. Ji Qingwu paused for a moment, perhaps because her unexpectedly gentle expression gave her some encouragement. She steadied herself and softly said, Jiu is not very happy today because she wasn't called for a homework check, but she was just a little upset for a while. After eating her favorite food, she felt better and is now asleep. After speaking, she realized she had been rambling and felt a bit dry in her throat. She asked for the emperor's opinion. Should we go inside to talk? Ji Qingwu waited quietly for a moment, but the emperor did not move. Finally, he spoke. I am very unhappy today. As she expected, he approached with a polite attitude first, then with a firm stance. When the emperor is upset, it usually means someone will suffer. He came here on purpose, and the one who will suffer is none other than her. Ji Qingwu's heart sank, and she nervously clenched her fists. She suggested, Maybe your majesty could also eat something delicious to feel better? Emperor Wusuo replied calmly, Wei Ting came to see you. His tone was straightforward, without doubt, simply stating the fact. Ji Qingwu didn't hesitate and nodded in acknowledgement. He came by this afternoon. I didn't expect him to come, nor did I expect him to say such things at the morning court. Wusuo looked up, gazing at her bright eyes in the night, deep as a pond. Are you happy now? Ji Qingwu instinctively felt she should answer carefully. She hesitated, still. Okay, I guess. Her mood was indeed quite good. More precisely, she felt a moment of joy and excitement when she saw him appear in Wudong Garden. If he hadn't asked about Wei Ting, her mood could have been even better. Hearing her answer, the last flicker of light in Wu Suo's eyes went out. The loneliness that appeared on him just now was like dust blown away by the wind, completely gone. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her under a tree. Ji Qingwu's back pressed against the rough bark, and she was forced forward by his strong grip, unable to move back or forth. She forced a smile through her discomfort, realizing she had been mistaken. Wu Suo could not possibly have a fragile side. His strong attitude was truly him. Seeing her sarcastic smile, he no longer hid his intense possessiveness. His gaze seemed to want to tear her apart, to hurt her deeply. Jing Qingwu looked into his deep, pure black eyes, as if they could draw her in completely. Although her wrist was painfully squeezed and her back hurt from the impact, making her feel weak, she still bravely said, "Your Majesty, do you dislike seeing others happy?" In the next moment, Emperor Wu Su struck the tree trunk beside her ear, causing a shower of sycamore leaves and many unopened flower buds to fall. His hand, veins bulging, was close to her ear. If he missed, her head would end up like the flower buds on the ground. She had never seen him so fierce before, her face turning pale, her lips trembling, too scared to speak. Emperor Wu Su fully revealed his true temper, saying harshly, "He is so good, yet you have been thinking about him all this time." Jing Qingwu frowned, still trembling with fear. "He holds many letters you wrote, full of affection and heartfelt words. Truly, a lovesick girl. On his birthday, you went into the desert to find a rare orchid, wishing him endless happiness. He loves the sound of silk and bamboo instruments, so you practice the gongho tirelessly, even hurting your fingers just to please him." Jing Qingwu's mind was buzzing so loudly that she couldn't hear what he was saying afterward. When she finally regained her senses, she heard him fiercely whisper in her ear, "You're not allowed to marry." Jing Qingwu's lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but he seized her again. His breath, full of his scent, fiercely invaded her body, consuming her remaining reason. The flower buds on the ground emitted a faint sweet smell. Since it wasn't the season for natural blooming, they were forcibly crushed open, with a slightly green taste. Her hand unconsciously reached up to his robe, accidentally grabbing the sycamore leaf that had fallen on his shoulder along with it. Just when she thought she was about to become fertilizer under the sycamore tree, she was finally released a little. His lips still pressed against hers, the dark intensity in his eyes, making her feel afraid. Before Emperor Wu Su could suppress her further, Jing Qingwu covered his lips with her hand. "I haven't agreed to marry Wei Ting." Her palm was brushed by his hot lips, and just as she was about to pull back her hand, she heard him mutter deeply, "Say it again." Ji Qingwu's breath was still unsteady, and she spoke with a slight gasp, "I don't want to marry Wei Ting." Her fingertips felt cool, and her honest words successfully pushed away all the negative feelings in his heart. Emperor Wu Su quickly held her hand, wrapping it in his palm. Ji Qingwu's eyes welled with tears and her lips moist as she continued, "I don't know why Wei Ting suddenly mentioned marriage. I was also surprised. When he came today, I refused him directly." Emperor Wu Su's expression changed. The secret reports from across the land only mentioned that the two of them had been close, but they didn't say she had openly rejected the marriage proposal. He asked again. Though his tone was calm, his eyes, which had been dark, now shimmered with an undeniable light. Ji Qingwu understood why he was upset. The main problem was her. Did he see all the embarrassing things she did to win Wei Ting's favor? She had secretly practiced the guqin by a quiet lake, but she had no talent for music, and her playing sounded terrible, like a ghostly wail. She didn't want to hurt Wei Ting's ears or ruin her impression, so she never played for him. How did Emperor Wu Su find out? Did he hear her terrible music? "Why are you not speaking?" he asked, noticing her lost in thought, eyes darting around, lively with emotion. Ji Qingwu looked at him and said, "It's true." "Doesn't your Majesty believe me?" He gently rubbed her hand and said, "You're just a little liar. What am I lying about?" As soon as she finished speaking, a cool breeze rose, swirling the fallen leaves and flower buds on the ground, spinning around their feet. Emperor Wu Su pressed her delicate hand to his chest. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu felt her nose itch and sneezed unromantically. They moved inside the house. Ji Qingwu sat nervously on the bed, her hands supporting her on the edge, sitting upright, not like she was at home. Emperor Wu Su pulled a chair and sat near the bed. Ji Qingwu sat cautiously in the main seat, while the emperor sat below her, but his authority didn't depend on his position. He sat facing her, legs apart, more relaxed and casual than her. He calmly asked, "What did you say during the day?" Emperor Wu Su was very interested in her refusal to marry Wei Ting. Ji Qingwu straightforwardly said, "That means I don't want to marry him." However, Wei Ting didn't care about her wishes. Even if she said no, he wouldn't give up on her. Thinking of this, Ji Qingwu suddenly had a strange idea. What if the emperor also ignored her feelings and forced her to become a concubine? Would she have any way to respond? This thought was really frightening. Ji Qingwu shook her head, trying to push the idea away. Emperor Wu Su noticed she kept zoning out during the night. He spread his legs and held her knees, and Ji Qingwu immediately felt the strength of his sturdy, long legs, full of masculine power. She quickly snapped back to reality, realizing she had been thinking too far. If Emperor Wu Su wanted to force her into the palace, or even do anything to her now, she couldn't escape or hide. Ji Qingwu pursed her lips and looked at him. That night, Emperor Wu Su was especially persistent about this question. "If you don't want to marry Wei Ting, then who do you want to marry?" She already had an answer. His angry, "No marriage," echoing in her ears, was deeply imprinted in her mind. She wanted to marry someone else, but would the emperor agree? Now she seriously suspected that Princess Qingyun's interference in her relationship with Li Qingxuan might have been orchestrated by Emperor Wu Su. Ji Qingwu softly asked, "Can I just not marry anyone?" Hearing this, Emperor Wu Su frowned, completely different from what she expected. She didn't want to marry anyone. Her treatment was the same for everyone. In fact, she even preferred Li Qingxuan, who had once made her consider marriage. The emperor snapped, "Isn't it true that you see one person and want to marry him?" This was a reminder of past grievances. Ji Qingwu was provoked and said angrily, "If that's the case, then I only want to see your majesty, and I don't want to marry you." She hit the mark precisely. Emperor Wu Su's expression hardened, and his gaze deepened as he looked at her face, making her feel scared. After a quick slap on the tiger's behind, Ji Qingwu hurriedly tried to smooth things over and explained a few words. "I mean, not wanting to marry Wei Ting doesn't mean I want to marry someone else," she weakly added, "at least not now." The Emperor Wu Su, who had been placed among others, couldn't help but sigh softly. At this moment, she was hugging her arms, and her gaze at him showed a hint of fear, an obvious sign of feeling insecure. Although she didn't have any big gains, hearing her say she didn't want to marry Wei Ting was enough to ease much of the gloom in his heart. No matter what, this showed that Wei Ting was not as important in her heart as he had thought. Seeing the Emperor Wu Su remain silent, Ji Qingwu's little thoughts started to become more active. The flickering lights made her feel that the lights in her room had never been so bright and splendid before. Her eyes fell on his long robe, made of a fabric that seemed to shimmer with tiny sparkles, dazzling her so much she didn't know where to look. Ji Qingwu's sitting posture was once proper, but now she was twisting and turning, seeming unsure of what to do with her hands. She wanted to rest them on her lap, but his thigh was right beside her. She could only touch her earlobe sometimes, then play with her hair again. Being in the same room as the Emperor Wu Su, even her breathing seemed to become irregular. Her restless posture caught his attention. "You." The emperor suddenly frowned and looked at her. He reached out and took her hand, which was touching her ear, and asked with concern, "Are you allergic?" Ji Qingwu was stunned. "No, I haven't eaten anything that would cause allergies." A smile appeared in Wu Su's eyes as he said, "Then why are your cheeks red, and why do you keep scratching your ears and face?" Ji Qingwu wanted to take her hand back, but he used her hand to pull her closer. He slightly stood up, placing his long leg under her knee, and directly pulled her onto his lap. "Let me take a good look. Are you really allergic?" Ji Qingwu's face turned red with embarrassment. She wanted to bury her face, but all she saw was his strong chest. Sensing her thoughts, he raised his hand to brush her long hair, pressing his palm against her neck, and pulled her into his embrace. Ji Qingwu wanted to lift her head from his chest, but he held her neck gently, not allowing her to move. He softly called her again a Wu. Ji Qingwu sniffed the scent of his body, which carried a hint of his warm fragrance, and gradually felt more at ease. She tried to respond. The flickering light cast the shadows of the two embracing figures onto the milky white window paper. In a place she couldn't see, the man's emotions suddenly burst out fiercely, much stronger than what Ji Qingwu had ever seen before, thousands of times more intense. If Ji Qingwu had not refused Wei Ting today, they could never have gotten married. What he longed for, what he wanted, would never be easily given up again. I don't know how long it was, but Ji Qingwu's eyelids grew heavy, and she felt drowsy. When she opened her blurry eyes, she saw that the candle flame inside the lampshade on the table had burned down quite a bit. Emperor Wu Su had not moved at all. Even if she held Chu Chu, her arms and legs would go numb after a long time, not to mention him holding such a large person. Ji Qingwu gently pushed him and whispered, "Your Majesty." Suddenly, Emperor Wu Su opened his eyes, looking annoyed by the interruption. "Where are you going?" Their eyes met, and Ji Qingwu's confusion quickly disappeared. His gaze looked as if she were a criminal. He needed to watch carefully, tightening his arm around her waist, as if to prevent her from escaping. After a short rest, Ji Qingwu's eyes regained their sparkle. She blinked and said, "It's too late now. It's time to sleep." In other words, the emperor should go back to the palace, and she wanted to sleep. Seeing her cheeks marked with the embroidered cloud pattern on his robe, he playfully pinched her face with his fingers. "Want to chase me away?" Ji Qingwu replied, "You have court tomorrow, Your Majesty. Coming back too late might affect your rest." He shook his head. "I will rest here." "Your Majesty, are you joking?" He had such a grand palace in Zhaoyang, yet he came to her little space. But Emperor Wu Su spoke to himself as he held her and moved toward the inner room. "Last time, you stayed overnight in the pavilion of my lotus garden. Now, it's my turn to stay overnight." Did she want to stay overnight? She was forced to go by Li Yuzong, but the emperor did help her settle the matter with King Yong. Still, she had already repaid that favor last time. As soon as Ji Qingwu was laid on the bed, she hurried inside, shrinking to the foot of the bed, watching cautiously as he stood in front of her. Emperor Wu Su raised his hand, rubbing his forehead. Even with his hand blocking his face, it was clear to see that his furrowed brows showed obvious fatigue. Because the young maids she served were all asleep, she only lit the outer room's lamp when she entered. Ji Qingwu leaned against the foot of the bed, using the light coming from outside to see that her eyes seemed a bit dark and shadowed. Just now, under the phoenix tree, the loneliness and weakness she felt from him had been released again. Thinking about how the emperor usually works government affairs, often staying up late to review documents, and that recently the Northern Border Army has been restless. He must be exhausted, and Ji Qingwu felt a tightness in her heart. In the city of Linen, now full of blooming flowers, the Northernly Kingdom is unaffected by war because of his presence. A wise and righteous person like Ji Qingwu thought, what good would it do to let the tired emperor rest here for a night? Emperor Wu silently looked at her, no longer frowning but sighing as he rubbed his forehead. His tone was low and sad. "Oh, if you are so unwilling, I won't insist." He then coughed several times. Ji Qingwu moved slightly forward, no longer hiding in the corner, wanting to reach out and check his pulse to see if he was seriously ill. It was cold at night, and the emperor had waited for her outside for so long. The dew was heavy, and he had to return late at night. Her rational mind told her she shouldn't let the emperor stay in her room, but seeing how exhausted he looked, she felt a bit reluctant. Just as she hesitated, someone outside shifted and moved toward her direction. Ji Qingwu quickly reacted, reaching out to pull Emperor Wu onto the bed, pushing him inside with force, then hurriedly lowered the bed curtain. This smooth action naturally involved the emperor's cooperation. "Miss, are you asleep?" came Lan Ji's sleepy voice. Ji Qingwu didn't expect the maid to wake up so quickly. It seemed that recently she had been learning medical skills from her and had improved her health. Lan Ji walked into the inner room, seeming to see a figure moving on the bed, and asked curiously, "Fifth miss, why am I sleeping outside?" Ji Qingwu tried to bluff. "Lan Ji, you must be too tired lately. Sleeping a bit more won't hurt. Go back to sleep." She pulled a pile of light blue brocade blankets over Emperor Wu, covering him completely. Afraid he might run out, She also pressed her hand on his body to keep him in place. Through the thin silk bed curtain, Lanji saw Ji Qingwu leaning slightly on the bed's edge, as if the overlapping shadows she saw earlier were just illusions. Lanji felt dizzy and thought she had seen things wrong. She asked curiously, "Miss Wu, why didn't you light the lamp?" Noticing her tone was too sharp, Ji Qingwu tried to speak calmly. "No need for a lamp. I want to sleep now." "You should rest too." Lanji was so dizzy she couldn't remember how she ended up on the outside bed. She nodded and said, "All right, Miss Wu. I will stay here to keep watch. Call me if you need anything." After Lanji's footsteps faded away, Ji Qingwu looked away from the bed curtain and focused on the bulging quilt inside the bed. Suddenly, she felt someone pulling her waist. She was pulled down, and she slipped under the beautiful quilt. The Emperor Wu City's body was half lying on her. Both of them were inside the quilt, breathing close to each other. Ji Qingwu remembered what she had done for the emperor. She smiled quietly, not caring if he could see her in the dark quilt. She whispered, "Your Majesty, when Lanji falls asleep, you can quietly leave. I will give you a chance to go out." The emperor reached out and gently touched her face, his fingers playing with her earlobe. "Why do you want to leave quietly? Do I look like someone who can't be seen?" He didn't lower his voice. Ji Qingwu quickly covered herself with the quilt, making sure there were no gaps. This made them stick even closer. Lanji was told by Mrs. Qiao to watch her. If she found out, Mrs. Qiao might also learn about her relationship with the emperor. She gently rubbed her cheek against his hand and whispered, "It's not that your Majesty can't be seen. I'm just afraid." Feeling the smoothness of his hand, his tone softened. "What are you afraid of?" Being under a quilt and so close to him, Ji Qingwu felt her heart beat faster, as if her feelings were also getting closer. She honestly said, "I'm afraid my mother will find out. I don't want to cause her trouble." "Me cause trouble?" Ji Qingwu corrected him. "It's the power in your Majesty's hands that could cause big trouble." The emperor's eyes flickered. He didn't expect her to say that. She was still teachable. Ji Qingwu felt suffocated and almost couldn't breathe. She wanted to crawl out of the quilt to get some air. She moved slightly, but he pulled her back by her waist again. Emperor Wu Su's hand rested on her lower back, easily pulling her back in. She was like a fish on a chopping board. Any struggle was useless, and whether she would be enjoyed by others depended entirely on his mood. His voice had become much softer, and he spoke in a gentle, indulgent tone. "I see you understand everything. You always pretend to be clueless with me." From her earlier words, Emperor Wu Su quickly sensed her difference. At this moment, she was not rejecting intimacy with him, but worried about her family discovering their relationship and being used by others. If the Qiao family knew she was the mother of the prince and that Jiao was a princess, would they still treat her as before? Even if the Qiao family was unaffected, if the Ji family found out, it could cause many problems. Once a person tastes power, they often change in subtle ways they can't control. To hold on to power tightly, they might become someone else, like the Empress Dowager in the palace. Few people in the world see power as trouble. Ji Qingwu was confused about what was happening around him but understood this matter very clearly. He smiled, feeling happy. Ji Qingwu was pressed into the soft bedding, her face on the bed, feeling as if her heart was being held tightly by him. When she saw he hadn't moved for a while, she quietly tilted her head to look at him and saw his eyes full of a bright smile. She said, "Your Majesty is feeling much better." He pressed her down and seemed quite pleased. Although she didn't understand why the emperor was so excited, Ji Qingwu stayed still and quietly continued to lie there. Maybe some people just have unusual preferences. Through her thin clothes, Emperor Wu Su gently touched her soft waist, his voice clear. "A Wu told me that when you're unhappy, you should eat your favorite foods to cheer up." Ji Qingwu wanted to escape his grasp, supporting herself with her hands to sit up. "Your Majesty, I will go get what you want to eat." In the next moment, her waist was pressed back into its natural curve. A heavy, solid weight and eager, firm kisses came from behind her. She felt herself sinking into the soft mattress, forced to turn her head to endure it. Her heart was hot, filled with a strange, unexplainable feeling. Emperor Wu Su was somehow stimulated beyond his limits, becoming overly excited. At some point, the jade hairpin in Ji Qingwu's hair slipped off. Her flowing hair spread across the sky blue bedding, and the brocade quilt had long since slipped into some corner. Her body was soft and weak, unable to exert any strength. She was still buried in his neck. Ji Qingwu couldn't bear it and pushed him away, but her strength was so little that it felt more like tickling to him. Emperor Wu Su had just eaten his favorite food, and now his mood was as bright as the midday sun. He looked down at her, and at such times, she would behave especially well. Her misty eyes only reflected his face, unable to see anyone else. But this gentle posture only lasted for a moment, because Ji Qingwu sensed that the emperor was full of energy, not tired at all, with a relaxed expression on his face. She realized she had fallen into a trap. Taking advantage of his distraction, she kicked her legs, rolled up the quilt quickly like a rabbit, and moved to the corner. This time, it was truly not her fault for wanting to escape. He really wanted to eat her. The emperor lay on his side, propping his head lazily, with a gentle gaze. He said softly, "Come here. Oh, let me hold you." But it wasn't just a hug earlier. Ji Qingwu no longer trusted him. She lowered her head, adjusting her clothes, clearly refusing. Not obedient again. He moved with her to the corner of the bed, but at least they were still sitting with their clothes intact. Ji Qingwu knew that if she didn't say something, her mouth would be commandeered for other things. Her eyes bright with moisture, she asked, "Your Majesty, can we talk for a while?" But Emperor Wu Su seemed to think that if he didn't make a move or say anything, he wouldn't speak. He pecked her swollen, moist lips and then kindly said, "You speak." Ji Qingwu fiddled with her small fingers and asked, "Earlier in the yard, you said a lot. How did you find out I played the kongho?" "I haven't played it in front of anyone." Not only did she hide secrets in her heart, but he also kept many from her. Thinking back to their first meeting, it was probably when she was guarding the entrance of the military camp after learning her mission had failed, waiting for him to return. At that time, he was sitting tall on his horse, with a stern face, not even bothering to spare her a glance. Now, sitting on her bed with deep eyes and a gentle smile, the man seemed like two different people. Seeing that he did not answer and only stared at her, Ji Qingwu frowned and asked seriously, "Why is His Majesty silent?" She pressed her lips tightly, secretly smiling inside because this time, she was the one to say it. Emperor Wu Su looked at her meaningfully. "I have also been to the place where you practice the guqin." Ji Qingwu thought for a moment. "I choose quiet places to practice, so I won't disturb others." "Did you see me there, Your Majesty?" That place was a lake about 3 or 4 miles from the northern camp, called Mirror Lake because its water was clear like a mirror. She said, "If I knew you were hiding here to find peace, I would definitely choose a different place to practice." Emperor Wu Su's mouth slightly turned down. "You're thoughtful. Shouldn't you just say you won't practice that broken guqin anymore?" It seemed the emperor held a lot of resentment toward the guqin. Curious, she asked, "What is Your Majesty doing here?" But Wu Su's face showed a strange expression, and he didn't answer. "Doing what at the lake?" Ji Qingwu raised her eyebrows. "Is Your Majesty?" Suddenly, his big hand covered her mouth. She blinked her bright eyes, pouted her lips, and pouted in dissatisfaction. Emperor Wu Su pointed outside. Thinking that Lanji was still sleeping outside, Ji Qingwu nervously lowered her voice. No wonder he didn't shout at her to leave. He couldn't come out of the lake and could only endure her beautiful music. Thinking of this scene, Ji Qingwu's eyes curved into a smile. She lowered his hand, her lips as red as rose petals, and her smile was bright and full of joy. Ji Qingwu suddenly understood something, and her progress was so fast that she opened several more chakras. She thought of something and asked expectantly, "Your Majesty, the first time you saw me was at Mirror Lake." This time, Wu Su didn't speak but shook his head directly. "Not at Mirror Lake? Then where was it?" Ji Qingwu thought carefully. The first time she saw Wu Su was at the entrance of the military camp. Her curiosity was piqued, but she couldn't find the answer. Her cheeks puffed up, and she secretly clenched her teeth, starting to feel annoyed.
Wusu said, "Let me also share how I felt back then."
Her expression was exactly like a little girl throwing a tantrum. She sweetly said, "Your Majesty, why are you teasing me like this? Is there something you can't say?" Emperor Wu Suo smiled and replied, "I'm much easier to talk to than a Wu. As long as a Wu asks, I will answer. About the first time I met a Wu." Hearing him change the subject, Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in surprise, and she anxiously waited for his answer. "That was when I held you in my arms." "Really?" Ji Qingwu was very shocked. Her memory wasn't so bad that she would forget someone she had hugged. Moreover, just looking at Emperor Wu Suo's handsome face was enough to leave a deep impression on her. Seeing her black eyes start to roll around and her delicate eyebrows knot up in confusion, it was clear she was puzzled. His hand slowly slid from her waist up her back, and the other hand circled her knee. With a gentle effort, he pulled her into his arms. Because she needed his help, Ji Qingwu obediently let him do as he pleased. Emperor Wu Suo softly said, "This is how I hold you." Ji Qingwu immediately understood what he meant. It was just a typical way to comfort a child. She asked, "Your Majesty, are you talking about the first time you saw me, or was it when I was a child?" No wonder she couldn't remember. Back then, a Wu was just a little girl learning to walk. Emperor Wu Suo rarely reminisced about his childhood, but seeing the beautiful face of the woman in front of him suddenly brought back old memories. Madame Ji and the younger members of the family visited the Yong'an Marquis residence. For some reason, Ji Qingwu accidentally wandered into his courtyard. He had gone out early in the morning to practice martial arts in the snowy forest. When he returned, he found a little girl sitting quietly in front of a large basin. In the basin, there were a few red lotus flowers, which he had received from Shunwei at Songshan Temple some time ago, before he became a master. The girl with twin buns sat quietly, focused on what was in front of her, not making a fuss or crying. When he approached, she turned her head and saw her older brother with a cold face. She was so frightened, she sat down suddenly. He disliked children crying and making trouble. His younger brother Minghong was very lively and often cried loudly after minor bumps or scrapes. But this little girl, despite her young age, was very perceptive. Seeing his stern expression, she pouted and dared not cry, her eyes shimmering with tears. She got up by herself and gently brushed the dust off her bottom. Carefully, she moved closer to him. Seeing that she still had a dry leaf on her head, he frowned, wanting to take it off for her. Just as he reached out his hand, she thought he was going to hug her. Her bright eyes quickly grabbed his arm, and she eagerly climbed up, hanging on to him. He had never seen such a good climbing ability. It amazed him. When she was a child, she was much more familiar and talkative, with a clear and crisp voice. From her description, he learned that Zhao Minghong had tricked her into coming. After sending the girl to the front yard and handing her over to Ji Fengmin's trusted maid, he noticed water stains on the ground and that a red lotus was missing from the water jar. He thought she and Zhao Minghong were working together to steal his things. The next day, his morning practice punching bag was replaced with Zhao Minghong. Strangely, after leaving the Yong'an Marquis residence, the fifth girl of the Ji family went missing unexpectedly at the end of that month. Ji Qingwu saw his face turn visibly softer and felt a bit jealous. Because the her from childhood was not really her. Ji Qingwu lost her earlier excitement and summarized, "So, in the northern border, the first time the emperor saw me was at Mingjing Lake." Wu Su-di only smiled without speaking, the curve of his lips unreadable. Was it or wasn't it? She wanted to ask again, but Wu Su-di suddenly kissed her cheek with a smile and patted her bottom. Maybe because of childhood memories, he wanted to give her a late comfort. But this comfort quickly changed, making her speechless and losing her ability to think. After Ji Qingwu's appearance was restored, Wu Su-di didn't say much, but she clearly felt that this time, he kissed her especially often. A gentleman acts with both words and actions. This tenderness was almost too much to bear. Wu Su-di left when it was still dark. When Ji Qingwu woke up, the bed was already cold. It was bright outside. Lanji came in from the door, standing outside, and softly called, "Miss Wu." Lanji heard her voice and hurried inside. Nervously, she asked Miss Wu, "Did you see me last night?" Jinkingwoo's drowsiness suddenly cleared, and she asked, "What's wrong?" Lanji looked upset and said, "I clearly remember last night I was sleeping on the outside bed, and I even talked to the young lady." Jinkingwoo then realized Lanji had come from outside, but as the mistress, she couldn't understand how Lanji was quietly moved back to the servant's room from outside. However, she was sure about who did it. "Feeling guilty," she said. "Maybe you're just too tired lately, or maybe it was sleep paralysis." Lanji touched her still dizzy head and could only accept this explanation. She rolled up the bed curtain and saw Jinkingwoo looking down at the light blue brocade quilt. Seeing her face clearly, Lanji was surprised and asked, "Miss Wu, why is your face so red? Are you feeling cold or have a fever?" Jinkingwoo looked up, cupping her face with both hands, sensing the warmth. She quickly said, "No, I just might have slept too hot. It will be fine soon." Thinking back to the intimacy of last night, her face kept flushing when she remembered the bright morning light. She had fallen asleep after gentle kisses. After that, she remembered nothing. She didn't know when the emperor left. Lanji skeptically prepared her toiletries and carefully checked the bedding, which was the usual one. But today, it looked especially wrinkled. She thought about changing it for a thinner set for Miss Wu. Just as Jinkingwoo came out of the washroom, she heard voices at the door. Lanji said, "Miss Wu, Sister Chunhua from the madam's courtyard has come to deliver something." Chunhua entered, followed by 4 young maids holding a tray covered with red silk cloth. Jinkingwoo glanced briefly, and guess what it was? She said, "Chunhua, go back and tell your mother I will go out today. Please rest assured." The maids set the items on a table. Lanji asked, "Miss Wu, what are all these?" Jinkingwoo looked up at her and said, "Lanji, now it's your turn to act." Lanji was confused at first, but when she lifted the red silk cloth and saw what was inside, her eyes lit up and she nodded. She had been studying makeup with a dedicated teacher at the dance hall, but she had always lacked the chance to show her talent. At this moment, Ji Qingwu rested her chin on her hand and softly called out, "Lanji." Lanji immediately became nervous, clutching her wooden comb and saying, "Miss Fifth, you promised I could do as I pleased." Ji Qingwu smiled at her. "I just want to remind you to make the makeup more striking." Lanji relaxed but then grew curious. Usually, Miss Fifth didn't like heavy makeup, so today's unusual behavior puzzled her. Since she finally had a chance to dress her up, Lanji happily agreed. The jewelry sent by Madam really needs bold makeup to match and look good. Make her look enchanting and charming, Ji Qingwu asked. "Can you do that?" "Of course," Lanji replied without hesitation, her eyes shining with excitement. She didn't see it as a challenge. "Miss Fifth, I've thought about this for a long time. With your natural beauty, any style suits you." Ji Qingwu sat bored in front of the makeup box, like a doll being played with, cooperating with all the maids' requests. It took 2 hours to finish her makeup. Lanji picked up a headpiece sent by Mrs. Chiao, choosing a gold filigree phoenix hairpin decorated with green stones to pin in her hair. She added a gold-inlaid turquoise forehead pendant and matching red coral earrings with gold tassels. Ji Qingwu gently shook her head, causing the jewelry to jingle and make a crisp sound. The head full of jewels was more extravagant than what Mrs. Chiao had previously styled her with. Whether she looked enchanting or charming, she wasn't sure. But she knew her neck was already strained to the limit. Lanji hurriedly helped her change into a bright red, tightly fitted dress with golden threads and a shimmering long skirt. Once dressed, the long skirt flowed smoothly down her side like water. Lanji, excited beyond manners, pulled Ji Qingwu to stand in front of a long copper mirror near a screen. Her whole reflection appeared. Looking at the unfamiliar woman in front of her, Ji Qingwu blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with a captivating, alluring gaze. She wanted to reach out and touch her face, but was quickly stopped by Lanji, who scolded, "Don't move, the makeup will smudge." Ji Qingwu could only lower her hands and examine the dress she was wearing. She had never worn such bright colors before, with a strapless top and wide sleeves, looking lively and charming. However, she took a deep breath and hesitated, saying, "Lonji, is this waist belt too tight?" "Fifth miss, please turn around." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu gently spun around half a circle. The jade belt that cinched her waist hung with silver tassels. When she moved slightly, the tassel swayed, drawing attention to her graceful waist. Lonji smiled like a lovesick girl, feeling proud of her skill. "It's not tight, just right." "Perfect." Ji Qingwu was amused by her maid's reaction. It seemed her plan would go smoothly. The midday sun was hot and dazzling. The street was busy with many pedestrians, lively and bustling. A luxurious carriage slowly stopped in front of everyone, attracting many eyes. From a few steps away, passers-by could smell the tempting fragrance drifting from the carriage. "Who do you think this young lady is?" "Such a grand display," a curious voice said. "This carriage looks familiar." "It seems to belong to the Ji family in the south of the city," another person agreed. "Is it the fourth Miss Ji or the fifth Miss?" "I heard the fourth Miss is stunning, comparable to the palace's consort way, called the Twin Beauties of Linen. They're sisters, and the fifth Miss can't be bad either." As they discussed, a woman stepped out of the carriage. She wore a green brocade dress, with a decent temperament, like a delicate jade, but far from a true beauty. She looked disappointed and said, "Is this the fifth Miss?" "She's just S.O. I think she's not as good as that woman selling pancakes at the street corner." Another teased, "Your wife was so angry she went back to her mother's house with the kids. Are you afraid she won't want to stay with you after you keep going to buy pancakes from Jade Lady?" The man replied, "Jade Lady is truly beautiful. Even the Ji sisters can't compare." Lonji first got off the carriage and set up a stool. She respectfully stood by the carriage and said, "Fifth Mississippi." A slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing half of a white bowl, and the crowd's noise suddenly quieted. The fine veil quickly covered her fair wrist. Inside the carriage, the woman moved gracefully, each step like a lotus emerging from the water, enchanting and alluring. A series of surprised exclamations echoed clearly on the lively, noisy street. Ji Qingwu supported Lonji's arm, accepting the attention of passers-by. Her every smile and frown made people's hearts flutter. Earlier, she had said she was not as good as Yunyang, and now she looked blank and dull. After she left, people nearby joked about her for a long time. Ji Qingwu confidently walked back and forth along the street. All the shops selling women's items had been visited by her and Lonji. She didn't buy anything, but the shop owners greeted her warmly. Because whenever she entered a shop, many people with different intentions would come in to talk to her, including wealthy young men. After leaving a cosmetic shop by the street, the shopkeeper even forced a box of rose-flavored lip balm into her hands. Lonji asked, "Miss Fifth, the shopkeeper doesn't know you. Why did he give you this?" Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled as she said, "He gave me this box, and later, other customers can say they have used it. That makes this lip balm easier to sell." "Miss Fifth, why did you accept it?" "Our Ji family doesn't need this small amount of money." Ji Qingwu replied, "Lonji, do you think I am just trying to get a small benefit and will be seen as not proper?" Lonji felt her actions were not appropriate, but didn't dare to say it directly. She hesitated, then realized something. "Miss, the way you dressed today, was it all for?" Ji Qingwu raised her index finger and shushed her. She nodded and smiled, saying, "Exactly, it's for this reason. Tomorrow we will go somewhere else." Madame Wei sat in the main hall, looking thin and tired, with a head full of silver hair. Her hair was neatly arranged, decorated with delicate gold hairpins, giving her a noble aura. In the morning, her daughters-in-law and grandchildren came one after another to pay their respects. After everyone left, the house was quiet for a while. The air was filled with a gentle scent of spices. Madame Wei was resting with her eyes closed. A maid quietly approached her and whispered, "Madam, the general has returned." Madame Wei opened her eyes, her expression mixed with anger. Her eyes were deep-set. Because he was older, his eyes looked calm but sharp, as if he could see through people easily. After entering, Wei Ting walked confidently, with a smile on his face. "Grandmother, your grandson comes to pay his respects. Old Lady Wei saw Wei Ting and her face tightened even more, still upset about his open proposal to marry Miss Ji at the court yesterday. Wei Ting wasn't afraid of her cold look. He tried to comfort her, saying, "Grandmother, who made you angry? I will bring him here and give him a good lesson, so he won't be so rude again. Besides you, who else in this family dares to be so bold?" Looking at her handsome and accomplished grandson, Old Lady Wei's voice was cold, like a chilly wind passing through ancient trees, without any warmth. "What exactly do you see in Jiwoo?" Wei Ting didn't hesitate and straightforwardly said, "I like her because she is educated, behaves properly, and is gentle and kind." "Behaves properly?" Old Lady Wei sneered. "If she behaved properly, she wouldn't be chasing after you in the army, and she wouldn't have gotten pregnant before marriage." Wei Ting believed the child was his because he had asked to marry Miss Ji at court, mainly to reduce obstacles in the marriage proposal. But there was another reason. Old Lady Wei. She was old-fashioned and strict, having set rules all her life. If she found out the child was someone else's, she definitely wouldn't agree to Ji Qingwu entering the Wei family. He looked gentle and said, "Grandmother, you don't trust my judgment? You haven't met Ji Qingwu. If you do, you'll surely be pleased," Old Lady Wei firmly said. "If Ji Wu wants to join the Wei family, she must come as a concubine. I won't agree to her marriage otherwise." Hearing this, Wei Ting sighed inwardly but kept a calm face. "Grandmother, the Ji family wouldn't agree to their daughter becoming a concubine in our Wei family, and the Empress Dowager in the palace wouldn't approve either. Do you still think her Ji family is connected to the Empress Dowager?" Old Lady Wei scolded. "If you truly care about Li Ruo in the palace, you shouldn't be involved with women from the Ji family." Wei Ting was silent for a moment and softly said, "Your grandson only wants to think about his sister." When Old Lady Wei mentioned Wei Fei, seeing him lower his eyes, she felt a bit regretful. Wei Ting spoke softly and begged, "Grandmother, I finally found someone I want to marry. Please, just this once, give me your blessing." Mrs. Wei, seeing his stubbornness, understood his temper. She looked at him as if he were a gentle breeze and bright moon, but in fact, he had been stubborn and nostalgic since childhood. Thinking of past events, Mrs. Wei couldn't help but sigh deeply. She finally relaxed and said, "One day, I will introduce you to the famous Jiwoo." A spark appeared in Wei Ting's eyes, and a faint smile returned to his face. Mrs. Wei and her grandson hadn't seen each other for many years. She felt a little sad inside. "You've come back from the north, traveled so much, and haven't even had a good rest at home. Go back and get some sleep." The maid came in again and whispered something to Mrs. Wei. As Wei Ting reached the door, he noticed that Mrs. Wei's mood had darkened. Her old eyes seemed to be staring right through him. "Come back here," Mrs. Wei spoke sternly. "Pan, tell him again what I just said." "Yes, madam." Pan raised her voice. Today, Miss Ji dressed up beautifully and went out shopping on the street, surrounded by many young men trying to impress her. Just the perfumes and lip balms from the shops she visited are now being sold at sky-high prices, claiming they were used by Miss Ji. Hearing this, Wei Ting frowned and looked serious. He knew she was bold in her actions. But after she returned to Linen, she still did this, openly attracting many admirers. Wei Ting said, "When she marries into the Wei family, I will take good care of her." Mrs. Wei's face showed disappointment. "Are you sure you want such a woman as your wife?" Wei Ting's face was serious, but he nodded. After he left the yard, Mrs. Wei suddenly looked several years older. She muttered to herself, "Could it be that those past events hurt him too deeply? Is he just seeking a flirtatious woman to deliberately upset me?" Pan said, "Madam, don't worry too much. The general has been in the army for many years. He's seen many girls, probably more than 10 fingers can count. Maybe he was just dazzled by Miss Ji's beauty for a moment." Mrs. Wei sighed. "You don't need to comfort me. The reason I agreed is because I saw the determination in his eyes. Once he makes a decision, I, as his grandmother, can't change it." Then, Mrs. Wei took off her headband and let Pan help her to bed to rest. As she walked slowly, she asked, "Are the scriptures, prayer beads, and offerings ready for tomorrow's visit to Hanshan Temple to honor the Bodhisattva?" "Yes, Everything is prepared. Please rest assured, madam. Ji Qingwu went out for a walk and finally stopped by the ongoing renovation of the medical clinic to check on the progress. Mi Zhenchuan saw her face and initially didn't dare to recognize her. After a few words, he finally identified her. Miss Wu, today is really... The eloquent shopkeeper Mi was momentarily at a loss for words. She looked so beautiful that it was hard to look directly at her. Just a glance could stir up mischievous thoughts. Mi Zhenchuan deliberately avoided staring and tilted his head, saying, Miss Wu, according to your instructions, everything except the third floor has been opened up. Ji Qingwu was used to the various gazes from others. She kept her expression calm and said, Shopkeeper Mi, the cabinets used should be made of metal instead of wood. Wooden cabinets are prone to moisture and mold, which is not good for storing herbs. Mi Zhenchuan admired her careful thinking. At that moment, two men suddenly pushed the door open and barged in. The young man leading the way said nothing, standing with his hands behind his back. The person behind him stepped forward, looking like a master and servant. Is this not a restaurant? Why is it so messy? The older man asked. They looked like locals from Linen, but their accents didn't quite match. Mi Zhenchuan replied, This restaurant is closed. If you're hungry, please find another place. The young man and Ji Qingwu's eyes briefly met. His eyes were a mix of silver gray with a hint of blue. Seeing her dressed like that, his gaze was calm and didn't stir any inappropriate thoughts. Ji Qingwu quickly looked away, and the two soon left. Anyone living in the city would know that the largest restaurant in Linen had already closed. Based on her appearance, Ji Qingwu guessed they were from Xijing. But she didn't know why they had come to Linen. Recently, there had been no news of envoys from Xijing, and border conflicts were tense. Ji Qingwu gave a few more instructions before planning to take Lanji home. As she stepped out, she saw a sneaky figure. As soon as the figure saw her, it shrank back. Master Mi Zhenchuan was counting on his abacus and looking at the account book. When he saw her, he was surprised and asked, Miss Fifth, do you have any instructions? Ji Qingwu shook her head and said, Nothing. You go ahead with your work. We will go to the third floor first. Seeing that someone was following her, Master Mi Zhenchuan didn't say much. The servant nearby said, Shopkeeper, that person looks like Miss Mo from Liangxiang Pavilion. Master Mi Zhenchuan continued to move the beads on his abacus without looking up and scolded, If it's not something you need to know, don't ask around. When they reached the third floor, Ji Qingwu casually pushed open a private room door and sat down somewhere. Today, she had walked at least 2 miles through the street, and wearing this outfit, her feet were already sore. Suddenly, Mo Lingling knelt down with a loud thump in front of her. Ji Qingwu made a gesture, and Lan Ji went over to help her up. Miss, get up and speak. Mo Lingling pushed away the maid's hand and stubbornly stared at her. Ji Qingwu waved her hand and said, Lan Ji, wait at the door. Only the two of them were left in the private room. Mo Lingling kept her head down and said nothing, kneeling there. Ji Qingwu asked, You came specifically to see me. Why are you not speaking? Hearing her question, Mo Lingling looked up. Today, Miss Ji from the Ji family caused a big fuss. Most men in Linen City came out to see her. The Liangxiang Pavilion, which was hard to get into, became quiet and empty because of her. When Mo Lingling heard the news that Miss Ji was on the street, she was happy and immediately came out of her pavilion. Seeing her expression, Ji Qingwu sensed that she had something difficult to say. Thinking that she had just had a miscarriage and was saved from a near-death experience, her body was already weak. Today, she was dressed in white, with only a white silk flower in her hair, perhaps mourning her lost child. Stop kneeling. Get up and speak. However, Mo Lingling made a few loud thumps and kowtowed 3 times. The room hadn't been used for a long time, and there was a layer of dust on the floor. She shook up quite a bit of dust. Mo Lingling's forehead was covered in dust. She looked up at her again, but still said nothing. Ji Qingwu stood up and looked at the sky outside. If you won't speak, I will leave. I have things to do. Mo Lingling actually had a lot to say, but seeing Ji Qingwu's heavily made-up face, she couldn't find the words. It is not unattractive, but stunning. It is not like the common, gaudy rouge. Instead, it is a bright red with elegance. Only then does she realize what it means to be a charming and delicate beauty, a truly exceptional woman. Moreover, under this makeup, Ji Qingwu appears very commanding, and her presence is so strong that it even makes others feel timid. Mo Lingling stares blankly and says, "Miss Ji, if you were at Tu Fragrance Pavilion, you would surely be the most admired among all." Ji Qingwu looks down at her, her brow slightly twitching, and her tone turns cold.
Why?
"Are you here to recruit girls for your pavilion?" Mo Lingling's words are not meant to be rude. She hurriedly explains, "Miss Ji, I didn't mean it that way." She fears Ji Qingwu might really leave, and she might not see her again for a long time. Quickly, she says, "I'm here to thank you for saving my life." Ji Qingwu replies, "You've already thanked me. There's no need to mention it again. I have other matters to attend to." Suddenly, Mo Lingling rushes forward and hugs her leg. Before she can speak, tears start flowing down her face. Ji Qingwu calls out, "Miss Mo." Her voice remains gentle, but her tone is cold. "I'm not a patron of your pavilion. Tears don't affect me. If you're just here to thank me, I have already received your gratitude. If there's something else, just say it directly." Mo Lingling, with tears in her eyes, looks up at her and pleads softly, "Please, Miss Ji, take me in." She lost her child, her body is weak, and her prime years as a woman are fleeting. Her status in Tu Fragrance Pavilion has greatly diminished. This brothel is a place where the high are lifted up and the low are trampled on. When someone falls from grace, even cats and dogs can step on them. In recent days, Mo Lingling has tasted all kinds of bitterness and has begun to think about leaving. She still has a lot of silver, and paying to leave is not a problem. She had been waiting for Li Qingxuan to help her family clear their name, so she could leave Tu Fragrance Pavilion with dignity. But now it's all just a big dream. She has woken up. Now she is a courtesan with a status, and finding a place to stay is not easy. Throughout Linen, she has only thought that Ji Qingwu might help her. Ji Qingwu asks, "Miss Mo, why do you think I will help you?" Mo Lingling answers carefully, "Miss Ji, you are a good person." Ji Qingwu smiles and says charmingly, "But I am not a kind-hearted person. Actually, Miss Mo knows deep down that she can find someone else. If she cries in front of him, he might give her a way to survive." Mo Lingling fearfully shakes her head. "He won't help me. He hates me with all his heart." That day, Mo Lingling slowly woke up and found her mouth bitter, probably because someone was giving her medicine. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a face that looked like a very angry woman. The person's hand trembled as they grabbed her neck, almost choking her. Thinking of Duan Mingfeng, Mo Lingling became even more scared. This time, her fear was real. She tearfully begged, "Please, Miss Ji, I will do anything. I can pay my debt myself. You don't need to trouble yourself. Just give me a place to live, so I can survive." Ji Qingwu frowned slightly. It wasn't because she was moved by Mo Lingling's tears, but because her medical clinic still needed a clever and skillful person. She calmly said, "Let me take you back to the Ji family." "That's not possible." Mo Lingling shivered and sat down on the ground, feeling defeated. She continued, "At the end of the month, this place will open as a medical clinic. If you're interested." Mo Lingling immediately stood up straight and hurriedly said, "Yes, I am interested. About the rest, I'll ask Manager Me to talk to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't say more now." Ji Qingwu went downstairs, gave some instructions to Mi Zhenchuan, then left with Lanji. Back home, Ji Qingwu quickly took off most of her hairpins and rings, asking Lanji to prepare warm water to wash her face. When she finished tidying up, she looked at the time. Her clothes were too wrinkled to change now, so she hurriedly went to the palace to pick up Jiao. If she missed her again today, the little girl would cry all the way home, and she would have to face the consequences tonight. Ji Qingwu rushed into the palace and reached the study door just in time to see Jiao coming out from school. She let out a sigh of relief. Jiao had already run out first. Seeing her mother wasn't there, she pouted and looked like she was about to cry. Ji Qingwu jogged a few steps, her bright red dress flowing as she appeared in front of the little girl. It was as if she was about to descend into the grand and busy palace. Chu was stunned, seeing her beloved mother suddenly come to life again, or rather, transform into a beautiful woman right in front of her. The little girl immediately changed from crying to smiling. Her tears were held back, but because her expression changed so quickly, 2 colorful tears bubbles appeared on her nose. Is this what it means to be so beautiful that you seem to bubble over? Ji Qingwu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She took a handkerchief from her and gently wiped Chu's face. Chu had never seen her mother wear such a grand and beautiful dress before. She couldn't look away. Sometimes she touched the dress with her small hand, and other times she looked up at her mother's face. She thought the dress was as pretty as her mother's face, and she didn't know what to look at first. The little girl couldn't help but want to show off to others. She took Ji Qingwu's hand, puffed out her small chest, and pulled her a few steps toward the door. Her face was full of pride, as if she had received a special reward. Yuan Heng had just come out of the study when he saw a rosy figure at the bottom of the stairs. His usually steady steps suddenly paused, almost tripping over the threshold. The little servant, Jin Gui, exclaimed, "Young master, watch your step." Yuan Heng glared at the noisy servant. Hearing the voice, Ji Qingwu looked over. Seeing Yuan Heng dressed in a deep blue brocade robe, she smiled gently at him. But the little girl's reaction was very strange, completely different from Chu's. Yuan Heng's small face frowned, his eyes showing complex emotions and a hint of regret. He stood at the door, looking at her several times. One glance was not enough. He looked at her with mixed feelings. Ji Qingwu took Chu's hand and led her toward him. Yuan Heng's struggle in his dark eyes became even more obvious. Before they reached the door, the little girl suddenly ran away. Her small, jade-colored face was full of determination, as if she had made an important decision. Ji Qingwu stood still, a bit confused. After returning home, she had washed her face and removed her glamorous makeup, so she shouldn't have scared him. Could it be that the little girl hadn't seen her without her disguise before and mistook her for someone else? That's why she ran away as soon as she saw her? Ji Qingwu couldn't hide her disappointment. She had finally gotten close to Yuan Heng, but now he was pushing her away. Yuan Heng ran off so quickly for the first time. The little servant, Jin Gui, hurried after him, calling out, "Young master, slow down." Thinking about where they were, he realized it was near the diligent government hall where the emperor handled state affairs. He dared not make loud noises and could only whisper anxiously, "Little crown prince, please don't run away. If you fall and get hurt, the emperor will be angry." Little Shunzi looked up and saw Li Yuzong, the head dressed in deep blue. "Fool! Open your eyes and look," Li Yuzong spat at him. Then, upon closer inspection, he saw the little prince had run to the door of the diligent government hall. Young Yuan Heng stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and then knelt down loudly, saying, "Your Majesty, Yuan Heng requests to see you." Ji Qingwu's gaze fell on Yuan Heng, who was standing at the door, and suddenly knelt down. What is wrong with this child? What happened? He looks like he's here to apologize. Ji Qingwu knelt down hurriedly and asked worriedly, "Chu, did the little crown prince do something wrong today in the study?" Chu was playing with the silver tassel on her sash. Hearing the question, she shook her head decisively. The little crown prince would never do anything wrong. He always ranked first in his studies and was the most proud disciple of old Master Qiao. Even apart from his royal status among all these children, he was the most talented and clever. Chu thought to herself that she was willing to admit, with difficulty, that he was on par with her. Ji Qingwu looked at Yuan Heng walking into the diligent government hall with some concern. He didn't know what he was going there for. Thinking about the punishments Yuan Heng had endured, he felt he couldn't stand any longer. Emperor Wu Su was not reviewing documents, but was leisurely drinking tea, holding a scroll and flipping through records. The memorials on major cases were usually divided into 2 columns, but now they were stacked on one side that had already been stamped with red approval. Within a few hours, he had finished reviewing the pile of memorials that was nearly as high as a person. Li Yuzong secretly admired Emperor Wu Su's behavior from this morning until now. Last night, Li Yuzong wanted to control the affairs of the imperial household department within the palace and did not follow the emperor out. At dawn, when it was time for court, Emperor Wu Su appeared in the Zhaoyang Hall. The emperor returned to the palace on time, which was not strange. What was strange was that the emperor's lips were slightly curved, and his eyes still carried a gentle expression. It is important to note that whenever Emperor Wu Su left the palace in secret, he always looked very upset, as if he was about to explode. Even the fierce guards at the palace seemed less intimidating. When the emperor arrived at the Golden Throne Hall and the court began, the atmosphere became even stranger. All the officials in the hall saw the emperor's face and felt that he looked angrier than yesterday. His dark, stern face made everyone feel nervous. Emperor Wu Su appeared calm and gentle, sitting upright on his throne. Everyone could see that the emperor looked refreshed and full of energy. Wei Ting stood at the front of the officials, noticing that the emperor kept looking at him. He thought the emperor might be angry because of his bold request to marry yesterday, which caused some chaos in court, and expected a scolding. But the emperor's gaze was actually happy and even a little pleased. The court proceedings went on as usual. The emperor's words were sharp and direct, showing no mercy. He was still the wise and strict ruler, and the officials felt nervous but relaxed after hearing him. Otherwise, they might have thought the emperor was possessed by some evil spirit. No one knew why the emperor was so happy today, but after the court, everyone was praying to see this gentle side of him again. Li Yuzong led the young prince into the hall. He was nervous inside because the young prince, Yuan Heng, was very much like the emperor. Even at a young age, he was clever and cautious. If there was no urgent matter, he wouldn't kneel at the door asking to see the emperor. Yuan Heng reached the center of the hall, lifted his royal blue robe, and knelt properly. "Your son greets Father Emperor." Emperor Wu Su didn't put down his book and said calmly, "Everyone leave now." He didn't tell Yuan Heng to get up. The young boy knelt straight and still. "What do you want from me?" His usual indifferent voice reached Yuan Heng's ears. "I regret it," Yuan Heng said, though his tone was firm. Emperor Wu Su finally put down his book and looked at Yuan Heng with a serious gaze. He asked, "What did I teach you?" "You taught me that once you make a move, you shouldn't regret it. But life is different from a game of chess." The emperor asked, "How is it different?" "People have feelings, but chess pieces are cold and lifeless. So, of course, they're different. I think regret and self-reflection are the same thing." The emperor was interested in this young boy's idea. He asked, "Tell me, what have you reflected on?" Yuan Heng placed his hands on his knees and clenched the fabric of his robe tightly. Father asked me during a palace banquet if I had someone I liked to be my empress, the young boy said softly, with pure black eyes, feeling regretful. Emperor Wu Su nodded and said, "That's true." The little boy looked down, trembling, and said, "I regret it." The emperor understood what he meant. He raised his eyebrows, about to ask more. Suddenly, their voices came from the door. The emperor's gaze shifted to the entrance, and Yuan Heng couldn't help but look back. At the door, Ji Qingwu saw Yuan Heng kneeling on the cold stone floor, tiny and helpless, while Emperor Wu Su sat high on the throne. She hurriedly asked, "Lord Li, did Yuan Heng do something wrong?" Li Yuzong knew the emperor was in a good mood and probably wouldn't punish the young prince, but he couldn't be sure. He hesitated and said, "Miss Ji, I don't know for sure. Maybe you should go in and ask yourself." Ji Qingwu, who cared deeply for Yuan Heng, quickly said, "Please, Lord Li, pass on my message." Li Yuzong smiled and nodded, but before he could move, a clear voice came from inside.
"Come in."
"Why are you standing at the door?" Ji Qingwu threw the little girl, Jiu, to Li Yuzong and hurried into the hall. The little girl and Lord Li were already familiar with each other and weren't afraid. Her big eyes sparkled with hope as she moved closer to him. They squatted together, whispering about something. Their posture made Xiao Shunzi, who had just been scolded by the intimidating Lord Li and was shrinking nervously in the corner, stare in amazement. Ji Qingwu first walked straight to Yuan Heng's side, feeling more and more sorry for the small child kneeling on the ground. Her bright eyes, filled with anger, looked directly at Emperor Wu Su. But this was the hall of diligent governance. As soon as she saw the majestic golden dragon pillars and the emperor dressed in bright yellow robes, exuding authority, sitting on the grand throne, she felt a stark contrast to the gentle words and soft voice of the person she spoke to last night. Ji Qingwu quickly looked away and shrank back. Her earlier courage suddenly vanished like smoke, dispersing into the air. Seeing the little boy kneeling properly on the ground, she lifted her skirt. Although she, as a mother, still lacked the courage to confront the emperor directly, she was willing to stay and share Yuan Heng's punishment. The plain white hand, holding the hem of her dress, had just lifted slightly. Emperor Wu Su's eyebrows furrowed, and he said impatiently, "Everyone, stand up." Both the young and the old sat properly on the carved rosewood chairs with cloud patterns. The emperor glanced at Ji Qingwu, his gaze sweeping from top to bottom. His eyes seemed to pass through her low-cut dress and wide sleeves, down to her waist, making her tense all over. Through these few encounters, Ji Qingwu was very familiar with this slightly dark expression. Because she dared not show any discomfort in front of Yuan Heng, she clenched her teeth, feeling her ears grow warm. After the emperor's gaze lingered enough, he slowly spoke. "Just now, where did I say I was going with my son Yuan Heng?" The phrase, "my son," changed from cold to kind and gentle, making Yuan Heng feel uneasy. He curled his fingers tightly. Yuan Heng looked at Ji Qingwu beside him. Seeing her gentle, caring eyes, he steadied himself again. Reporting to the emperor, "I realized I was mistaken last time. I have been reflecting on it these days." The emperor asked, "What did you reflect on? What are your thoughts?" Yuan Heng replied smoothly, "If you truly like someone, you should keep her close all the time, rejoice with her, worry for her. You shouldn't be afraid or keep your distance." He watched the emperor's face carefully. The emperor nodded thoughtfully and said in a plain tone, "Go on." Yuan Heng continued, "You should also ask her if she is willing to share joys and sorrows with you. What do liking someone and sharing hardships mean?" Ji Qingwu looked confused, not understanding what they had just discussed. But Yuan Heng's words sounded a bit strange. This child was quick to learn and knew a lot. Could it be that he had developed feelings at such a young age and was caught by the emperor, so he was being punished to kneel? Or was it that a little piglet would just start pushing the cabbage? Ji Qingwu quietly reached out and pinched his small hand, signaling him to stop talking. Yuan Heng looked at her again, his tone more confident, his black eyes shining. "I want her." When Yuan Heng pointed to himself, Ji Qingwu's heart immediately jumped to her throat. Then she heard him say clearly, "To be my son's mother." When he finished saying this, Ji Qingwu's heart settled, but it quickly turned sour and full of emotion. Emperor Wu Su pretended to think deeply for a moment before saying, "My son, your words are very reasonable." Yuan Heng understood the situation well and kindly analyzed, "Father, I am just sharing my thoughts. If you are considering choosing an empress, you might want to consider her first." After speaking, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Ji Qingwu's face. As a candidate favored by Yuan Heng for the position of empress, Yuan Heng liked her and wanted her to become his mother-in-law. Ji Qingwu felt a warm feeling inside. Nothing made her happier than being recognized by the young man. However, Yuan Heng nervously and eagerly asked, "What does father think?" Emperor Wu Su cleared his throat and asked, "What does Miss Ji think about this?" Ji Qingwu's main thought was that she dared not have any opinion. Being invited into this situation by the father and son felt like being put on the fire, as if she was being roasted. But she truly couldn't bear to refuse the young man's request. Yuan Heng tried every way to persuade her, saying, "Life in the palace will never be dull. Every day will bring new challenges, and it will be very interesting. But it's not really interesting. Without skills, who knows how one might end up." Ji Qingwu still remembered that Yuan Heng had once said seriously that the palace was not a good place and that he didn't want her to suffer after marrying in. In just a few months, he had changed his mind. Yuan Heng also felt guilty, but seeing the young girl from the Ji family, he could see her every day, hold her hand, and he was jealous and crazy inside. After so many days, he dreamed of her every night, imagining her coming into his dreams to hug him. Yuan Heng was young, but his stubborn nature had already taken hold. What he wanted, he would get, no matter what method he used. He looked at her eagerly and said, "Can we meet every day?" People who didn't know better might think Yuan Heng was choosing a wife for himself, as he spoke with such deep affection. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu Su, who was thinking of enjoying the benefits, listened for a while and then raised his hand with a displeased look to stop him. He said in a serious tone, "Let me think about it. You may leave now." Yuan Heng reluctantly stood up and said, "Your son will take his leave." As he left, he looked back at Ji Qinggu with reluctance. She really wanted to stand up and leave with him. But Emperor Wu Su's gaze was like nails, as if daring her to move. If she dared to take a step, he would pin her down right there. Yuan Heng kept turning his head with each step, completely losing his usual prince demeanor and acting like a clingy person. The emperor looked serious and urged, "Hurry back to your Qianyuan hall to do your homework." After Yuan Heng's figure disappeared outside the hall, Ji Qinggu reluctantly turned her head back. But her nose brushed against the soft, bright yellow silk. Ji Qingwu's heart tightened. She looked at the handsome face suddenly appearing before her. Before she could react, Emperor Wu Su's arms wrapped around her soft waist, and the silver tassels on her waist swayed. His gaze boldly examined her entire body, then finally looked at her face. His intense stare made Ji Qinggu feel guilty, as if he still didn't know what she had done today. Emperor Wu Su truly didn't know. The secret reports from the Four Seas were sent daily, but since there was nothing urgent today, his report hadn't arrived yet. He first asked, "You rarely wear such bright colors. Why are you dressed so alluring today?" Ji Qingwu's clothes were mostly plain or green, and she had never dressed like this before. Today, she heard many compliments, but hearing them from him felt especially different. It was like a clear spring bubbling happily inside her. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered, then lowered her gaze and said softly, "Just an ordinary outfit, nothing special." Emperor Wu Su didn't hold back his praise. Graceful and elegant, outstanding among all. Hearing the emperor's praise, Ji Qingwu's heart felt like a sweet spring filled with delicious water. Her lips, as delicate as peach petals, held a slight smile, looking shy and charming. Ji Qinggu had planned to hide her feelings, but now it seemed impossible to keep them secret. Emperor Wu Su also couldn't hide his thoughts. He noticed her slender waist could be held with one hand, so his other hand moved elsewhere. "Is this chest a bit too low?" Though he said this, his hand pulled her down slightly. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in surprise, speechless. "In broad daylight, Your Majesty, you." "Just like this?" Emperor Wu Su asked back. "Oh, do you mean only under the cover of night and wind?" Ji Qingwu covered her strapless dress with gold thread and said, "This is the place where His Majesty handles official affairs. It's best not to disturb his peace." Emperor Wu Su squinted from above and said, "You came into this hall dressed like that. How can I have peace with you here? What kind of outfit was she wearing? Besides, her clothes weren't see-through or revealing." Ji Qingwu replied, "It's not my clothing that's the problem. It's because Your Majesty lacks self-control." Hearing her serious reply, the emperor gently tugged at her finger that was covering her hand with his index finger. "If you know I lack self-control, why did you come here to tempt me? What are you trying to do?" Ji Qingwu couldn't find a good excuse. Anyway, she was at fault. She knew she couldn't argue with him, so she pouted in frustration to show her innocence. Suddenly, the emperor leaned in closer. Ji Qingwu quickly stepped back, her slender waist bending easily. The emperor didn't get to kiss her, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you hiding? Where do you think you can run?" The palace door behind them was wide open. Ji Qingwu bit her lip and asked, "Your Majesty, what if someone outside saw us?" The emperor was unfazed. "Who dares to look?" Others who saw the emperor would need to hear him say, "Allow," before they could lift their heads, and no one would dare peek casually. His hand moved from her waist to her back, inch by inch. Ji Qingwu felt his strong, warm hand supporting her, trapping her within his control. She even slowed her breathing, worried that this bold, forceful kiss was about to happen. The emperor spoke confidently, but someone outside was indeed watching. Not only that, someone had actually barged in. Chiu stepped over the tall threshold and entered directly. She hurriedly called out, "Mother." Li Yuzong followed behind, looking downcast. The little girl could only be comforted with sweet treats for a while. Soon, she was calling for her mother again. Despite trying everything, he couldn't stop her. It was because Ji Qingwu looked especially beautiful today, and Chiu was eager to stay close to her mother. The emperor also forgot about the earlier matter. With such a mischievous little girl here, he almost got caught. His expression was quite interesting. Ji Qingwu rarely saw him look so frustrated, and she tried not to laugh as she called softly, "Jiujiu, come to mother." What a sweet little girl she was. Just then, Xiaodongzi appeared at the door. He whispered a few words to his master, and Li Yuzong took the envelope he handed over. As he entered the hall, he glanced briefly at Ji Qingwu before quickly leaving, as if something were chasing him. Jiujiu was still clinging to Ji Qingwu, hugging her leg tightly. Her soft little face tilted up, and she smiled sweetly, while shaking her head playfully. Emperor Wusu sat quietly aside, feeling left out. With nothing else to do, he picked up the letter Li Yuzong had brought. He opened the envelope, unfolded the paper, and read a few lines. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned cold and heavy. Children are sensitive to changes around them. Jiujiu's smile faded, and her expression grew tense. Xiaodongzi peeked in again, holding a plate of colorful sweet cakes. Jiujiu looked at her mother, then at the cakes, and finally at the emperor, whose face looked very unpleasant. Ji Qingwu met her daughter's eyes and said with a hint of worry, "Jiujiu, you're not going to leave mother behind, are you?" The next moment, Jiujiu ran toward the door on her short little legs. Ji Qingwu watched her daughter's back and sighed deeply. What a clever girl! She had left her mother behind without hesitation. A voice came from behind her. "Close the doors." With a creak, the heavy doors shut, and the room dimmed. After delivering the letter, Li Yuzong had been waiting quietly behind the door, ready for that command. Ji Qingwu felt a familiar chill at her neck again. This time, though, it didn't make her tremble with fear. Only her heart gave a small, uneasy flutter. Even in that tense moment, she found herself thinking with a touch of pride that she had grown stronger. That had to count as progress. Emperor Wusu's voice returned to its usual calm and distant tone. Ji Qingwu suddenly remembered her first few visits to the Hall of Governance. It seemed the emperor had never once been in a good mood. She walked forward slowly, her steps heavy. The emperor sat on the dragon throne and commanded, "Come closer." Ji Qingwu stepped up the stairs and approached him. On the desk before him lay a letter. It was a record of everything she had said and done that day. Emperor Wusu looked at her coldly. "Why are you silent?" "Nothing to say," Ji Qingwu softly replied. "I have something to say." The emperor gave her a chance. "Then speak quickly." Seeing his angry and stern expression, Ji Qingwu felt uncomfortable. Although he had just been joking and acting a bit annoying, it was still better than his current serious look. A glimmer appeared in Ji Qingwu's eyes. She took a deep breath, as if encouraging herself. Just as Emperor Wusu was about to wait for her to speak and explain, unexpectedly, a beautiful, graceful woman suddenly fell straight into his arms. Emperor Wusu was truly stunned. Holding the delicate woman in his arms, his breathing paused. He slowly lowered his gaze and looked at Ji Qingwu's face. This silence made Ji Qingwu feel nervous. Would he like her? She thought about how every time Emperor Wusu liked to touch her, it was a sign of his affection for her body. Otherwise, she wouldn't have misunderstood at first. She thought the emperor only desired her physically, because she was carrying his child, and he was teasing her in many ways. But later, Ji Qingwu gradually understood his feelings. However, she couldn't give him an equal response. Although she didn't know what the future held, now she just wanted to see a relaxed and happy expression on his handsome face every time they met. She wondered if this approach could make him stop being upset and no longer look so gloomy. Emperor Wu Su's hand was not like before, holding her waist tightly. He just sat there quietly, showing no special reaction. Was she not doing enough? Ji Qingwu suppressed her shyness. Her dark eyelashes trembled gently, like a butterfly fluttering on a begonia flower, ready to take flight. This butterfly flew toward the bright yellow, finding its home. Ji Qingwu wrapped her arms around his shoulders and exhaled softly, like a fragrant orchid. Her skin was more beautiful and smooth than the luxurious Yao Guang brocade. Even though she had removed her charming makeup, at this moment, she revealed her natural allure and captivating charm. Finally, he moved. That pure, snow-like face was grasped forcefully, then forcibly pulled away from him. Emperor Wu Su did not want to be touched by her. Jikingwu realized this and felt both shy and embarrassed. She hurriedly wanted to stand up and step aside, her face showing clear signs of grievance and helplessness. When their eyes met, she saw the gloom in his expression gradually fade away until it disappeared completely. In his dark eyes, a different, deep color surged up. Jikingwu ultimately couldn't pull away from his embrace. He held her neck with one hand, preventing her from escaping, but made no further move. Emperor Wusu's voice was hoarse, like it had sand in it. "Oh, what are you trying to do?" Jikingwu reached out with her other hand, which he wasn't holding, and gently touched his thick, dark eyebrows. She softly said, "I just want to make your majesty happy." Before she finished speaking, Emperor Wusu seemed to be struck by an electric shock. His body trembled, and his hand loosened. Jikingwu quickly lowered her head, resting it on his chest. Soon, a warm, large palm supported her hips and lifted her up. He stood up, and Jikingwu, panicked, clung tightly to his neck, not knowing where he was taking her. Jikingwu immediately understood. She was pressed against the large desk, which was piled with official documents. She looked up and saw the fierce dragon had carved on the beam above the hall. This time, she felt it looked somewhat adorable. Seeing her smile, Emperor Wusu's long finger brushed a strand of her hair and asked, "Oh, what are you smiling at?" Lying on the dark-colored desk, Jikingwu's skin looked fair and translucent, her bright eyes shining. She reached out and pointed at the dragon head above. Her pleasant voice said, "That dragon head looks very nice." Emperor Wusu didn't follow her finger to look, but instead grabbed her hand from the air and bit her index finger fiercely. He threatened, "No matter how good it looks, you can't look at it." The feeling of 10 fingers connected to her heart was directly transmitted to her. This biting and nibbling gradually changed in tone, from her fingertips to her palm and up to her wrist. Jikingwu was wearing a wide-sleeved dress. When she raised her hand, most of her arm, like a jade lotus root, was exposed. Just thinking about her wearing this dress today, with bright makeup, running around on the street, attracting many people's attention, made Emperor Wusu feel uneasy. He used his power, and the dress in his hand instantly turned into torn cloth strips. The luxurious dress on her body turned into rags, and Jikingwu didn't know where to cover herself. She was stunned for a moment, but decided to cover her face with her hands. Her voice came through her fingers, tearfully saying, "Your Majesty isn't angry anymore, so why are you destroying this dress?" Emperor Wu Su replied, "One thing at a time. Things that upset me still need to be dealt with, but Awu did something to make me happy, and I will reward her later. Your Majesty doesn't need to be so clear about everything." Ji Qingwu suddenly trembled. "Everyone has seen it. I don't want to see it again," the emperor said calmly, but his actions were not calm. The view beneath the skirt was something many desired, but could not have. Now, Emperor Wu Su saw it all clearly and could reach out and touch it. A deep breath sounded in the room. Ji Qingwu seemed to feel the lines on his wandering palm. He pressed so hard, as if trying to brand her body. After a while, soft crying echoed in the large hall. Ji Qingwu casually grabbed something. The emperor saw her crumpling the letter on the table with his peripheral vision. Destroying evidence, that's an even greater crime. The consequence of this greater crime was that her slight sobs turned into gentle crying. She dared not grab anything else. afraid he would find an excuse to punish her again. She could only clutch the fabric of his clothes tightly, but his palm wrapped around her hand, pressing it against the golden dragon embroidery on his bright yellow robe. The embroidery was exquisite, vividly showing the fierce and firm shape of this divine creature. An old saying says, "This dragon looks like a snake, but has scales and claws. It can be dark or bright, large or small. It can fly in the sky, dive into the water, and bring rain to form clouds." Ji Qingwu was personally taught by the emperor and learned many things she had never experienced before. By the time it was over, she was exhausted. The emperor massaged her wrists. Her once tender hands had been rubbed until they looked like red jade. On the way home with Jiu, Ji Qingwu was still in a daze. That night, lying on the bed in Wudong Garden, she was drowsy but suddenly remembered something. The dream she had that night in the tent on the grassland, and the feeling in her palm when she woke up. It was exactly the same as today. Because she had important matters the next day, Ji Qingwu went to sleep annoyed, but still slept peacefully. Fortunately, the dragon did not disturb her in her dreams. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Ji Qingwu sat in front of the carved dressing table, her gaze calm and clear. "Lanji, today you should dress me the same way as yesterday," she added. "Make it more charming." Lanji didn't understand why the fifth miss was feeling so upset, thinking perhaps her makeup from yesterday wasn't good enough. So today, she paid extra attention to dressing Ji Qingwu. When her makeup was finished and her clothes changed, the two of them looked at the woman in the mirror. She truly looked like a captivating fox spirit. Ji Qingwu smiled slightly. "Have you done everything I asked?" Lanji hurriedly replied. "Fifth miss, I've taken care of everything." Ji Qingwu was pleased and smiled. "Let's go. We're heading to Han Temple now." Tall ancient trees and lush pines and cypresses surrounded the area. When Ji Qingwu got out of the carriage, many worshippers looked at her with admiration. Her long, bright red dress was ruined by Emperor Wusu, so she changed into a vivid red peony-patterned silk dress. This outfit was even more alluring than yesterday's. She stood there, her silk skirt like mist, ethereal and light. Ji Qingwu's appearance was dazzling and charming, but her expression was calm and composed. She stepped into the temple as if walking on soft red clouds. Compared to yesterday on the street, most of the worshippers here were women dressed simply. Suddenly, a splash of bright color appeared among the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Among them, the wives and young ladies from noble families looked down on Ji Qingwu's style. Lanji felt uncomfortable under their disdainful gazes. The young maid worried that Ji Qingwu couldn't handle such looks and softly comforted her. "Fifth miss, they must be impressed by your beauty, which is why they are being so disrespectful." Ji Qingwu's eyes flicked around, observing everyone, and a confident, natural smile appeared on her face. She said, "It doesn't matter how they look at me. I won't lose anything." Ji Qingwu walked to the majestic stone lion at the entrance, gazing at the winding path below the mountain. "Besides, this is exactly the effect I wanted. I was worried they wouldn't notice." Along the road, a few crimson-purple carriages were coming this way. Ji Qingwu smiled slightly. "Lanji, let's go inside first." The two of them arrived at the Great Hero Hall. Lanji prepared a cushion for her, and as she looked at the statues of gods and Buddhas in the hall, Ji Qingwu knelt down with her palms pressed together. She silently prayed, "May the Buddha bless her journey and help her achieve her wishes." Soon after, the abbot personally led a group of people into the hall. At the front was an elderly lady dressed in elegant purple robes. She was nearly 70, but still stood tall and commanding. Behind her followed her female relatives, maids, and servants, about 20 people in total. When Lady Wei entered the hall, she saw this striking figure and furrowed her brows in displeasure. The old lady's sharp eyes quickly saw that this girl had a strong aura and did not seem like a woman from a brothel. But she was not pleased. She didn't know whose girl this was, dressed so flamboyantly and behaving so improperly, disrespecting the gods and Buddhas. If it had been a different time, Lady Wei might have scolded her, but she was too busy dealing with her grandson's trouble to bother. In the hall, they heard the girls softly praying, "May Buddha bless me and my beloved, so we can marry soon, and may the elders and his family agree." It was a prayer for love. But with such a flashy outfit, no decent person would want to marry a girl like her. Behind Lady Wei, a young woman whispered to those nearby, "A proper girl wouldn't be praying for a lover. She's probably just trying to climb higher and has bad intentions." Lady Wei pretended not to hear and calmed herself. Madame Pan had already arranged the cushions and offerings and was about to hand the incense to Lady Wei. At that moment, Ji Qingwu slowly stood up, inserted the incense into the censer, and bowed gracefully. The thin smoke curled up elegantly. She turned around just in time to meet Lady Wei's gaze. Ji Qingwu smiled faintly at the old lady. When Lady Wei saw her face clearly, her expression turned to one of displeasure. Qiao had told her that Lady Wei was very strict about manners. Over the years, since Wei Tingji was often away from linen, the major and minor affairs of the family were mostly handled by the old lady. Lady Wei disliked women who were flirtatious and frivolous. Ji Qingwu had deliberately made a scene in the street yesterday to prepare for this moment, to meet with Lady Wei. Wei Tingji might ignore her wishes, but she was determined to make her presence known. But her grandmother, who was over 70 and firm in her decisions, dared she ignore her words? Ji Qingwu's eyes flashed with a dark light, and her smile became even brighter. Through the curling incense smoke, her delicate features looked like a beautiful flower fairy in a painting. She curled her lips into a charming smile, deliberately speaking softly with a sweet voice. "Greetings, Lady Wei." Madame Wei's maid, Pan, stepped forward and said, "Miss, Our Lady is still praying at the temple. If you have nothing urgent, please make way." This was a polite way of telling her she was being a nuisance and in the way. Ji Qingwu moved aside without arguing further. She glanced at her maid, Lan Ji, who nodded at her. Ji Qingwu beckoned with her finger, and the two exchanged silent signals. Lan Ji stepped outside the hall first, and Ji Qingwu followed slowly behind her, her waist swaying gracefully, almost like a beautiful, enchanting water snake. The unmarried girls of the Wei family saw her behavior and blushed with embarrassment, secretly criticizing her for being improper. Besides, who would let a maid go out before her mistress? It seemed she wasn't from a very proper family. Just as Ji Qingwu reached the door, a few men ran toward her. Each of them was unique. One held wildflowers he had just picked from a nearby temple entrance, with charming peach blossom eyes. Another held a love-shaped stone, a rustic villager. There was also a delicate scholar, holding a bunch of old, poetic love letters, speaking in a poetic tone. "Miss Ji, do you like these flowers? I picked them myself, so they're fresh. Only fresh flowers can match your beauty." A dark-skinned, shiny villager said, "Miss Ji, look at me. This stone is very special, a family heirloom. Its heart shape matches my feelings perfectly." The charming peach blossom-eyed young man spat and said, "What's that sour smell from your stone? Don't ruin the lady's mood. Keep it away." Reluctantly, the villager moved the stone, which he had just taken out of a pickled vegetable jar, farther away. The scholarly young man looked at her with deep affection. "There is a beauty I see, whom I cannot forget. Not seeing her for a day drives me crazy. Since I first saw you yesterday, I've fallen deeply in love with you." Ji Qingwu quickly waved her hand to call Lan Ji over. Lan Ji, who was watching happily from the side, came over and asked, "What's wrong? Miss Fifth, are they not acting well?" Jing Qingwu softly ordered, "Later, give that guy holding the stone some money. Don't let him do whatever he wants." She was irritated by the smell of the stone, her eyes watering, and felt nauseous. Lan Ji quietly stepped back, trying not to laugh. Outside the hall, the noise was incredibly loud. Inside the main hall, no one dared to speak. Madame Wei seemed unaware of the commotion outside. She closed her eyes peacefully, silently praying to the gods and Buddhas. Then, Mammy Pan carefully helped her up. Madame Wei straightened her clothes and slowly walked to the door of the hall. Jing Qingwu held a bunch of wildflowers, listening to a scholar recite lines of poetry he had copied from somewhere. She twitched her lips in amusement. For a moment, she understood Wei Ting's feelings. Suddenly, Madame Wei's voice asked from behind Jing Qinggu. "Are you Jingwu?" Jing Qinggu, facing away from Madame Wei, smiled. When she turned around, her smile disappeared completely. She gently touched her hair, acting shy, and said, "Junior greets the madam." Madame Wei's eyes flickered with a strange look. Such a young, bright face. It's hard to resist the charm of a beauty. No wonder her grandson wanted to marry her. The old lady thought no one could compare to her family's Li Ruo's beauty, but it seemed there were others even more impressive. But choosing a wife should be based on virtue. Wei Ting was the oldest grandson in the family, and his wife would be the main daughter-in-law, even a military wife. Such a decision shouldn't be made lightly. Madame Wei still trusted her grandson's judgment. Even if she was from the Jing family, marrying into the Wei family meant she was part of their household, and she could be trained over time. However, seeing Jing Wu standing there, with her flirtatious look that seemed to attract men, she was deeply disappointed. Jing Qingwu seemed unaware of her displeasure. She cheerfully said, "Madam has finished her prayers? If you're going home, why not go together?" While speaking, she tried to take Madame Wei's arm, acting overly familiar. Mammy Pand immediately stepped between them. Madame Wei looked at her innocent expression and felt even more disgusted. But no matter what, Jing Qinggu was still a daughter of the Jing family. It wasn't her place to interfere. Since from now on, this girl and the Wei family will have no connection, she didn't want to waste words on her inappropriate actions and ignore her. Madame Pan frowned and said, "Miss Ji, please make way. Our old madam is returning to the residence." Ji Qingwu didn't get a clear answer from the old lady, so she still felt uneasy. She looked slightly worried and said, "All right, old madam, take care on your way. If you have time, you can visit the Ji family." When the Wei family heard her words, their faces looked unhappy. The Ji and Wei families rarely meet. Except for royal banquets, the old madams of both families never appear at the same events. To them, Ji Qingwu's words seemed like a clear challenge. Old Madame Wei's eyes sank deep, and her gaze was sharp. She said, "This is my first time meeting Miss Ji, but I hope it will be the last." Ji Qingwu listened, pressed her lips, and looked sad, almost crying. Lan Ji kindly handed her a handkerchief. She took it, paused, then tears welled up, and her eyes turned red, looking very pitiful. Ji Qingwu said sadly, "Old madam, your words don't count. We will still meet again." General Wei said, "He wants to marry me." A young girl from the Wei family couldn't stay calm and said angrily, "Big brother was just confused for a moment. He would never marry someone like you as his wife. Forget about it." Ji Qingwu, feeling hopeless, looked at Madame Wei with hesitation. "I am still in the Wei family and no decision has been made. As long as Wei Ting recognizes me as his grandmother, he won't marry you." Ji Qingwu's eyes turned red, but her gaze became brighter, like water washing over her. She and Lan Ji stood still, watching their family leave Hanshan Temple. After a while, Ji Qingwu turned her head, pinched her handkerchief with, and disdainfully threw it into Lan Ji's arms. She asked, with difficulty, "Why are you starting to act on your own now?" Earlier, Lan Ji had added a strong perfume to her handkerchief. When she held it, her eyes immediately teared up from the sting. The maid nervously said, "Miss Wu, I was just worried you wouldn't cry, or that you would cry too fake, and they would see through it." Jikingwa's eyes were still red. She said, "There's no need to doubt this. Your young lady has two special skills. One is medical skills, and the other is crying. She can cry in many different ways, and she always gets it right." The busy time at Hanshan Temple was over. The morning court in the Golden Palace was also lively. Emperor Wushu, sitting on the dragon throne, continued to be in a good mood from yesterday. He looked more relaxed, with his legs apart and sitting casually. An official from the Celestial Observatory stepped forward, looking serious. "Your Majesty, I have observed the stars at night and found something unusual. Unusual star signs can affect the country's fate, so this is very important. Emperor Wushu asked calmly, "What is unusual?" The official, Gao Minda, respectfully replied, "There is a sign called Manhwa guarding the heart. Based on my calculations, this star sign is not good for the heir." The ministers started whispering among themselves. The emperor only has one son. If the star sign is bad for the heir, does that mean the royal line might end? Lu Wan, who liked to stay out of trouble, stood up confidently. Is this star sign really so serious? Could Gao Darren be overreacting? Gao Minda responded loudly. In recent days, Manhwa has been lingering in the area of the 28 constellations, the heart. This is not a good omen. Lu Wan paused thoughtfully. If this star sign is true, we should be careful. The emperor now has only one son, and we can't afford any mistakes with the heir. He glanced at Gao Minda beside him. May I ask, Gao Darren, how can we resolve this? Wei Ting, standing in the front row, was not interested in the star sign talk. He watched Lu Wan and Gao Minda argue back and forth, wondering what show they were putting on today. Emperor Wushu had not spoken and listened silently, expressionless, as they discussed in the hall. Gao Minda continued, all things in heaven and earth, sun, moon, stars, are made of energy. Light and clear things rise to the sky, heavy and murky things sink to the ground. Based on the star signs, I also found the main reason for this abnormality. The emperor asked, what is the reason? Gao Minda said firmly, the earth's yin is too strong, and the sky's yang is insufficient. The southern part of the city has too much yang energy. Considering recent events, I believe it is related to the warriors seeking marriage, which is harming the royal descendants. His words caused a stir in the hall. Wei Ting lowered his head slightly, then finally looked up. It turns out that all the previous preparations were just for the events of a few days ago. I thought that since the emperor didn't mention it yesterday, the matter would be forgotten. Everyone in Linen knew that Miss Ji from the Ji family had feelings for herself and had a daughter. As long as the Ji family agreed, the marriage could go ahead. But unexpectedly, some people used the issue of the celestial signs to stir trouble. Lu Jun said, I believe that Lord Gao's words are very reasonable. The largest official residence in the south of the city belongs to the Ji family. More than 10 men want to marry Miss Ji, and they are all military generals. This shows a strong positive energy. He earnestly added, please, everyone, do not let the desire to marry threaten the royal heir or disturb the stability of the northern country. As officials, we must prioritize national affairs and set aside personal feelings. Anyone who insists on marrying Miss Ji Qinggu would be undermining the foundation of the northern country. No one can bear such a serious crime, including General Wei Ting from the Northern Army. Emperor Wu Su sighed lightly and said, if that's the case, and the celestial signs point to this, I ask all of you to let go of your attachments. Li Yuzong was serving beside the emperor. He poured tea for the emperor after finishing reading the reports and noticed that the emperor still looked quite pleased. He spoke more freely. Your Majesty, today Lord Gao's explanation about the celestial signs is very mysterious, but he also had doubts in his mind. However, if Miss Ji still wants to marry in the future, wouldn't she be unable to do so? If marrying would harm the royal heir's reputation, who would dare to take such a risk? Emperor Wu Su responded calmly, but meaningfully. Only one person can marry her. Even if she entered the palace and was criticized for harming the royal heir, what could be done? At first, Li Yuzong couldn't understand, but after thinking for a while, he finally realized. Miss Ji Wu was the mother of the future heir, born to Prince Yuanheng. If this news was made public, how could it be considered harmful? To give birth to the emperor's child is a blessing, and the emperor should enjoy it. If she married someone else and continued the family line for others, that would truly harm the royal heir. Li Yuzong understood the key point and smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty's vision is truly brilliant. Emperor Wu Su cast a sidelong glance at him. Realizing he was being too talkative, Li Yuzong quickly repressed a smile and quietly stepped back outside the palace gates to stand guard. Standing at the entrance of the diligent governance hall, Li Yuzong looked toward the nearby study room, feeling anxious. I don't know why the emperor is taking so long to act. Miss Ji Woo returned to Linen, and almost half a year has passed. The emperor issued an order to directly bring her into the palace. Why did he have to create that secret meeting that night? Now, the situation is more complicated. General Wei Ting also wants to marry her. If this causes further damage to the relationship between the ruler and his officials, it would be bad. The emperor isn't in a hurry. Even his chief is getting anxious. The reason is simple. If Miss Ji Woo could have entered the palace earlier, the pressure on me while serving in the court would be less. After court, Wei Ting went home. He was troubled by the stars and the future, feeling restless. He wanted to go back to his study to think of a way to respond, but a maid waiting at the door called him to Madame Wei's courtyard. Wei Ting asked, "Grandmother, what's the matter? Why are you so urgent?" The maid shook her head. "Young master, I don't know." But she didn't want to offend the future head of the family, so she told him some news. Madame Wei went to Hanshan Temple to pray in the morning, then stayed at home. Even Miss Qi and the others were kept outside the courtyard. After entering, Wei Ting hid his feelings and smiled gently. "Grandmother, I come to greet you. If you don't see me later, I will miss you so much. Even little Tao is waiting at the door for me. It makes me feel very warm." In the Wei family, only Wei Ting and little Yao dared to joke with the strict old lady. The house was very quiet. Madame Wei looked at the Buddha statues in the room and sat cross-legged for an hour. When she heard him speak, she didn't turn her head. Nanny Pan gave Wei Ting a quick wink, signaling him not to joke around. The old lady was in a bad mood. Wei Ting sat down beside her cross-legged and asked, "Grandmother, why do you look unhappy? Did something difficult happen?" Madame Wei finally spoke. "I don't have any trouble. It's you who brought trouble back to me." Wei Ting didn't understand. Nanny Pan behind the old lady mouthed the words, "Ji Woo." When Wei Ting understood, his heart sank. Ji Qingwu had actually come to see his grandmother. From her expression, he could tell the meeting didn't go well. Madame Wei was very displeased with her. Wei Ting smiled and asked, "Grandmother, have you met Ji Qingwu? What do you think of her? Is she proper?" "Gentle and considerate," Lady Wei said. "You have been on the border for 6 years, and your eyes were blinded by the wind and sand. How could such a wicked girl want to marry into our family?" Wei Ting felt he was not exaggerating. Ji Qingwu's personality truly was like that. In earlier years, whether real or pretend, she was gentle and kind-hearted. Wei Ting remembered the day he secretly returned home, when she appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Government, bowing to him from afar. Her appearance at that moment was soft and graceful, modest and elegant. Why did she become a wicked girl in the eyes of the old lady? Wei Ting asked, "Grandmother, is there some misunderstanding between you and her?" Lady Wei replied, "Misunderstanding? We saw her today at the Great Hall of the Cold Mountain Temple. Your sisters saw her too. She is not only charming but also frivolous. I would never agree to have such a girl marry into the Wei family. Somewhere, something went wrong." He insisted, "Grandmother, I want to marry a wife, not someone else's. As long as she looks good and I can accept her, that's enough." Thinking of Ji Qingwu's enchanting appearance, Lady Wei felt upset. Not wanting to argue further, she said directly, "Whether she is here or not, I am here. Whether I am here or not, she is. You, unworthy grandson. Choose for yourself." Wei Ting had not yet realized how serious the matter was. He said, "Grandmother, don't worry. I won't forget my grandmother after marrying." Lady Wei waved her hand and called for Ma'am Pa to bring something. Soon after, Wei Ting came out. Even though he was a mighty general of the north, when his elderly grandmother, wielding a cane, chased him out of the courtyard, he still had to cover his head and run away. Back in his study, Wei Ting dismissed the servants and maids. He had been silenced during the morning court by talk of astrology. At home, Lady Wei's attitude shifted from being somewhat flexible to firmly opposed. It turned out Ji Qingwu did not want to marry him and had even gone to the old lady to do things that made her dislike her. Wei Ting had to admit he had underestimated Ji Qingwu's courage. But he also reevaluated this woman who once did as she pleased in front of him. Now he saw how unwilling she was to submit to his wishes. Why could she disappear instantly after provoking him? walk away unscathed, and even be pregnant with someone else's child. Especially after meeting the Empress in the palace and learning about recent events in Linen and the palace, he made up his mind overnight. He would marry Ji Qinggu. The gentle smile on Wei Ting's face was replaced by a cold, bone-chilling expression. Even if we become a couple of quarrelsome partners, it doesn't matter. On the desk in the study, there are 4 writing tools and a red silk box. He opened it and found a thick stack of letters that Ji Qinggu had written to him. At the bottom of the box, there was a dried orchid petal that had long since withered. Wei Ting held the fragile flower petal between his fingers, looked at it, and then forcefully crushed it. The broken flower fragments fell onto his brocade robe and were brushed away. After returning home, Ji Qinggu didn't dare to pick up Chu Chu from school. She first asked Lan Ji to go to the Qiao family's place and asked Li Mama to pick her up, also to pass on a message to the Qiao family that she would visit later to talk about what happened today. As she walked back to Wudong Garden, she noticed something strange. The wudong tree in the yard had dropped many branches and leaves. It was a clear day with no wind or rain, yet the ground was messy, which seemed odd. Ji Qingwu slowly approached and squatted down. She examined carefully and found some branches were cut roughly, with sharp weapons, with smooth, clean breaks. She wondered who might have been here. Ji Qingwu stood there, feeling scared and wanting to step back. At that moment, she heard clear sounds of fighting outside the yard, with weapons clashing and ringing. She looked around the yard again and saw that even the herbs she had carefully planted were not spared. They had fallen over in large patches. She took a deep breath. It seemed the dust from the fight still lingered in the air. Ji Qingwu coughed several times. She couldn't take it anymore. She walked back into the house with a blank expression, went to the inner room, where there was a locked red lacquered pear blossom wooden box in the wardrobe. She unlocked it and took out a delicate blue bottle. After thinking for a moment, she felt it was not enough, so she took out 2 more bottles. Ji Qingwu returned to the yard, where the fighting outside was even more intense. She looked at the high red brick wall, about 2 people tall, and measured it with her hand. Then she went back to the storeroom and fetched a wooden ladder. Outside, the 3 people were still fighting fiercely. One of them was Wei Ting. After crushing the dried flower petals, he felt restless and unable to focus on anything. Thinking of going out for a walk to clear his mind, he unintentionally found himself outside the Ji residence wall. Looking at the tall wall, he was moved and decided to climb over. As soon as he landed, he saw the young man hiding in the tree that day, holding a short blade, fiercely rushing toward him. Wei Ting had no intention of fighting him. Although his skill in hiding his breath was not as good as Sihai's, compared to boxing and other skills, Sihai was far behind him, a general who had fought with real swords on the battlefield. He was feeling irritable and needed a practice outlet, so he decided to spar with him for a few moves. Sihai, young and full of energy, became impatient under his teasing. With his short blade, he aimed deadly strikes at Wei Ting. Wei Ting didn't want to continue fighting with his life on the line. If something went wrong, he would suffer a big loss. He waited for the right moment, then subdued Sihai, took away his short blade, and pointed it at his throat. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the tree. This person's skill in hiding his breath was even better, and Wei Ting hadn't noticed him at all. While Wei Ting was distracted, the person struck his back with a palm. If Wei Ting hadn't dodged in time, he might have lost his life. This person was also dressed in black, with fighting skills similar to Sihai's, but his inner strength was deeper, probably a disciple of the same school. No one knew where Ji Qingwu had found so many skilled fighters. Wei Ting was furious and clenched his teeth. They fought from inside the courtyard to outside. At the height of their battle, Ji Qingwu climbed up a ladder onto the wall. The 3 fighters, skilled and alert, kept watching all directions while attacking and defending. When Ji Qingwu's head just peeked over the wall, her bright appearance caught their attention instantly. She was dressed beautifully as in the morning, with bright eyes and a gentle smile. The red silk sleeves fluttered lightly in the breeze. Wei Ting thought they had brought more helpers. His throwing dart almost flew out, but when he saw her face, He quickly stopped and withdrew it. He even cut his palms slightly. Sihai and the others also stopped when they saw Ji Qingwu. She supported the latter, standing on the wall, staring at the three people. If she didn't lack martial skills, she would have jumped down to join the fight. Her eyes shone brightly, and she shouted angrily, "What are you all doing in my yard?" The person next to Sihai was none other than Chuan. Due to the incident where Wei Ting secretly entered the courtyard last time, the emperor sent 3 Chuan soldiers who were on other missions to come here. He also gave instructions. Whenever they see Wei Ting appear in Wudong Garden, they should hit him once each time, without hesitation. That's why they didn't hold back earlier and attacked General Wei Ting without hesitation. San Chuan didn't know why she was angry and was thinking about it, while Sihai was even more confused. Wei Ting looked at her expression, not knowing what she was thinking, and narrowed his long eyes. Ji Qingwu saw that no one responded and thought about the flowers and plants that had died unjustly in the yard, along with the fallen branches and flower buds. She became even angrier. Since they wouldn't speak, there was no need to ask. The main culprit was definitely one of them, or maybe all of them. She would rather punish them harshly than let them go. She took out 3 porcelain bottles from her sleeve, her delicate fingers moving quickly. Her wide gauze sleeves fluttered as Ji Qingwu swung her wrist, and with a graceful motion, she spilled the contents of the bottles onto the ground. Her movements were as elegant as Guanyin gently sprinkling divine dew from a jade bottle. The people below the wall didn't know what the powders were. San Chuan and Sihai didn't expect Ji Qingwu to suddenly attack, standing there foolishly and unprepared. The colorful powders floated down in the sunlight, sparkling with tiny flashes. When they saw the powder falling, they hurriedly held their breath, but some of it still got on their bodies. Wei Ting, having reacted quickly last time when Ji Qingwu used anesthetic, kept a greater distance this time and didn't get much on himself. The worst affected was Sihai, who was closer and almost got hit directly by the powder. After finishing, Ji Qingwu waved her fist at them. She angrily shouted, "What do you think this place is? Your backyard? Or a training ground?" Ji Qingwu had never thought of having a home before. But now, she considered Wudong Garden her little home, and every part of it was carefully designed and maintained by her. Especially these herbs, seeds that were hard to find, and growing them in the land of Bailey was even more difficult. Some of them were priceless. Now, most of them had been destroyed by them, which was no different from damaging her children. How could she not be angry? Ji Qingwu threatened fiercely, "If you dare to fight again in my Wudong Garden, I'll turn you into flower fertilizer and use your skulls to nurture the flowers." Did you hear that? Miss Ji, who looks gentle and fragile, can be quite intimidating when she gets angry. San Chuan and Sihai nodded blankly. Wei Ting had never seen Ji Qingwu act so fierce before, and he was momentarily caught off guard. Ji Qingwu pointed at him with her delicate finger and said angrily, "The one over there." "Wei Ting, did I heard you?" After venting her anger, Ji Qingwu felt much better. She was about to climb down the ladder to see if any of the herbs could still be saved. She glanced downward. Suddenly, she was startled. Her body swayed, almost falling off the ladder. Wei Ting heard her cry out and wanted to go check, but before he could move, San Chuan and Sihai immediately blocked him. At that moment, Wei Ting suddenly felt his body grow hot, as if it was on fire. Looking across, the faces of the 2 people also started to turn red, likely reacting the same way he did. There were also 2 others standing face to face. Wei Ting secretly circulated his internal energy, only to find it was blocked. Ji Qingwu, on the high wall, had disappeared. He sneered. Every time he came here, he seemed to be given some medicine to take back. This was becoming more and more interesting. San Chuan and Sihai watched the famous General Jinbei, with smiles on their faces, walking away confidently. They exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know what medicine they had taken. Sihai felt his strength draining and his internal energy slipping away. He was terrified and said, "San Chuan, I feel hot all over. Could it be some medicine that makes internal energy disappear?" We need to find Miss G quickly for the antidote. San Chuan took a deep breath and said calmly, your internal energy is still there, just temporarily sealed. Si Hai relaxed a little. He picked up the short blade on the ground, wiped it with his sleeve, and carefully tucked it into his clothes. Why did Miss G suddenly get so angry? She looks really scary. No wonder the elders say women and petty people are hard to deal with, San Chuan said. It's not Miss G's fault. I just forgot that there are some precious herbs in this courtyard, and we've destroyed them. Usually they hid in the shadows and often saw Miss Ji Woo and her maids tending to the flowers and plants, taking great care of them. He should have been thinking about her. However, the two brothers, among the dark guards, were especially talented. When they met the strong warrior Wei Ting, they became excited to fight with a master, forgetting where they were. Si Hai wanted to climb over the wall to go back, but Chuan grabbed his arm firmly. He stopped him and said, don't go over there. Si Hai didn't understand and asked, why can't I go? Did Miss Ji set a trap inside? Thinking of Ji Qingwu's angry expression, he stepped back in fear. Chuan looked at the wall with a serious face and whispered, the master is coming. Si Hai immediately fell silent. Ji Qingwu was about to come down from the wall. She looked down at the ladder to make sure her footing was secure, but when she looked, she saw a figure standing on a small stone path a few steps away. She recognized him easily. It was Emperor Wu Su. Ji Qingwu wobbled slightly, but managed to keep her balance because her waist was flexible. She used her strength to steady herself again. She didn't know where the emperor was standing, but she had been silently watching him for a long time. Quickly, Ji Qingwu climbed down from the ladder. She stood at the foot of the wall, her eyes flickering as she looked at him. When she first saw Emperor Wu Su, she didn't know what to say. She fiddled with her fingers, trying to think of something to say. Her attitude was very different from when she was fierce in front of those three people earlier. Now, she looked like a small tiger roaring softly, hiding her claws and pretending to be a shy little cat. Ji Qingwu knew that he had probably heard her harsh words just now. Thinking about her image now, was it too late to care? Her face turned bright red, matching the vibrant red peony pattern on her dress. After biting her lip gently, she spoke softly. Your Majesty, are you here to find me? Emperor Wu Su, dressed in plain clothes, snorted coldly and said, I'm not here to find you. I'm here to enjoy the flowers and grass. The ground was messy, so there was nothing worth admiring. Ji Qingwu saw that he was just talking out of anger, so she stepped forward a few steps. As she moved, the red silk of her skirt swayed. She looked down, her pupils trembling. Without a mirror, she couldn't see her own appearance. She thought she looked the same as usual, not feeling anything unusual. When she returned, she hadn't changed her clothes or washed off her bright makeup. Jing Qingwu was crying inside. After a night, she found herself standing again before the emperor. She had taken a few steps forward, but then stepped back 3 steps, pressing her whole body against the wall. She stood upright and very proper. The Emperor Wu Su looked at her with a deep, dark gaze, slowly moving closer. His tone was not angry but not friendly either. Oh, you really are disobedient. You don't listen to me at all. Yesterday, the emperor didn't see Jing Qingwu with her heavy makeup and bright clothes. Today, unexpectedly, he saw her again. Compared to the images he had imagined after reading the letters from Si Hai, her appearance was even more charming and alluring, elegant yet seductive, completely different from ordinary. As the emperor was about to walk up to her, Jing Qingwu supported herself against the wall behind her. Your Majesty, I've had some things to do these past few days, so I dress like this. The Emperor Wu Su asked, why do you need to dress like that to do what? Jing Qingwu explained, I went to see Old Lady Wei. He hadn't yet seen today's secret report because San Chuan and Si Hai were busy fighting with Wei Ting. Hearing this, his face darkened. You went to see her grandmother so eagerly? Jing Qingwu widened her eyes and said, I heard Old Lady Wei doesn't like women who are too flashy, so I thought I'd go and make a little visit. His eyes showed surprise, and he raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to use her to end this marriage? Seeing that the emperor finally showed a hint of a smile, Jing Qingwu quickly nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. That's exactly what I've been preparing for a long time. She also noticed the slight widening of his lips. Jing Qingwu felt she had finally found the right way to get along with the emperor. She touched the hairpin on her head and said sweetly, "This hair ornament and the gold hairpin are giving me a headache." After saying that, she carefully observed the corner of his lips. She continued softly, "I woke up very early this morning. Before dawn, I started to do my makeup and kept busy until now. My waist is sore and my legs hurt." The emperor, who always woke up earlier than a rooster, listened to her gentle tone about how hard it was to wake up early. Unexpectedly, a bit of compassion appeared in his heart. The coldness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a bright, shining gaze. Jing Qinggu continued earnestly, saying, "Your Majesty, I only refused to marry Wei Ting because of my own reasons. I didn't mean to cause trouble." It turns out she knew exactly what he liked to hear. Jing Qinggu finished everything and then told him the truth. She is a clever person. Emperor Wu Su felt very pleased inside. She didn't rely on others to refuse the marriage, but thought quietly about how to solve the problem and took action. Moreover, her idea was good. Old Lady Wei is one of the few who can stop Wei Ting. Today, she used both methods to deal with the situation. After this, Emperor Wu Su realized he had always thought she was too delicate. He should have known better. He should have realized that she was not a fragile flower kept in a greenhouse by him. She is not a canary kept in the palace's cage. She is still the same as before, gentle but strong. If she wants to do something, she will do it at all costs. Their first meeting, besides childhood, was not at Mingjing Lake or in the military camp. It was in Ningyi town, more than 10 miles from the military camp. Once a prosperous place, now it was full of scars. That town first suffered a devastating flood, then a drought and locust plague the next year. The people were starving and suffering. Cases of eating insects to survive were no longer rare. The ruler of the Daliang dynasty was corrupt and indulgent. For 2 years, he didn't send a single soldier to help or provide relief. At night, he left the northern camp, wearing a mask to hide his face, with a few soldiers, heading to Ningyi town. The streets were quiet, almost deserted. They moved into an alley. They saw a broken tea shed not far away, with many corpses wrapped simply in white cloth. Inside, there were faint sounds of pain and bottles and jars being knocked over. They stopped at a corner opposite the tea shed. The moonlight shone down, casting a gentle glow on the ground. A woman, dressed in grayish-blue clothes, was kneeling and giving acupuncture to an old man in front of her. Various small items were scattered on the ground: cloth strips, silver needles, moxibustion tools, and brightly colored small medicine bottles. Her forehead was sweaty, and tiny beads of sweat appeared at her nose tip, showing she had been busy for a long time. But she had no time to care, kneeling on the cold ground. Despite her efforts, the old man's condition worsened and finally, his faint breathing stopped. The woman's tears fell like broken pearls, splashing onto the dirt-stained clothes of the deceased. Perhaps she had cried too many times. Her nose and eyes were red, and her face was swollen, showing signs of frostbite. But she only looked down for a moment, as if her moment of weakness was an illusion. Then she shifted her position to the side. Her face was still wet with tears, but her hands continued to treat the wounded. He stood in the shadows, unseen by her. Every day, he saw dead bodies on the battlefield in the camp. Sometimes, the marches were rough, and fallen soldiers were hastily buried with just a bundle of grass. He had lost many men under his command. It was no exaggeration to say he had killed many. But if the dead were civilians, innocent people protected by his land, their suffering was even more tragic. He thought he had become numb to such sights, no longer feeling upset over lives lost. But watching her tears fall one after another, like pure crystals falling into dust, he suddenly understood what he truly wanted. The foolish King Liang, who had caused or indirectly caused the death of hundreds of thousands of his people. The young woman in front of him was risking everything to save lives. The many casualties in Ningyi town showed that King Liang was like rotting, foul meat. The great Liang was already gravely ill. Such a ruler was unworthy of his throne. Under the moonlight, she had been saving people for so long, and he had been watching all along. The next day, he secretly sent winter clothes, quilts, food, and medicine. At the same time, he began to plan a way to save the country. For generals and emperors, one thing was the same: to protect their homeland and shield the people from war. He no longer wanted to see her look so sorrowful when she knelt to save others. He had never seen her smile, and he didn't know what expression she had. But seeing her again disappointed him. Ji Qingwu saw the emperor's deep gaze as he looked at her silently. She thought she had performed well earlier, and now the emperor's expression seemed more like he was lost in a memory. She guessed that this memory was probably related to her. Is it because she mentioned Wei Ting that he remembered those old, trivial matters? Ji Qingwu herself almost forgot about them. So why does he remember so clearly? She interrupted his memory and took the initiative to ask, "Your Majesty, did I perform well today?" As she spoke, her bright eyes blinked at him eagerly, full of hope. Emperor Wu Su looked away from the past and focused on her, nodding, "Very good, but just very good." Was that all? Ji Qingwu felt a bit dissatisfied inside, but she smiled even more brightly and asked, "Your Majesty, are you considering giving me a reward? She has really improved." She dares to ask for a reward from him. Seeing her smiling with lively eyes and a spirited look, Wu Su's heart also brightened. Fortunately, she is smiling at him now. His voice was clear and fresh as he said happily, "Oh, what do you want?" It felt like he would pick stars from the sky for her. When Ji Qingwu heard him speak, her eyes shifted. She immediately pointed to the wilted plants on the ground and the phoenix tree on the other side, which had lost many branches. "Your Majesty, with your great abilities, I believe you can do it. I want this courtyard to be restored to its original state." Her small courtyard was innocent, suffering from this misfortune caused by a few people. Wu Su's expression tightened. He said, "You two come in." San Chuan and Si Hai did not rush in as they usually did. Wu Su frowned, unsure what had happened to them. Ji Qingwu took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and reminded him, "Your Majesty, they can't use light skills." Wu Su looked at the bottle in her hand, pausing for a moment. Ji Qingwu held out her palm, a hint of pride in her voice. "Your Majesty, do you also like this little spinning bottle? I had someone make a special mold for it. There are 12 different colors." It was the same as the small bright bottles scattered on the ground in the tea house in Ningyi Town. Ji Qingwu seemed to remember something and sighed. What a pity. There were originally 12 of these small bottles, and one was sky blue, but I forgot where I threw it. Hearing this, Wu Su's eyes flickered with an unnatural look. He cleared his throat and asked, "Why can't San Chuan and Si Hai use light skills? Did you do something?" Ji Qingwu shook the small bottle in her hand and said, "They were actually fighting in my courtyard and even hurt my precious herbs. I just sprinkled some medicinal powder on them, treating the medicine like cooking, adding spices as easily as seasoning food." Emperor Wu Suo smiled helplessly and shook his head. Ji Qingwu explained, "This powder isn't harmful to the body. It only temporarily turns internal energy into heat, which then disperses. After a couple of hours, you'll be fine." It's strange, sometimes Emperor Wu Suo really wants to open this little head and see what's inside. He asked, "Where did you find so many strange medicines?" Ji Qingwu hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, forget about that. If I wait too long, my herbs will all die." After all, she had just asked for a reward herself. Emperor Wu Suo glanced at the wilted herbs beside him and said, "I see some look like those from Nanchu. I'll help you find more, and in a few days I'll plant them in your Wudong garden." Ji Qingwu quickly ran to get a shovel, rake, and scissors. She handed him the watering can. "Since San Chuan and Si Hai are under your Majesty's control, you also have a responsibility to oversee them." Emperor Wu Suo. Ji Qingwu still considered that the person in front of her was an emperor of great importance. So, she only handed him her usual copper watering can for tending flowers, letting him gracefully water the plants nearby. She took care of the heavy digging and planting work herself. Emperor Wu Suo had never seen anyone ask for rewards not for fame or profit, but just to have him do chores with them. It was quite rare. Now, Ji Qingwu waved her small shovel at him and said, "Your Majesty, these fallen ones still have their roots intact and can be saved." She used the word save for the herbs as well. She didn't look down on any life, not even plants. Ji Qingwu crouched among the colorful herbs, skillfully and carefully digging out the roots with her small shovel, then replanting them in a new spot, giving them a new home. Then she looked up, her gaze fixed directly on Emperor Wu Suwa. He watched her delicate face among the green leaves, lost in thought, his eyes flickering unpredictably. He was thinking that he should also plant a small herb like this in the imperial garden. To prevent today's situation from happening again, being disturbed by someone, he needed to transplant one soon. But before that, there were some tricky matters he had to handle carefully. Emperor Wu Su had already started planning in his mind, but did not respond with his gaze. When Ji Qingwu's legs grew tired from squatting, she couldn't help but call out, "Your Majesty." Her tone was full of frustration, and only then did Emperor Wu Su suddenly come back to himself. He asked loudly, What's wrong?" Ji Qingwu didn't want to speak. She gestured a watering motion with her hand. Only then did Emperor Wu Su come over. He held a bronze pot in his large hand, which looked like a child's toy, and the watering gesture more resembled pouring wine. The thin stream of water splashed down, and it turned out she had modified the spout of the pot. Seeing him start watering, Ji Qingwu continued doing her own thing. She squatted in front of the newly planted herbs, muttering to herself, "Being watered by the emperor himself makes you a noble among herbs. You must grow well and soon produce seeds to repay me." Hearing what she was saying, Emperor Wu Su couldn't help but smile. Why was she talking to the herbs about giving birth and repaying? Before Ji Qingwu finished her words, she continued, "Drink water every day, get some sun, and don't be so reckless. Be stronger." She also encouraged the herbs, and the emperor's expression softened more and more. Ji Qingwu pointed seriously at the man beside her, half-jokingly saying, "See that? The person next to me is the emperor. He can punish your entire family. Even your relatives in the same clan can't escape." Emperor Wu Su burst out laughing. Ji Qingwu turned to look at him and said seriously, "What are you laughing at? These plants can understand speech too. If you praise them, their leaves will turn especially green and lively." Noticing her serious tone, Emperor Wu Su stopped smiling and asked, "Oh, earlier you threatened it with my authority. Won't that make it wilt and lose energy?" Ji Qingwu shook her head. "No, this one is very special. If you praise it too much, it will lazily stop growing for several days. So, I need to remind it often." No matter how precious the herbs were, they were still just small plants. Emperor Wu Su had never seen such a plant before. But one dared to speak, and the other dared to believe. He followed Ji Qingwu's words and said, "Grow well. Next time, I will come see you. If you don't grow well, all the herbs in the yard will be buried with you." Ji Qingwu looked at him with a confident expression. Actually, what she didn't say was that this plant was an imported species, which she had exchanged many points for in the system. As for its usefulness, it was very special, but since she arrived here, she had never used it. She hoped she could keep it unused forever. Ji Qingwu looked at the handsome face of the emperor and watched him watering the plants. Suddenly, she realized that the bronze pot was still pouring water. She quickly held the emperor's hand. "Your Majesty, it's about to drown. You don't need to water it anymore." Emperor Wu Su didn't care whether the bronze pot was still pouring water. He had been distracted, and while watering the plants, he kept looking at the person beside him. Ji Qingwu had applied bright red lipstick, making her teeth look like they were made of shells. When close, one could also smell a sweet floral honey scent. "Don't water it anymore?" he asked to confirm. Ji Qingwu nodded. She was happy to do this task, as the lazy emperor was better off just watching. Emperor Wu Su decisively put down the bronze pot. After a busy moment, he only watered this one herb. But it wasn't just this one. Lanji, who went to the Qiao family's peaceful courtyard, briefly explained what happened today before returning. She saw her young lady staring at the herb in front of her, her face flushed red. Lanji clearly remembered what makeup she had on. Miss Wu didn't wear such bright rouge. Moreover, The red lipstick on Ji Qingwu's lips was gone, revealing her natural lip color, full and tender like a ripe peach. Lanji looked to the side and exclaimed, "Miss Wu, have bandits come to our courtyard?" Ji Qingwu, who had turned into a shy plant, nodded and then shook her head. After she and Lanji tidied up the messy courtyard, she changed into a clean outfit and went to find the Qiao family. She planned to review what happened today with Qiao, hoping to hear her praise a few words. Qiao had just finished organizing the account book, dividing the silver for each courtyard, and was leaning on her hand while Chunhua massaged her temples. When Ji Qingwu entered, she saw her looking very distressed. She didn't bother to mention her own matters and hurriedly asked, "Mother, what happened? I rarely see you so anxious." Qiao didn't want to share this matter with others and planned to find a way to handle it herself. But now, her eldest daughter Qingrong was already married, and she was pregnant. She couldn't even mention this issue. Ji Chonglin was far away in Nanchu on an official mission and couldn't help. Moreover, the long travel time and frequent letters only increased his worries. Mrs. Qiao looked at her youngest daughter. Little Wu was clever and quick to notice when something was wrong. Today, Mrs. Qiao already heard from Lanji how well Little Wu had handled the rejected marriage matter. Ji Qingwu pretended to be angry and said, "Mother, tell me, why are you hiding things from me? You said before I didn't trust you, but it seems you haven't shared everything with me." As she spoke, her expression seemed a little sad. Mrs. Qiao sighed and said, "How could I see you as a stranger?" Then she frowned and added, "It's because of your father." Ji Qingwu hadn't met her father since she returned home. She only heard about him from Mrs. Qiao and her older siblings. Jibo Lian was an official outside, and the family relied on Mrs. Qiao. She wondered what could have happened to make Mrs. Qiao so worried. Ji Qingwu asked, "What happened to father?" Many guesses filled her mind. Mrs. Qiao and Ji's father had lived apart for many years. Could there be problems in their relationship? A few days ago, she heard people talking on the street about the head of the Xie family in Wushui Lane. He had been an official abroad for years, recently returned, and brought back a concubine with 2 children, which made his main wife very ill with anger. Ji Qingwu carefully observed Mrs. Qiao's face. She asked cautiously, "Is father coming back? Coming back?" And making me sick with anger. Whenever she mentioned Ji's father, Mrs. Qiao felt dizzy and upset. Ji Qingwu went behind her and gently massaged her neck and the acupoint behind her ear. "Mother, don't worry too much. If your health gets worse, what will we do?" Her warm fingertips pressed just right, hitting the acupoint accurately, more comfortable than Chunhua's massage. Mrs. Qiao patted her arm and said, "Your father has offended someone again." Again? Ji Qingwu quickly realized that her father often did things that offended others. Mrs. Qiao continued, "The officials he sent out are far from home. They probably don't embezzle, but at least they get good food and drink. Especially since he's in charge of the salt transport, a lucrative position. But he not only keeps his hands clean, but his sleeves are almost falling apart. Now, they are meddling in other people's affairs. But now, they have offended a high official and have been directly detained." Ji Qingwu paused slightly, surprised, and asked, "Who exactly did my father offend?" Although Ji Balian's official position wasn't the highest, he was a third-rank official. In the southern salt-producing regions, he held an important role as the salt transport supervisor. Salt and grain are both vital for people's livelihood. Furthermore, Ji Balian is the biological brother of the current Empress Dowager. Who would dare to arrest a royal family member? Seeing Mrs. Qiao looking so worried, Ji Qingwu realized that a powerful person was behind this. Just as Mrs. Qiao was about to speak, Mammy Li came in from outside, speaking impatiently. "Madam, the old lady requests you to go with her to Sinang Palace." Ji Qingwu held her mother's hand firmly and said, "Mother, I will go with you." In the carriage, old lady Ji saw Ji Qingwu get on and looked at her with displeasure. She already knew about the recent astronomical event discussed at court. Because of the planetary alignment, no one dared to ask for Ji Qingwu's hand in marriage anymore. The Leaf family's marriage plans are now cancelled, and even Ji Qingyuan's marriage has been affected. Old Lady Ji closed her eyes, seeming annoyed just at the sight of her. Ji Qingwu didn't know what she had done to upset the old lady again. She shrugged and obediently sat beside Mrs. Chiao, keeping her distance from old lady Ji. At Sinang Palace, Aunt Manhwa was waiting for them at the gate. She calmly said, "Old lady, madam, Miss Fifth, the Empress Dowager is waiting in the main hall. Please follow me." Once inside the hall, even if they were anxious, they had to observe proper manners and first pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Seeing Ji Qingwu also present, the Empress Dowager's expression was complicated. She had heard about the recent turmoil at court. She couldn't understand how such a seemingly gentle girl could cause such big trouble, stirring chaos from the harem to the court. But she said nothing because right now, the more urgent matter was Ji Balian. The Empress Dowager rested her hand on the armrest of the throne and looked at everyone, saying, "I summoned you here for a reason. You probably already know what it is." Old Lady Ji and Mrs. Chiao nodded with serious faces. The Empress Dowager continued, "My brother holds an important position outside. For many years, he has been flawless. But Chao Hongtao, the governor of Liang and Jiang, dared to bring people to detain him. That is truly audacious." Queen said, "Your Majesty, Chao Hongtao hasn't even been charged with a proper crime. There must be something suspicious. Maybe he touched some official's interests, which is why he was suddenly arrested." The Empress Dowager also thought the same. Madame Ji looked worried. "I often tell my son to be more careful in official matters and not to be so straightforward. He's fragile and easily broken, but he won't listen." The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with a sharp look. "I believe this isn't entirely my brother's fault. Someone must be behind this." Ji Qingwu, sitting quietly at the back, lowered her head and looked at her nose, smelling the fragrant spices in the Empress Dowager's palace. Each time, the scent was different, fresh and sweet, with a lingering taste. The Empress Dowager's gaze moved to Ji Qingwu, who remained silent with her head down. She spoke. "Qingwu, tell me, what do you think about this?" Caught off guard by the question, Madame Ji and Queen looked at her. Ji Qingwu raised her eyes to the Empress Dowager and said confidently, "Your Majesty, I don't know my father's personality well, but he has been the salt transport officer for many years. He hasn't been promoted or demoted. Do you know why?" The Empress Dowager was surprised by her insight. She looked at Ji Qingwu with interest. The Salt Transport Office is a special position appointed directly by the Prime Minister. Only the Emperor can approve any removal or promotion. Ji Balian had held this position for a long time without mistakes. Though a bit impulsive, he was trusted by the Emperor. Since they couldn't remove him through political means, they could only try to replace him entirely. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment. "Are you saying someone is eager to take the Salt Transport Office and is acting quickly because of that?" Ji Qingwu replied, "Otherwise, they wouldn't have reason to target my father." She calmly added, "But I don't understand why they are in such a hurry to arrest my father without solid evidence." The Empress Dowager nodded, agreeing with her analysis. Her calm attitude eased the tense atmosphere in the hall. At that moment, Shirshi hurried in from outside and whispered a few words to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow and confirmed, "Have they really found the evidence?" Shirshi said, "Yes, Empress Dowager. The informant just sent word that Lord Ji has been thrown into prison. Everyone thought it was just a temporary detention and that he would be released the next day without evidence. But now he has actually been imprisoned. Moreover, Ji Balian is not in linen, so they cannot learn the news immediately." Mrs. Chiao looked relatively calm on the surface, but her lips were tight. Ji Qingwu held her hand, but she felt her mother's palms were sweaty. Her mother must be worried and anxious inside. Old Lady Ji's vision darkened, and she only recovered after a while. She sighed. "Balian must not have any more trouble. Empress, you must find a way to save your elder brother." The Empress Dowager also wanted to save him, but they were too far apart. Her hand couldn't reach Huainan. She made a decision and stood up. "I will go to see the Emperor." Old Lady Ji and Mrs. Chiao also stood up. "We will go with you, Empress." Ji Qingwu also got up. The Empress Dowager frowned at her. "Qingwu, you shouldn't go. The Emperor definitely doesn't want to see you. The Empress Dowager, feeling anxious, thought she had spoken too harshly. The Ji family currently had no one available. This niece was still calm and composed in times of trouble. Before leaving, the Empress Dowager specifically explained, at today's morning court, the official from the Imperial Astronomical Office said you might harm the heir. To avoid suspicion, the Emperor said he might refuse to see you. You should wait for news in Sinang Palace. Ji Qingwu was not hurt by the Empress Dowager's words. She smiled and nodded, respectfully seeing her off. After they left, she sat down again. Outside, the sky had darkened, nearing dinner time. That afternoon, Ji Qingwu had been working hard digging soil and burying herbs. Her stomach was already growling like an empty city. She could only drink more tea to fill her stomach as best as she could. Sure, she accompanied the Empress Dowager and others to the palace. There were only a few palace maids left in the hall, along with Aunt Fanghua near the door. Ji Qingwu just looked up toward her, and Aunt Fanghua seemed to sense it. She approached her softly and said, "Miss Wu, I prepared some snacks for you. It's late, and your majesty might not return soon. Would you like to have some?" This thoughtful consideration shows that she has been in the palace for many years and has taught many noble ladies and young ladies. However, Fanghua is the main lady in the Empress Dowager's palace, so Ji Qingwu cannot easily command her. She politely declined, saying, "No need to trouble you, Auntie. The Empress Dowager and others are busy with my father's matters, so I shouldn't enjoy myself alone here." Fanghua looked around at the palace maids, then took something from her and placed it in Ji Qingwu's hand. Ji Qingwu was surprised and looked down. It's the sweet cake that Chiu once brought back, still wrapped in the familiar paper.
This.
Auntie Fanghua is. Fanghua's expression showed no sign of surprise. She raised her voice and said, "Miss Fifth, if you want to change clothes, please follow me." Ji Qingwu obediently followed her to a side hall's clean room, watching as Fanghua closed the door. She stood still and asked, "Auntie, you brought me here for a reason? Is there something you want to tell me?" Fanghua bowed slightly and said, "Miss Fifth is clever. The master has given instructions that if you come to Sinang Palace, I should pass a message to you." Ji Qingwu had a feeling. "Is it about my father?" Fanghua replied, "Exactly. Please rest assured, Lord Ji is fine." The emperor had placed someone close to the Empress Dowager. She wasn't surprised, but she was surprised that this spy was from the Yong'an Marquis's residence and had been serving the Empress Dowager's trusted aunt all along. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered. Emperor Wu Su had revealed all her cards in front of the Empress Dowager. Was he not afraid she would tell her? She was a girl from the Ji family. When she first entered the palace, she sensed from the emperor's words and actions that he didn't like Ji women and didn't want Ji women to become consorts. That's why there was that imperial decree. From this, Ji Qingwu truly felt the emperor's trust in her. It was no longer just words of flirtation, but real actions showing that he was willing to share his secrets with her. This made her start to believe that she held a significant place in the emperor's heart. Ji Qingwu opened her palm, gently peeled back the paper of the sweet cake, and held it to her lips, taking small bites. It was sweet and soft, and the flavor seemed a bit different from usual. Although she ate slowly, the small piece of cake was soon finished. She lowered her gaze, her tongue still tingling with a faint sweetness. She licked her lips, feeling a bit jealous of Jiao for getting so many sweet treats. The Empress Dowager first went to Zhaoyang Palace, where the palace maids at the door said the emperor had not yet returned to his sleeping quarters. They hurriedly went to Qinzheng Hall. Qinzheng Hall was brightly lit. Several high officials from the court had come inside to discuss affairs, and Emperor Wu Su was busy with official business, so he couldn't meet with them. Li Yuzong was attending in the hall, and little Dongzi was guarding the door. He first glanced behind them. The Empress Dowager thought little Dongzi was watching Lady Ji and Lady Qiao, and sternly said, "I have important matters to see the emperor about." The young, smiling politely, tried to persuade the Empress Dowager at the door. "Your Majesty, please go back. The emperor is discussing state affairs with the officials. It might take another hour or two. It's late, and the night is cool. Please take care of your health." The Empress Dowager couldn't stay much longer here. In the palace, officials are not allowed to interfere in politics. Even though she was the Empress Dowager, appearing in the main hall without an invitation could cause trouble with the censors, who might criticize her. She waited for half a quarter of an hour, then lost patience and said, "Tell the emperor, when he's done, that I came by." Little Dongzi respectfully replied, "I will carry the message and see to it, your majesty." He watched her figure leave, gently shaking his head. If the Empress Dowager had brought Miss Ji along, perhaps the emperor would have made an exception and seen her. Ji Qingwu didn't wait long before the Empress Dowager and her group returned to Sinang Palace. She was a bit surprised. Had they been sent back so quickly? What did the Wu Su Emperor say? Without any instructions from the Empress Dowager, Ji Qingwu quietly waited. Seeing Lady Qiao's worried expression, she knew things weren't going well. Perhaps she hadn't even seen the emperor. The room was silent for a long time before the Empress Dowager said, "Mother and the lady of the house will stay in the palace tonight. Tomorrow, after court, I will go see the emperor myself." Old Lady Ji also agreed. They wouldn't rest well if they returned now. If news came in the middle of the night, they would be the first to know. The Empress Dowager, feeling tired from all this fuss, said, "Manhwa, take the old lady and the others to rest first. When there's news, come to the main hall to discuss." The arrangements for their stay followed the order of seniority. Eldest first, Ji Qingwu last. Manhwa led Ji Qingwu to a quiet corner of the palace, winding through several turns before reaching the room. "Miss Fifth, you may rest here tonight. Servants will bring everything you need soon. Please stay behind the door." "Thank you, Aunt Manhwa." Ji Qingwu walked to the carved wooden table with a lingji mushroom design and sat down. Since the emperor specifically sent someone to say that Ji Fu is safe, she is confident that Ji Bo Lian will also be safe. There's nothing else for her to worry about. At that moment, she heard the door being pushed open. She looked up and saw two palace maids dressed in official robes, holding items for her rest. Behind them, a carried hot water for bathing. Ji Qingwu softly said, "You can put things down and leave now. I don't need anyone to serve me." After the palace, maids closed the door and left. A hint of sadness appeared in Ji Qingwu's eyes. But that feeling quickly disappeared. She picked up her change of clothes and walked to the screen. As she moved, she took off her white jade hairpin, letting her long hair flow freely behind her, with the ends dancing lightly in the air. She unfastened her dress, placing each piece on a nearby wooden hanger. When she was down to her undergarments, suddenly she felt a breeze behind her, making her back feel cold. Ji Qingwu thought she had suddenly become cold from taking off her clothes, so she hurriedly stepped into the fragrant hot bath. Her slender legs just entered the water. There was a creaking sound. She suspiciously looked back, but saw nothing. The door and windows were still tightly shut. Maybe a passing raccoon or small bird caused the noise. Ji Qingwu sank into the hot water, letting out a satisfied sigh. The bath in the palace was special. It was covered with flower petals, and the water inside was not clear but a rich milky white. She scooped up some water with her hand, then relaxed her fingers, letting the water flow through her fingers. The scent of the bath was very pleasant, calming and relaxing her. Ji Qingwu scooped up more warm water, slightly lifting her head, and suddenly saw someone standing in front of the bath. She was so startled that she splashed water all over her face. A man with a handsome and noble appearance was drenched in water, wiping his face. Ji Qingwu really wanted to scream, but she remembered she was in the palace, so she held back. She lowered her voice and coldly asked, "How did you get in?" A man dressed in a dark blue official robe, embroidered with a qilin, wearing a coral red beaded crown, is dressed as a top-ranking military general. Wei Ting touched his nose, surprised by the lively scene before him. He smiled and said, "This water smells really nice." If Ji Qingwu's person hadn't still been in the bath, he would have wanted to splash the entire bucket of water. Ji Qingwu's body sank a little more. Luckily, the water was covered with flower petals, and only her round head was visible outside. She tried to stay calm and asked, "What are you here for?" Wei Ting smiled gently and said, "I heard something happened to Uncle Ji." I was worried about you, so I came to see you. He also knew that Jibo had an incident. Judging by his outfit, he was probably summoned to the palace. The officials discussing affairs earlier in the court also had him there. His tone was strange, and he said he was worried about her. But Ji Qingwu didn't appreciate this. She didn't like how the message was delivered. Breaking into her room in the middle of the night was inappropriate. Ji Qingwu frowned and said, General Wei, have you taken the wrong medicine? Also, why do you call him uncle? This is a matter of my family, and it has nothing to do with you. Hearing her scold and seeing her eyes burning with anger, Wei Ting was in a good mood and said, I haven't taken the wrong medicine. Do you think I don't know what medicine I'm on? It's the medicine you've been giving me these days. Ji Qingwu's fair face immediately turned red. Not out of shyness, but because she was angry and anxious. Wei Ting continued, Anything that concerns you also concerns me. Ji Qingwu asked, What exactly are you here for? This is the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. If an outsider like you appears here, do you know what the consequences might be? Wei Ting said, No matter what the consequences are, we are alone here. You are bathing, and this situation is unclear. Even if the Empress Dowager finds out and gets angry, maybe scolding me or removing my position as general of the northern frontier, he grinned unpleasantly and said, As long as the Empress Dowager agrees to marry you to me, I don't care about anything else. Ji Qingwu's eyes shone with anger. She realized she had never truly seen through Wei Ting. He was not a noble gentleman like the bright moon and gentle breeze. He was clearly a rogue hiding behind a facade of civility. But at this moment, she couldn't confront Wei Ting directly, or she would definitely suffer. Jing Qingwu lowered her eyes, pretending to be sad and silent. Wei Ting bent down and teased, Why don't you show the same anger you had today when you yelled at me? On the wall, he saw her angry expression and was momentarily stunned. In the past, he thought she was a gentle, clumsy beauty, one of many in linen, not worth special liking. Since returning this time, Jing Qingwu had given him many surprises. Wei Ting had never truly understood her. When Jing Qingwu looked up again, her eyes were red, and mist rose on her water surface, blurring her eyes. Wei Ting's breath caught. She looked like a water-soaked crabapple flower, with damp, fluffy petals. It made people want to hold her in their hands and keep her close to their hearts. Jing Qingwu did this on purpose. Her voice was stubborn as she said, You think you can bully my Jing family without consequences. My elder brother is on a diplomatic mission in Nanchu and hasn't returned home for a long time. You have a sister too. If someone bullied Empress Wei like this, would you still be smiling? This made Wei Ting's smile freeze. His Achilles heel was Empress Wei. If anyone dared to do such things to Wei Li, he would tear them apart. He smiled coldly and said, Dr. Wu really has a sharp tongue. Clearly, Jing Qingwu had hit a sore spot. She showed no fear, her bright eyes directly meeting his, as if she could see his deepest secrets. People do things heaven watches. General Wei, if you keep acting like this, you might be punished someday. Punished for what? Punished to affect his sister? Wei Ting's mask was torn open a little more by her words. He squinted and coldly said, You don't need to provoke me. I'll say it again, I will marry. Hearing this fierce statement, Jing Qingwu's heart grew colder. She asked what she had always wanted to know. General Wei, you don't really love me. Why are you marrying me? When she mentioned love, Wei Ting's expression changed, then turned into a tender look. How do you know I don't truly belong to you? Jing Qingwu sneered. Before I left the Northern Army, you never loved me. But after 5 years, you love me so much you won't marry anyone else. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. Wei Ting said, No matter what you think, you can only marry me. After saying this, he turned and left. Jing Qingwu just let out a deep breath. Then, looking up again, Wei Ting turned back and came over. He almost forgot why he came to see her late at night because Jing Qingwu's words made him so angry. Jing Qingwu quickly sank completely into the water, only her eyes remaining above the surface, watching him carefully. Wei Ting crossed his arms and looked at her for a moment before softly reminding her, Don't interfere with your father-in-law's matters. He will be fine. Jing Qingwu said something, forgetting that her chin was still in the water, causing a few bubbles to appear in the bath. Wei Ting didn't need to listen to know she probably didn't say anything nice. But her cute look made him smile again. He returned to his gentle, refined appearance and said, "All right, little mermaid, stop blowing bubbles. If you too long, you might catch a cold. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he disappeared. Jing Qingwu carefully looked around in the water, making sure there was no sound or movement, then slowly floated up. Was Wei Ting really here just to remind her about her father? Was he that kind-hearted? She easily called her father-in-law by that name. Her toes curled up in the bath. Wei Ting told himself her father would be fine, but was he really just trying to reassure her? Or did he not want her to get involved? Jing Qingwu thought about it and still felt that Wei Ting was just a sneaky wolf, not with good intentions. But she trusted the message from the emperor. Her father wouldn't be in trouble. After bathing, Jing Qingwu lay on the fragrant, soft bed. Though she was in the palace, she sensed a difference. She had slept on the bed in Zhaoyang Hall and in the pavilion at Handan Pavilion, but in Sinang Palace, she couldn't sleep peacefully. Tossing and turning, she just couldn't fall asleep. She was annoyed, sure it was because Wei Ting suddenly appeared and startled her. Later, she cursed Wei Ting in her mind, and she felt much better. Just when she finally fell asleep, she vaguely felt someone pinching her face. She opened her eyes slightly, and the man in front of her began to overlap with the person from her dream. Jing Qingwu felt she couldn't tell the difference between dream and reality anymore. She reached out her arm and wrapped it around his shoulder. He also leaned down, matching her movement, with a gentle expression, not cold or distant at all. Jing Qingwu immediately pressed her face against his neck, making soft, sticky sounds with her mouth. It was easy to hear her hesitation, sadness, and a touch of longing. The court meeting with Emperor Wu Sudi had just ended. The previous meeting, where Wei Ting was involved, was over, but Su Xiang and others came to see him again. He only had free time late at night, so he hurried over immediately. Tomorrow's morning court will be very lively. His hand touched her cheek, and he felt her face lean closer, soft and smooth in his palm. He rarely saw her so relaxed and dependent, only when she just woke up from sleep. Emperor Wu Sudi's hand lingered at her earlobe, and he whispered, "Manhwa brought you a message." Her breath was light and steady by his ear. His hand paused, and he turned his head to look. Sure enough, Jing Qingwu, leaning against him, was already asleep. Her long eyelashes curled, her face peaceful, much calmer than when he first arrived. Her lips even slightly curved, as if she was dreaming something beautiful. The next morning, Jing Qingwu woke up feeling clear-headed. Although she had tossed and turned in the first half of the night, she slept surprisingly well in the second half. She stretched lazily, and the quilt slipped down, leaving her feeling cold. She stiffened her neck and looked down. She was only wearing a small undergarment. Last night, she had been fully dressed, with an outer dress over her inner clothes and her belt tied tightly. Carefully, she touched her chest, noticing suspicious red marks. She immediately began to recall last night. After Wei Ting left, who else had come? It seemed she dreamt of the emperor, but she couldn't be sure if it was really him. If it was Wei Ting, he would have dared to appear while she was bathing. If he wanted to do something, he would have done it already, and he wouldn't have come to sneak attack while she was asleep. If it was Emperor Wu Sudi, why didn't he wake her? Jing Qingwu pulled the quilt up, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She wondered if she could find a chance today to ask and find out the truth. She got up a bit late. After hurriedly getting ready, palace servants led her to the main hall, where the Empress Dowager had not yet arrived. That night, both Old Lady Ji and Mrs. Qiao didn't rest well, their eyes dark and shadowed. Jing Qingwu stepped forward, took Mrs. Qiao's hand, and noticed her palm was cold. She handed her a cup of hot tea. Softly comforting, she said, "Mother, father will be fine. If he sees you looking so tired, it will only make him more upset." She gently massaged Jia's acupuncture points, helping her relax as if they were at home. With someone nearby to keep her company, Jia felt a little more at ease and said, "This morning at court, they discussed your father's case. I just don't know what the outcome will be." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu looked serious and said, "Mother, I did a fortune-telling last night. The signs show that father will come out of this safely." Jia looked at her in surprise. She didn't know when Xiao Wu had learned this skill, but at this moment, she could only believe it. Hearing Xiao Wu say this made her feel a little more hopeful. Ji Qingwu wanted Jia to feel better, so she shared this news in her own way. She paused, rubbed her fingertips together, and said firmly, "He will be released from prison in the next few days." Jia looked at her with hope and said, "I hope so." Old Lady Ji, sitting nearby, saw the close bond between mother and daughter and felt uncomfortable. She frowned and said, "Qingwu, don't talk nonsense. This is a matter of the court, decided by the emperor. You can't just guess and assume." Ji Qingwu smiled and said, "If grandmother doesn't believe, we can wait and see what happens." The Empress Dowager entered wearing a deep purple phoenix robe, with shining beads on her crown. Since she was staying in the palace, Ji Qingwu saw the scene of the palace ladies paying respects for the first time. There was no official queen in the palace, so they came to the Empress Dowager's residence every day to follow the rules. Among the palace ladies, she had only seen Consort Wei before. More than 20 ladies entered, filling the main hall's seats. Palace servants busily served tea and cakes in an orderly way. She softly said, "The young lady from Mingshui Hall is ill, saying she has severe stomach pain." Lady Manhwa is still the same, not leaving her room. The Empress Dowager nodded and said, "I understand." Consort Wei sat at the lower left position. Seeing that the Ji family was there, she was not surprised, as she had already heard about Ji Bo Yen's trouble. She smiled and said, "Empress Dowager, I haven't seen Miss Ji Wu in a long time. Today, I think she looks even more beautiful." The Empress Dowager then carefully looked at Ji Qingwu. She noticed she was a little different and couldn't help but feel regretful. Such a talented girl should be in the palace. It's a loss for the Ji family. Ji Qingwu stood up, bowed, then sat down again, not wanting to say much. Wei Liru still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the Empress Dowager. "Consort Wei, have you heard about recent events?" Wei Liru paused, then asked with some confusion, "I don't know what your majesty means." Many things had happened lately, but all were major court affairs that women in the palace were not supposed to discuss. The Empress Dowager said, "Consort Wei, it's quite careless of you not to care about the emperor's affairs. Isn't that a sign of poor duty?" Wei Liru replied, "The emperor is busy with court matters and northern wars. I am simple-minded and cannot help much. I only make some soup to send over, which is my small contribution." The Empress Dowager added, "I remember the emperor hasn't visited your palace in a long time. It's no wonder you don't know what has happened recently." Wei Liru touched her jade bracelet and said, "Your Majesty, you're joking. A few days ago, my brother returned to court, and the emperor personally came to Guanju Palace to drink with us siblings." The Empress Dowager forgot about this and looked a bit displeased. In a quiet corner, Ji Qingwu silently picked up a piece of golden crab meat pastry and took a small bite. Ji Qingwu, having slept very soundly, woke up late in the morning and now needed to fill her stomach. She enjoyed delicate, tasty snacks and also looked at the other consorts. She found it strange, because, apart from Consort Wei, the others had only spoken once or twice when greeting the Empress Dowager after entering the palace, then remained silent and sat quietly. Could it be that they were afraid to speak because they saw the Empress Dowager and Consort Wei talking sharply? There was one more thing that surprised her most. Ji Qingwu used to think that the Emperor's Phoenix Palace was full of stunning women like Consort Wei. In the previous dynasty, King Liang's harem was full of women of all shapes and sizes, each beautiful in her own way. But Emperor Wu Su's concubines could only be described as varying in height, build, and appearance. From their looks, they all seemed honest and dignified, with proper manners. Some were quite pretty, too. Throughout history, the standard for choosing consorts was always talent and beauty. Clearly, Emperor Wu Su only cared about the former. With so many different types, he truly was not picky. Moreover, these young ladies and princesses sat with proper manners, more serious and respectful than the officials attending the morning court meetings or greeting the Empress Dowager. In contrast, Ji Qinggu, who was eating some snacks and drinking tea, appeared more relaxed and different from the others. She quickly finished the crab meat pastry in her hand. The snack was crispy and crumbly, and some crumbs fell onto her dress. She lowered her head and used a handkerchief to pick them up. Suddenly, a shout came from the door. "The Emperor has arrived." The Empress Dowager's face lit up with joy, and her displeasure from earlier with Consort Wei disappeared. She stood up from her seat. The palace ladies also stood up, ready to welcome the emperor. When Ji Qinggu stood up, her embroidered silk handkerchief with a pattern of 8 treasures and lotus flowers slipped down and was blown into the corridor by a breeze from the door. But she could only bow along with everyone else first. A light, quick step sounded. When Ji Qinggu saw a pair of black court shoes stop in front of her, her face flushed with embarrassment. The Empress Dowager also saw the handkerchief and frowned as she looked at Ji Qinggu. Whether intentional or not, dropping a personal handkerchief in front of the emperor, such behavior that could be seen as flattering or seducing the ruler. How could she do this in front of all the palace ladies? If she wanted to do it, it should be done privately. How foolish. Behind Emperor Wu Su, Li Yuzong noticed and picked up the handkerchief, returning it respectfully to Ji Qinggu. He smiled politely and said, "Miss Ji, please keep this." Ji Qinggu took it and quietly expressed her thanks. The Empress Dowager saw this and felt something was wrong but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Emperor Wu Su, standing in front of Ji Qinggu, said, "Please rise." Everyone stood up at his command, though the emperor had not yet moved. He teased, "In the future, have more breakfast so you won't even be able to hold onto your handkerchief." Ji Qinggu clenched her hand around the silk handkerchief and looked up at him, only to see that he had already walked away. The Empress Dowager observed that Emperor Wu Su's expression was calm and not displeased, and she spoke, "Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. I visited yesterday and saw that you were still busy discussing matters with the ministers. Diligence is good, but you should also take care of your health." Using concern as a reason, she brought up her visit yesterday. Emperor Wu Su replied indifferently, "The Empress Dowager should also take care of herself. Take more walks in the Imperial Garden or by Lake Tay." The Empress Dowager's lips tightened into a smile, which was a subtle way of telling her to stay away from the court. She maintained a polite smile and said, "Your Majesty's concern makes me confident that I will stay healthy. The harem also hopes that Your Majesty will visit more often." Emperor Wu Su looked up, with a faint smile, and looked at the Empress Dowager. "Just now, Consort Wei was complaining here," the Empress Dowager said as if she had said the wrong thing, then corrected herself. "It's not a complaint, just a slip of the tongue. Since the last time Consort Wei's brother returned, Your Majesty has not visited her palace." Consort Wei wanted to explain herself, but the Empress Dowager hit the mark. She also wanted to know when the emperor would visit her palace again. "Empress Dowager, please don't tease me," she said. "In the harem, all the sisters are eager for the emperor to visit." She looked at everyone, but none of the other consorts responded. Instead, they sat upright and serious, avoiding eye contact with the emperor and the Empress Dowager. Ji Qingwu's eyes darted around. Their reactions were like when Jiao was answering questions in the study room, called out by the grand tutor. Wei Liru seemed used to this, and was not embarrassed. She continued speaking freely. "The wine I brewed recently is ready to be served. When the emperor has time, he can come and taste it." Emperor Wu Su said, "I remember your brother likes to drink. Give him my share." Wei Liru nodded sadly, and the emperor took the initiative to speak again. "Last night, I discussed affairs with your brother. It's a good thing for Wei family that my brother can help the emperor," Wei Liru said proudly. The emperor's gaze fell behind the hall. "But I heard that Wei Ting stayed in the palace for half an hour last night." Ji Qingwu's head immediately straightened, and her posture became upright. Even though she was sitting far from the emperor, she felt a strange chill behind her back. Consort Wei's expression changed. She explained, "Brother came to visit me talking about family matters." Grandmother isn't feeling well lately. The emperor's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said coldly, "Tell your brother for me that the old lady is unwell. He should stay close and take care of her, not run around." Consort Wei lowered her head and agreed, feeling surprised. Why didn't Wei Ting follow the palace's curfew? Where had he gone? The emperor often liked to speak half-truths, leaving some details out. He probably knew where her brother was, but was using this to pressure the Wei family. Madame Wei was feeling unwell, and many people in the hall understood why. It was mainly because a few days ago, Lord Wei openly asked to marry the fifth miss of the Ji family in the court. Although Lord Wei was not present, the person involved, Ji Qinggu, was there. Even the most proper consorts couldn't help but be curious and eager to gossip. Many eyes were now focused on Ji Qinggu. She looked back confidently, her gaze steady, until others felt embarrassed to keep staring. Madame Qiao rarely saw the fifth miss so brave and strong. Since Madame Ji and Madame Wei didn't get along, they nodded slightly in approval when they saw Ji Qingwu's calm attitude. Ji Qingwu looked around and caught the gaze of a pair of cold, raised black eyes, which suddenly made her lose her confidence. She lowered her head, feeling uncertain. Did the emperor know that Lord Wei visited last night? Was the person who came late at night really him? If he knew that the visitor was her, based on Emperor Wu Su's reaction, he would have already shaken her awake by grabbing her neck. Lost in thought, she noticed the other consorts beginning to stand up. She respectfully said, "I will take my leave." The Empress consort, the highest ranking among the palace ladies, led the way ahead of everyone. When she passed Ji Qinggu, she cast a deep look at her. A voice came from the hall. The Empress Dowager saw Emperor Wu Su also stand up, and she was surprised. After the morning court ended, Emperor Wu Su appeared in Sinang Palace. Was it not to discuss the case of Ji Bo Lian? Why did the Empress consort and the other consorts leave, but the emperor also had to go? Now, the Empress Dowager was unsure of the emperor's intentions. She couldn't sit still and quickly stood up, speaking anxiously. "Your Majesty, is there something else you need?" Madame Ji and Madame Qiao also looked at the emperor eagerly, hoping to hear news about Ji Fu from him. But they dared not ask about court affairs directly, feeling anxious and uneasy. Emperor Wu Su stood with his hands behind his back, seeming not in a hurry to leave, but he did not speak. The hall was silent for a moment. Then, Ji Qinggu softly said, "Your Majesty has been working hard these days. The tea and snacks in the Empress Dowager's palace are very good. Why not try some before you go?" The Empress Dowager glared at Ji Qinggu. While everyone was worried about her father's safety, she was still talking about snacks. She was about to scold her. Suddenly, the nearby emperor spoke clearly. "That's fine." After clearing his throat, the emperor sat back down. The Empress Dowager and others found it even harder to understand the emperor's true intentions. Ji Qingwu's bright eyes moved. Only she among everyone in the hall guessed a little of what the emperor was thinking. The Wu Su emperor looked at the white porcelain plate in front of her and said, "I think the cake Miss Ji just ate is quite good." Ji Qingwu's eyes brightened. She said, "This crab yolk is rich and full. The flaky pastry is fragrant and sweet but not greasy. When you bite into it, the outside is crispy and the filling is soft. Your Majesty, please try it." No matter why the emperor stayed, it was always a good thing. The Empress Dowager said, "Manhwa, go and prepare a new plate of the snacks Miss Ji is eating." Manhwa replied, "Your Majesty and Empress Dowager, there is only this one plate of cake." The Empress Dowager frowned. "What kind of cake is this? Did the kitchen only make one?" Manhwa respectfully answered, "Empress Dowager, this is the crab yolk pastry made fresh in the kitchen this morning." No wonder there was only one. The palace kitchen made a fixed amount of food sent to each palace. The Empress Dowager looked puzzled. "Was this pastry on the breakfast table this morning? I didn't see it." Manhwa paused, then said calmly, "Empress Dowager, you seem worried. The plate of pastry was placed far away, so you might not have seen it." Ji Qinggu looked at the crab yolk pastry in front of her. She remembered that when she placed the plate in her hand, it was still warm, probably just out of the oven. She had just used the snack as an excuse to persuade the emperor to stay. Because the Wu Su emperor glanced at her with his eyes, she understood he was waiting for her to speak. Just then, Li Yuzong hurriedly said, "Miss Ji, please hurry and serve that plate of crab pastry." It would be more appropriate for palace servants to handle this, but since the emperor wanted to eat, and only one plate of snacks was left, she had eaten quite a bit of it. Ji Qingwu held the white porcelain plate with both hands and walked solemnly toward the front of the hall. She glanced at the Wu Su emperor sitting on the dragon-patterned throne, dared not meet his gaze for long, and lowered her head. She placed the snacks on the small table beside him and gracefully picked up the purple clay teapot to pour a cup of tea. Li Yuzong kept nodding behind the emperor. He was becoming more skilled. "Please, your majesty, have some." Ji Qingwu's voice was sweet and clear, sounding more tempting to the emperor than the small snacks. When Wu Sudi saw her lift the teapot, he raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared in his eyes. After she left, everyone could tell that the emperor's mood had improved a lot. He spoke gently, "We are all family, so relax." Old Lady Ji had been in the palace many times, but she rarely saw Wu Sudi so kind and friendly. Even when she was at the Yong'an Marquis residence, she never heard the emperor speak so kindly. The Empress Dowager was even more stunned. She had been working in the harem for many years, and her relationship with the emperor had cooled to nothing. She didn't expect that today, when the Ji family was in trouble, she would hear the emperor say family so warmly. Whether the emperor was just speaking casually or not, the Empress Dowager felt touched and responded, "Yes, your majesty is right. Everyone in this house is family." Ji Qingwu thought the Empress Dowager's reaction was a bit over the top. Even if she was a stepmother, she had married the Marquis openly and legally. They were truly a family. Li Yuzong lowered his head, knowing who those words were meant for. He couldn't help but admire how lucky the Empress Dowager and the Ji family were. Although they had lost the emperor's favor, with Miss Wu in the Ji family, their future still looked bright. The Empress Dowager also gained confidence. "Your Majesty, since we are all family, I won't hide anything." Talking to clever people in roundabout ways was tiring. The Empress Dowager continued, "I want to ask about my eldest brother, Ji Bo Lian. Is he doing well? The old ladies have come and heard about his imprisonment. The entire Ji family is worried." But even after the Empress Dowager said so much, Wu Sudi remained silent, only lowering his eyes and staring at the golden crab meat pastry in front of him. He didn't eat or move. Ji Qingwu felt she was understanding the emperor's mind more and more. She spoke again, "Your Majesty, my father has been imprisoned. My family is having a hard time, unable to sleep or eat well. Please, Your Majesty, tell me what's going on." When she mentioned not sleeping well, Wu Sudi's eyes flickered with a strange light. Seeing this, Ji Qingwu bit her lip. The person continued to plead, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the dungeon is dark and damp. My father is old and cannot endure such hardships. Please have mercy." Emperor Wu Su picked up his teacup and took a sip, seeming to be lost in thought. Seeing his reaction, Ji Qingwu stood up, lifted her skirt, and prepared to kneel. Emperor Wu Su's throat moved quickly as he swallowed his tea and said, "Ji Darren is honest and clean in his official duties. This matter is just an innocent misunderstanding." Hearing the emperor's words, Mrs. Qiao felt relieved, but since her father was innocent, why hadn't he been released yet? She dared not ask directly, but looked hopefully at Xiao Wu. Ji Qingwu once again carried her family's hope. She straightforwardly asked, "Your Majesty, since you know my father is innocent, why haven't you issued an order to release him?" Old Madame Ji and Mrs. Qiao both took a deep breath at the same time. The Empress Dowager lowered her teacup, which accidentally hit the edge of the table, making her wince in pain. Such a bold question, and still asking the emperor to do something. Old Madame Ji said, "Please, Your Majesty, calm down." Qingwu was just speaking impulsively and did not mean any disrespect. "Please do not let this affect Uncle Lian." Mrs. Qiao took responsibility upon herself and said, "Your Majesty, Qingwu has been away from Linen for a long time. I, as her mother, did not teach her proper manners. Please do not blame her. Ji Qingwu looked steadily at him, not believing that such words would anger the emperor. After all, she had spoken many words that could be considered disrespectful. Emperor Wu Su observed everyone's reactions carefully. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He kindly said, "Miss Ji, your concern for your father's safety is natural. Since Darren is innocent, he will be released sooner or later. But this case must follow proper procedures, and it may still take some time." At this moment, Ji Qingwu suddenly coughed softly 3 times. Emperor Wu Su paused slightly, considering something. Seeing her gentle, water-like eyes blinking rapidly at him, he looked at her steadily and slowly said, "In about 3 hours, Darren will be able to leave prison and return home." Ji Qingwu's mouth opened in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected good news. Everyone's worries eased, and old Madame Ji and Mrs. Qiao expressed their gratitude to the emperor profusely. Ji Qingwu, upon hearing that her father would soon be released from prison, sat quietly in her chair and no longer spoke. When the emperor was about to leave, he glanced at her a few times, showing his displeasure with her habit of using things and then discarding them. In the end, the crab meat pastry that the emperor praised as good was untouched by him and was returned to Ji Qingwu, the meritorious person. The Empress Dowager was happy and wanted to reward Ji Qingwu with something, but she didn't want to give her common jewelry or gold. Manhwa whispered a few words to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and said, "Qingwu, I remember you love tending to flowers and plants. Recently, the flowers in the Imperial Garden have bloomed very well. Go for a walk there. If you see something you like, remember it, and I will send someone to bring it to your courtyard." Last time, Ji Qingwu had longed for the herbs near Sinang Palace. Although Qiao helped her find some seeds later, they weren't as good as those in the palace. Nothing would make her happier than this reward. Ji Qingwu gratefully smiled at Aunt Manhwa. After receiving the Empress Dowager's order, she headed straight to the Imperial Garden. That was good, as the Empress Dowager wanted to discuss some matters with old Lady Ji and Qiao. The rocks and lush trees were everywhere. There were strange flowers and plants, rugged rocks, and the path was paved with colorful stones arranged in different patterns, delicate and elegant. As soon as Ji Qingwu arrived, she noticed how unusually quiet it was. Usually, maids and young eunuchs from various palaces moved around, but today no one was in sight, probably avoiding something. She took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, a large hand pulled her into a fake mountain nearby. Smelling the rich, pleasant scent of dragon saliva incense, Ji Qingwu relaxed. She didn't resist as he pulled her. Inside the fake mountain, the stone walls were uneven. Ji Qingwu was pressed against the wall, feeling uncomfortable, but she didn't complain. She simply looked up at the emperor in front of her. The light inside was dim. She couldn't see his face clearly, only a rough outline and shining eyes. In the darkness, she curved her lips and said, "Your Majesty, didn't you say you were going back to the Political Affairs Hall to handle government matters? It's been about 15 minutes. Why are you still in the Imperial Garden?" Ji Qingwu figured out the reason. Earlier, in Sinang Palace, the emperor deliberately wanted to show her off in front of others. By asking about Ji's father's safety, the Empress Dowager would surely reward her. Going to the Political Affairs Hall was just an excuse. He had already told Manhwa to stay here and guard her. Emperor Wu Su heard her playful tone and reached out with his large hand, pressing it gently against her waist, giving it a light pinch. Ji Qingwu let out a soft cry. He lowered his head and leaned close to her, saying, "I want to protect this imperial garden. I'm worried that if a flower thief comes, they might take all the flowers and plants here." Ji Qingwu thought that in the darkness, he couldn't see her face clearly, just like herself. She pouted in displeasure. "Why is your Majesty so petty? You own the whole world, yet you care about a few flowers." His eyes darkened slightly. "I learned this from a Wu. Flowers and plants have spirits. Each one needs careful care, and I often talk to them. Before you came, I already talked to them for a long time." Thinking of Emperor Wu Su coldly speaking to the plants, Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a higher smile. What did you say to them? The emperor replied seriously. I told them about a special woman who is good at communicating with plants. If they ever have a headache, fever, or bad mood, they can talk to her. Ji Qingwu nodded with a smile, feeling as if her heart was blooming with happiness. She asked, how did they respond? Wu Sudi replied leisurely, they said they want to live and grow together with such a wonderful woman. Ji Qingwu's breathing grew a little faster. She could still hear the deep, husky voice of the man. It's best if you see each other every day, never get tired of each other, and share your thoughts morning and night. At this moment, Wu Sudi's body pressed fully against her. Ji Qingwu felt how hot his firm body was, and even her own chest felt warm. Her face turned red. Can grass also speak such poetic words? Wu Sudi's hand precisely touched her cheek. His voice was soft, like feathers brushing her ear. The last part, I said that. Those words hit Ji Qingwu's heart hard. She mumbled, unsure what to say in return. Wu Sudi's night vision was excellent, and he could see her expression clearly. Seeing her frown and her lips slightly parted, he pinched her chin and kissed her. Ji Qingwu felt like she was melting from the heat. Luckily, the cool stone wall behind her helped cool her down. In the darkness, a kiss is more than just a touch. For her, it was a kind of test for her ears. On the fake mountain, water droplets slowly flowed down. The trail of water was slow and gentle, wetting the entire stone wall. This kiss also seemed to want to wet her whole body. When his hand pushed aside her front collar and leaned down, Ji Qingwu's delicate hand stopped him. She breathlessly asked, Your Majesty, when did you come last night? Hearing Ji Qingwu bring up last night voluntarily, Emperor Wu Su initially planned to ignore it. He knew Wei Ting came to see her, but it had nothing to do with her. But emotions can overpower reason. At this moment, his eyes were filled with desire that could swallow everything. Emperor Wu Su asked, What did Wei Ting say to you last night? Ji Qingwu's heart trembled and then tightened. Her ears were filled with his voice, as if she couldn't remember what Wei Ting said or did anymore. Emperor Wu Su didn't have much patience. After waiting a moment and not hearing her words, he continued to do what he wanted, leaving new marks on the red scars from before. Layer after layer, like a blooming lotus flower. After finishing what he wanted, he looked up and said with a dangerous gaze, No matter what he said, oh, don't listen. Ji Qingwu's head felt hot, and her heart was warm. Slowly, she raised her arms and placed her hands on his shoulders. Emperor Wu Su's hands tightened like iron hoops, holding her tightly in his arms. He no longer wanted to give her any chance to push him away. The game from the previous dynasty was already changing because of her. Yesterday, he watched her kneeling by the medicinal herbs in Wudong Garden, carefully tending to them, and made a silent decision. If Ji Qingwu entered the palace, she would inevitably be watched closely, revealing the emperor's true feelings. The hidden dangers in the dark would be like venomous snakes, waiting to strike. He wanted to give them a chance first, pushing them to act quickly. Even if he couldn't catch everything in one go, he wanted to weaken their wings so they couldn't pose a threat anymore. Not knowing what he was thinking, Ji Qingwu felt her waist almost being squeezed apart by him. Her hand touched his neck, cool to the touch. This silent contact seemed to transmit her unspoken feelings. Emperor Wu Su lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on her face. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him toward her. Her voice was tense and trembling. I miss you. As soon as she spoke, Ji Qingwu hurriedly tried to look away, but he easily held her face with both hands and turned her back. Emperor Wu Su's pupils shrank slightly, and his tone was firm and commanding. Say it again. She could barely manage to say those words, her limit. However, his eyes flickered with strange light in the darkness. No matter the reason, all can say these 3 words, and I am truly happy. Afraid she might not feel his joy and excitement, he expressed himself passionately, using his most primitive feelings. Ji Qingwu was overwhelmed by his forceful grip, which disturbed her thoughts, and her tongue felt sore. Inside the fake mountain, there was the sound of dripping water and irregular breathing, belonging to 2 people. And outside the fake mountain, there was another voice. Strange, I was told she came to the Imperial Garden, but I see no sign of her. You all split up and look for her. Who is looking for her? Ji Qingwu's legs grew weak, unable to support herself, so she could only lean on Emperor Wu Su's shoulder to breathe heavily. Her eyes shimmered with tears, more beautiful than crystal and jade. Footsteps grew closer. There was a winding path inside the mountain, but it was a one-way route. The inside was blocked, so they could only go back the way they came. From the sound, it seemed someone was standing at the entrance of the fake mountain looking inside. Ji Qingwu's breathing became even more rapid. The person in front of her was Emperor Wu Su. She was safe with him, but if she was discovered with the emperor inside the mountain, rumors would spread, and her reputation would be in danger, being called a flirt and seductress, flattering the emperor. Soon after, Lady Ji and the Empress Dowager would team up to send her into the palace to secure the family's favor. Ji Qingwu desperately grabbed his sleeve, her eyes speaking volumes. Emperor Wu Su looked at her, seemingly unaware of her urgency and panic. He leaned in close to her face but stopped just short, the meaning clear without words. Outside, a voice called in. Is anyone inside? If you don't answer, I will come in. It was clear that the people outside had already discovered something. Ji Qingwu quickly tiptoed and kissed his right cheek. Emperor Wu Suo smiled slightly and moved his left cheek closer. Why does this person ask for so much? Ji Qingwu hesitated, but then made a firm decision. From behind the fake rock, a man's muffled groan could be heard, sounding both pained and pleased. At the entrance, Prince Yong, who wanted to come closer to investigate, stopped in his tracks when he heard the sound. He recognized the man's voice. It was his elder brother. Prince Yong was also a strange person. He loved to cause trouble and act recklessly, but he never seemed to learn from his mistakes. However, he was not a vengeful person. Since childhood, he had been beaten by the emperor many times. Normally, he would feel jealous or afraid of his half-brother, but he didn't. The day after being beaten, he acted as if nothing had happened and shamelessly came close again. When he sensed that Emperor Wu Suo was inside, Prince Yong didn't back away. Instead, he whispered, "Brother, I'm here outside to keep watch for you." Ji Qingwu clenched her teeth. She could already imagine what kind of expression Prince Yong, a mischievous troublemaker, was using to say this. Seeing her look like she was about to cry, Emperor Wu Suo understood that this matter was known to others, which was not good for her. He didn't want her to be reported to the officials before she even entered the palace. He softly coaxed, "I'll go out first and distract him. You can sneak out afterward."
Yikvinvu hurriedly nodded.
There was no better plan. Soon, Prince Yong saw Emperor Wu Suo come out from the entrance and bow. "Your Majesty, I have seen the emperor." The emperor's brow furrowed. "Why are you coming into the palace?" Prince Yong lowered his head, hesitating before saying, "Brother, I came to visit." To visit mother. Emperor Wu Suo knew why he was here. Recently, Prince Yong had been visiting the palace often. He hadn't been to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace much, but every time, he was often seen at the gate of Annal Hall, pretending to be waiting for his wife. Tao Wanin and he both brought their troubles on themselves. The emperor coldly said, "From now on, stay in Prince Yong's residence. Don't come into the palace without a reason." Prince Yong looked up, wanting to explain further. But after seeing the stern face of the emperor, his eyes widened in surprise. The emperor's left cheek, which is noble and beautiful, has a clear tooth mark. It seems that the woman's teeth are quite good, with neat and distinct bite marks. Prince Yong's gaze suddenly shifted toward the inside of the fake mountain. He was shocked inside, wondering which consort or a lady was inside, daring to bite the emperor. He had always wanted to do this since childhood, and now he felt a deep respect. Emperor Wu Su saw Prince Yong's expression and knew what he was thinking. He angrily said, "Go back to your palace." Prince Yong was driven away by the emperor and could only walk away with his head lowered, feeling unhappy. After his figure disappeared, Emperor Wu Su turned around and coughed at the entrance of the cave before leaving. Ji Qingwu inside the fake mountain was slowly regaining her composure. Thinking about what she just said, how she wanted him, the emperor said that no matter why she said it, he was happy she did. Of course, she only said it because she wanted to, not for any other reason. When her mind cooled down, she realized that her words might not have been the right timing. The emperor had just helped Ji's family solve a big problem and protected her father. She responded by saying she missed him. Emperor Wu Su is the kind of person who even gets annoyed when others disturb him, even if it's just a small matter. This time he might overthink it a little. Ji Qingwu sighed softly. Seeing no movement outside, she tidied her hair and dress inside the fake mountain, then waited for a while. She tiptoed out and looked at the entrance. Seeing no one around, she quickly stepped out. But she bumped into someone who suddenly appeared beside the fake mountain. Ji Qingwu covered her chest, startled by the sudden appearance. Prince Yong never expected that the person inside with the emperor would be Ji Qingwu. He pretended to leave, but then turned back, wanting to find out who dared to bite his elder brother. They looked at each other. Prince Yong's expression changed from shock to understanding, but it was also full of confusion. Since the elder brother liked the fifth cousin, why not directly include her in the harem? Recently, there had been many political troubles, often caused by Ji Qingwu. Was it because he was worried about damaging his relationship with Wei Ting? Or? Prince Yong's gaze became playful again, wondering if he thought that sneaking around was somehow interesting. Seeing the expression on Prince Yong's face, Ji Qingwu's cheeks flushed then turned pale. This person is really hateful, very sneaky. After the emperor left, he deliberately came back, waiting specifically at the entrance for her to come out. Ji Qingwu suppressed her feelings and said, "Greetings, Prince Yong." After saying that, she planned to leave. Prince Yong put aside his thoughts and called from behind her, "Fifth cousin, wait a moment." Ji Qingwu did not stop. She looked straight ahead and walked faster, saying, "I have nothing to say to you, Prince Yong." Since everything had already happened and he knew she was with the emperor earlier, no matter how she explained, it wouldn't change anything. Let him think whatever he wanted. Prince Yong quickly stepped around her front and said, "I need to talk to you." He first went to the gate of Annal Hall, then to the Empress Dowager's place. When he learned Ji Qingwu was also in the palace, she was in the Imperial Garden. He found an excuse and followed her. When Prince Yong stopped her, Ji Qingwu had no choice but to halt. "Prince, this is a matter even the most noble cannot solve. I, a weak woman who depends on the Ji family, cannot help much." "You're joking." His words carried a hint of sarcasm, which Prince Yong understood clearly. He didn't argue or question. Not only had he learned about her relationship with Emperor Wu, but also, for what he was asking now, he dared not show any displeasure. Prince Yong smiled and said, "Fifth cousin, we are of the same family. There's no need to rely on each other. Helping each other is what family does." This polite and formal words made Ji Qingwu frown. They had past grievances, and they weren't really in a position to support each other. He had been disrespectful to her. She had responded with medicine and attitude, and even the queen consort was ordered by the emperor to be confined in the palace. This was a private matter, with no outsiders present. Ji Qingwu decided to speak openly. "Prince, you are busy with important affairs and may not remember what happened at the dragon boat race last month, but I have remembered it all along. I think about it constantly, and it makes me feel sick." Prince Yong's attempt to maintain peace was exposed by her words. He awkwardly said, "If I had known earlier that you and your brother the emperor were..." Ji Qingwu glared at him and sharply interrupted, "What?" Note: no explicit content detected. Content is family-friendly. Prince Yong felt guilty under her gaze and said, "It's nothing, fifth cousin. Think carefully. This has nothing to do with me. It was Ji Chongyan's mistake. He thought that knocking you out and sending you over would fix his attempt to assassinate the censor." Ji Qingwu remembered that day and felt a wave of fear. That medicine was not ordinary. If she was careless, her life could be lost on the boat. She calmly said, "Ji Chongyan, and you are in the same boat." If he didn't mean it, he wouldn't do such a thing. Prince Yong pretended to be innocent and said, "But nothing happened that night." Ji Qingwu looked into his eyes and said, If something really did happen, it would be too late. I have nothing to say to you. Suddenly, Prince Yong understood everything. Why that night, the Jade Green Tower had problems, and why he was taken away just when things seemed to be going well. The reason the Jade Green Tower was surrounded by soldiers led by Li Qingshuan was because his clever older brother was behind it all. Cold sweat started to form on Prince Yong's forehead. He was very glad that nothing happened that night. He asked nervously, "How can fifth cousin be appeased?" "I am willing to make amends." Ji Qingwu coldly replied, "No need. As long as you stop appearing in front of me, I would be happy." Prince Yong almost begged, "Fifth cousin's conditions, I agree to all. Just help me once more, and I will stay far away from you afterward." Ji Qingwu smirked and mocked. "Even your extraordinary skills can't do that. How could I?" Her words stopped. She looked at the person suddenly kneeling in front of her, her gaze flickering uncertainly. It was the first time she saw Prince Yong so gloomy and lifeless, with a face as pale as dead wood. He lowered his head sadly and said, "Only you can save Wanyin." Ji Qingwu frowned, feeling helpless. It was His Majesty's idea to keep the princess under house arrest in Annal Hall. "I can't change that." Prince Yong looked up. Men say they don't shed tears easily, but his eyes were red and filled with fear and anxiety after many days. The situation was getting worse. Not only was the Tao family on the brink of destruction, but Tao Wanin's health was also declining. Prince Yong whispered. Wanin fainted after hearing that old Tao was taken away and imprisoned. She fainted once already. Jikingwa's eyes showed surprise. She saw that Emperor Wu City was in a good mood today and thought the court was peaceful, but suddenly, a big event had occurred. The Princess Yong was upset when she learned her father had been imprisoned by imperial decree. Jikingwu could empathize. However, their situations were quite different. First, she had never met Ji Bo Lian, and her relationship with her father was not very close. Second, Ji's father was innocent and wrongly involved. She had received a message from the emperor that day, knowing her father was safe. At the Hantan Pavilion last time, Emperor Wu Sudi mentioned that one of the major families involved was the Tao family. Not long after, the emperor quickly took action. The once glorious Tao family was about to decline, and even their relatives would be affected. Jikingwu finally understood why Prince Yong was so eager to plead. She asked, "Do you want me to protect Princess Yong?" Prince Yong nodded, then shook his head. "Status and titles don't matter now. What's important is saving her life." Jikingwu thought for a moment and said, "The princess is pregnant with royal children. The emperor wouldn't be so heartless." Prince Yong looked worried and said, "But right now, Wanyin's pregnancy is very unstable. Every day, I see her pulse reports and I feel anxious." Seeing Jikingwu remain silent, Prince Yong knelt and reached out to hold her leg. She quickly jumped into the nearby grass, avoiding his grasp. Jikingwu touched her chest with lingering fear and said dismissively, "Speak properly."
"Don't touch me."
"It's disgusting." Prince Yong looked disappointed, his face full of despair. Then, they heard the sound of a woman's voice, like pearls rolling over a jade plate. "Where is Annal Hall?" Prince Yong stood up, brushed the dirt off his robe, and looked happy. "I'll take you there now." Jikingwu hurriedly said, "Find a reliable little to take me." "I don't want to stay with you." Prince Yong's chest rose and fell quickly under his blue silk robe, his nostrils flared, and he gritted his teeth in agreement. Guided by Jikingwu arrived at the gate of Manhwa Hall. The palace looked no different from others on the outside, with a closed door. They knocked, but after a long wait, an old woman in plain gray clothes came out. She was familiar with the servant and secretly handed her a pouch of silver coins. The old woman happily said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness. The servants will take care of the princess. Since she came in, we haven't made her do any hard work. We're taking good care of her." They said, "Miss Chow, the prince has brought in a female doctor to see the princess." Mrs. Chow, noticing Ji Qingwu behind the, narrowed her eyes into a triangle shape. "It's not that I don't want to give the prince face, but when the emperor ordered that the princess be kept here and not allowed visitors, I risked my life to help the prince." Mrs. Chow refused. If anyone can just come in here freely, the rules of Annal Hall will be broken, and it will be hard for me to manage. They then took out a large gold ingot. Mrs. Chow's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed it. She finally said, "Sir, only she can go in herself, and she must dress like one of the workers here." Ji Qinggu was allowed to enter, dressed in the same dull gray clothes. When she stepped into the hall, she saw what was truly a different world. Outside the hall was the luxurious, dazzling palace. Inside, it was a place of extreme hardship. She saw young women washing clothes and doing chores. Their faces showed signs of exhaustion and poor health, as if they had been suffering for a long time, their bodies badly worn out. Behind them, 4 or 5 supervising women watched. If someone moved too slowly, they would be loudly scolded. There was also a new girl who couldn't bear the intense work. She cried while washing and scrubbing with a night-scented basin. Ji Qingwu looked around and recognized one of the girls as Inxiang, the maid of Princess Yong. She remained calm and asked, "Mrs. Chow, does the Princess Yong also have to do these chores?" Mrs. Chow sneered. "The princess is definitely different from these disobedient servants. She is kept and pampered." Annal Hall sounded like a good name. But everything done there was the opposite of peace and happiness, working day and night without rest. The emperor never ordered Prince Yong to dismiss the princess. Tao Wanyin was still a princess, but Inxiang, being a servant, couldn't escape such punishment. Mrs. Chow took her to a room. When she opened the door, Ji Qingwu looked surprised. It was a large shared room, with bedding for at least 20 people, even worse than the servants' quarters at Ji's house. The smell inside the room was sour and moldy. Ji Qingwu looked toward the wall, where gray mold patches covered the corners. Seeing Ji Qingwu cover her nose with her hand, old lady Chow looked at her smooth, fair hands. She casually asked, "Miss, you must come from a wealthy family. Why did you become a medical maid and do such service work?" Old lady Chow thought that since Ji Qingwu was beautiful and likely used to palace life, if she ever had health issues, she could help her. She wanted to make friends. She advised, "You shouldn't agree to see the fallen princess." Ji Qingwu looked at her and asked, "Why do you say that, Annie?" Old lady Chow said, "I've been in this palace for years. Now that the prince is interested, who is keeping the princess here?" She gestured with her rough hand and continued, "Offending the emperor means the princess has no way out." Ji Qingwu took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. She asked, "Auntie Chow, why does this room smell so strange?" Old lady Chow, used to the palace smells, didn't notice anything unusual and thought she was being nosy. She urged, "The palace ladies' chambers smell much better. Miss, go check on the princess quickly." After seeing her leave right away, Ji Qingwu looked around but didn't see Tao Wanyin. She asked, "Where's the princess?" Old lady Chow peeked and pointed to the corner of the bed, at the back. She looked disgusted and said, "Over there, by the cabinet, just sitting and staring. I have other things to watch. When you're done, come out immediately." Ji Qingwu finally noticed the woman sitting in front of a faded pearwood chest, wearing a gray robe. She gently stepped forward. Even though she was prepared, seeing Tao Wanyin's worn-out appearance still touched her. The room had a high ceiling, and the light inside was dim and yellow. Her figure looked very fragile, like a gust of wind could her away. Her eyes were empty and unfocused. Even when Ji Qingwu stood in front of her, she seemed invisible. Hearing the woman's soft, spring breeze-like voice, Tao Wanyin slowly lifted her head. When she saw Ji Qingwu, her face showed no emotion, as if she had lost the strength to show any feelings. Her cracked lips moved slightly. "There is no princess here anymore." Ji Qingwu directly explained his purpose, saying, "It was Prince Yong who asked me to come and see if the princess is doing well." Hearing the words, Prince Yong, Tao Wanyin finally showed some expression, her eyes brightening with anger. "Are you here to show off?" Ji Qingwu paused, speechless. "I am truly exhausted by these people who are almost wasting their lives, yet are full of thoughts about love and passion. From the princess's behavior, I can tell Tao Wanyin is not truly disheartened or bored with everything, because she still feels anger and resentment." This clearly shows that Tao Wanyin still cannot let go of Prince Yong. Tao Wanyin held her head high, her thin, bony neck standing out sharply. Why are you here? Are you here to proudly tell me that the Tao family is about to fall, and that I, as the princess, will soon be dismissed, just to show off? Her voice was hoarse yet loud. And to blame me for breaking the promise and turning against you in front of the Empress Dowager. Jing Qingwu put down his handkerchief and said calmly, Princess, some things I can't remember clearly anymore, but you still care so much. Does that mean? Tao Wanin's fragile, thin body trembled, as if her heart was being pulled out. Jing Qingwu said, Your heart is guilty. Since being detained in Annal Hall, no one from the Tao family dared to visit her. Only maid Yinqing stayed with her, but she felt guilty for dragging Yinqing into it. One day, at the inner side of the main gate, Yinqing secretly slipped outside and overheard Tao Wanyin crying and begging someone. Yinqing seemed to have a close relationship with that person. She was pleading for that person to rescue her quickly. The personal maid didn't want to suffer in Annal Hall with her. In this situation, Tao Wanyin could understand and accept Yinqing finding a better master. But when that man spoke, Tao Wanyin realized she had been completely wrong before. Yinqing was loyal to Prince Yong. From her heart to her actions. Yinqing's information was all what Prince Yong wanted her to know. She had fallen for someone's scheme and become a. Now Tao Wanyin no longer wanted to think about it. Her hand under the gray sleeve clenched tightly, her nails almost piercing her palm. She calmly said, I don't regret it. Why should I regret? Her sunken eyes were filled with tears, and her expression and words were completely opposite. Ji Qingwu looked at her gaunt face and said, I'm not here to give you advice. The King Yong sent me here, and on my way, I checked your recent pulse report. The situation is very bad. Tao Wanyin also knew her health was poor. The King Yong had bribed the housekeeper to bring a doctor to check her pulse, but neither of them had met the doctor. She said, Whether it's good or bad doesn't matter. My father's life is at risk. The Tao family is doomed, and I have nothing left to live for. I might as well go with them. Hearing her hopeless words, Ji Qingwu looked at her belly and asked, Do you care about this child? Tao Wanyin replied, With a guilty conscience as a mother, giving birth would only bring more suffering. Ji Qingwu looked away and saw a half-eaten bowl of millet porridge on the cabinet behind Tao Wanyin. She was thin and weak, clearly not eating well here. Today, she also learned that Tao Laogong was in prison, which made her very sad. Still, she forced herself to eat half a bowl, probably for some reason. The pulse report Ji Qingwu saw was a thick stack of papers, kept every day since the Princess Yong entered Annal Hall. If she truly didn't want this child, she could simply refuse the doctor. After so many years of trying, she wouldn't give up just because she was disappointed in King Yong. As long as there was even a small chance, a mother wouldn't give up. Ji Qingwu saw her stubbornness and said, Your body is weak, and the baby is growing slowly. Even if you use the medicine I gave you before, there's still a risk of miscarriage. Hearing this, Tao Wanyin's brow furrowed even tighter. Ji Qingwu continued, But there's an even bigger risk. If this continues, the princess might give birth to a child who is mentally challenged. One day, if the princess feels like giving up on life, she could end it by drowning herself or hanging herself. But that abandoned, mentally challenged child would have a much harder life. When she heard the words, mentally challenged child, Tao Wanyin glared angrily. Hearing about hanging herself, her face twisted, and her emotions were stirred by Ji Qingwu's words, making her unable to hide her feelings anymore. If the princess doesn't care, just pretend I never said anything. Ji Qingwu smiled indifferently. The person in charge, Madame Chow, said I could only stay here for a little while. Since it's getting late, and the princess doesn't want me to check her pulse, I will leave now. Tao Wanyin's throat moved, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. Ji Qingwu turned and walked out without stopping. Tao Wanyin watched her figure leave, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Behind her, a woman's mournful crying sounded, loud and uncontrollable, losing any gentle or proper appearance. You all want to force me. Father. The prince. Even the baby in my belly. No one cares about what I think. Things I don't want to do, you all insist. Her crying grew weaker. What did Elder Tao force her to do? Did the Prince of Eternal Force also pressure her? When Ji Qingwu turned back, Tao Wanin had already fainted from crying, collapsing onto a cabinet behind her, knocking over the porridge bowl. When Tao Wanin woke up, she found herself half leaning in a soft, fragrant embrace, just like when her mother held her as a child. But her biological mother had long since died by her own hand, and the Tao family no longer truly cared for her. She was the child left by her first mother. She had to work harder than her sisters to make her father notice her. Elder Tao loved poetry and literature. She read constantly, day and night, earning a reputation as a talented woman among the noble ladies in linen. But her father's love was not genuine. It was based on whether he thought she was worth loving, and only then did he show her some affection. If she could do it all over again, she would rather be illiterate, so she wouldn't be pushed in front of Elder Tao and nearly fall into endless despair. Seeing her open her eyes and stare blankly at the mold on the wall, silent and unresponsive, Ji Qingwu withdrew her hands from pressing on her 2 acupoints, letting her lie flat on the bed, then shook her sore wrist. Tao Wanin reached out empty-handed, trying to hold on to that warmth. Ji Qingwu took a step back, standing in front of the bed, and said, "Princess, your body can't handle too much emotional fluctuation, or even I won't be able to save you." Tao Wanin mocked herself. "What's the point of you saving me? This is all my own fault. I can't tell good people from bad, so I deserve to be played with." After releasing her intense emotions, she felt her inner turmoil clear, and her mind became much more open. Jikingwood gently tucked her hand into the yellowed quilt, not minding the dirtiness of the shared bed, and carefully straightened the corner of the blanket for her. She spoke calmly. "Now, you're not the only one facing the consequences." Tao Wanian's previously lowered eyes suddenly widened, and she looked directly at Jikingwu. Jikingwu asked, "Do you want to know who that person is, Your Highness?" Tao Wanian didn't reply, but her eyes sparkled with hope. "I'll tell you when your pulse condition improves," Jikingwu said. She then added, "This time, I really have to leave." After taking a few steps, Tao Wanian called out to her. "Qingwu." With a dull look in her eyes, she asked, "Is it really true that there's no hope for my father's situation?" Jikingwu turned around and observed her expression. "If the Tao family can save your life, that is a great luck." Tao Wanian seemed both sad and relieved at the same time. He should have died a long time ago. Jikingwu reached the door, but stopped in her tracks. Was Tao Wanian so angry at her father? "He deserves to go too, they all do." Jikingwu gently stroked her small fingers, watching Tao Wanian lying there, murmuring to herself. She didn't know what was going on with old Tao's case. But the Princess Yong might know more secrets that others didn't. Jikingwu said, "Rest well. I'll come to see you again next time." After leaving Annal Hall, she prepared herself mentally. Sure enough, behind the stone lion at the entrance, another person suddenly appeared. "Fourth cousin, how is Wanin?" Jikingwu replied impatiently. "Still alive." Yongwang looked puzzled. "More details?" Jikingwu said. "She's dying." Yongwang's bright expression suddenly faded. Seeing him look so listless, with no sinister gleam in his eyes, Jikingwu found him somewhat more agreeable. However, she attributed this to Zhao Minghong and Emperor Wu Sudi being brothers, as they still bore some resemblance in appearance. Thanks to this slight resemblance, her tone softened a bit. "Your Highness, your health is severely weakened. Although the pregnancy is unstable, it can still be saved." Yongwang's eyes were bloodshot. "But the doctor said this child can't be saved." Jikingwu asked, "Do you believe the imperial doctor, or do you believe me?" Prince Yong remembered the bad prescription and still hadn't recovered. Naturally, he trusted Jikingwu more. "I definitely believe you. That's why I came to find you," he asked. "Did she say anything? Do you want to know what she said?" "Did she mention me?" Jikingwu recalled the princess's cry earlier and nodded. "Yes, she mentioned you." Prince Yong's dull eyes began to brighten again. "What did she say? Was she worried that I wouldn't eat well or stay warm like she usually does?" "No, she didn't mention anything like that. Hearing his fanciful thoughts, Jikingwa said, "What exactly did you pressure the princess into, that she's been so upset about it that she almost went crazy?" Prince Yong said, "How could I force her to do?" He stopped mid-sentence, realizing what he had done before. But it was her fault first. Jikingwa looked at Prince Yong clenching his fists, thinking of Tao Wanin's pale face after crying herself to exhaustion. Her eyes flickered. The rift between these two was like a great chasm, only reparable with Nua's patching stone. No one knew what had happened to cause their relationship to break so badly. Prince Yong quickly pulled himself together and said, "Fifth cousin, Wanin's health is in your care. Whatever you want, just tell me. Anything I have, I can give to you." Jikingwa replied, "There's nothing on the prince's body that I fancy." Prince Yong clenched his fists tighter. Jikingwa looked at his hand, and Prince Yong quickly loosened it. Even when beaten by his older brother, he had never been so helpless. Jikingwa thought for a moment and realized she could ask Prince Yong for help with something.
"There's something you can help me with," she said.
Prince Yong hurriedly asked, "What is it?" "How about fighting?" Jikingwa examined his build and, comparing him to someone else, stroked her chin. "Fighting is not good, but enduring a beating is okay." Prince Yong thought to himself, "This is just the person I need." He confidently said, "I've been fighting since I was young. No problem with fighting." So the two of them, standing by the stone lion at the entrance of Anil Hall, quickly discussed a plan that was not very well thought out and a bit drafty. Ji Qinggu and Prince Yong entered Sinang Palace together. The Empress Dowager and Old Lady Ji had finished their discussion. Xiao's expression looked a little strange. When the people in the hall saw these two arrive together, they looked surprised. Ji Qingwu had been in the Imperial Garden for a long time. Could it be that right after the Tao family's trouble, Prince Yong went to bother her? The Empress Dowager said, "Minghong, come here. Mother has something to tell you." Prince Yong went to the side of the phoenix seat. The Empress Dowager said, "Everyone sitting here is not an outsider." She also looked at Ji Qingwu carefully and said to Prince Yong, "Minghong, these are your relatives." Prince Yong immediately understood what the Empress Dowager meant. He looked at Ji Qingwu and received a disapproving glance from her. Xiao's also looked at Ji Qingwu. When she saw Xiao Wu shake her head, she relaxed. The Empress Dowager continued, "Old Tao committed a serious crime. Although the officials are tight-lipped, some news still got out. Most of the disaster relief money went into his and his followers' pockets. Such disloyal and unfaithful people are not fit to be related to the royal family." Prince Yong nodded and said, "I understand. That's why I kept my distance during today's court session and didn't speak out." Old Tao got what he deserved. The Empress Dowager sighed and said, "Minghong, there's no need to protect the Tao family anymore." With the Tao family able to support Prince Yong, the Empress Dowager tolerated many of his actions. But now that the Tao family has fallen, Tao Wanin can no longer hold the position of Prince Yong's wife. The Empress Dowager said, "I will discuss with the Emperor later and issue an edict to remove Tao Wanin from her title as Prince Yong's wife." Prince Yong frowned and said, "But Tao Wanin still bears my child. She is my legitimate wife." The Empress Dowager looked at his expression and said, "Minghong, you can have another wife and still have a legitimate child. Tao Wanin is the daughter of a sinner. Her children cannot inherit the throne. Have you forgotten that?" Prince Yong replied, "Mother, have you already looked into other noble ladies for me? There's no need to bother. You know my temper. When I wanted to marry Tao Wanin, I went to my brother to ask for her. Now that the wife is to be dismissed, I must agree to it." Ji Qingwu looked up directly at Prince Yong. It was rare to see such a proud yet serious expression on his face. Finally, he looked like a true member of the royal family. Prince Yong stood up loudly and declared, "No one is allowed to touch the title of Princess Yong of the Tao family." Then he said, "I will take my leave now so I won't disturb Mother and the family." Watching Prince Yong walk away quickly, the Empress Dowager sighed repeatedly, "This troublemaker, he's really born to cause me suffering." On the carriage home, old Madame Ji looked at Ji Qinggu with a strange expression, as if she was both pleased and somewhat dissatisfied. Ji Qinggu leaned closer to Mrs. Qiao and whispered, "Mother, what did you and the Empress Dowager discuss in her palace?" Mrs. Chow replied, "Not much, just a little chat. I heard that the Wei family is in chaos, and the old lady of the Wei family hasn't eaten or drunk these days." Ji Qingwu thought about the strict and dignified old lady Wei, who was capable of managing the family. It was hard to imagine her resisting her grandson's hunger strike. Mrs. Chiao said, "Wei Ting's determination to marry your sister is stronger than anyone expected. Originally, this was a joke everyone in the city was laughing at about the Ji family. Now, things have turned around. Wei Ting refused to give up on marriage, and the old lady even threatened to die, causing chaos in the family." The Empress Dowager and old Madame Ji both felt very pleased to see the proud Wei family so upset. Back home, Ji Qingwu was drawing with Chu Chu. Spring Hua, who was nearby, brought good news. "Miss Fifth, the matriarch asked me to tell you that the letter from Huainan has arrived. The old master has been released from prison." Ji Qingwu calculated in her mind. It really took about 3 hours. Now, everyone in the house could sleep peacefully tonight. At night, Ji Qingwu thought about what would happen the next morning. She looked forward to it, a smile on her face as she fell asleep. The next day, during the morning court, because of the matter with old Master Tao, more than 20 of his followers were identified. The emperor's expression remained calm. He spoke, "Tao Changhai embezzled disaster relief funds, exploited the people, deceived the authorities, and acted recklessly. If such a treacherous official is not removed today, the court's discipline will never be strict. Without removing this evil, the government cannot be cleansed and the officials cannot be disciplined." The hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He continued in a calm voice, "Now that the evidence is clear, he must be executed immediately. His family and accomplices involved in the case will be thoroughly investigated and eliminated." The cries of the guilty officials begging for mercy were drowned out by the loud shouts of the courtiers praising the emperor's wisdom. Additionally, Ji Balian's case was quickly concluded yesterday, and officials from the Court of Judicial Review were dispatched overnight to the Grand Governor of Liangjiang back to court for trial. Today's court was very tense. Seeing his former colleagues being dragged out by guards, the officials looked worried. When Emperor Wu Su announced the end of the court session with a calm tone, everyone exchanged glances and realized they were all sweating heavily. They thought today's events had been intense enough. But just as the emperor left, chaos broke out in the court. 2 groups of officials started fighting at the gate of the Golden Palace. After Emperor Wu Su disappeared from view, Prince Yong was the first to leave the hall. He was hiding at the door, waiting for a glimpse of Wei Ting's shadow. He shouted, "You think you can marry my cousin?
Dream on."
Prince Yong rushed forward and kicked him hard twice. Everyone was surprised that someone dared to fight during court hours. Wei Ting was caught off guard and took 2 solid kicks to his chest and stomach, staggering back a few steps. He cursed softly in pain. Then, Wei Ting quickly knocked Prince Yong down. Prince Yong had already made arrangements, knowing he couldn't win in a fight with Wei Ting, and had informed officials loyal to him. As soon as Wei Ting steadied himself, a group of officials in bright red robes, mixed with a few in dark blue, rushed at him. They included both civil and military officials. Meanwhile, the soldiers under General Jinbei, seeing their general being attacked, didn't hesitate and charged forward. But they were no match for Prince Yong's group, who had been fighting in Linen for a long time. Even with a big difference in strength, the 2 sides clashed fiercely. Lu Jun, the heir of the loyal and brave marquis, who was passing by, first frowned and kept back, worried about getting hurt. But when he saw who was fighting at the center, he looked around, then quietly moved closer to the chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, he kicked one of the generals who was too busy to defend himself, hitting his leg. Then, he calmly headed toward the Qingjing Hall. When Lu Jun arrived, the young servant at the door was nervously whispering to Li Yuzong. Li, the chief steward, was so shocked that his old face stretched out in surprise. How could such a big mess happen in just a short time? When seeing Lu Jun, Li Yuzong quickly composed himself and said, "Lord Lu, the emperor is waiting for you in the hall." Lu Jun replied, "Officially, I will report to the emperor about what happened in the previous dynasty." Li Yuzong hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lord Lu. I will send someone to check ahead." Lu Jun raised his hand to stop him and signaled, officially, wait until I report to His Majesty first. Then you can send someone over. In the Hall of Diligent Governance, the scent of incense filled the air, adding to the peaceful and calm atmosphere of the place. Lu Jun bowed and said, Your servant greets the Emperor. The Wu Sudi closed his memorial and casually tossed it aside. When he looked up, he noticed that Lu Jun's expression was unusual. What happened? Lu Jun respectfully replied, Your Majesty, there is a fight at the entrance of the Golden Lawn Hall. The Emperor paused with his brush in hand, frowned slightly, and looked at the person in front of him. Lu Jun continued under the Emperor's stern gaze. The fighters are Prince Yong and General Jinbei. The Wu Sudi put down his brush and said coldly, They have no personal grudge. Why are they fighting? From what I heard, Prince Yong was upset because Wei Ting wanted to marry Miss Ji from the Ji family. He got angry and rushed in. The fight is quite intense now. The Emperor looked surprised and raised an eyebrow. They're still fighting? Prince Yong's poor martial skills wouldn't be enough to hold Wei Ting back. Lu Jun said, Your Majesty, Prince Yong's followers all rushed in, so the scene is evenly matched. We don't know who will win yet, the Emperor scolded. Nonsense. But he didn't give any orders on what to do. Instead, he happily continued to review his documents. It wasn't until both sides were exhausted that Li Yuzong arrived with his delayed guards to break up the fight. Ji Qingwu went to a medical clinic on the street in the morning. When they met again after a few days, the place looked very different. It was more carefully decorated, with new wash basins and copper mirrors. Mi Zhenchuan said, These things were all bought and arranged by Miss Mo herself. Mo Lingling modestly smiled and said, Uncle Mi, you're too kind. I just went along and followed what you decided. It seemed Mo Lingling had quickly adapted and integrated well into this place. Ji Qingwu walked to the window and saw several people dressed in black walking back and forth nearby, clearly members of the Imperial City Office. She asked, Has Lord Duan come by recently? Mo Lingling was cleaning a glass box with medicinal herbs when she heard this and almost dropped the box in surprise. I haven't met with him privately. Seeing her nervous expression, Ji Qingwu smiled and said, I mean, has he come to see me? Mi Zhenchuan replied, Lord Duan hasn't come, but lately, I often see him appear at the street corner in the evenings. Mo Lingling, holding a cloth, kept wiping the table repeatedly. Ji Qingwu walked over to the newly arrived bag of herbs and said, Next time you see Lord Duan, tell him I want to see him. Mi Zhenchuan nodded in agreement, and Mo Lingling lowered her head silently. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, the waiter spoke up about recent events in Linen. Just now, a large group of soldiers went to the Tao residence. I heard the Emperor ordered a house search, and Lord Tao is about to be executed. Mi Zhenchuan said, That old Tao seems to be a man of integrity. Who would have thought he would secretly take disaster relief silver and grain with local officials? People can be so different inside and out. It's a pity about his beautiful writings. Ji Qingwu opened a bag of herbs, took a small amount to smell, and asked, Have you all met Lord Tao? Mi Zhenchuan replied, That old man likes to wear white clothes. He looks refined and gentle, with a calm way of speaking. Suddenly, Mo Lingling threw her cloth onto the counter, startling everyone. She said, He's just a shameless official who shows off his knowledge. A hypocrite with a false appearance. It's better if he just dies early. Ji Qingwu looked surprised and asked, Did you also have a grudge against him? Mo Lingling looked around, then went to the door and closed it. After finishing, she looked at Mi Zhenchuan and the young servant. The shopkeeper understood and said, Miss Wu, there are some account books upstairs that haven't been balanced yet. I'll go handle that first. Then he called the young servant to go with him. Only the two of them remained in the room. Mo Lingling pulled a chair in front of Ji Qingwu, sat down and said, Miss Ji, that Tao Changhai is just a shameless, pretentious official. During her time at Two Fragrance Pavilion, Mo Lingling had never seen any dirty deeds. The fact that she was so angry shows how much she knew about Tao Changhai's character. Thinking of the queen consort lying on the bed in Annal Hall, expressing her anger about her father's early death, her face full of resentment. Ji Qingwu's heart sank. She asked, Do you know this old official? Mo Lingling replied, I don't recognize him. Tao Changhai usually doesn't come to our pavilion, but he keeps some new girls for himself when they arrive. Many officials in the court enjoy visiting courtesans. There are about 100 official courtesans in Two Fragrance Pavilion. However, Tao the old official claims to be a cultured scholar and cares a lot about his reputation. He wouldn't normally visit a brothel. It seems he's a respected figure among officials. But in reality, he chooses some new girls from the pavilion every month, secretly sending them into Tao's residence through the back door, then sending them back once he's tired of playing. If it was just for that, she probably wouldn't be so upset. Ji Qingwu asked, do you know anything else? Mo Lingling said, Miss Ji, these words are not easy to hear, and I shouldn't say them. But now that Tao Changhai is about to fall from power, I've been waiting for this day. Ji Qingwu asked, what exactly happened? Did he also mistreat you? Mo Lingling's eyes showed a bit of pride as she said, no way. I wouldn't look at that old man. Anyone who enters my room must have my approval. That's the confidence of the women working at Two Fragrance Pavilion. Ji Qingwu quickly understood and said, so, the women sent into Tao's house must have had issues. Mo Lingling nodded and said bitterly, all the women sent there were new girls just entering the pavilion. They should have been trained for a few more years before being assigned, but Tao didn't want the older ones. Ji Qingwu, who also has a daughter, frowned tightly. Mo Lingling continued, and it wasn't just one girl each time. I saw some of them being carried back into the pavilion, and not a single one was unharmed. She then said with pain, that man is a ruthless beast. Such a person should be executed by beheading. That would be a mercy for him. At this moment, Ji Qingwu thought of something else. She realized that Tao the old official's hidden habits must be known to the queen consort. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said those words. If it weren't for the case involving embezzlement of disaster relief funds, which eventually exposed him, who knows how many more young girls he would have harmed. However, what Tao Wanin said was,
They.
Ji Qingwu asked, Miss Mo, do you know if anyone besides Tao Changhai has this kind of habit? Mo Lingling thought for a moment and replied, this has always been kept secret in the pavilion. I only found out by chance a couple of years ago. I asked the elders in the pavilion, but they know less than I do. She said, if Miss Ji wants to know, I will try to find out. Ji Qingwu shook her head and said, since you've left the Two Fragrant Pavilions, even if you spend a lot of money to ask around, they won't tell you the truth. Mo Lingling scratched her head and said, how does Miss Ji know I want to bribe someone in the pavilion, instead of using other methods? Ji Qingwu looked at her and said, are you planning to use emotional appeal? If the person in charge of the pavilion finds out you've leaked information, the consequences will be serious. No one would risk their life to speak out. In a place like the Two Fragrant Pavilions, where feelings are looked down upon, the only useful thing is money to buy off the troublemakers. But now, even that is useless in the face of power. Being involved in such dirty work with Pavilion Elder Tao and hiding behind the scenes only means that someone more influential is behind it. That day, Ji Qingwu was busy all morning. After finishing at the medical clinic, she and a few others went next door to try some exotic dishes. Before she finished eating, a little who had been following Crown Prince Yong yesterday disguised himself as a servant and approached her. The restaurant was crowded and noisy, so Ji Qingwu borrowed a quiet private room from the owner. After the door was closed, the little anxiously said, Miss Ji, please save my lord. Ji Qingwu asked in surprise, what happened to your lord? Was he seriously injured by Wei Ting? The deal she made with Crown Prince Yong was to have him teach Wei Ting a lesson to ease her frustration. Ji Qingwu didn't believe that Crown Prince Yong could beat Wei Ting, who had a military background. She just wanted to make Wei Ting uncomfortable. Moreover, if Crown Prince Yong got a few hits, it would also relieve her previous resentment. Crown Prince Yong is a prince of this dynasty, so Wei Ting would be cautious if he made a move. They didn't have deep hatred, so it wouldn't be a life-and-death fight. The little replied, the lord only has some superficial injuries. He's not in serious trouble for now. Jing Qingwu let out a deep breath and simply said, then why am I being asked to go? The prince only has a minor injury. Just find a regular doctor to treat him. The young worriedly said. The emperor was furious when he found out the prince caused trouble at the Golden Throne Hall. The prince is kneeling outside the Diligent Governance Hall, and he's been there for over 2 hours. The sun is very strong now. If anything happens to him, Jing Qingwu stopped his worried speech. It's okay. Sunbathing can help strengthen bones. She offered a suggestion. You can go ask the Empress Dowager. She might have a way to help your prince. The young looked distressed. The Empress Dowager already went there, but the emperor refused to see her. When the Empress Dowager heard about Prince Yong and Wei Ting fighting and being punished to kneel, she hurried to see him, but was turned away by Li Yuzong. Jing Qingwu rested her chin on her hand and asked, Do you think if I go to speak for Prince Yong, the emperor might get even angrier? The young was stunned. Why would he get angrier? Jing Qingwu didn't believe Prince Yong wouldn't think of this. If she got involved, it might cause Emperor Wu Su to punish him even more. She said, Your prince still has something to tell you. Just tell me everything. The young then relayed all of Prince Yong's words. Prince Yong said, If Miss Jing doesn't agree to rescue me, then she'll have to talk with the princess for a while. Jing Qingwu looked understanding. She had her own matters to attend to and wanted to ask Tao Wanyin in person. As they left the private room, they happened to see the door to the innermost room open and a few people came out. Jing Qingwu glanced at them and then turned her gaze back as usual. But after turning away, she slightly frowned. The leader of these people was the man who had mistaken the medical clinic for a restaurant and barged in from Shijing last time. His silver-gray eyes with a hint of blue looked vacant and pure, unforgettable at first sight. Jing Qingwu went downstairs first. The man pushed open the window and looked at her back for a long time before leaving with the others behind him. They returned to the entrance of Annal Hall. The young knocked on the door and handed Chao Posey a larger bag of silver than yesterday. Chao Posey didn't say much this time, directly opening the door to let Jing Qingwu in. She changed into her dull gray clothes again and quickly passed by the palace maids who were washing. First-year student, familiar after 2 visits, Ji Qingwu didn't need Chao Posey to lead the way and went straight into the room. After pushing the door open, he saw Tao Wanyin still in her usual spot. She was leaning against the cabinet behind her, threading a string. Her skin still looked dry, but her complexion had improved somewhat. Ji Qingwu approached, and Tao Wanyin lifted her head, her eyes brightening as she said, I wondered why I smelled a fresh scent earlier. Now I see it was you. What is the princess doing? Ji Qingwu looked at the dark green thread wrapped around her fingers. Tao Wanyin said, The jade pendant string my mother left me has come loose. I'm tightening it again. She pulled hard, tying a new knot. Maybe my mother, watching from heaven, sensed he was going to, and wanted to comfort me. Ji Qingwu sat beside her and said, Master Tao has been ordered to be executed. The punishment will be carried out at noon tomorrow. Tao Wanyin burst into laughter. As she laughed, tears appeared to her eyes, but she was no longer wild like yesterday. She held the string in her hand and looked outside. The afternoon sun is shining brightly, but unfortunately, this room faces east, so the lovely sunlight can't come in. Ji Qingwu handed her a silk handkerchief. Tao Wanyin didn't take it, but casually wiped her tears with her sleeve that were running down her chin. I appreciate your kindness, but I am in this peaceful hall. Using such a fine silk handkerchief only reminds me of the past, Ji Qingwu said. The princess won't stay here forever. Now is a good chance to see if she can seize it. Tao Wanyin finished threading the jade pendant onto the string and placed it under her pillow. She said to him, Qingwu, I know you mean well. You don't need to try to persuade me. Others see me suffering here, but I know in my heart that I've only had a few peaceful days. The Tao family hasn't come to see me. You don't know how relaxed I feel. Ji Qingwu said, The princess can go out for a walk. Although she is confined in this peaceful hall, it doesn't mean she is to stay inside this room. Tao Wanyin looked through the window at the sunlight on the low, withered tree in the yard. Ji Qingwu knew she wanted to go out. He said, I will accompany you outside to enjoy the sun, which is good for the baby in your belly. Before going out, I heard a loud argument outside. From the window, I saw several palace maids and Inxiang fighting near the laundry area. They were using their many hands to splash dirty water from washing clothes onto Yin Xiang, and even threw unwashed dirty clothes at her. Seeing this, Tao Wanyin stepped outside and said, "What are you doing?"
Stop it.
The palace maid replied, "Oh, isn't it the Princess Yong? Should we kneel to greet her?" A more arrogant maid sneered, "Yes, what right do we have to be here? We share food and living space with the noble princess, and even this little servant girl is so proud." Tao Wanyin asked, "What did she do wrong? Why are you treating her like this?" The maid said, "We're just teaching her manners. She dared to splash manure water at our feet. Her heart is so dirty. We're just helping her wash it away." Yin Xiang didn't dare shout back at the maids, but yelled loudly at Tao Wanyin, "Why are you coming out? Don't you know why they're bullying me? It's because I am your servant girl. They take out their anger on me because of you." Ji Qingwu stood at the door, watching them. Tao Wanyin calmly said, "Yin Xiang, I haven't done anything. Why are you blaming me?" "Because you do nothing." Yin Xiang was soaked, her hair dripping water. She angrily said, "You see me being pushed around and bullied, but you just watch coldly. Even when we were in the palace, you saw one concubine after another being brought in, but you wouldn't give me a chance."
Tao Wanyin replied, "You."
Yin Xiang shouted, "What kind of princess are you? The prince has long disliked you. That's why you're the joke of the whole city." She became more reckless. "Even if I am the eldest daughter of the Tao family, so what? When the Tao family was destroyed, I was just as worthless as you." This servant girl, who grew up with her and was like a sister, was scolding her. Ji Qingwu watched Tao Wanyin's expression, worried she might faint or become too angry. Tao Wanyin looked at Yin Xiang and after a moment said, "I didn't know you saw me like this. It's hard for me to believe you've been pretending all this time." She took a step forward and asked, "So, is the master's bed comfortable? Has the prince promised to give you a title?" She listened carefully at the door to hear how Yin Xiang begged the Yong and how difficult her days inside had been. Yin Xiang has long wanted to leave herself. It was only because Prince Yong asked her to stay that she continued to accompany her useless master. Tao Wanyin's breathing was unsteady, but her voice was clear and firm. "You say I have a worthless life, but even if I die now, I will still be Princess Yong and buried in the royal tomb. And you, after suffering here until you die, will only be rolled up in a straw mat and thrown onto a mass grave." Yin Xiang picked up the basin still unwashed beside her and raised it to throw at her. Tao Wanyin gently stroked her belly and said bravely, "If you have the courage, go ahead and splash. You know how much the prince values the child in my belly. If something happens to the baby, guess what the prince will do?" Yin Xiang's body trembled, unsure if it was from the cold or from her words. Ji Qingwu showed a faint smile. True peace would never come to Annal Hall. The Princess Yong still needed to be slapped by someone she once trusted, so she would wake up. In this situation, if she didn't save herself, no one else could truly help her. Tao Wanyin turned around and saw Ji Qingwu standing in the light, her face shining like gold, with a warm smile she had been longing for. Back in a room, Tao Wanyin took the initiative to speak. "Qingwu, what was the opportunity you mentioned earlier to leave here? Before that, I hope the princess can tell me everything." Tao Wanyin nodded. Ji Qingwu asked directly, "Who are they?" Tao Wanyin suddenly shivered, and her eyes trembled uncontrollably. Ji Qingwu said, "I already know about Tao Gelao's special habits." "You already know?" Tao Wanyin clenched her fingers tightly, trying to calm herself quickly. "Princess, did he force you to do something? Did he?" Tao Wanyin bit her lip and shook her head.
"He's not that beastly.
He wouldn't hurt his own daughter." Then she tremblingly said, "But he's worse than a beast. He once sent me to someone else. At that time, she was only 10 years old. Because she lost her mother at a young age, and her stepmother didn't take good care of her, she knew nothing. Until the night she married Prince Yong. That night, the wedding should have been full of love and trust. There was no fallen red flower on the bed. Facing the deep red eyes of Prince Yong, Tao Wanyin covered her body with a quilt. In her mind, she recalled everything that had happened before. She realized what that night meant when Tao Changhai took her to a large courtyard. Prince Yong angrily tore the quilt off her. She trembled and stared at him, but he only stubbornly held the quilt and lay down on the ground. Out of concern for her reputation, this matter was not made public. But since that night, Prince Yong never entered her room again. He was depressed for about half a year, then one day, as if he had understood something, he told her to forget what happened and still wanted to be close to her. But it was too late. Worse problems that were hard to talk about appeared. Whenever Tao Wanyin saw a man's private parts, she couldn't help but feel like vomiting. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Seeing her rejection, Prince Yong, angry and feeling entitled as a man, tried to force himself on her because he thought he was stronger. Tao Wanyin struggled but couldn't move, and she vomited all over him. She still remembers how pale Prince Yong looked when he left, even paler than her. Feeling guilty, after that, Prince Yong decided to marry a concubine. She nodded and agreed to take a secondary wife. They lived together in a distant, strained way for a few years. Prince Yong's ability to attract women grew stronger, and the backyard of the palace was almost full of flirtatious women. Until Tao's family secretly told her that if she couldn't give birth to the main heir of the palace, her younger sister would be sent over. Her sisters would be even more difficult to deal with than the concubine Du Yufeng. Tao Wanyin then decided to invite Prince Yong over. But between them, there was no real love anymore. Lying on the same bed, they were just forcing themselves to be together, unwilling and unfeeling. Tao Wanyin's face turned very pale as she tried to hold back her nausea, with no joy at all. Prince Yong also looked like he was suffering, with veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down onto her. After that, Prince Yong would come to the main courtyard a few times each year. Tao Wanyin endured each visit like a punishment. Over time, she improved a little. She no longer vomited, but she still felt sick inside. The most recent time she thought of was when she received Ji Qingwu's prescription. That time, after being with Prince Yong, she couldn't get aroused. She thought it was the last time, and surprisingly, she didn't feel pain or nausea. Seeing Tao Wanyin's face change from pale to slightly pink, Jing Qingwu softly said, "Princess." Tao Wanyin took the jade pendant from under her pillow, holding it as if to give herself more courage. She calmly said, "Qingwu, I know what you want to ask. I was blindfolded when I was taken in, and after so long, I can only vaguely remember that person's voice." Jing Qingwu nodded quietly, watching her patiently. Tao Wanyin continued slowly. "What I'm sure of is that the person back then was probably a high-ranking official even more powerful than my father." She remembered the humble tone when Tao Chonghai spoke. Jing Qingwu said, "There will be clues. At that time, your father was only an internal court scholar. He must have done this to seek fame or profit. Let's check if his official position was promoted that year and who recommended him." She thought carefully. "Or maybe your father made a big mistake and needed someone to cover for him. We can investigate these two possibilities to find out who that person was." As soon as she finished speaking, Tao Wanyin excitedly grabbed her hand. "I never thought of this before. My father is a man who profits from everything. He must have gained something from this." Then she asked with a fearful look, "But with our strength, even if we find out, can we beat him?" Looking at the thin fingers of Princess Yong, Jing Qingwu calmly said, "That person probably has more than one weakness. Having once been on the same boat as old Tao, they knew each other's secrets. Maybe this person is the other big target that Emperor Wu Sudi wants to catch." After checking Tao Wanyin's pulse, Jing Qingwu stroked her chin and said, "Princess, this place is not as safe as the palace. You need to be very careful. When I go back, I will prepare some pregnancy-safe pills for you. Take a few every day and it should be fine." Tao Wanyin didn't want to trouble her too much. "Qingwu, just give me the prescription. When the imperial doctor comes, they can also prepare the medicine here." Jing Qingwu sighed inwardly. Yong wants to leave Tao Wanyin's pregnancy entirely to her. Since she made a deal with Yong, she will take full responsibility. She knew that preparing the prescription was more convenient, and boiling the medicine would be more effective. But now, the situation is urgent. Tao family is at risk of complete destruction, and saving Princess Yong is already difficult. The Empress Dowager plans to depose Yong as wife. If there were no children, Tao Wanin's life would become very difficult. She needs to be extra careful now. Just like the last time she gave the Empress Dowager a medicinal recipe, Emperor Wu Su said that if someone in the palace used it for their own purposes, it would be bad. It would be better if she made the medicine into pills and sent them over sealed. Ji Qinggu whispered, "Princess, without the Tao family, your situation in Annal Hall will only get worse." The Empress Dowager is planning to persuade the prince to dismiss the princess. Hearing this, Tao Wanin was stunned for a moment. Then she said weakly, "If they want to dismiss me, so be it. I just want this child to be safe and sound." Ji Qinggu shook his head and said, "Even if the princess wants to be at ease, the Yom King won't agree." She straightforwardly said, "The reason I came is because the Yom King knelt before me and exchanged conditions with me." Tao Wanin's jade pendant slipped from her hand onto the ground. Ji Qinggu bent down to pick it up and placed it back in her hand. Today, the princess's jade pendant chain was loosened. "Maybe it's because your mother is watching over you from heaven, knowing someone sincerely cares for you like she did, and feels more at ease." After Ji Qinggu left, Tao Wanin looked down at the jade in her palm, which shone faintly without any impurities. At the Qingjing Palace entrance. Outside, the sun was scorching, and the two had been kneeling all afternoon. The Empress Dowager came and went. Consort Wei came and went. Their shadows moved from west to east. Li Yuzong was nearby, exhausted from trying to persuade them. Yong King and Wei Ting seemed to be competing, neither willing to speak a word to ask the emperor to calm down. Emperor Wu Su had already finished reviewing the memorials, leaning on the throne, drinking tea, and reading books. Li Yuzong quietly entered the hall and said, "Your Majesty, I see that the prince is sweating heavily and his skin is red from the sun. If he kneels any longer, he might faint." Emperor Wu Su turned a page of his book casually and said, "How is General Jinbei?" Li Yuzong replied, "General Wei is kneeling straight and tall. He's from the Northern Army, and even after so long, he hasn't moved a bit." Yong King was almost lying on the ground, twisted and leaning. The Wei Ting knelt before is still the same now. Emperor Wu Su slammed an ancient book onto the desk with a loud bang. Li Yuzong quickly lowered his head and said, "My apologies, Your Majesty. This General Wei is really bold. He even dares to hit the prince. He should be severely punished." Then he heard Emperor Wu Su say, "Bring the person from Annal Hall." At this moment, heading to Annal Hall, Li Yuzong asked, "Does Your Majesty want to see the Princess Yong?" Wu Sudi replied, "Bring both of them here together." Two people? Li Yuzong didn't have time to think much, so he ordered Xiao Dongzi to serve carefully, then took his people and went to Annal Hall. Jing Qinggu was about to change clothes in a side room when he heard a commotion at the door. The punished palace maids stopped their work and lined up, while a few women smiled and greeted the person entering. Madame Chao smiled so broadly that her eyes squinted into slits. "What wind blew, lordly here? You could just send someone from your team. Why come yourself?" Li Yuzong rarely came to places like Annal Hall. As soon as he entered, he wrinkled his nose, feeling the place smelled bad. "Why does your yard smell so strong?" The scent of the perfume spilled on the ground by Yin Xiang hadn't been cleaned up yet, and a woman pulled her out. Replying to Lord, "It's this new little troublemaker who doesn't know the rules, trying to splash someone with night-blooming jasmine." She added, "If Lord Li finds it bothersome, just deal with her. It's not worth troubling yourself over." Yin Xiang trembled and begged, "Lord Li, I didn't mean to do it." Li Yuzong didn't look carefully, but observed the side rooms around him. "Whether intentional or not, you handle it yourselves. I don't need to teach you the palace rules." He grabbed the woman pulling Yin Xiang and slapped her. "When the Lord speaks, it's not your place to talk." Yin Xiang, who had never been hit before near Tao Wanin, was momentarily dizzy from the. Li Yuzong stepped onto the stairs and said, "I am here on official orders." "Where is Princess Yong?" The Tao family was wiped out, so if he came to take the princess now, everyone understood it was for a reason. The princess wouldn't survive today. Madame Chao followed behind him, bowing and saying, "The princess doesn't have to do any work. She's just staying inside her room." Li Yuzong's face darkened. Only the princess is here, no one else? Madame Chow dared not reveal her bribery or allow others in, so she replied, there's no one else. Everyone in Annal Hall is in front of the Lord. Inside, it's only the princess. At this moment, Inxiang shouted loudly, there's another one who sneaked in. Lordly, I saw her. Please forgive me and let me go. Let her go. Li Yuzong glanced a few times and recognized her as the maidservant beside Princess Yong. He asked, are you Inxiang, the maidservant beside the princess? Seeing Li Yuzong recognize her, Inxiang struggled and knelt down to kowtow. I was helpless before, so I followed the wrongdoer. Now I am awake and have nothing to do with her. Li Yuzong ignored her plea for mercy and asked, who did you see come in? Inxiang replied, I saw someone sneaking in with old Madame Chow. I don't know what big plans they are plotting inside, but I never saw her leave. Please, Your Excellency, spare my life. Li Yuzong looked at old Madame Chow, who was so nervous she could hardly stand.
Sir.
Li Yuzong relaxed a little and said, hurry up and bring the person out. Old Madame Chow responded, I will go right now. She knocked loudly on the door several times. Li Yuzong shouted angrily, why are you knocking so loudly? Then, softly, he knocked a few more times near the door, and a smile appeared on his previously tense face after entering Annal Hall. Miss Ji, are you there? Ji Qinggu wanted to listen more. Maybe she wasn't the one being called. But when she heard Li Gonggong's voice, she understood that the emperor knew she was here. In front, Prince Yong and Wei Ting were still kneeling. If she got involved in the Tao family's affairs, she would surely face scolding. Ji Qingwu gently pushed open the door. Seeing her dressed in rough gray cloth, her hair and wrapped in coarse cloth, Li Yuzong exclaimed, Miss Ji, this outfit is not suitable for you. You should change into something else. Ji Qingwu quietly asked, are Prince Yong and the others still kneeling? Li Yuzong nodded. The emperor is still angry. I've been sent to ask the princess and you to come over. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment, but decided not to change her clothes. Let's go quickly. They arrived near the gate of the Qingxin Hall. At first glance, the two figures in front looked very different. Prince Yong was no longer kneeling. He was leaning sideways against a young, with a cushion under his knees. In contrast, Wei Ting was kneeling with great dignity, calm as if meditating. Ji Qingwu glanced and then pursed her lips, turning her head away. She ignored the rules and moved closer to Li Yuzong and the eunuchs, trying to hide herself behind their figures. Ji Qingwu didn't want others to know she had contact with the Princess Yong, nor did she want Wei Ting to notice a relationship with the emperor. Tao Wanin had already seen Prince Yong. She instinctively turned her head as if she hadn't seen anything. That young servant was sharp-eyed and saw Tao Wanin first. He said to Prince Yong, Prince, look. The princess is here, Zhao Minghong said. What are you shouting about? I haven't fainted yet and it's not time for strong medicine. Earlier, they had exchanged a secret signal. When Prince Yong was about to collapse, they would shout this phrase, which would be more effective than any medicine. Although Zhao Minghong's legs felt weak, he had a tough temper. He glanced at Wei Ting kneeling like a pine tree beside him. He forced out a word, as long as General Wei can hold on, I can stay with him. If it weren't for a previous deal with Ji Qinggu and for the safety of his wife and children, Zhao Minghong wouldn't have endured this long. The young pointed at the figure walking to their side, shaking Prince Yong to wake him up. Prince, look. The princess is right in front of us. Hearing the Tao Wanin faltered and staggered. Then she felt a gaze hotter than the midday sun directly on her back, making her spine ache slightly. Zhao Minghong suddenly knelt straight, no longer feeling pain in his legs or weakness in his feet. He was ready to kneel 300 more rounds. Ji Qingwu quickly lowered her head and hurriedly followed Li Gonggong into the palace. Wei Ting opened his eyes unknowingly, his gaze following the figure entering the hall. After Ji Qingwu entered, she let out a deep breath. Li Yuzong said, Your Majesty, the two from Annal Hall have been brought here. Then he stepped back to stand by the dragon pillar. Tao Wanin and Ji Qingwu both bowed. Emperor Wu Su lowered his eyes, looking at the two women in the hall, then shifted his gaze to one of them, his brow slightly furrowing. Ji Qingwu kept her head down, not daring to meet anyone's eyes in the hall. Tao Wanyin knelt again, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Please, your majesty, have mercy." On the way here, she had prepared countless words, but when she faced the emperor, she could only say these few words. Ji Qingwu quietly looked up. Ji Qingwu wanted to observe Emperor Wu Su's expression, so she had made plans in advance. However, he caught her in the act. Seeing him staring at her head, she was confused and reached up to touch the cloth bundle on her head. It was still wrapped tightly and securely, with no issues with her appearance. But Emperor Wu Su's brow furrowed even more deeply, and his face showed displeasure. Tao Wanyin knelt on the ground, trembling more intensely. Ji Qingwu softly said, "Your Majesty, the princess consort is still pregnant." Hearing her words, Emperor Wu Su's lips turned down in a stern line. Ji Qingwu quickly lowered her head again, leaving only a small gray cloth bundle visible on her head. After a moment, the emperor finally spoke, asking, "How long has the princess consort been kneeling at the palace gate?" Li Yuzong stepped forward respectfully and replied, "Since the end of the morning court, it has been 4 hours." Hearing that the princess consort had been kneeling for so long, Tao Wanyin didn't know what had angered Emperor Wu Su, and she thought it might be related to herself. She anxiously said, "Your Majesty, I know I am guilty. I dare not continue to hold the title of princess consort. Please do not blame the prince." Tao Wanyin's face, which had regained some color, suddenly turned pale again. Her back was soaked with sweat, showing her fear. Ji Qingwu wanted to protect the unborn child of the princess consort, so she had to lift her head again. Her bright eyes filled with tears and looked at the cold-faced emperor. Emperor Wu Su received her silent plea and first looked away. Ji Qingwu's gaze remained fixed on him. She wasn't sure if she had heard correctly, but it seemed he sighed. A cold, heavy voice came from above. Tao Wanyin hurriedly looked up in panic. These days, the princess consort has become more and more arrogant. Emperor Wu Su continued, "I called you here not to punish you, but because the princess consort openly challenged Wei Ting at the front hall today, fought with him, and still refuses to admit her mistake. I can give you a chance to make amends. It was not about punishing her, but because of the fight involving the princess consort." Having said this, Tao Wanyin understood the emperor's intention immediately. She quickly said, "I understand. I will go persuade the princess consort to admit her mistake and apologize to General Wei. I thank your majesty for your kindness." Emperor Wu Su waved his hand, and Tao Wanyin hurriedly stood up and left the hall. He added, "Li Yuzong, you stay at the door and watch." For a moment, only 2 people remained in the Grand Hall of Governance. Ji Qingwu first looked back at the door and saw that Li Yuzong had left, leaving the door slightly ajar. No one outside could see inside. Her courage immediately grew, and she stepped up a few stairs to stand before Emperor Wu Su. With an unhidden smile, she said, "Your Majesty's wise decision. I truly admire it." The emperor only glanced at her briefly, then turned his head, his gaze falling on the seal on the desk. He asked, "What is so wise?" On the way here, Ji Qingwu wasn't sure how the emperor would handle Princess Yong. She thought the emperor might follow the Empress Dowager's example and want to remove Tao Wanyin from her position, giving Princess Yong a suitable new match. But now it seemed the emperor had no intention of blaming Princess Yong. Ji Qingwu smiled sincerely and said, "Your Majesty looks cold on the outside, but your heart is warm. You can't bear to see Princess Yong lose someone she loves." Hearing her gentle voice, Emperor Wu felt lighter and more at ease. He finally looked at her directly and said in a serious tone, "It's not that I can't bear it." When their eyes met, Ji Qingwu immediately smiled even more brightly. Even in plain clothes, her beauty and charm could not be hidden. But Emperor Wu Su looked at her with some annoyance and asked, "What are you wearing?" Ji Qingwu looked down and saw that her clothes were neat and appropriate. Before, she had worn rougher clothes at the Southern Chu Clinic, but at least these didn't scratch her skin. "This is the attire worn by the palace servants at Annal Hall, and Princess Yong also wears it," she explained softly. The emperor said, "Why do you go to Annal Hall every day? Is that a place you're allowed to visit?" Ji Qingwu apologized politely and explained gently, I didn't mean to break palace rules. Princess Yong came to me, saying her pulse was not good. Noticing her cautious tone, Emperor Wu Su interrupted, There's no place in the palace you're not allowed to go. This made Ji Qingwu pause and ask, What do you mean, Your Majesty? The emperor sighed deeply this time. Annal Hall is where the palace servants who make mistakes are kept. It's a place with all kinds of people. Such a dirty place isn't suitable for you, he said. Ji Qingwu understood and felt her face heat up. She softly said, So, Your Majesty is worried about my safety. Not just your safety, there are many dirty corners in this world. I don't want you to see them. Emperor Wu Su didn't say that he also didn't want Ji Qingwu to see these places and become more afraid of the palace. He worried she would dislike the Phoenix Palace even more. Ji Qingwu looked back at him with a small but firm light in her eyes. But just avoiding isn't enough. Emperor Wu Su beckoned her with his hand. Ji Qingwu moved closer, and they were within reach. He ordered, Lower your head. Ji Qingwu obediently bent her neck, her eyes fixed on his thigh. In the next moment, the gray cloth on her head was pulled off, and her long black hair spilled out instantly. A few strands of hair slipped from Emperor Wu Su's dragon robe. Ji Qingwu straightened up, surprised. Your Majesty. The emperor's long fingers grabbed the gray cloth without looking at it and threw it into a nearby incense ash burner, without mercy. Ji Qingwu didn't understand why this cloth annoyed the emperor. She widened her eyes as she watched it fall into the ash, turning even more gray. Since Ji Qingwu entered the hall, Emperor Wu Su had been displeased. Your Majesty, why did you throw away my headscarf? Ji Qingwu pouted. The emperor said, What kind of headscarf is this? It makes me think of a nun in a temple. Ji Qingwu gathered her long hair behind her and said, The palace maids in Annal Hall wrap their hair for convenience while working. Even after removing the cloth, Emperor Wu Su was still unhappy. He reached out, trying to grab the waistband made of several red cords above her pants. Ji Qingwu hurriedly protected it with her hands, nervously saying, Your Majesty, there's nothing wrong with this waistband. It's normal to wear one as part of the outfit, the emperor said impatiently. Take off this outfit quickly. It's bad luck. If she took off her clothes, what would she wear? Ji Qingwu refused to take them off, covering her waist and stepping back. It's just clothes. If you don't like it or find it bothersome, I will leave immediately. Hearing her say she would leave, Emperor Wu Su's face darkened. He stood up, his tall figure approaching her step by step. He lowered his brows and eyes, speaking in a calm voice. Wu, relying on my favor. You are becoming more unruly, even daring to go to such places. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but step back and said, Your Majesty just said that there is no place in the palace I am not allowed to go. Emperor Wu Su forced her into a corner.